My name is Emo, a traveler through realms. Ever since I conversed with the Saintess in my dreams, her behavior has grown increasingly peculiar. What should I do? I await your guidance, urgently. What? You wonder why I should be concerned about dreams? Apologies, but my dreams have materialized into reality. Emo finds himself reborn into a world of collective quests, having been an unsuccessful candidate for civil service examinations for 3 consecutive years. Each night, he is plagued by a vivid dream. In it, he transforms into a world-devouring demon, committing heinous acts without restraint, even imprisoning the Saintess of the Heavenly Path Alliance for a full 7 days. Then one day, he stumbles upon a news report. Saintess trapped in a quest, the demon's palace discovered on sight. When the bronze hall from his dreams aligns with the reality of the quest, Emo is left bewildered. Could those actions have been real? Meanwhile, upon her return from the quest, the Saintess discovers that she has been branded with a demonic mark by the boss. This mark endows her with extraordinary attributes and a substantial boost in experience points. However, the side effect is that she must endure searing pain daily, with each episode intensifying. The only remedy lies in encountering the fated one. On the first day of possessing the mark, damn it, how could this not have been erased by the system? On the second day, disgusting, filthy. On the third day, I can barely hold myself together. Thankfully, I have finally found him. By the end of the first week, this attribute boost is excessive. After a month, Jiang Lingyue, you are a Saintess. How could you have fallen so low? On the nth day, where do you think you're running? You think this is enough to intimidate anyone? Chapter 1. Is this truly real? In the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight dances erratically. The scent of a certain floral essence permeates the air, enveloping the room. Even if you torment me endlessly, I shall never yield. On a soft crimson bed, Jiang Lingyue rests her delicate hand against her forehead, her hair disheveled, exhaling warm breaths. Her dazed eyes are filled with disdain and resentment, her voice tinged with fatigue. Ha! You were so fervent before. What good is your bravado now? Emo rises slowly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. This woman is resilient in every aspect, save for her obstinate tongue. I was compelled by you. Memories of unbearable recollections flood Jiang Lingyue's mind, her cheeks flushing crimson. That's so. Emo scoffs, extending his hand to press against the demonic mark below her flat abdomen. What are you doing? Jiang Lingyue's expression shifts to panic as she senses something amiss. It seems I must clarify something with you. Emo's tone turns frigid, his eyes narrowing slightly. The demonic mark glows a fierce red, causing Jiang Lingyue's pupils to constrict suddenly. A searing pain engulfs her body, forcing her to arch like a shrimp. Bloodshot eyes well with tears as her slender hands grip the chains tightly, writhing and struggling. She emits a pained, frantic cry. In my eyes, you are merely a plaything. Who cares for the feelings of a mere toy? Do you understand? Emo's gaze grows colder as he dresses, ignoring her anguished cries. With a resounding bang, he slams the door behind him. Damn it, I will not let you off easily. One day, I will torment you just as you have done to me. Ugh. Watching the man's retreating figure, Jiang Lingyue whimpers, forcing venomous curses from her lips until she is ultimately consumed by pain. Outside the chamber, a sexy girl clad in a maid outfit, adorned with twisted black goat horns atop her head, stands guard. With a sweet smile that belies her disdainful gaze, she speaks in a most respectful tone while uttering the most impolite words. Emo casts her a sidelong glance. Having grown accustomed to the maid's venomous remarks, he dismisses her entirely. Crossing the corridor, he takes his seat upon the throne, perusing his information panel. Name, world-devouring demon level. Physique, 999999, unaccessible. Speed, 999999, unaccessible. Strength, 999999, unaccessible. Mentality, 999999. Unaccessible. Mana. Description. Invincible beneath the gods. 1v999999 above them. You have become the demon that devours heaven and earth, the supreme ruler of this realm. Current task. Seek a divine envoy task content. Please urgently find a divine envoy to act on your behalf. Upon completion, the divine panel will be unlocked. Note, you have become the world's sovereign. The task has officially entered its second phase. Completing all tasks will allow you to fully descend into a new world. A new world? Is this a new map opening up? But how do I find a follower? I attempted to establish a faith here, but it seemed futile. Contemplating the system panel, Emo falls into deep thought. Shortly thereafter, he casually swipes to close the system page and stretches nonchalantly. It's just a dream. This is rather enjoyable. Occasionally silencing the sharp tongue of the maid and toying with the Saintess, pretending to be an adventurer in the human world, indulging in the plots of various novels. Indeed, ever since his rebirth, Emo has dreamt each time he sleeps. Within these dreams, he evolves from a diminutive creature to an invincible demon lord, ruling over this world. In this realm, He is free to act with impunity, doing as he pleases. Initially cautious upon entering the dream, Yemo gradually shed his restraint as time passed and his power grew, fully embracing his newfound existence. After all, it's all a fabrication. What harm is there in indulging a little? While other children are engrossed in childish cartoons like Ultraman and Pig Hero, Yemo has already immersed himself in Killer and reincarnated as a sword. Each day after school, he would waste no time that he would complete his homework and fall into slumber without delay, leaving his parents exclaiming at the smoke rising from their ancestral graves. Until, upon encountering the woman imprisoned in the recently discovered chamber, Yemo found himself face to face with the first individual from his dreams who truly existed in reality. One must admit that his imaginative prowess had evidently intensified, allowing even the nation's goddess to seamlessly integrate into his reveries. This realization elucidated the reason behind Yemo's fervent endeavors in recent days. Alas, how fleeting are the splendid moments of life. Once again, I must confront the wretched reality of my existence. With a resigned sigh, he relaxed his body and snapped his fingers. Snap! As he activated the idle mode, his vision faded to darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself back in his modest, unadorned abode. Ah, the formidable overlord of dreams versus the humble worker of reality. In pursuit of his aspirations to secure a public service position, he was once more compelled to deliver takeout. After rising, freshening up, and hastily preparing a simple breakfast, he munched as he scrolled through videos on his phone. Dear friends, who understands? This newly released profession card, the Freezer, is simply too effective. For just $188,000, it's available for immediate purchase, and it even comes with a starter equipment gift pack. Scrolling further, he encountered another advertisement. The exquisite mountain cutting axe, perfect for players of the warrior class, is an exemplary weapon for tackling dungeons. Officially produced by the Holy Six Church, it comes with a 2-year exchange policy, and only 20 remain in stock. Come on, brothers, show me your speed and grab it while you can. As he perused the myriad of flashy advertisements, Yemo could not help but sigh in exasperation. Indeed, this was a world of universal dungeons. Upon awakening to their destinies, everyone gained a system and became players. By conquering dungeons, one could acquire items, rewards, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, merely awakening to one's destiny was insufficient to delve into dungeons. One also needed to purchase a profession card. This brought into play another significant vocation, the divine agent. This was the very path Yemo aspired to pursue through his public service examinations. A profession capable of crafting profession cards and forging equipment and items. The relationship between players and divine agents was akin to that between racehorses and their trainers. After all, this was a world governed by the Holy Six Church, where even the state had to adhere to the laws established by the ecclesiastical authority. Believers could receive divine blessings and become divine agents, thereby granting professions to players. Joining the Holy Six Church through public service examinations was tantamount to securing a civil service position from past life. As Yemo continued to scroll through videos, he suddenly stumbled upon a news segment that in the eastern suburbs of Kayong City, a new dungeon teleportation point has been activated, and the Holy Daughter of the Heavenly Path Alliance, Jiang Linyue, has ventured forth. To explore, she is suspected to have been imprisoned by the dungeon's boss and has yet to return. Wait a moment, the national goddess has gone missing? Yemo furrowed his brow slightly, scrolling back to rewatch the video. According to reports from players who have experienced death and return, this dungeon is suspected to be world-class, with substantial rewards and extreme difficulty. The Heavenly Path Alliance, one of the Holy Six Churches, is now preparing for a large-scale operation. Other ecclesiastical factions are also recruiting, determined to secure the first kill of the boss within a month. Reading the announcement published by the Heavenly Path Alliance's official website, Yemo couldn't help but frown. My dreams cannot possibly be real, can they? Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Yemo promptly searched for the keywords. New dungeon in Kayong City. He quickly found a plethora of information, complete with images and videos. Yemo clicked on one of the trending videos. Brothers, this is the newly opened dungeon. It said that the Holy Daughter of the Heavenly Path Alliance is trapped inside. The streamer has made an exception this time to sneak in and record this for you all. Please be sure to like, share, and follow. As he spoke, the host of the video turned the camera to showcase the environment within the dungeon. A blood-red horizon was shrouded in black fog, with endless purplish-black thunder swirling within like a dragon in a tempest. Amidst the hazy black mist, a grand and ancient bronze palace faintly floated into view. What the hell? Upon witnessing this scene, Yemo's pupils constricted, and his phone nearly slipped from his grasp, for the bronze palace depicted in the video was none other than his residence in the dream. In conclusion, a brief elucidation. Deities bestowing abilities and profession cards upon agents, divine agents, granting professions and equipment to players, entering dungeons, domains of other deities. But to emphasize, the protagonist and the dreamer are indeed the same individual. Once their compatibility reaches 100, they will merge in reality, dispelling any notion of self-aggrandizing. Chapter 2. I bestow blessings upon myself. Is that acceptable? Could it be that the world of my dreams is merely a replica? Guillermo now finds himself engulfed in bewilderment, incessantly massaging his temples. Wait, if all of this holds true, then have I truly? Oh my, how exhilarating! Halting his wandering thoughts, Guillermo suddenly becomes cognizant of an exceedingly significant realization. Could it be that the new world mentioned by the dream system is, in fact, the real world? Therefore, the so-called divine emissary might just be the agent of the deities? The more he contemplates, the more he feels that this possibility is highly plausible. After all, the 6 holy churches each revere a distinct deity, and the agents of these deities are, in essence, their devoted followers. The task within the dream is to seek out these followers. Could it be that I am to find the divine agents in reality? No. I cannot attend class today. I must ascertain the authenticity of this dream. If the version of myself within the dream is indeed a deity, could I not contract myself as a divine emissary? With this thought, Guillermo's breath quickens in anticipation. He hastily retrieves a collection of specialized materials from his drawer: consecrated candles, divination paper, vermilion, and more. The sole method to attract the attention of the divine is to softly utter the true name of the deity during the summoning ritual. Only then can one glimpse a fragment of the divine in the dream. If one is recognized and passes the divine's examination, they may be bestowed the identity of a divine agent. Soon, the summoning ritual is meticulously arranged. Following an online tutorial, Guillermo inscribes his true name at the center of the ritual. He then draws the curtains and reclines beneath the flickering crimson candlelight. With a deep breath, the surrounding flames suddenly flicker, and an overwhelming sense of drowsiness envelopes him. Guillermo's eyelids grow heavier until they finally succumb to closure. The scene shifts. When he opens his eyes again, the familiar grandeur of a majestic palace greets him. He finds himself seated upon a throne, one hand propping up his chin. His gaze is sharp and filled with authority, exuding the presence of a monarch. Before him stands an ethereal figure, a shimmering silhouette of pure light. Is this myself? The form and outline of the light reveal that this is indeed his true essence. Esteemed Lord of deities and demons, a new world applicant seeks to become your divine emissary. Do you grant permission? Yes, no. A fresh system prompt materializes before him. It is indeed possible. Guillermo's pupils constrict, and his heart races with intensity. He never anticipated that the version of himself within the dream would truly embody a deity. Without hesitation, he selects yes. Congratulations. You now possess your own follower, ID 001, and the current task is complete. Reward. The divine page has been unlocked. Please bestow a blessing upon your divine emissary. Note, a new chapter is about to commence. You shall transform into the nightmarish deity of all gods, treading upon their corpses to ascend to the pinnacle, becoming the sole divine king of the new world. Divine page? Guillermo opens his personal panel and discovers the addition of a divine page. He promptly clicks to explore. Name: World Annihilator. Divine rank: 1. Divine value: 0-1000. Divine emissaries can increase your divine value by conquering other deities' realms or vanquishing deities. Number of divine emissaries: 1. Number of followers: 0. Current blessing profession cards available: Godslayer, Demon Swordsman, SSS level Warrior Path, Necromancer, SSS level Mage Path. Tip: elevating your divine rank unlocks new profession cards. Both of my profession cards are of the SSS level quality. Guillermo gasps in astonishment, unable to comprehend. In the market today, there are thousands of different profession cards, ranging from D to SSS level. Among them, the circulating SSS level cards are exceedingly rare. Not only are they exorbitantly priced, but the majority belong exclusively to the 6 holy churches. As for the profession cards of other wild deity followers, they are hardly worth mentioning. Yet here he is, starting with 2 SSS level profession cards, both new and unheard of. Could it be that the version of himself in the dream is already capable of rivaling the great deities of the 6 holy churches? Guillermo feels a surge of astonishment, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Please select an ability to bestow upon your follower, ID 001. Upon seeing this message, Guillermo finds himself in a quandary. The abilities are overwhelmingly numerous, such as the undying body that can resurrect even from a single drop of blood, the infinite mana of the cosmic return, the power to halt time, or the ability to manipulate space. There are even death abilities that signify the end of all. Wait. Some of these powers are exceedingly outrageous. If he must choose but one, it becomes quite the dilemma. Perhaps a more prudent choice? Let me select an ability for survival. Are you certain you wish to grant the ability of the undying body to follower ID 001? Note, this ability is divine level and requires 1000 divine value to bestow. Random blessings do not require divine value. Guillermo is taken aback. What? Bestowing an ability requires divine value. But he currently has no followers. Where could he possibly acquire divine value? Guillermo hesitates for a moment, deciding to set aside the matter of bestowing abilities for now. An agent can only obtain an ability from the deity upon each advancement. This is akin to the soul rings in certain combat series. Hence, he must secure the best. Every ability he possesses must be of divine caliber. First, he will obtain the rights to the profession cards, then contract players to conquer realms and earn divine value. Once he has sufficient divine value, he can then bestow divine abilities upon himself. After outlining a simple plan, Yemo resumes navigating the system, initiating operations. Fortunately, the rights to the 2 SSS-level profession cards do not impose any requirements. With matters here settled, it is time to check on Jiang Linhua. Yemo massages his temples, feeling a touch of difficulty. Initially, he perceived her as a fictitious character, thus felt no guilt in carving out his path. However, now, it feels rather awkward. Although he is not particularly well acquainted with Jiang Linhua, they are not strangers either. During his examination preparations, he had received her support due to his impoverished status. While it was likely for the sake of boosting her performance and credibility, could this not be seen as repaying kindness with ingratitude? No, that is not right. I should not think this way. I must view the situation from a different angle. Clearly, this is a matter of mutual commitment. Indeed, it can be considered an act of gratitude. He reassures himself, allowing his sense of guilt to dissipate significantly. Creak. He pushes open the heavy door of the confinement chamber. Exhausted, pained, and hoarse sounds quickly resonate. Jiang Linhua's eyes are bloodshot. Her teeth clenched as she withstands the piercing agony coursing through her. The expansive wine-red bed has long been drenched in perspiration. Snap. Yemo snaps his fingers. The intense pain vanishes, leaving Jiang Linhua akin to a deflated balloon, her entire being slumping down, her expression vacant and hollow. Her hand rests against her forehead as though utterly spent, gasping for breath. The supple and glistening form was enveloped in crystalline beads of sweat, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting an enticing sheen over her entire being. What other tricks do you possess? Show them all. I'm weary of this. A deep, authoritative voice resonated through the air. Jiang Linhua's consciousness swiftly became hazy, until darkness enveloped her, rendering her completely unconscious. The scene shifted. When Jiang Linhua awoke once more, she found herself reclined within the familiar confines of a sleep pod. Following a player's demise in a dungeon, their body is reset by the system and subsequently transported to a designated sleep pod. The penalties may include the chance of losing equipment, a deduction of experience points, or even a downgrade in level. Is it over? He truly spared me. As she gazed around her familiar surroundings, Jiang Linhua felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yet, upon recalling that last remark from him, I'm weary, a wave of intense humiliation and anger surged within her. Suddenly, a familiar warmth coursed through her lower abdomen. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, only to be struck with terror as she beheld a prominent purple magical rune, faintly glowing. Demonic mark. Description: an indelible imprint left upon you by ancient deities. It cannot be erased or diminished. Effect 1. Experience gain increased by 30 upon completion, with an additional attribute boost of 10 during level ups. Effect 2. All attributes enhanced by 20. Effect 3. When in the presence of the Destined One. Skill cultivation effects increased by 200, with all other effects doubled. Side effect: daily increase in desires, alleviated only in the presence of the Destined One. Chapter 3. The Divine Envoy is, in essence, a salesperson. Damn it, this thing was not erased by the system. Jiang Linhua's face paled, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon her. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was astonished. The effects are utterly outrageous, excluding the side effects. This artifact is akin to a leveling cheat. The only mystery lingering in Jiang Linhua's mind was the identity of this Destined One. Logically, any damage or negative effects sustained within the dungeon should be entirely erased upon death or exiting the dungeon. The only exceptions that could be retained are blessings from deities or certain powerful curses governed by rules. Never mind, let me first check how many levels I've lost. She opened her player panel to investigate. Name: Jiang Linhua. Fate: Assassin. Extraordinary profession: Sword Immortal. Level: 47. Experience: 87. Physique: 358. Speed: 375. Strength: 346. Spirit: 378. Mana: 3,200. 3,200. Skills: Sword Control, Level 5. Sword Spirit Protection, Level 5. Heavenly Sword Technique, Level 5. All Sword Technique, Level 3. Mind Techniques: Jade Maidenheart Sutra, Level 3. Tranquility Technique, Level 3. Extra Abilities: Jade Spirit's Sacred Body, Demonic Mark, Indelible. I actually leveled up by 7 levels? Jiang Linhua was utterly bewildered as she beheld her level. Not only did I not lose a level upon death, but I even ascended by 7 levels. What kind of joke is this? This surpasses the rewards of conquering a large-scale world dungeon. Why is this happening? Wait, could it be suddenly? She seemed to recall something, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Jiang Linhua vaguely remembered that every time the boss infused her with power, a system prompt would appear. However, at that moment, she was in a state of disorientation, with no time to pay attention. Could it be the thought made Jiang Linhua feel a wave of nausea, goosebumps rising on her skin? Although her body within the dungeon had been reset and returned to its full form, she still felt an overwhelming sense of irritation and disgust, especially for someone like her, who harbored a cleanliness obsession. Damn it, disgusting, filthy. Once my strength increases, I shall strike you down with a single sword. A fierce killing intent erupted from her cool, delicate visage. The torment and humiliation of the past 7 days continually replayed in her mind. If I do not kill it, my resolve will waver. Meanwhile, Guillermo opened his eyes once more, returning to his modest abode. Congratulations, you have garnered the favor of the divine and officially become a divine agent. Acquired professional card powers, Godslayer, Demon Swordsman, Necromancer. Note, the agent system has been activated. You may view your attributes at will. Please swiftly locate and nurture your player, and together conquer dungeons, ensuring that our Lord's renown echoes throughout the world. A series of system prompts filled Guillermo's vision. Clearly, he was now a bona fide divine agent. I've done it. I truly have become one. As he looked at the system notifications before him, Guillermo felt his breath quicken, a surge of overwhelming joy swelling within him. After 3 years of civil service examinations, not once succeeding, he never anticipated achieving his long-desired profession in such a manner. Indeed, no matter where one is, connections are paramount. Though he did not gain entry into the 6 Holy See, to outsiders, he was merely an inconsequential wild god follower, lacking any authority. But it mattered not. He held 2 SSS-grade professional cards. Did he need to worry about sales? Quality speaks for itself. Let me check my personal panel. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling, as Guillermo opened his system panel for the first time in reality. Name, Guillermo. Agent level, 1st. Experience, 0, shared with contracted players. Physique, 12. Speed, 11. Strength, 15. Spirit, 10. Mana, 100. Contracted players, 0, 2. Ability, Symbiotic Life, exclusive. Current Blessing career cards, Godslayer, Demon Swordsman, SSS grade Warrior Fate, Necromancer, SSS grade Mage Fate. Faithful Deity, World-Destroying Demon God, Symbiotic Life. Didn't I fail to endow my physical form with abilities? Could it be, is this an innate ability of mine? Driven by curiosity, Guillermo delved into the details of this ability. Symbiotic Life, exclusive. Ability level. Description: your exclusive ability allows you to temporarily inherit the power of a deity based on compatibility, lasting for 30 minutes. The higher your level, the shorter the cooldown. Current compatibility: 1. Can only inherit power of level 1. Cooldown: 365 days. Refreshes upon level increase. Can accumulate. Current: 1. Note: upon reaching perfection, you shall become the embodiment of a god. Isn't this akin to a trial card for summoning my main account? I must admit, this ability of mine is quite formidable, even if I can currently only inherit a mere fraction of my dream self's power. It suffices to sweep aside all high-level players. An infinite one is still infinite, right? Wait, what is the cooldown time? A year. Good grief, calm down. Calm down. This ability ought to be classified as a growth type, with the cooldown period diminishing as I advance in levels. It is only a matter of time before I can inherit everything from my dreams and ascend to the status of a true deity. Indeed, a genuine god existing within the realm of reality. After briefly comprehending my abilities, Guillermo swiftly outlined his current objectives. 1. Create a professional card. 2. Seek out players. 3. Bestow upon myself divine capabilities. First, let us examine the materials required for crafting the 2 professional cards. He opened the detailed information regarding the professional cards to inspect the necessary components. Godslayer, Demon Swordsman. Corresponding Fate Path, Warrior. Professional quality, SSS grade. Materials: 3 Demon Godstones, 3 Devil's Grasses, 3 Ghostly Flowers. Description: possesses initial attributes far exceeding those of ordinary professions, an exceptionally versatile melee class. Upon reaching the pinnacle, it may hold the potential to slay deities. Professional motto: even gods shall fall before me. Note: faction exclusive profession. Joining another deity's faction will result in the automatic destruction of the character card. Limited to 2 cards. What an impressive description. Yet, the materials required are all of such high caliber. Quite an expensive endeavor. The price of Demon Godstones on the Taotao online marketplace generally ranges from 20,000 to 30,000, totaling around 60,000 to 70,000 for 3. The prices of the supplementary materials also fluctuate between 8,000 and 10,000, culminating in a total that certainly exceeds 100,000. However, this is to be expected. The market for SSS-grade professional cards has skyrocketed into the hundreds of millions or even billions. After all, these cards are produced in limited quantities, making them exceedingly rare and valuable. Typically, only the scions of prominent families can afford such luxuries. Of course, only SSS-grade professional cards crafted under the auspices of the 6 holy gods command such prices. As for those produced by lesser deities, one cannot even prove the authenticity of their SSS status. Players can only ascertain the card's true worth upon usage. Who can guarantee that you are not being deceived? Thus, the significance of authority becomes evident. Professional cards generated by the emissaries of the 6 holy gods carry a brand effect and are widely recognized. They are heavily marked up, yet come with absolute assurance and after-sale support. Despite this, countless individuals are eager to purchase professional cards from the 6 Holy Church. After all, who would risk their life on an unreliable product? Chapter 4. I do not have a sister as shameless as you. Perhaps I should consider borrowing a small loan from a lending platform? Once the professional card is crafted, I can contract a player to repay the debt. Guillermo furrowed his brows in contemplation, hesitating over whether to take out a small loan for immediate needs. Otherwise, with his meager income from delivering food each month, accumulating enough for the materials would take an eternity. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as he was troubled about finances, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly interrupted Yemo's thoughts. Could it be the landlord demanding rent? He jolted, instinctively swallowing hard. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly, growing increasingly urgent, as if urging Yemo to open the door without delay. Here it comes. Yemo quickly grabbed a blanket to cover the summoning ritual diagram on the floor, steeling himself as he approached the entrance. With a click, he opened the door. In an instant, a familiar, enchanting figure appeared before him. Yi Xiao Xiao. Yemo's expression turned to one of astonishment as he beheld his half-sister. Indeed, Yemo had been adopted into the family after their fortunes had dwindled, leading to bankruptcy due to mismanagement. In order not to burden his family further, he had pursued his aspirations alone, which had caused a rift with his parents, prompting him to move out. Standing outside, Yi Xiao Xiao donned a gray and white JK uniform, her shoulder-length black hair framing her delicate face with phoenix-like eyes, clutching a small black leather bag. Beneath her swaying pleated skirt, pristine white stockings snugly enveloped her slender legs, with the tops of the stockings slightly sinking into her soft, fair skin, leaving faint indentations. This accentuated her long, shapely legs, making them visually striking. Are you going to keep me waiting? You've taken your sweet time opening the door. Yi Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows, gazing at Yemo with a frosty demeanor. She emanated an air of aloof elegance, standing there exuding a sense of distance that deterred strangers. Oh, what brings you here? Yemo forced a smile, feeling a surge of pressure as he faced his sister after many years apart. After all, her accolades were numerous. Top of her class, a beauty, a prodigy, and so forth. Moreover, she had awakened the mage fate path, gaining admission to the highly coveted Kaiyang Middle School, a prestigious institution dedicated to training players. The only downside was the exorbitant tuition, which many families could not afford, resulting in numerous students dropping out. Come inside and talk, Yi Xiao Xiao coldly instructed, pushing her way into the room. After closing the door and removing her black shoes, she bent down to rummage through the shoe cabinet, only to pout in disappointment upon finding no suitable slippers. Without uttering a word, she headed straight toward Yemo's bedroom. This doesn't feel good. Observing her demeanor, Yemo grew increasingly uneasy, especially upon catching sight of Yi Xiao Xiao's delicate, soft feet. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. She wouldn't be intending to step on me, would she? Yemo followed her into the bedroom, anxiously closing the door behind him. As he turned around, he found Yi Xiao Xiao standing directly before him, her beautiful, clear eyes fixed intently upon him. The distance between them was merely 10 centimeters, allowing him to catch a whiff of her enchanting fragrance that lingered in her hair. What do you want? Yemo gulped, feeling the palpable pressure emanating from the academic overachiever. His body instinctively recoiled, pressing against the door. Brother. Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly knelt before him, her hands clasped around his thighs. Please, lend me some money. My parents can no longer afford my tuition. I secretly took out a small loan, but the interest has been piling up. Recently, I even enrolled in a class about occult ritual. And now I can't keep up with the payments. What? This revelation left Yemo utterly flabbergasted. After 3 years of silence, the first thing she does upon contacting him is ask for money? I do not have a sister as shameless as you. Wait. How can you attend school without any funds? Do you not realize what kind of families can afford education in this day and age? Yemo's temper flared, launching into a tirade. Can we not aim so high? Why not be pragmatic? Just buy a professional card and join a player association to participate in some dungeons. If that fails, you could always find a job. Someone like you, with an awakened fate path, would earn far more than the average worker. Yemo's words flowed out in a torrent, his frustration palpable, while Yi Xiao Xiao lowered her head, her ears flushed crimson, remaining silent. Her small hands clutched her skirt tightly, appearing on the verge of tears as she endured his scolding. And do you know that those so-called cult rituals are merely the followers of lesser deities? Do they possess any authority? Do they adhere to any moral standards? Some matters are rather grave, as they lure you in at an unbelievably low price, only to make you a sacrificial pawn. The educational institutions in this world are markedly different from those of previous lives. They impart knowledge pertinent to extraordinary professions and teach intricate techniques and strategies for dungeons. Those who have not received such an education are significantly disadvantaged. Naturally, the tuition fees are exorbitantly high, amounting to 500,000 a year. This figure only accounts for tuition. Additional expenses have yet to be considered. However, should one graduate from such an institution, the Six Saints Church would eagerly seek to recruit you. Furthermore, experienced players would guide you through dungeons with remarkable efficiency. As for the so-called divine rituals, they are merely means to invoke blessings from deities. For instance, the magical sigil that Yi Mo inscribed on Jiang Linyue is a form of divine blessing. Yet, this carries risks, as one cannot ascertain the nature of the deity bestowing the blessing. If it were a deity from the Six Saints Church, one could rest assured of its credibility. However, the costs are astonishingly steep, and Yi Xiaoxiao certainly cannot afford it. As for the wild deities, encountering honest ones may be fortunate. But should one cross paths with the malevolent and tyrannical, it could spell disaster. They may resort to any means necessary to manifest, even forcibly seizing your body, leaving you as a mere shell of your former self. But I genuinely wish to pursue my studies. Moreover, the divine ritual in question was highly recommended by an upperclassman, making it quite reliable. For merely 3,000, it could expedite the cultivation progress of one's techniques by 20, with effects lasting an entire year. Yi Xiaoxiao clung to Yi Mo's leg, nuzzling against him. Please, brother, just help me this once. I only need you to assist me in repaying this interest, alright? She was as persistent as a sticky plaster, playfully whining at Yi Mo. Absolutely not. Yi Mo replied sternly, devoid of any tender sentiments. Observing that her brother remained unyielding, Yi Xiaoxiao bit her lip, seemingly making a resolute decision. Suddenly, she appeared bashful, fidgeting with her hands as she glanced at Yi Mo, saying in a soft voice, Brother, if you help me repay my debt, I'll do anything you want. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes sparkled with interest. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, Really, anything? Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao lightly bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she nodded eagerly. In response, Yi Mo chuckled. He promptly retrieved a piece of parchment from his drawer. After inscribing some notes upon it, he sealed it with his finger and presented it to Yi Xiaoxiao, stating, Sign this. Yi Xiaoxiao, perplexed, accepted the parchment and scrutinized it closely, only to be struck with horror. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she gazed at Yi Mo incredulously, exclaiming, Old Mo, I'm your sister. You can't possibly be selling me. Chapter 5. Let us strive together in the future. What are you talking about? This is merely a standard player contract. Yi Mo assisted the young girl in settling onto the plush bed, attentively pouring her a glass of warm water for her to cradle in her hands. A merchant-like grin graced his face. Yet, the contract pertains to an agent of a wild deity. I have never even heard of this deity. Who knows what kind of profession card it might grant me? Besides, with my academic record, as long as I can graduate smoothly, I will immediately qualify for admission to the Six Saints Church. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao instinctively inched away, creating distance between them. She pressed her fair, delicate thighs together, her calves slightly splayed outward, watching Yi Mo with a wary gaze, her tone tense. Old Mo, you haven't joined some pyramid scheme of wild deity followers, have you? What is the commission for each deal? Are you so deranged that you drag me into this? Signing a contract with other deity followers is akin to transferring to a third-rate college after being accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University. What nonsense. I am not that kind of person, Yi Mo retorted, seating himself across from Yi Xiaoxiao, clearing his throat. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I, your elder brother, am currently a deity agent. While I may not belong to the Six Saints Church, I am still capable of crafting a remarkable profession card for you. You? Yi Xiaoxiao tilted her head, studying him for a moment before suddenly realizing, Old Mo, so you've been waiting for me, haven't you? Do you remember what you told me before? You warned me to be cautious of wild deity followers to avoid being deceived. And now you've turned out to be one yourself? How absurd. In today's society, many individuals, burdened by years of unsuccessful civil service examinations, find themselves drowning in debt. Ultimately, they resort to extreme measures, turning to the perilous worship of wild deities. However, what guarantees do wild deities provide? Some are exceedingly malevolent, manipulating their followers and brainwashing them to deceive other victims. If performance metrics are unmet, they may even invoke divine punishment, subjecting you to electric shocks or other torturous fates, draining every last ounce of value from you until you become a mere husk. Of course, these scenarios pertain to the more extreme wild deities. Most are still relatively trustworthy. But who can assure that the deity one contracts with is not an evil god? Do you think I am akin to those cult followers? Not at all. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her bright, beautiful eyes, regarding him with suspicion. It must be different. Yi Mo asserted with righteous fervor, further coaxing her. Consider this. Even if you join the Six Saints Church, what then? With so many people, the competitive pressure is immense. Lacking funds and connections, why would they grant you a good profession or equipment? In the end, wouldn't you still have to take out loans to cover costs? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao hesitated. How many young people today are overwhelmed by the pressures within and choose to end their lives in despair? But with me, it's different. We are family. Your brother would never mistreat you. I would never force you to work overtime or grind dungeons. If something valuable drops, you'd be the first person I think of. I will dedicate everything to nurturing you. Would you receive such treatment elsewhere? As she listened, Yi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, he makes such compelling arguments. What should I do if I can't think of a rebuttal? She felt somewhat dazed, instinctively wanting to refuse, but momentarily lacking a valid reason to counter him. Noticing her indecision, Yi Mo silently chuckled. He grasped the young girl's shoulders, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. The suddenness of his action startled Yi Xiaoxiao, especially as his face loomed merely inches from hers. She could even feel the warmth of his breath, causing her to instinctively bite her lip, her body tensing, and her breaths becoming rapid. Before she could react, Yi Mo seized the moment, proclaiming, "As long as you join me, we shall become an inseparable duo. I will repay your debts, and I shall forge a path for your life. We will no longer be beholden to the judgments of others, and we shall roam freely through the world." How delightful would that be? The words echoed in the girl's ears, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush with warmth. Transforming into a steam spirit, she felt a mist escape from above her head. "All right, fine. I trust you now," she said, turning her burning face away and instinctively pushing Yi Mo aside. Sensing the opportune moment, Yi Mo smoothly handed over a piece of craft paper and a pen. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaoxiao accepted the items and, as if possessed, signed her name upon the paper. Done. Yi Mo's lips curved into a satisfied smile. This girl was evidently still as easy to manipulate as she was in childhood. A few sweet words and heartfelt promises were enough to sway her. "Congratulations, Yi Xiaoxiao has become your agent player." With the contract complete, Yi Mo successfully acquired his first player. Next, it was time to create a profession card. Then they would embark on quests to earn money and step onto the path of life. "Now that I've signed, can I have my money?" Yi Xiaoxiao shyly pushed a QR code towards Yi Mo. "Oh, this." Yi Mo opened his balance and presented his phone to her. The screen displayed 0.88 soft girl coins. Yi Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a large question mark appearing above her head. What does this mean? A growing sense of unease welled up within her, but just then, Yi Mo suddenly spoke. "Right now, brother only has this much money, so take it for emergencies. Once I get a loan and finish creating the character card, we can venture into the dungeons together and work hard to earn money." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao exploded. "What the hell? You're saying you're worse off than I am?" Her chest heaved with rising frustration, and her expression stiffened further. "What? You said once I signed the contract, you'd help me pay off my debts." "Indeed, but what does that have to do with my lack of funds? But if you don't have money, how can you help me repay my debts?" "Exactly. If your brother has no money, how can he help you?" The two stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Yi Xiaoxiao felt as if the sky was collapsing. So this bastard was just toying with her, wasn't he? The thought made her grit her teeth, wishing she could stomp on his face in frustration. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, trying to control her emotions. But the more she thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated she became. Finally, the girl glared wide-eyed, a torrent of words condensed into a single exclamation. "Old Mo. You jerk." With that, she angrily grabbed her small bag and stormed off. Yi Mo chuckled heartily, feeling elated as he escorted his fuming sister to the door before opening a small iron cabinet beside him. He retrieved a thick stack of stationery and handed it to Yi Xiaoxiao, advising, "Don't send me money anymore. Who needs a couple of hundred each month?" In truth, every month around mid-month, Yi Mo would consistently find a letter in the mailbox at the door. The letter contained no text, only 1 to 3 red notes. Sometimes more, sometimes less. The return address for these letters was always from Kaiyang Middle School. Clearly, these were savings Yi Xiaoxiao had painstakingly set aside for herself at school. Yi Mo had never touched this money, instead keeping it safe for her. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. But then her brows furrowed in defiance as she retorted, "Humph. I'm not that kind-hearted. It's all because our parents told me to give it to you." With that, she took the stack of stationery and left the corridor, putting on her shoes. Outside the community, Yi Xiaoxiao cradled the envelope in her arms, a smile blooming on her face as she stepped out. She knew very well that 3 years ago, Yi Mo had left home not just in pursuit of his ideals, but also to alleviate the family's burdens, enabling her to continue her studies without interruption. This was also why, despite knowing Yi Mo was a follower of the wild god, she was willing to sign a contract with him, even if there was no future. As long as they could be together, that was enough. With this thought, the girl couldn't help but turn back to glance at Yi Mo's building, murmuring, "You fool. From now on, we must work hard together." Chapter 6. This magic pattern is simply irresistible. As time flowed and the days passed swiftly, 3 days soon elapsed. Within the office of the Heavenly Path Alliance, an elderly gentleman clad in white, with an aura of wisdom, lay back in his chair, gleefully watching captivating videos on his phone. The sounds of martial arts music and rhythmic beats filled the room. "Ah, these young folks today are truly remarkable. Look at that slender waist." The old man chuckled, his beard twitching with mirth. He was one of the 12 elders of the Heavenly Path Alliance, known as Su Qingfeng, a seasoned agent on the verge of retirement, now dedicated to mentoring newcomers. Knock knock. A crisp rap on the door interrupted his reverie. "Master, you summoned me," Jiang Linyue said as she opened the door, her long, fair legs crossing the threshold. Her brows furrowed immediately. Upon seeing his precious disciple, Su Qingfeng's smile faltered. He hastily swiped through several videos before landing on something unrelated to the previous content. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his embarrassment, saying, "These young people today are truly debasing our culture." With an awkward cough, Su Qingfeng turned his attention to his frosty disciple and remarked, "Ah, my dear Linhua, you are the epitome of purity and grace, truly the face of our Heavenly Path alliance. Perhaps you should first wipe the drool from your beard before making such comments." Jiang Linhua scoffed, her disdain evident. With a sigh, she added, "I truly regret teaching you to use a smartphone. In such a short time, you've fallen so low." Su Qingfeng's face reddened as he coughed to distract from his embarrassment, quickly steering the conversation. "The reason I summoned you today is to discuss the new dungeon." "The new dungeon?" Jiang Linhua hesitated, a hint of suspicion crossing her brow. "Indeed, you were trapped in the dungeon for 7 days, and upon emerging, not only did your level increase by 7, but your attributes also surged significantly. This rate of improvement is astounding. The higher-ups are quite curious about what transpired during your time there that allowed for such an enhancement." As he spoke, Su Qingfeng noticed the increasingly grim expression on his disciple's face. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted in a fierce scowl. She looked as if she were about to devour someone. "What's with that expression? Shouldn't you be thrilled and proud about such a leap in a dungeon?" Su Qingfeng asked. Perplexed, why the disdain and disgust? He scratched his head in confusion, continuing, "This time, all major factions are preparing to tackle the new dungeon, vying for the first kill of the boss. They would like you to write a report detailing your experiences and gains from those 7 days. Ideally with information about the boss. What do you think?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Linhua firmly rejected. "Are you kidding me? You want me to recount how I was toyed with by the boss for 7 days? I would rather die than write such a thing. And in as much detail as possible? You might as well just kill me." "Linyu, it is merely a report, and besides, the compensation provided by the organization is quite generous. You must realize that the emergence of a world-class dungeon holds significant strategic importance for various factions. Even the tiniest piece of information can yield substantial rewards. This is indeed an excellent opportunity to reap benefits," Su Qingfeng earnestly advised. His intention was clear. He urged her to seize this chance to extract as much value from the organization as possible. After all, the new dungeon had greatly benefited Jiang Linhua, allowing her to level up 7 times and significantly enhance her attributes. This raised suspicions about whether she had completed the hidden tasks within the dungeon. "Unless you kill me, don't even think about it." Jiang Linhua gritted her teeth, her resolve unwavering. On one hand, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame that rendered her speechless. On the other hand, she did not wish for that boss to be claimed by someone else. Its first defeat must be hers alone. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Was the report truly worth such fervor? "Fine, if you don't wish to write it, then so be it. But what about the other matter we discussed? Have you given it any thought?" He shifted the topic, his gaze gradually turning towards Jiang Linhua. "I haven't made up my mind yet." Jiang Linhua hesitated before responding. Su Qingfeng sighed in resignation, seemingly anticipating her answer, and continued to persuade her. "Linyu, you must understand that I am nearing retirement and cannot protect you for much longer. The decision to change agents comes from above. Although Linyu may lack in character, he is, after all, from a prestigious family, with ample resources and a keen interest in you. Aligning with him would alleviate any financial concerns. You should know that in this world, money is everything. The disparity between pay-to-win players and ordinary players is immense." Jiang Linhua comprehended Su Qingfeng's words and recognized the stark difference between agents from noble backgrounds and those from ordinary families. Once a divine agent signs a contract with a player, they become intrinsically linked. The experience points and attribute enhancements a player gains are proportionally reflected in the agent's own abilities. In essence, the stronger the player under an agent's wing, the more formidable the agent becomes. Consequently, agents are also obligated to procure equipment and items for their players. Of course, both agents and players hold the right to unilaterally terminate their contracts. For instance, if Jiang Linhua were to retire, the organization would erase Su Qingfeng's status as an agent, resulting in the players under him entering a state of freedom. Players in this liberated state cannot conquer dungeons, which means they cannot level up. Subsequently, the Heavenly Dao Alliance would randomly assign agents to these free players. Must ordinary individuals always be inferior to those from noble families? Listening to Su Qingfeng's earnest entreaties, Jiang Linhua furrowed her brow, her fists clenched tightly. Noble offspring have their advantages, at least they need not worry about material concerns. However, the drawback is their overwhelming arrogance, believing themselves to be superior. Take Lingyu, for instance, who has persistently sought to sign Jiang Linhua. His reputation is sullied with numerous scandals, such as having impregnated female players multiple times and indulging in group activities. Especially concerning are those players without connections, who regard her as naught but a mere plaything. This is reminiscent of the chables from Yimo's previous life in a certain pickled vegetable country. Thus, Jiang Linhua harbors a profound disdain for these scions of noble families. After concluding their conversation, Jiang Linhua returned home. She donned a thin Pikachu pajamas and flung herself onto her soft bed. Her fair, rounded legs stretched slightly as she lay in a starfish position. So bothersome, she murmured, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Her mentor was right. In this world, wealth is paramount. The chasm between pay-to-win players and non-paying players is insurmountable. Yet even so, I refuse to depend on anyone. Indeed, I should have faith in myself. Even if I choose an ordinary person as my agent, I, Jiang Linyue, can still reach the pinnacle. With a renewed mindset, Jiang Linyue felt her resolve strengthen. She proceeded to open her attribute panel. Name, Jiang Linyue. Destiny, Assassin. Extraordinary profession, Sword Immortal. Level, 48. Experience points, 66. Constitution, 374. Speed, 393. Strength, 361. Mentality, 396. Mana, 3,200. 3,200. Skills, Sword Control Technique, Level 5. Sword Spirit Guardian, Level 5. Heavenly Sword Technique, Level 5. 10,000 Sword Art, Level 3. Mental Techniques, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Level 3. Tranquility Technique, Level 3. Additional abilities, Jade Spirit Sacred Body. Demonic God Imprint, Indelible. Deity of Faith, Limitless Immortal. In the past 3 days, she had successfully conquered 2 dungeons. It must be said, the effects of the magical runes were truly terrifying, offering a 30 experience boost. This not only elevated her by 1 level, but also overflowed with 66 experience points. Should she conquer another dungeon, she might very well level up again. This pace was astonishingly rapid, with attribute enhancements reaching nearly overpowering levels compared to others of the same rank. Having tasted success, she was no longer as resistant to the magical runes. Excellent. If this continues, even without a competent agent, I can still ascend to greatness. Observing her attributes, Jiang Linyue's confidence surged. Just then, however, a sudden burning sensation gripped her lower abdomen. Looking down, she noticed the magical runes faintly glowing. Damn it, the side effects are manifesting so quickly? Jiang Linyue cursed under her breath, feeling a wave of heat wash over her body, akin to being scorched by flames, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Chapter 7. Then I shall step forward. Knock knock. A crisp sound of knocking resonated through the air. The delivery person's voice filtered through the door. Your package has arrived. Please sign here. With a swift motion, Yemo opened the door, signed for the package, and embraced a box as he stepped inside. At long last, it's here. His heart raced, hands trembling in excitement. The materials he had longed for from his online shopping spree had finally arrived. This time, he had borrowed over 200,000 from a microloan platform to gather the materials for 2 SSS-grade profession cards. Unpacking the cardboard box with a small knife, he revealed an array of delicately packaged smaller boxes. These boxes were neatly arranged, resembling a collection of blind boxes from Labud. Each bore the distinct 3A inspection mark exclusive to the 6 Holy See, attesting to the safety of the materials within. Naturally, there was also a brand logo. All these materials were sourced from the Adventurers Association. Any agent or player, upon awakening or becoming an agent, must process their paperwork at the Adventurers Association. Only in this manner can they lawfully and legitimately engage in dungeon activities. It was also time to create a profession card for his younger sister. Since a contract has been signed, one must wholeheartedly fulfill their obligations to that individual. Following the guidance provided, Yemo retrieved the necessary materials for crafting the Necromancer profession card. Necromancer, corresponding fate, Mage. Professional quality, SSS grade. Materials, 3 ghost stones, 3 necromancer herbs, 3 ghost soul crystals. Description, naturally possesses a domain, ruler of the undead. A single individual can command 1,000 troops. Profession quote, I am the harbinger of calamity. Note, faction exclusive profession. Upon joining another deity's faction, the character card will be automatically destroyed. Limited to the creation of 2 cards. You have gathered all materials. Do you wish to proceed with crafting? With a mere thought, Yemo manipulated the system interface and promptly selected yes. Mana cost, 100. With a swift motion, the materials before Yemo transformed into a dazzling beam of light, coalescing in his palm. Soon, a card, entirely black with golden patterns etched along its edges, materialized in his hand. Is that it? Yemo blinked in surprise, astonished at how effortlessly he had crafted a card. The only drawback was the exorbitant mana cost. Crafting a single card had drained him of 100 points of mana. It is important to note that mana recovery is a slow process, with an average individual regaining nearly 1 per hour. To fully replenish his mana would take at least 3 to 4 days. Of course, one could opt to purchase mana potions to expedite recovery, but the prices. Even the most inferior potions cost several hundred coins per bottle. Alas, whether as a player or an agent, this role is indeed a costly endeavor. Nevertheless, high investment often yields substantial returns. Both roles can be quite lucrative. In the next dungeon run, the income from selling materials could amount to several hundred to several thousand soft currencies. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire exceptional gear, it is possible to earn tens of thousands to even millions in a single outing. This is considerably more profitable than a regular job. Some players even awaken special physiques to enhance their earnings. Take for instance Jiang Linyue, the saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Upon awakening her fate, she naturally possessed the Jade Spirit Sacred Body. Not only did her mana capacity double, but her recovery speed was also hundreds of times that of an ordinary person, allowing her to regain 2 mana per second, practically eliminating any shortage. Even her sweat and blood could be utilized for research, aiding in the creation of mana potions. Consuming them directly would also yield mana recovery benefits. Moreover, they are entirely natural, free from any contamination, even purer than distilled water, with a delightful fragrance. My mana is running low, but I am not in a rush to craft a second profession card. This will allow me to save some funds on purchasing potions. Yemo still had one SSS grade profession card left to create. Yet, it was of little consequence, as he currently had no second player. It was time to assist that girl in her class change. Glancing at the necromancer profession card in his hand, a faint smile graced Yemo's lips. He resolved to first help Yi Xiaoxiao with her class change before proceeding to handle the dungeon paperwork. At that point, she could tirelessly repay his debts. Ideally, she would become nothing more than a heartless tool for generating income. It seems I must carefully craft a narrative to persuade her. She must understand that this endeavor not only serves my needs in the dungeon, but is also for her benefit. As a competent agent, how can one not employ a little psychological manipulation on their player? Hahaha. My dear sister, you are currently my sole player. It is only fair for you to endure some hardship. After all, it is through this that I can assist you in repaying your debts. With that thought, Yemo excitedly licked his lips. With a grand gesture, he stored the remaining materials in his system backpack. Clutching the profession card, he set out, riding his electric scooter towards Kaiyang Middle School. Sir, a void crisis has erupted ahead. The road has been blocked. Please turn back. Just as Yemo was halfway through his journey, he was suddenly intercepted by enforcement personnel from the Sixth Holy Church. The so-called void crisis refers to a situation involving certain irrational followers of the wild gods, who, in their fervor for blessings and power, conduct rituals in hopes of summoning malevolent deities. Such summoning ceremonies are, of course, illegal and require a substantial number of sacrifices. In Yemo's past life, this was akin to a terrorist attack. The Sixth Holy Church would deploy numerous high-level players and divine agents to combat the threat. In essence, the void crisis resembles a sudden world-class dungeon. Eliminating the leaders within not only halts the crisis, but also yields significant rewards. The distinction lies in the fact that dungeons only permit players to enter, whereas the void has fewer restrictions. However, once one dies within, it is a true death. A void crisis? Observing the road ahead marked by yellow tape, Yemo's brow furrowed slightly. He suddenly recalled the inexpensive cult ritual that Yi Xiaoxiao had mentioned days prior. That girl, surely she wouldn't be so unfortunate. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Yemo hastily pulled out his phone and dialed Yi Xiaoxiao's number. Beep, beep. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. The cold, electronic voice emanated from the phone. Yemo's heart tightened, and his pupils constricted. Not in service? Could it be that she has truly been caught up in the void crisis? The moment this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming sense of unease and agitation washed over him. Excuse me, how long has the void crisis been ongoing? He urgently inquired of the enforcement officer. Approximately 10 minutes. But the combat personnel from the Sixth Holy Church have yet to arrive. Noticing Yemo's anxious demeanor, the officer seemed to sense something and offered reassurance. Brother, please trust the church. We will rescue your family. Thank you. Yemo took a deep breath and turned to leave. Though he spoke those words, his heart harbored doubts. The void is exceedingly perilous, unlike a dungeon run. Once inside, death is final. The Sixth Holy Church, in their efforts to minimize losses and sacrifices, would undoubtedly take considerable time to gather their forces and assess the situation. Only when they are confident enough would they take action. This entire process is extremely time-consuming. As for the ordinary individuals ensnared in the crisis, they are of little concern. What they care about are the rewards following a successful dungeon raid. This is precisely why the Sixth Holy Church, despite ostensibly prohibiting malevolent deity rituals, has not taken more stringent measures. After all, these situations provide them with experience points. Experience points gained at the expense of ordinary citizens. Relying on others is far less effective than relying on oneself. With this realization, a glint of determination flashed in Yemo's eyes. Since you hesitate, allow me to venture forth and consume the malevolent deity within. Chapter 8. Here I come. If Yemo's memory serves him correctly, slaying a deity would grant him divine points in his dream state. Utilizing the one body, one life technique, he could inherit one of his strength from his dream self. Confronting a newly born, or perhaps not yet fully manifested, malevolent deity should pose no significant challenge. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. To be honest, Yemo was somewhat apprehensive regarding the true might of deities. A sense of uncertainty lingered within him. The only source of his confidence lay in the phrase inscribed in his profile. I am invincible beneath the deities and above them. I stand alone against a legion of 999. Oh, system, please do not betray me. With this thought, Yemo cautiously evaded surveillance. Returning home to don a more concealing outfit, complete with a mask. The cooldown for his ability, Unity of Existence, was excessively long, thus, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. The Six Saints Church would undoubtedly not allow a being with power rivaling that of a deity to roam freely. It was akin to an ordinary person casually carrying a nuclear bomb through the streets. Therefore, until he achieved true invincibility, it was prudent to remain low-key and develop his strength. As a precaution, he even purchased an Ultraman mask from a stationery store, placing it over his black mask to obscure the contours of his face. All set. It was time to act. With everything prepared, Yemo activated his ability, Unity of Existence, at home. In an instant, a vast wave of energy surged through him, akin to divine enlightenment, flooding from the crown of his head to every inch of his being. His muscles swelled, and his brain felt as though it had awakened like a finely tuned computer. His consciousness expanded across miles, granting him a godlike perspective from which to behold all surrounding entities. His entire being radiated with a resplendent light, as dazzling as Captain Marvel in her prime. What bliss! Yemo felt as though he had transformed into pure light, brimming with boundless power. His eyes gleamed with a divine brilliance. The Ultraman mask upon his face shone with an extraordinary luminescence. He could distinctly sense his physical prowess augmenting. However, he had no time to wait for his state to reach its zenith. Taking a deep breath, Yemo slowly extended a finger. Snap! With a gentle flick. The fabric of space contorted abruptly. He vanished from his location in an instant. Elsewhere, within a dilapidated residential complex, dark clouds enveloped the sky, their oppressive shadows saturating the entire vicinity. No, help me. Someone save me. The sound of cracking bones and anguished screams echoed from the rooftop of a high-rise building. A group of haggard students, bound hand and foot, dangled in midair like dried meat. Beneath them simmered a massive cauldron filled with bubbling crimson liquid, afloat with numerous bleached bones. Upon the stone platform beneath the cauldron were intricate and ominous incantations etched, indicating a grand sacrificial ceremony was underway. By now, dozens of students had already been cast into the cauldron, reduced to offerings. The momentous occasion was drawing near. I shall embody a vessel, heralding your arrival. Atop the altar, a solitary figure cloaked in black swirled, head thrown back, arms outstretched, cackling maniacally as if welcoming the descent of some dark force. Below, throngs of followers knelt in fervent devotion, reciting complex scriptures in unison. Suddenly, a tempest arose, extinguishing the flames of the altar. A torrent of inky black mist descended from the heavens, rushing into the mouths of the black-clad devotees. The maniacal laughter from the altar abruptly ceased. The eyes of the cloaked figure ignited with a scarlet glow, their form contorting and swelling grotesquely. Their skin fissured, akin to shedding a carapace, oozing with sinister, dark hair. In a final transformation, they morphed into a monstrous entity, sporting dark horns reminiscent of both a bull and a demon. Roar! The malevolent deity's bellow reverberated through the cosmos, a cathartic release of rebirth. The throng of devotees responded with fervent cheers, their eyes ablaze with zeal, chanting in worship, "Welcome, our god's arrival. Hail, great lord of calamity." Ugh, how deafening. Where am I? As the cacophony of applause erupted, Yi Xiaoxiao began to regain consciousness. The first sight that greeted her was an enormous crimson cauldron, alongside students suspended in the air like dried meat. Some remained unconscious, while others cried out in agony, struggling in despair. The horrifying scene caused her pupils to contract sharply. It suddenly dawned on her. After arriving at the designated meeting point with her mentor, they had encountered an unusual fragrance and subsequently lost consciousness. Now, piecing together the scenario before her, she recalled Yemo's warning from days prior. Do you realize that the so-called rituals of these cults are merely the followers of the wild god? Does the wild god possess authority? Is there any morality to be found among them? Some seriously exploit this situation, enticing you to become sacrifices for a pittance. The term live sacrifice ritual surged into her mind with chilling clarity. That crow's beak. She never imagined his words would prove prophetic. Gritting her teeth in frustration, her eyes flickered with shock and terror as she swiftly scanned her surroundings in search of an escape. However, at that moment, the massive figure atop the altar beckoned with a hand. The student positioned before Yi Xiaoxiao was suddenly yanked by an unseen force, their body plummeting. The monstrous entity's grip tightened around the student's neck. Is that the malevolent deity? Watching the colossal figure, Yi Xiaoxiao felt her breath quicken. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't take my life. I don't want to die. The student writhed in terror, desperately struggling for release. Hee. As the first offering to this god, you should feel honored. The malevolent deity extended its enormous hand, a sinister smile gracing its visage as it caressed the student's face. Yet, the force of its grip intensified, eliciting increasingly frantic struggles from the student. Their eyes bulged, complexion darkening to a deep purple, until, crack, their neck was twisted to a finality. With the student's demise, a torrent of dark energy surged forth from their lifeless body, drawn into the malevolent deity's mouth. The corpse, visibly shriveled, rapidly desiccated before their eyes, reduced to mere bones. Ah, the long-awaited vibrant soul is simply delectable. The malevolent deity savored the moment like a drug addict, licking its lips with exhilaration, eyes narrowing in delight. Casually discarding the desiccated remains, manic laughter echoed through the air. Excellent. Next. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. The deity's gaze fell upon Yi Xiaoxiao, once again gesturing with a hand. Yi Xiaoxiao felt her breath hitch, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her body was yanked downward against her will. A crushing sensation gripped her throat. An overwhelming sense of suffocation ensued. Instinctively, she reached out, attempting to pry apart the grotesque hand constricting her neck. Her long, slender legs thrashed desperately, seeking to escape. Yet, as the malevolent deity exerted more force, the suffocating pressure intensified, leading to a blinding haze in her mind. Damn it! How utterly damned! I had just forged a pact with that person. We had only just agreed to strive together. Why is this happening? A surge of rage and sorrow coursed through her heart, but her vision blurred increasingly. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as, in her utmost fear, the image of Yi Mo's silhouette flickered in her mind. During her childhood, whenever she faced bullies, he would always stand before her. As she contemplated this, she instinctively opened her mouth, struggling to utter a single phrase. Brother, save me. Just as she felt dizzy and on the verge of losing consciousness, a brilliant light cleaved through the dim sky, hurtling toward her like a resplendent comet. Boom. The rooftop collapsed in an instant. The colossal form of the malevolent deity was violently propelled away by an overwhelming force, like a cannonball piercing through layers of skyscrapers, plunging deep into the earth and stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. How dare you claim to be a god? A cold voice sliced through the void, echoing across the heavens. Yi Mo, cradling Yi Xiaoxiao, was enveloped in a radiant glow, looking down imperiously upon the malevolent entity trapped in the depths below. The familiar voice reached Yi Xiaoxiao's ears, and her expression turned to one of astonishment. Slowly opening her eyes, she discovered she was in the embrace of a man radiating light, as if bathed in sunlight. Could it be? That familiar voice. Could it truly be him? Yi Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, gradually lifting her gaze. Her pupils constricted slightly as she beheld an extraordinarily familiar face. Digga? Chapter 9. This punch will hurt. Was he a player? Or an agent? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the man before her, who donned an Ultraman mask. He was so dazzling. This rendered the Ultraman mask particularly conspicuous, obscuring any details of his visage. She couldn't even discern his outline. But judging by his physique, it was highly unlikely he was female. Roar. The earth-shattering roar resonated across the skies. The malevolent deity smashed through the debris, its massive hand emerging from the pit. Slowly crawling out, a peculiar scent lingered. Though he appeared human, he was steeped in an aura of divinity. His dark eyes fixed menacingly on Yi Mo, narrowing slightly as he slowly spoke. What deity do you serve? If our interests do not conflict, perhaps we could negotiate, or even collaborate. Yi Mo disregarded the inquiry, wrapping his arm around Yi Xiaoxiao's slender waist and leaping to a flat area, gently placing her down. Ignoring me? In the eyes of the malevolent deity, Yi Mo was merely a human imbued with divinity, insignificant compared to its own divine stature. The earlier defeat was merely due to its recent emergence and lack of compatibility with this body. However, as time progressed, its strength would undoubtedly amplify until it returned to its zenith. After ensuring Yi Xiaoxiao was settled, Yi Mo's gaze swept over the marks on her neck. A surge of murderous intent flooding his heart. Collaborate? Do you think yourself worthy? His voice dripped with icy disdain. The bull-headed deity momentarily faltered, but then suddenly chuckled, dismissively shaking its head. It seems our negotiations have failed. In that case, it licked its lips, its eyes sharpening with madness, baring its fangs in a greedy smile. I shall simply devour you. As it spoke, the malevolent deity's body surged with bulging veins, its muscular form grotesquely swelling, and the massive horns atop its head glowed a sinister crimson. Suddenly, it stomped down with one foot. Bang! The ground beneath shattered instantly, its body launching upward like a cannonball, creating waves of chaos, and hurtling straight toward Yi Mo. Smack! In response to this swift attack, Yi Mo did not even turn his head, merely tilting his body slightly and delivering a powerful slap, akin to swatting a fly, against the malevolent deity's face. The overwhelming force generated a tempest, causing its figure to twist at a right angle and crash heavily against a nearby stone wall, resulting in a resonating explosion. Debris tumbled, and the surroundings were engulfed in a cloud of dust. How fast? What just happened? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Moments ago, she felt a gust of wind sweep by, and when she regained her senses, the malevolent deity lay incapacitated amidst the ruins. Stay put. Yi Mo swiftly drew a circle on the ground, forming a protective barrier of light around Yi Xiaoxiao. He then turned and vanished from sight. Watching the man's disappearing figure, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened slightly. Memories flooded her mind of her childhood, when Yi Mo had fought with other children for her sake. Their silhouettes miraculously merged in her recollection. No way. The girl gently covered her mouth, swallowing in disbelief. In the ruins, the bull-headed deity clutched its swollen cheek, gritting its teeth as it rose, its expression growing increasingly severe. Damn it! Who was the god behind that fellow? Could it be one of the 6 from the Holy Church? There were indeed disparities among deities. The more powerful the deity, the more stringent the conditions for their emergence. Someone like Yemo, who could wield divine power in a human form, clearly had been bestowed a fraction of strength by a god. Yet, such a proportion was seldom high. Having even 10 was considered extraordinary. The greatest drawback of a human vessel manifesting divine power was the time limitation. Conversely, deities born into their forms had undergone meticulous selection and transformation, allowing them to harbor divine spirits indefinitely. The longer one prolonged their stay, the more attuned they became to the body, and the stronger they grew. Yet, he would undoubtedly struggle to maintain such an advantage for long. This time, the advantage lay with me. The bull-headed deity quickly assessed the situation, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of its mouth. However, before it could react, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed it. Yemo's form suddenly materialized, seizing the bull-headed deity by the throat. With a slight bend of his arm, he unleashed a powerful upward throw. The bull-headed deity's entire body was hurled into the air, crashing violently into a nearby building. Bang, bang, bang. The sheer force propelled it through countless rooms and walls, penetrating the entire structure. Damn, does that guy's god possess spatial abilities? The bull-headed deity was taken aback, its mind racing as it struggled to stabilize itself mid-air. Yemo pressed the advantage, leaping with one foot planted on the ground, launching himself once more to deliver a crushing blow. Do you truly believe this god is easy to bully? The bull-headed deity's eyes sharpened, its powerful back rippling as it prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a pair of obsidian wings unfurled, stabilizing its form while it swung its tail ferociously toward Yemo. Bang. The formidable tail struck Yemo's abdomen, the overwhelming force sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the ground, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater. Seizing the opportunity, the bull-headed deity reached into the void, conjuring a pitch-black spear. Its arm bent slightly, the spear crackling with violent lightning, radiating blinding rays. Die, you scoundrel! The bull-headed deity's eyes gleamed with malice as it hurled the spear with all its might. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The long spear pierced the vast sky, transforming into a pitch-black, thunderous dragon, howling fiercely towards Yemo. With a splatter of blood, the spear brutally penetrated Yemo's chest, unleashing a flash of lightning that surged wildly. The earth erupted instantaneously. A terrifying shockwave cascaded like a roaring tide, sweeping across the battlefield. Alas, such a delectable body was obliterated to dust. The bull-headed evil god descended slowly with a sinister smirk. Though it had exerted excessive force, it could still be salvaged for a meal. Is this all you are capable of? A familiar yet frigid voice resonated through the dense smoke and sand. The bull-headed evil god's pupils constricted abruptly, its smile vanishing in an instant. Before it could react, an arm emerged from the haze, gripping its neck with an ironclad hold. A suffocating sensation enveloped it as it glimpsed Yemo's unscathed figure through the murky fog. What a joke! I distinctly saw you being blasted to pieces. The bull-headed evil god's face reflected shock, only to be further astonished as it witnessed Yemo's legs, previously obliterated, swiftly regenerating at an astonishing rate. This is an indestructible body, a power exclusive to higher deities. If you've exhausted your means, then it is my turn. Boom. In an instant, a cataclysmic surge of demonic energy erupted from Yemo's being. The radiant divine light enveloping him morphed into a resplendent golden-purple demonic aura, soaring skyward. The heavens darkened, crackling with thunder. The overwhelming might of the demonic force engulfed the surroundings, provoking a transformation in the very fabric of reality. What a farce! Who is the divine entity behind you? The bull-headed evil god's pupils constricted, its body trembling uncontrollably. It gazed in disbelief at the man before it. Brace yourself, my punch will be excruciating. A torrent of demonic energy coalesced around Yemo's arm. Brilliant demonic runes spread across his limb like a spider's web, extending to his neck and enveloping his entire being. Yemo slightly bent his elbow, unleashing a devastating punch. Boom! The earth crumbled in an instant, with debris soaring into the sky. A furious gale swept across the area, demolishing all structures in its wake. The bull-headed evil god was struck directly in the abdomen by the blow, launching it skyward like a comet with a resounding crash. Aya! The fierce impact contorted its body, bending it double, while sparks erupted from its wings. All it could perceive were its hands and feet receding from the earth. Ultimately, it was propelled through the atmosphere and beyond, into the very expanse of the blue planet. Buzz! A thunderous roar erupted. The bull-headed evil god vomited torrents of blood as its colossal form collided with the moon, creating a conspicuous and immense crater. What a farce! What a farce! The bull-headed evil god stared blankly at the distant blue planet, its expression frozen in disbelief, teetering on the brink of collapse. Agonizing sensations surged through its being. Its bones had been shattered by the overwhelming force, rendering it immobile. Its soul gradually began to dissipate, its eyes dimming slowly. Finally, it succumbed to an irreversible demise. It had only been born for less than half an hour before meeting its end. Chapter 10. The bounty is vast. Congratulations. You have successfully slain an evil god, contributing 5,000 divine value to your faith deity. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1. 30 universal materials. Reward 2. Berserker class card proxy rights. Special ability card, Heavenly Demon Thunder. Reward 3. Calamity Demon Bone, divine level remains, usable by players to craft equipment. Note, the proxy can only gain experience through players. There are no experience rewards for this kill. As EMO beheld the information box presented by the system, his eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, an evil god indeed, yielding such a plethora of valuable items. However, now was not the time to sort through his spoils. He would have to meticulously account for them upon returning. Surely, there should be no further danger here. EMO quickly surveyed his surroundings. With the demise of the evil god, the cultists also fell unconscious, leaving only a few students who had been lured here. The ominous clouds above gradually began to dissipate, signaling the impending disappearance of the void. This evil goddess' influence must have been considerable, having likely entrenched itself for a long time, with nearly half of the local populace being its followers. I wonder when I will be able to establish my reputation. Confirming that there were no threats remaining, EMO snapped his fingers. His body vanished instantaneously, reappearing in his humble abode. After shedding his disguise and taking a brief cleansing bath, he seated himself cross-legged on the living room sofa, commencing the organization of his recent gains. First, he examined the 30 universal materials. As the name implies, universal materials can replace any crafting materials. The higher the quality of the equipment crafted, the greater their value. For instance, the class card EMO possessed could be entirely substituted with universal materials. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly amount to a tremendous loss. After all, the market value of universal materials has surged to 1 million each, and they are scarce, often unattainable despite possessing wealth. Selling just one could alleviate my debts, but their rarity makes future acquisition uncertain. After safely stowing away the universal materials, EMO resolved to retain them for now. Berserker, corresponding fate, warrior, class quality, A class, materials, blood soul crystal 3, white orchid grass 3, blood bear meat 2. Description, an invincible class in melee combat below SS rank. Isn't it impressive? It's a cerebral trade-off. Class phrase, one word, fight. Note, after class change, strength growth is maximized while mental growth is minimized. Personal limit, 10 cards. This Berserker class card is considered a popular choice in the market. It boasts high recognition and is easily authenticated. One can fetch around 200,000 for a single card, with its cost being merely a few thousand, allowing me to profit from it. The limitation of this card is merely a personal cap of 10, so the circulation in the market remains substantial. It could indeed yield EMO a tidy sum. Securing the Berserker class card, EMO proceeded to inspect the Heavenly Demon Thunder ability card. Ability cards are exceedingly rare, each holding immense value, typically exceeding 10 million, and are often scarce despite their worth. Even the scions of illustrious families possess only a few. It is worth noting that players unlock an ability for every 10 levels they ascend, while proxies can request an ability bestowal from deities for each tier they advance. Such cards allow players or proxies to directly acquire a specific ability. Heavenly Demon Thunder, corresponding class, Divine Proxy, ability quality, S-class, consumption, 80 points per second. Cooldown none. Description, manipulate thunder, command thunder, and devour thunder. Each attack inflicts additional lightning elemental damage, amplifying its potency by 30. During its activation, one can absorb and become immune to all lightning-based attacks. Skill phrase, with thunder, shatter the darkness. Note, for each level of skill enhancement, mana cost decreases by 3, and amplification increases by 3. Though undeniably formidable, the blue consumption of this ability is rather excessive. With my current mana limit, I can barely sustain it for even 2 seconds. To enhance the skill level, continuous usage is imperative. The more one employs it, the greater their proficiency and level will become. However, this necessitates a significant expenditure of mana. In simpler terms, one must invest in mana potions. Thus, it becomes an exceedingly costly ability in the later stages. EMO furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to utilize it himself or sell it anonymously. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, he resolved to use it himself. His divine attributes had reached the requisite standard, allowing him to acquire a divine-level ability. Among them, Heaven and Earth returning to origin would grant him limitless mana. At that point, the issue of mana would be moot. Therefore, should I first attain a mortal body or Heaven and Earth returning to origin, the former would bestow upon me an indestructible form, ensuring survival and invincibility, a most prudent choice. The latter would enable me to disregard mana consumption, rapidly elevating my skill levels, thus serving as a dual-purpose capability for both combat and growth. After pondering for several minutes, a sudden epiphany struck EMO. It seemed I had overlooked the practicality of the immortal body ability. I could fully exploit this ability to sell my body. Of course, not in the conventional sense, but by selling bodily samples to research institutions. Wouldn't that provide me with wealth? Wealth equates to mana. Moreover, at present, only one skill necessitates mana consumption, making the acquisition of heaven and earth returning to origin evidently not a cost-effective choice. I can certainly wait until I achieve the second tier before obtaining that ability. This would resolve my financial dilemma. However, I must not sell too much at once. It's best to space out my sales across multiple locations to mitigate the risk of being targeted. For such transactions, the first entity that comes to mind is the research institution of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The deity revered by the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the infinite immortal, essentially a collective of cultivators. Their specialized professions are all related to the path of immortality. Cultivation is the refinement of one's self, and particularly among soul cultivators. There exists a significant demand for such specimens. Consequently, their need for physical bodies and research into them is often paramount, and they offer the highest prices. Naturally, there is a price distinction between the bodily samples of first-tier agents and those of higher tiers. The greater the physical prowess, the higher the value. Next, let me examine the final spoils of battle. Disaster demon bone. Material quality, divine. Equipment slot, weapon. Description, material dropped by the fallen deity, suitable for crafting dark-type weapons. It inevitably imparts the additional ability, Disaster Descends. Disaster Descends. Description, grants the bearer and their summon units a 10 boost across all attributes. Agents not only provide players with profession cards, but also assist in crafting equipment. The stronger the contracted player, the greater the agent's profits. This relationship is mutually beneficial. Moreover, any divine-grade primary material comes with an additional innate ability. This particular material seems tailor-made for the necromancer class. Yemo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, oh sister, if you follow me, you shall truly enjoy a life of luxury. With the primary material for crafting secured, the only thing lacking now is the purchase of equipment molds. However, this brings to light a rather pragmatic issue, the necessity of expenditure. Alas, I must strive to earn money. Contemplating this, Yemo took out his phone and opened the map to search for Heavenly Tao Alliance Research Institute. After confirming the location and distance, he decided to rest before embarking on his quest for wealth. Chapter 11. Brother, I am in dire need of you now. As the dark mist dissipated, the hollow threat vanished. Within the ruins of the community, members of the Six Saints Church stood transfixed, gazing at the scene before them. The buildings within the community had all collapsed. The earth lay fractured and pockmarked, particularly the enormous pit at the center, which drew the most attention. Resembling the aftermath of a comet's impact. Zhou team, what on earth has transpired here? A player from the Six Saints Church, clad in the attire of the War God Hall, named Xiao Li, stared in shock at the devastation. How would I know? Zhou swallowed hard, casting an irritated glance at him. Even as a level 90 advanced player, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What kind of terrifying battle could have wrought such a magnificent spectacle? Boss, the detection results are in. Satellites indicate that the remnants of the evil god are on the moon star. At that moment, a technician skilled in machinery rushed over with a computer, taking a deep breath to stabilize his nerves before reporting. Their mission here was to collect even the tiniest fragment of the evil god's remains, as they held immense research value. Moonstar? Xiaoli blinked, glancing skyward, doubting his own hearing. Are you joking? The moonstar is 80,000 miles away. How could the corpse of the evil god possibly reach that far? Zhou Zhen erupted in anger, berating the investigator for his lack of professionalism. The satellite monitoring shows it appears to have been launched there by a single punch. Above them, 3 large question marks materialized in the air. What are you talking about? Can you access the surrounding surveillance data to see that person's face? After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhen suddenly realized something and quickly pressed the investigator. I've retrieved it. Saying this, the investigator turned his computer around, revealing a slightly blurred close-up of a figure. It was a being radiating a dazzling light. Digga? The crowd fell silent once more, exchanging bewildered glances as the question marks above their heads grew even larger. The scene shifted. After a fierce battle, Yemo felt a twinge of fatigue, prompting him to fall into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he beheld an opulent, deep-hued ceiling. At that moment, Yemo lay supine in his quarters, seemingly pressed by something warm. Great and lecherous demon lord, you have finally awakened. Alas, if only you could sleep on. I would be free to gallivant in this unworthy body. A familiar voice resonated before him. Following the sound, he soon beheld a charming demoness clad in a maid outfit. She bore a smile, her eyes slightly narrowed, the rosy heart-shaped pupils shimmering with a hint of allure as they fixed upon him. With a delicate, oval face framed by lustrous black hair, she exuded an air of innocent purity. Any man who encountered her would inevitably fall into the throes of infatuation, akin to experiencing first love. Yet, her figure, mature and voluptuous, was rife with seduction, a stark contrast to her innocent visage. Lilith, did I not instruct you to stand guard on the 3rd level? Yemo furrowed his brow, unceremoniously pushing the maid aside. His tone was laced with reproach for her dereliction of duty. He had no inclination to indulge her whims at present. He was eager to bestow upon himself a blessing and earn money. Women? They would only impede his financial progress. I was just about to report to you. I captured a sneaky intruder on the first level. Seeing that Yemo lacked enthusiasm, Lilith wisely stood up, adjusting her skirt before taking a step aside. A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes, mingling with a sense of sorrowful resentment. Intruders? Yemo instantly associated this with the members of the Six Saints Church. Perhaps they had sent a mere pawn to probe the enemy's situation. Had he perished? No. I entrusted him to the Duke of Annihilation. He is likely being tormented to the brink of insanity now, Lilith reported. You've done well, as long as you don't kill him. Feel free to torment him as you wish. Yemo nodded in satisfaction. After giving his instructions, he dismissed Lilith. As long as players do not perish, they will not return. Have you been rendered inept by that bipedal beast? Lilith sighed, her tone laced with resentment and jealousy. Yemo ignored her and opened the system interface. Congratulations, your divine envoy, ID 001, has slain an evil god in the new world, contributing 5,000 divine points to you, along with a permission card for the Berserker class. Congratulations, you have inherited the territory of the evil god of catastrophe, obtaining an A-level dungeon, Minotaur's Lair. Note, consuming divine points allows for the crafting of dungeons. Players from other factions can be slain to acquire divine points. Divine rank 3 is required to unlock this feature. Tip: as a qualified deity, you must learn to reward and punish distinctly. You may focus on nurturing capable subordinates. The system notifications swiftly flashed before him. Crafting a dungeon? Yemo was taken aback, never expecting that deities could create dungeons. Could it be that these so-called dungeons are merely contests for territory among gods? It requires a level 3 rank to unlock, so there is no rush to explore it. Setting aside his thoughts, he examined the deity panel. Name: World-Annihilating Demon God. Divine rank: 1. Divine points: 5,000. 1,000. Converting followers' conquests of other gods' dungeons or slaying gods can increase your divine points. Number of envoys: 1. Number of followers: 1. Current blessing class cards available: God-slaying Phantom Swordsman, SSS level Warrior Path, Necromancer, SSS level Mage Path, Berserker, a level Warrior Path. Tip: your divine rank has met the upgrade conditions. Upon upgrading, you will receive an additional exclusive class card. Would you like to upgrade your divine rank? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Yemo selected yes. Congratulations. Your divine rank has been upgraded to level 2. New class card acquired. Timespace Creator, SSS level Control Path. Note: the next level will unlock the Equipment Blessing function. Equipment Blessing? This was something Yemo was quite familiar with. After an agent crafts equipment, they can request blessings from the deity. The blessed equipment would possess additional enhancements. This equipment blessing would likely cost a significant amount of divine points, Yemo pondered, as he directly blessed the ability of Undying Body upon his main entity. You have successfully blessed the Divine Envoy, ID 001, with the godly ability of Undying Body. Note: the next time you bless the same Divine Envoy with a godly ability, it will require an additional 1,000 divine points, cumulative. What? Is it really that exorbitant? Yemo was stunned, realizing that the next blessing of the same godly ability would cost 2,000 divine points. No wonder there were so few with godly abilities. The expenses were staggering. Yemo had an epiphany. Killing a god only provided him with 5,000 divine points. Other means likely yielded little. Now, upgrading his divine rank to level 2, along with bestowing a godly ability, had already cost him 2,000 divine points, leaving him with only 3,000. If he wished to upgrade his divine rank again, it would require another 3,000 divine points, which would vanish in an instant. There simply weren't enough to spare. I estimate that aside from myself, no other god would sacrifice their own interests for the sake of their followers. This thought suddenly prompted Yemo to realize a crucial point. Perhaps the so-called deities are merely formidable bosses endowed with systems. Meanwhile, players and agents are merely humans endowed with systems. He decided to reserve the remaining 3,000 divine points for now, not rushing to upgrade his divine rank. Yemo sighed. Upgrading his rank would provide little more than equipment blessings and an additional class card authority. He still needed to wait for his main entity to level up before bestowing upon it the ability of earthly return. Once everything was settled, Yemo resumed his idle mode. With a snap of his fingers, he exited the dream. Slowly opening his eyes, Yemo returned to reality. Buzzing, buzzing. As soon as he awoke, he heard his phone vibrating incessantly on the bedside. Glancing at the screen, he saw the contact, Yi Xiao Xiao. It seemed that girl was no longer in peril. Yemo chuckled softly and answered the call. Brother, I really need you right now. Hearing the tremor of fear in Yi Xiao Xiao's voice, Yemo sighed in resignation. After all, she was still a young girl. It was entirely normal for her to be left with shadows after narrowly escaping death. She was likely terrified. All right, send me your location, and I will be there immediately. Yemo replied gently. He decided to bring her the Necromancer class card to comfort her tender heart. Okay. Upon hearing Yemo's voice, her emotions visibly calmed. Chapter 12. How could you have fallen to such a state? Following the address provided by Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Mo swiftly arrived at a medical clinic affiliated with the Church's institution. This clinic was quite expansive, specifically established to assist survivors embroiled in the Void Crisis, offering a series of investigations and treatments, including psychological counseling, physical examinations, and record investigations, among other services. Though it was advertised as free treatment, it primarily served the purpose of investigation, preventing any lurking evil gods from slipping through the cracks. After all, evil gods are treasures in every sense, holding immense scientific value. Thus, survivors were mandated to undergo a week-long hospital observation. If everything appeared normal, they would be allowed to leave without issue. Brother. Upon entering room 206, Yi Mo had barely approached Yi Xiaoxiao when the young girl immediately let out a soft gasp, her delicate form lunging into his embrace, her fair arms wrapping tightly around him. Do not fear. No matter what happens, I am here. Yi Mo gently patted her back, soothing her. Yi Xiaoxiao murmured in response, then sniffled, suddenly shifting the conversation. Then, could you help me pay the bills? What do you mean? Yi Mo was taken aback, just as he was about to inquire further when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned to see a sharply dressed man in a suit, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he looked at him. Mr. Yi, could you please settle Miss Ye's debts? As he spoke, the suited man produced a QR code and presented it to him. Yi Mo suddenly realized. So they summoned me here to pay her debts, did they? Yi Xiaoxiao. You little. His anger surged, and as he turned to confront her, he noticed that Yi Xiaoxiao had already buried her head under the covers, feigning death. Taking a deep breath, Yi Mo sighed in resignation and looked at the suited man. How much? Oh, this lady has been overdue for a total of 2 months. Including interest, the total amount is 25,800. Please scan the code here. Is it really that much? Yi Mo was taken aback. He was aware that Yi Xiaoxiao had incurred debts, but he had never anticipated the sum would be so exorbitant. Indeed, sir. Ms. Yi borrowed 400,000 from our company to cover her tuition fees. After repaying over 100,000, she has continued to borrow incrementally. And now she still owes 380,900. Due to her previous overdue status, she has become a blacklisted individual, unable to avail herself of the free medical benefits from the recent incident and must now pay out of pocket, which accounts for this steep amount. Hearing the suit-clad man ramble on, Yi Mo's lips twitched. In essence, this fee encompassed not only the previous debts, but also the medical expenses. I don't have that much money at the moment. Could you grant me a grace period of a few days? Yi Mo inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Sir, it's perfectly fine even if you lack funds. As he spoke, the suited man promptly extracted a contract from his briefcase. You see, I also hold a position at another lending institution. If you are in need of funds, you can. Yi Mo was instantly enlightened. This was an attempt to ensnare him into a cycle of debt. Has the lending industry sunk to such depths? Very well. He gritted his teeth and signed the contract, after which the suited man finally departed with a satisfied demeanor. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Once the business was concluded, Yi Xiaoxiao approached him with a beaming smile. She affectionately looped her arm through his and nuzzled against him. Get away from me. Yi Mo irritably shook her off. Oh dear, I was wrong, wasn't I? If it weren't for the medical expenses that cannot be delayed, I would not have come to you. I promised to repay you within 3 months. Yi Xiaoxiao continued to cling to him, playfully shaking his arm. Seeing that he remained stern-faced and unyielding, the girl bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and shyly suggested, if it comes to that, I could offer myself in return. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Yi Xiaoxiao, you have truly fallen from grace. What kind of predatory words are these? Have the values you learned over the years been so thoroughly warped? In this world, the values of the wealthy and the impoverished are indeed disparate. The affluent prioritize profit above all, seldom discussing emotions, only currency. Only 2 types of individuals can afford education, the wealthy or those who borrow. Easy for you to say, you're not even related by blood. She pouted and muttered under her breath before quickly clarifying. Oh, don't worry, old Mo. I've calculated everything. If I wake up at 5 every morning and work 3 jobs, I can earn 12,000 each month, more than enough to cover the interest. I might even have an extra 1,000 to support our little household and help you with your entrepreneurial endeavors. Yi Xiaoxiao had meticulously mapped out her future. Unfortunately, this hollow crisis had cost her tens of thousands, compelling her to seek Yi Mo's assistance. Is it conceivable that I too am indebted to the tune of over 200,000? Adding your recent debts, that totals 26,000. Yi Mo scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at the girl. At this revelation, Yi Xiaoxiao froze in shock. What? You borrowed money? How could you even consider that? If we both become blacklisted, we won't even be able to access the lower levels. It would be utterly disastrous. She lamented, clutching her head and chastising Yi Mo. In this world, any overdue loan would result in being blacklisted, stripping one of all rights. However, once overdue debts were repaid, one could revert to a good standing. Therefore, it was imperative that at least one of them remained in good standing. How dare you talk down to me, a mere 38,000 borrower? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, feeling the weight of despair settle in. Perhaps I should just drop out. She inhaled deeply, as if making a monumental decision, her spirit visibly deflating. If she were solely responsible for the debts, it would be one thing, but now she was dragging Yimo down with her. This filled her with immense guilt. Seeing her dejected demeanor, akin to a wilting flower, Yimo finally nodded in satisfaction, feigning a sigh of resignation. He gently patted her head and reassured her, as long as you recognize your mistakes, refrain from delving into loans in the future. As for the financial matters, your brother will find a solution. Yimo was not particularly worried about the loans. He primarily aimed to impart a lesson to this girl. With that, he pulled out a golden-hued professional card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xiaoxiao. What is this? The girl lethargically received the card, feeling the weight of her financial troubles overshadowing any enthusiasm. This is a professional card I made for you. Take your time to explore it. I must be off now. With that, Yimo briefly explained a few things to Yi Xiaoxiao before turning to leave. He still had to go earn money at the Science Institute of the Heavenly Alliance. Watching Yimo's retreating figure, Yi Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside her chaotic thoughts, and redirected her focus to the golden professional card in her hand. Her brother was an agent of the wild god. Surely the quality of this card would not be subpar. Yi Xiaoxiao scrutinized the card, murmuring to herself, her heart wavering. To be honest, her homeroom teacher had already reserved a rather excellent professional card for her. It was reasonably priced and an A-grade card, a rare opportunity. Once the funds were secured, she could obtain it immediately. However, this card was the very first one Yimo had crafted specifically for her. Never mind. I need to save where I can and avoid causing him any further trouble. Even if this is a D card, I'll accept it. Resolving herself, Yi Xiaoxiao promptly crushed the card in her hand. With a flash of white light, it vanished into her body. Soon after, a system notification appeared before her. Congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to Necromancer, SSS level. Chapter 13, He is my fated one. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated. An SSS level professional card? Her brother had gifted her an SSS level professional card. Yi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing with excitement. Trembling hands eagerly opened her information page. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Destiny, Mage. Extraordinary profession, Necromancer. Level, 1. Experience, 0. Constitution, 15. Speed, 20. Strength, 15. Mental, 20. Mana, 150, 150. Skill, Skeleton Summon, Level 1. Mental Art, none. Extra ability, Catastrophe Arrival. Deity of Faith, Annihilation Demon God. Catastrophe Arrival. Description, a domain type ability. Reduces all attributes of all enemy targets within a certain range by 20, while enhancing all attributes of oneself and summon units by 20. Consumption, none. Note, automatically triggers in combat. These initial attributes are extraordinarily high, and it even comes with an extra ability? Gazing at her information page, Yi Xiaoxiao felt her breath quicken with mounting trepidation. This is absurd. Utterly ludicrous. It is common knowledge that newly transitioned attributes generally range from 10 to 15. Only those possessing an S-grade or higher class card might see a slight overflow in their proficient attribute domains. Yet, her attributes were nearly maxed out. Particularly astonishing were her speed and spirit, with initial values soaring to 20 points. A full 5 points beyond the norm. Even the coveted SSS grade class card, the Elemental Envoy, which every mage dreams of, achieves an initial spirit score of merely 20. Yet, this necromancer boasted both attributes at a staggering 20. Moreover, it came with such a terrifying additional ability. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of wild deity had Lao Mo placed his faith in, that it felt more formidable than the 6 sacred gods? With this thought, her concerns about her loan faded into the background. The elation and exhilaration swelling within her were nearly overwhelming. She felt an irresistible urge to return to school for a practical test to gauge the strength of this profession. In the process, she could also promote Yimo. The greater his renown, the higher the value of the class cards he possessed. Wait. If the deity behind her older brother could rival the 6th sacred church, could the enigmatic figure who saved her today possibly? This thought momentarily startled her. Meanwhile, Jiang Linyue stepped out of the research institute, her expression clouded with melancholy. Despite the benefits of the magical patterns, the side effects tormented her severely. Even with her training in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, it was challenging to counteract them. Thus, she had decided to visit the institute to acquire items and elixirs that could suppress the flames of karma. However, the effects were negligible. Damn it. The side effects intensify daily. If this continues to accumulate, I fear. She furrowed her brows, her apprehension mounting. Ding. The child of destiny has been detected within 300 meters. Just as Jiang Linyue found herself at a loss, a system notification suddenly flashed before her. The child of destiny? Stunned, she quickly focused her gaze on a man with a furrowed brow. On another front, Yimo arrived at the Tiandao Alliance's research institute. Observing the bustling hall filled with people, he found himself momentarily perplexed. After searching for quite some time, he still could not locate the donation department. When he inquired with the staff, they uniformly stated, "If you purchase a certain product and become a member, I can escort you. If you are not a member, please seek it out yourself." How outrageous. Every single item in this research institute is exorbitantly priced. Is it truly necessary to spend money just to donate some bodily materials in this wretched world? It is a constant temptation to spend. "Hello. May I assist you with something?" A melodious and familiar voice resonated from behind him. Yemo turned to find a graceful young woman smiling warmly at him. Jiang Linyue. Upon seeing that familiar, stunning face, Yemo felt both astonished and somewhat guilty. She was dressed casually in a simple white tank top paired with denim shorts, her long, shapely legs exposed to the air, rendering her irresistibly alluring. No. Every time I see her, I can't help but recall the dream where I carried her around like a sack of garlic. Hello. Yemo wiped the sweat of guilt from his brow and hastily replied, "There's no need to be so formal. I want tea bite." Noticing his unease, Jiang Linyue offered a gentle smile, striving to appear amiable. After all, she was one of the prominent faces of the Tiandao Alliance, a well-known public figure. It was natural for him to feel nervous upon greeting her. "You seem troubled. Is there something I can help you with?" As she inquired. Her gaze continuously scrutinized Yemo. The system hinted that contact was necessary to alleviate the flames of karma. Thus, she sought a suitable opportunity to touch this man and experiment. "Oh, I wish to go to the donation department to donate some bodily materials for compensation." Grateful for her assistance, Yemo seized the opportunity to express his need. "Is that so? Then allow me to take you there." Jiang Linyue's eyes brightened as she instinctively grasped Yemo's wrist, leading him onward. However, just as her skin made contact with his, an exhilarating sensation surged through her, striking her mind like a bolt of lightning. She couldn't help but emit a soft gasp, her body freezing in place. The pent-up side effects within her were instantaneously released, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Miss Jiang, what's wrong?" Noticing her sudden stillness after taking just a few steps, Yemo inquired, perplexed. He could distinctly feel her grip on his hand tightening. "I'm fine." After a brief pause of several seconds, Jiang Linyue finally regained her composure. In that moment, she felt rejuvenated. The oppressive side effects that had weighed her down vanished entirely, leaving her in a state of bliss. It actually worked. Elated by the alleviation of her side effects, she felt a surge of joy. "Ding! You have successfully made contact with the Child of Destiny, Magic Energy 1. Successfully unlock the function to upgrade the Demon God Seal." Note: the more intimate the contact with the Child of Destiny, the greater the increase in corruption value. Tip: magic energy can enhance the level of the Demon God Seal. Current magic energy, 1,500. This ability can actually be upgraded? She marveled internally while guiding Yemo, delving into the mechanics of the Demon God Seal. Demon God Seal, Level 1. Magic energy, 1,500. Description: an indelible mark left upon you by ancient gods and demons. It cannot be erased or diminished. Effect 1. Experience gain increased by 30, with an additional 10 attribute boost upon leveling up. Effect 2. All attributes increased by 20. Effect 3. When together with the Child of Destiny, skill cultivation effects increase by 200, with all other effects doubling. Side effect: desire increases daily, and can only be alleviated through contact with the Child of Destiny. The current effects are already quite formidable. If it could be upgraded, wouldn't it be truly extraordinary? Jiang Linyue swallowed hard, her grip on Yemo's hand tightening as she began to gently knead it. Magic energy, 1. Magic energy, 1. Indeed. Even ordinary contact can augment magic energy and alleviate side effects. In that case, even if I do not choose a scion as my representative, I can still carve out a realm of my own. With this thought, Jiang Linyue brimmed with anticipation and longing for the future. Chapter 14, The Second Player. As Yemo felt the soft fingers gliding across his wrist, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this merely an illusion? Does it seem as though she is attempting to seduce me? No, that cannot be right. Given Jiang Linyue's character, such behavior is highly unlikely. Just a few days ago in my dream, despite my efforts, I could not make her yield. How could she possibly be interested in my unremarkable self? To be candid, Yemo was unaware of the additional effects of the magic patterns. After all, he had never subjected himself to such a thing. It was typically employed to adjust the target's sensory perception and sensitivity. Soon, Yemo was escorted by Jiang Linyue to the entrance of the donation department. The esteemed saintess. Upon pushing open the door to the donation department, a young girl clad in the attire of the Celestial Path Alliance approached with a warm smile. Her demeanor was cordial, a stark contrast to the staff in the hall prior. Indeed, having an acquaintance changes everything, Yemo mused inwardly. May I inquire who this gentleman is? The attending girl quickly cast her gaze upon Yemo, who stood behind Jiang Linyue, her expression reflecting curiosity. Oh, this is a friend of mine. He is currently in a bit of a financial bind and wishes to donate some bodily materials. Please purchase them at the best price possible, and kindly waive the queue process for him. Of course, Saintess. The girl nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yemo was overjoyed, not anticipating such a fortunate turn of events. He promptly expressed his gratitude. Miss Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. It is but a trivial matter. How about we exchange contact information? Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may reach out to me. Jiang Linyu thought to herself that this opportunity to exchange contact details would prove advantageous, especially if the side effects of the magic patterns were to manifest later. Thank you, thank you. Yemo expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He was surprised to find Jiang Linyu so amicable in reality, far removed from the aloof persona he had imagined. It was timely, as he planned to purchase some mana potions soon. He could approach her then, given her status. Perhaps he could secure a discount. Sir, please follow me. Once pleasantries were exchanged, the attending girl led Yemo into a small black room within. Upon opening the door, he beheld a sophisticated piece of equipment. What type of bodily materials do you wish to donate? The girl inquired with a smile as she activated the device. Which materials does the Celestial Path Alliance offer the highest reimbursement for? What is the most expensive? Aside from kidneys, we also have. As the girl's gaze gradually descended, it landed on a certain area near Yemo's waist. Yemo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Is that so? Shouldn't that be a curse for your kind of cultivation? It was well known to him that many of the Celestial Path Alliance's techniques required a purging of distractions. The less one was burdened by the 6 desires, the greater the enhancement. Indeed, however, the technology for transplantation has matured significantly. Some cultivators, desiring to reclaim their masculinity for reasons of vanity, are willing to pay a premium for high-quality curses, especially among the male members of the pleasure sect, who often use their curses as a form of subsidy to procure better quality. The attending girl patiently elaborated. The Celestial Path Alliance, under the 6 holy teachings, comprises 6 sects, with the pleasure sect placing the utmost importance on this matter. Possessing a fine curse is akin to owning a splendid vehicle. It is a manifestation of status, strength, and capital. Very well, then. I shall donate both of my kidneys. Please install a simulation device to maintain basic life functions. After a moment's contemplation, Yemo resolved to part with these valuable assets, planning to explore other factions later. The attending girl appeared taken aback, her expression becoming rather peculiar. You truly are leaving no room for retreat. For a normal individual, donating both kidneys poses a significant risk to life. Yet with the installation of a simulation device, one could continue living, though the functions in that regard would be entirely forsaken. Thus, she harbored serious doubts about whether this individual might be a colleague from the Heartless sect. Very well, sir. Here is the donation contract. Please review it. The total comes to 420,000 soft currency. If there are no objections, you may sign the contract. The attending girl swiftly handed Yemo the printed contract. After signing the necessary personal information and the contract, the surgery proceeded successfully. The entire process, including the operation, took merely 30 minutes. One could not help but marvel at the advanced technology in this world, which far surpassed that of his previous life. The entire procedure was mechanized, and he experienced no discomfort afterward. Ding. Q message received. 420,000 currency. Upon confirming the funds had arrived, Yemo departed with satisfaction. Once Yemo had left, Jiang Linyu emerged from the shadows. Please show me the personal information and donation contract he filled out. Certainly, Saintus. The attending girl was momentarily startled but complied swiftly. Jiang Linyu took the personal information from Yemo and scrutinized it carefully. He is actually a clerical agent? However, it appears he has recently contracted with the wild god. Upon seeing the donation materials, Jiang Linyu's eyes widened. He actually donated both kidneys? How ruthless. This essentially meant he had bid farewell to his masculine capabilities. Wait, does that imply that no matter how inappropriate our interactions may become, there is no need to worry about unintended consequences? I could even treat him as a sister. He could assist in suppressing the side effects of the magic patterns while providing a 200 skill enhancement. The most terrifying aspect is that he could infinitely elevate the magic patterns level, thus unlocking other abilities. This is simply the proxy I have long desired. The only drawback was his lower tier and inability to provide her with high-level equipment or items. But that was of little concern. She could earn her own money. Perhaps once her mentor retired, she could have a conversation with him. With that thought, Jiang Linyu felt a renewed sense of optimism. The day she personally slayed that boss was one step closer. Meanwhile, after acquiring the funds, Yemo immediately rushed to the restroom. Undying body. Ability level, divine. Description, possesses near-immortal regenerative capabilities. Even with but a single drop of blood or a solitary cell remaining, it can restore itself to its optimal state. Consumption, none. Cooldown, none. Toggleable passive. Note, this ability requires no upgrades. In a mere moment, Yemo's body restored itself to its former condition. Now that he had the initial capital, he could proceed to the Adventurers Association to register for a dungeon qualification certificate, and then visit the talent market to contract players for dungeon expeditions. Yi Xiaoxiao was still in the hospital undergoing examinations and would not be able to leave for 7 days. To enhance his strength, the proxy must rely on players to conquer dungeons. With money no longer a concern, his only dilemma lay in finding players to undertake dungeon missions. he still had an SSS-level occupation card that remained unclaimed. Thus, he must contract another player specifically to assist him in dungeon expeditions. Yimo had it all planned out. Yi Xiaoxiao would serve as his banner, allowing her to participate in various competitions and in-school dungeon activities at Kaiyan High School, thereby enhancing her level and simultaneously bolstering his reputation. On this side, it is necessary to find another player dedicated to assisting him in dungeon runs. Chapter 15. This Cat-Eared Girl. Time flows like water, and the years swiftly pass. 5 days have hurriedly elapsed. After Yimo applied for a dungeon qualification certificate at the Adventurers Association, he rented a small office in the dungeon commercial district. This space was specifically designated for attracting and gathering players. This is a stringent requirement. Agents of the wild gods must possess a legitimate office, much like how one must have an office to establish a company in the past. Although the location is somewhat remote, it is conveniently close to the dungeon teleportation array. With an annual rental fee of only 100,000, it is quite a bargain. The only drawback is that the lease is for a minimum of 3 years and requires a lump sum payment up front. Fortunately, in recent days, Yimo had donated some physical materials to other factions within the Six Saints Church, allowing him to avoid financial constraints. After accounting for his expenses over the past few days, he still has over 200,000 in reserve funds. How frustrating. Who would have thought that recruiting a player could be so challenging? In the cramped office, Yimo reclined on a black leather sofa, idly tossing a ping-pong ball. After operating for 3 days, he opened a dual account online, spending money on advertisements to attract recruits. During this time, he did manage to draw a few inquiries about job openings. However, upon learning that he was a newly established wild god with no reputation or dungeon strategy records, they all chose to leave. Even when Yimo offered free profession cards as an incentive for recruitment, he was met with indifference. The most infuriating part was that some even left negative reviews. There were even reports alleging fraudulent practices akin to those of a cultist. In this day and age, starting a business is exceedingly challenging. No, it is the pursuit of dungeon runs that has proven to be so difficult. Without a reputation, no players dare to join. And without players, one cannot build a reputation. It is a vicious cycle. Alas, if all else fails, he will have to wait for that girl, Yi Xiaoxiao, to be discharged from the hospital. With her looks, a live stream to help promote the office should be quite effective. The only drawback is that she still has to attend school, so at most, she can only work part-time. What I truly need now is a full-time employee willing to work tirelessly, preferably someone open to unpaid overtime. Where on earth can I find such a diligent individual? Meanwhile, at number 206 in the dungeon commercial street, a soft, slightly nervous voice resonated. Excuse me, do you still have openings for players? A petite cat-eared girl bowed at a 90-degree angle, holding her resume high. With sincerity, she sought employment from the office agent. You are a subhuman, aren't you? The agent stroked his small mustache, scrutinizing the girl before shaking his head helplessly. In this world, the status of subhumans is even lower than that of illegal residents. They are a race that has long suffered discrimination and exclusion, regarded as an inferior species that has not fully evolved. Of course, another reason is that subhumans require double the experience points to level up compared to ordinary individuals. Yes, but I am very hardworking. I can even accept running dungeons for 24 hours straight. Please, grant me a chance. Meng Li earnestly advocated for herself. The urgency in her request stemmed from her mother's severe illness, which necessitated 200,000 for surgery. As a subhuman, her low status barred her from even qualifying for a loan. Thus, undertaking dungeon runs to earn quick money became her only avenue. Well, that is not out of the question, the agent mused, examining Meng Li closely. Really? Her eyes brightened, and her little tuft of hair stood upright. The soft white cat ears perked up as she excitedly raised her delicate oval face, brimming with anticipation. However, how much are you prepared to spend on a profession card? The agent narrowed his eyes slightly, a cunning smile playing on his lips. I have a budget of 20,000, but I can settle for the most basic profession card, even if it's a D rank. She had only 20,000 left, which constituted her entire family's possessions and hopes. According to market prices, a C rank profession card would suffice. Only 20,000. It seems you lack sincerity. The agent sighed, shaking his head regretfully. Meng Li's smile froze, her soft cat ears drooping in dismay. She understood the agent's implication. She needed to increase her offer. With a distressed expression, she tentatively inquired, how much do you require? How much? That depends on your sincerity. After all, as a subhuman, having you join our team would significantly impact our reputation. At the very least, I would need 150,000. 150,000. Meng Li gasped in shock. This price was far beyond her means. What? You don't have any money? Can I issue you an IOU? She pleaded, falling back on a more modest proposal. Huh. The agent's expression darkened instantly. Do you think this is a charity? A subhuman expects to join an office without spending any money? Where in the world does such a thing happen? Get lost. Bang. The office door was slammed shut, and Meng Li was unceremoniously thrown out. With a resigned sigh, she walked onto the bustling street, illuminated by flickering lights. through the reflections in the glass windows. She gazed at her own dejected and disheveled face. She attempted to force a smile, but found it impossible. Her head hung low, and her white cat ears drooped listlessly. Exhausted, she gradually crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head, curling up in a dark corner. Her solitary figure starkly contrasted with the surrounding din of the street. Mengli, oh Mengli, how utterly useless you are, she chastised herself, the weight of her grievances spilling forth in that moment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In recent days, she had visited no fewer than 100 offices. Due to her subhuman status, hardly any would accept her. The most distressing part was the scornful gazes that mocked and belittled her. Yet she could only force a smile and endure the grotesque faces before her. I'm so tired, truly exhausted. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. But she dared not return. She feared confronting reality, afraid to face her sister's hopeful smile upon her return, afraid of disappointing them. Little girl, are you here for an interview? I have free profession cards to give away. Just as she wallowed in despair, a gentle, unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Mengli instinctively turned around. She spotted a man standing behind her, beaming with a smile. His gaze bore the unmistakable aura of a cunning merchant, the kind that devours without leaving a trace. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to linger at the entrance. Mengli brushed off the dust from her clothes and hurriedly apologized. She had noticed this office before, yet she has never mustered the courage to step inside. After all, this place exudes a profound sense of insecurity. The new emblem of the resident wild god on the narrow doorplate to the right is particularly striking, especially the slogan on the billboard that proclaims, "Join us and receive an SSS-level job card." Such promotional phrases only serve to reinforce the belief that this is undoubtedly an establishment run by cultists of a malevolent deity, a veritable den of deceit. Just days ago, even members of the church had ventured inside for an inspection. But do come in. Guests are always welcome, Yemo declared, disregarding all hesitation and Dream Lee's feelings. He seized her hand and pulled her inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud and locking it behind them. Chapter 16. So the beast folk do not possess 4 ears? In recent days, Yemo had taken note of this young girl. He observed her scurrying along this side street, entering numerous offices only to emerge looking disheveled and defeated. She had even lingered outside his own establishment multiple times without ever stepping inside. Thanks to the gossip from the neighboring Aunt Wong, Yemo came to grasp Dream Lee's situation. What do you want? The girl's voice was as faint as a whisper. Clenching her fists against her chest, she regarded Yemo with wariness. Her striking blue eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety. Cornered, she instinctively swallowed hard. What do I want? Hee. Yemo's eyes narrowed with mischievous delight as he inched closer. His tall, robust figure cast an imposing shadow over her petite frame, evoking the presence of a hungry predator. He then slowly extended his hand towards her, as if to ensnare her. Please don't come any closer. Dream Lee squeaked, startled by the warmth of his presence. Like a frightened kitten, she fluffed her fur and tensed up, instinctively shutting her eyes and crouching down. So it turns out you beast folk do not have 4 ears. Yemo remarked, gently parting the soft fur atop her ears. Realizing the truth he had long pondered in his previous life, whether the characters in anime with beast ears possessed 2 or 4. At last, he had uncovered the mystery. Yet he couldn't help but note how remarkably soft her ears were. Who on earth would have 4 ears? As Yemo withdrew his hand, Dream Lee let out a small sigh of relief. Unable to suppress a frown, she murmured her discontent. So when you beast folk make a phone call, do you hold it above your head? Yemo deftly shifted the topic to ease the tension. In this world, the number of beast folk was minuscule. One seldom encountered them in the city. Only in impoverished districts or mixed environments like this side street could one find them. Moreover, communication networks in such places were generally underdeveloped. Living in the more affluent areas, Yemo rarely crossed paths with them. Those with drooping ears have it easier. But for those of us with upright ears, it can be rather troublesome, Dream Lee explained, adjusting her own ears. Unbeknownst to her, she had been subtly guided to the coffee table, where she found herself seated on the couch. Clutching the cup of water he had offered, she responded cautiously, her gaze frequently darting toward the door, betraying her unease. To be frank, she yearned to flee. Yet, being someone who struggled to refuse, she momentarily found herself at a loss for an excuse to leave. After all, he was an agent, undoubtedly someone of the city. Regardless of what he might do to her, her humble status made it exceedingly difficult to seek legal protection from the Church of Six Saints. There's no need to be so tense. I assure you, I won't harm you. If I am not mistaken, Miss Dream Lee, you are in search of an office, aren't you? Yemo noted her discomfort and smiled as he got to the heart of the matter. Yes, Dream Lee nodded. She intended to respond with a few casual remarks before requesting to leave. Then why not come to my place? You must have noticed that I am in need of staff, and your urgent desire to exit the dungeon aligns perfectly with what I can offer, Yemo invited directly. Well, I should think it over before making a decision, she replied dismissively, eager to escape the situation. Given the man's previous actions and the unsettling aura of the newly established wild god, she felt no inclination to work under someone like him. Yemo could discern the insincerity in her words. If he let her go now, it was likely she would lose the courage to approach him again in the future. Miss Dreamly, you must have realized by now just how challenging it is for beast folk to secure a position in an office. Even if you were to miraculously join one, the treatment you would receive would hardly be favorable. However, my establishment is a different story. First and foremost, I do not harbor any prejudice against beast folk and can offer you the same remuneration as any ordinary player. Upon hearing this, Dreamly's ears perked up noticeably. His words struck a chord within her. You do not discriminate against beast folk? She slowly raised her gaze, astonished as she stared at Yemo. Her recent job hunting experiences had painfully revealed the depth of societal bias against beast folk. The most common response she received was some variation of, but you're a beast folk. Indeed, not only do I not discriminate, but I also have a fondness for you. I often dream of engaging in profound discussions with beast folk, particularly relishing the delightful sensation of your furry ears. I could easily spend a year simply playing with them. Yemo declared with utmost sincerity, unabashedly uttering the most audacious words. This is too. Dreamly's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of Yemo's earlier caress of her ears, leaving her feeling utterly mortified as she instinctively covered her face. When had she, as a beast folk, ever received such compliments? Of course, regarding compensation, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can offer you a 60 share of the dungeon earnings. This means the more you work with me, the greater your rewards. Seizing the opportune moment, Yemo continued to tempt her with the enticing proposal. 60. You are truly willing to grant me such a generous commission? Dreamly's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Yemo's offer struck her at her most vulnerable point. To be candid, she was in dire need of money. A 60 share was significantly higher than what ordinary players received. Yemo genuinely did not view her with disdain. In fact, he seemed to hold her in high regard. No problem at all. If you agree, we can sign the contract right now. Yemo retrieved a prepared parchment from his drawer and presented it to Dreamly. May I make a rather unreasonable request? Dreamly glanced at the contract, took a deep breath, and timidly glanced at Yemo. Go ahead, he replied, somewhat taken aback, but still nodding. Could you possibly not arrange any holidays for me? I wish to earn more money, she said, casting her eyes downward. Feeling a tad shy. In truth, we beast folk possess abundant energy and require little rest. Holidays tend to be rather superfluous for us. As she spoke, she felt increasingly brazen. The man had already offered her such generous terms, and yet here she was, daring to make additional demands? Upon hearing this, Yemo was momentarily speechless. Wait, no holidays? Unpaid overtime? What kind of extraordinary employee is this? Apologies, is my request too excessive? Dreamly ventured cautiously, sensing his lack of response. She realized her demand was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Her own lack of need for rest did not mean that the agent shared the same sentiment. Every day, he comes over to open the door and assist in selling the materials for his own profits, which is quite an exhausting endeavor. How could he possibly trouble Mr. Agent like this? No, please do not hesitate. Yemo was overjoyed and immediately grasped Meng Li's hand tightly, subsequently erasing the 4 days of vacation stipulated in the contract. Before long, the two signed the agreement, and Meng Li became the first employee of the Mo Shao agency, as well as Yemo's second player. Mr. Agent, what time should I report for duty tomorrow? 8 in the morning. No, make it 10. Yemo initially intended to say 8, but reconsidered. Knowing Meng Li had no vacation, it would be rather inconsiderate otherwise. Then, can I come at 6 in the morning? Meng Li glanced at Yemo and timidly inquired. Eager to start earning money. My goodness. Yemo was taken aback. He admitted he had underestimated this employee's enthusiasm. With such a diligent worker, what more could one desire for prosperity? Then, I shall prepare a key for you tomorrow. This arrangement made Yemo feel a bit sheepish. To his conscience, he had not exploited his employee. It was all Meng Li's own request. All right, then Mr. Agent, I shall take my leave. Sensing Yemo's lack of refusal, Meng Li felt a slight relief. Had she made too many requests of Mr. Agent? Would he truly not resent her for it, especially after providing her with a key? Just as she was about to depart, Yemo suddenly called out to her. He then retrieved a thick stack of cash from a nearby safe. This is an advance on your salary, totaling 200,000. I will gradually deduct it from your earnings. Alongside the cash, he handed her a golden professional card, placing it directly into her hands. What is this? Meng Li stared blankly at the suitcase filled with red bills, her eyes wide with astonishment. Hurry home, and come back to work after you finish your personal matters tomorrow. As he spoke, Yemo reached out and gently ruffled Meng Li's soft hair. Feeling the warmth above her head, the young girl was overwhelmed with emotions, her eyes slightly reddening. After taking a deep breath, all her thoughts coalesced into a single phrase. Thank you, Mr. Agent. Chapter 17. Mr. Agent is not that kind of person. Watching Meng Li's departing figure, Yemo sighed in resignation. His funds had dwindled again. Originally, he had a reserve of 280,000, but after this expenditure, only 80,000 remained. Coupled with an external debt of 280,000, his total funds had plummeted into the negative. However, regarding the 200,000 spent, Yemo felt a pang of regret. Yet he recognized it significantly bolstered the employee's sense of belonging. In truth, he could have used that amount to entice Meng Li into joining the agency, making her agreement far easier without further persuasion. Yet, doing so would greatly diminish her sense of belonging, as it would equate to coercing her into employment with 200,000. By contrast, presenting her with the same sum after she accepted the position would signify assistance, albeit under the guise of a loan. Indeed, while money may not be omnipotent, its absence is utterly debilitating. Reflecting on this, Yemo opened his attribute panel. Name: Yemo, agent level, tier 1. Experience: 0, shared with contract players. Constitution: 12, speed, 11, strength, 15, mentality, 10, blue energy, 12, 100, contract players. 2. Abilities: Unity of Life, exclusive, Heavenly Demon Thunder, level 2, Indestructible Body, Divine Grade. Current Blessing career cards available: God-Slaying Demon Swordmaster, SSS Grade Warrior Path. Necromancer, SSS Grade Mage Path. Timespace Creator, SSS Grade Control Path. Berserker, a Grade Warrior Path. Deity of Faith, world-destroying demon god. In recent days, he had expended nearly several tens of thousands on the small blue bottle, barely elevating the Heavenly Demon Thunder ability to level 2. Heavenly Demon Thunder, S grade. Ability level, level 2, 78. Consumption, 77 points per second. Cooldown, none. Description: manipulate thunder, control thunder, devour thunder. Each attack carries thunder elemental damage, amplifying its power by 33. During its use, it can absorb all thunder-based attacks. Skill phrase: with thunder, shatter the darkness. The increase in power from level 2 of Heavenly Demon Thunder was merely a rise of 3, along with an additional 3 points of magical consumption per second. The enhancement was minimal, yet the expense was substantial. Truly, whether as a divine agent or a player, one must continually invest in order to grow stronger. Closing the system panel, Yemo retrieved the small blue bottle from his drawer. Blue energy, 100. After consuming it, he directly unleashed Heavenly Demon Thunder. His eyes radiated with lightning, his entire being enveloped in thunderous energy, his black hair standing on end. Instantly, his aura soared, resembling the dignified Thunder King. If he were to shed his garments, he would appear as a darkened version of Sikongja. Heavenly Demon Thunder Proficiency, 3. However, this imposing presence dissipated completely within a second. Regrettably, his blue energy limit was too low. Each activation of the ability required him to consume a bottle of blue potion. Yemo sighed in resignation. Each bottle of the blue potion cost 300, translating to an expenditure of 300 soft sister currency for every 3 proficiency points. A veritable money-devouring beast. Nevertheless, tomorrow he would be entering the dungeon, and once the players under his control leveled up, their enhanced attributes would also benefit him. The stronger the players he controlled, the stronger Yemo himself would become. Meanwhile, Meng Li, clutching the small suitcase, dashed along. After crossing a stone bridge, she arrived at a dilapidated shack in the slums. The modest abode was in disrepair, with straw strewn across the crumbling bricks. Being in a poverty-stricken area, the environment was chaotic, devoid of sanitation workers to clean the streets, resulting in litter strewn everywhere and an overwhelming stench permeating the air. Xiao Yao, it's your sister. Meng Li knocked on the door, signaling for the occupant inside to open up. Creak. The sound of footsteps echoed from within, and the weathered wooden door was soon pulled open. Sister, a tiny voice called out. A small figure emerged, rushing to embrace Meng Li's slender waist. Thud. However, it collided headfirst into the suitcase Meng Li held. Ouch. The little girl winced, her brows furrowing in pain. Her face scrunched up, and her cute cat ears drooped. Sister, what is this? She complained, clutching her little head in agony, her eyes brimming with tears. Come inside first. Dreamly did not respond, instead pulling the little girl into the house. Mom, I'm back. She closed the door and secured the latch. Dreamly led her sister directly to the narrow bedroom. Upon the bed lay a pale, emaciated cat human. Hearing the commotion, the woman on the bed fluttered her eyelashes and opened her mismatched eyes. One blue, one purple. Shaoli, you're back, she said. Dream G struggled to prop herself up, a faint smile forced upon her colorless, oval face. You must be hungry. There's rice porridge on the table. Have some first. After you finish eating, I have something to discuss. She was aware that Dreamly had been tirelessly toiling for her sake these past few days. As someone who had been through similar trials, she understood well that for a cat human to join an agency, there were essentially 2 paths. One required a considerable bribe, and the other involved sacrificing one's body to become a plaything for the wealthy's peculiar tastes. Beyond these 2 options, there were virtually no alternatives. Each time she saw Dreamly return home disheartened and weeping quietly under the covers at night, her heart ached with guilt and sorrow as a mother. She feared that her daughter might tread the treacherous path of no return. These days had been agonizing for her. She desperately wished to survive, to remain by her daughter's sides as they grew. Yet, the cost of survival was exorbitant. The burden of high expenses suffocated Dreamly. Therefore, to avoid being a burden and a hindrance to them, she had resolved to convey everything tonight, and once her daughters were asleep, she would take poison. Mom, I'm not hungry. I successfully joined the agency today, and I can start working tomorrow. A radiant smile adorned Dream Lee's face. Really? Sister, that's wonderful. Mom's illness will finally be cured. Little Meng Yao exclaimed in joyous delight upon hearing this. Dream Ji, however, was taken aback, her expression lacking genuine joy, replaced instead by concern. As someone who had experienced similar struggles, she was acutely aware of the challenges that cat humans faced in joining an agency. Oh, that's truly splendid. But did your agent make any particular demands? Dream Ji feigned happiness, her words laced with apprehension. No, my agent is really nice. He doesn't discriminate against cat humans. And his treatment is even double that of ordinary players. As she spoke, Dream Lee pondered for a moment before adding, He even mentioned that he really likes my ears and ultimately gave me some money. With excitement, Dream Lee opened the suitcase she was holding. A cascade of red bills spilled forth, dazzling Dream Ji's eyes. Wow, that's a lot of money. Little Meng Yao gasped in astonishment. Yet, Dream Ji's gaze became increasingly complex. No discrimination against cat humans, better treatment than ordinary people, and he even gave her money voluntarily? Such claims sounded utterly ludicrous. Wait, did Dream Lee just say that the agent liked her ears? Could it be that her daughter had? A terrifying image suddenly flooded Dream Ji's mind. Dream Lee, in her desperation to afford treatment, might sacrifice herself to fulfill that man's grotesque desires. All of her words now seemed to be mere reassurances to spare her mother's worry. Contemplating this, Dream Ji's expression darkened, her breath becoming more rapid. She took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. With sorrowful eyes, she gazed at Dream Lee and embraced her tightly, murmuring, I'm sorry. It's your mother who has burdened you, forcing you to endure pain that one your age should never have to bear. Sensing the pain in her mother's words, Meng Yao was momentarily stunned. After reflecting on Dream Ji's statement, she quickly realized. Her mother couldn't possibly think that she and the agent had. Blushing furiously, steam seemed to emit from her head. She pushed her mother away and hurriedly explained, Mom, the agent is not at all what you think. Chapter 18. The agent is truly wonderful. After fervently trying to explain herself to Dream Ji, Dream Lee wearily returned to her own room. However, given her mother's expression, it was clear she remained unconvinced. It felt as though she would demand a physical examination. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed quite unrealistic. Not only did the agent not discriminate against cat humans, but he actively offered assistance. He truly was an unusual man. The thought of Yimos' interest in her ears, coupled with his bold declaration that he could enjoy them for a year, left her feeling bashful and awkward. Her white, fluffy cat ears twitched instinctively, while the single tuft of hair on her head twisted in embarrassment. Her cheeks reddened gradually, and the quirky plush pillow she clutched was squeezed into an odd shape. Right. The agent had instructed her to familiarize herself with the abilities of her profession card. Shoving aside her chaotic thoughts, she suddenly recalled something. She pulled out the purple golden profession card from her pocket. With a slight press of her palm, she effortlessly crushed the card. A radiant white light burst forth, surging directly into Dream Lee's body. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to God-slaying demon swordsman, SSS level. As the system notification flashed before her eyes, Dream Lee was momentarily taken aback. She blinked, rubbed her eyes to ensure she wasn't hallucinating, and then her mouth gradually fell agape. This was actually an SSS level profession card? Her pupils constricted in disbelief, and she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Suddenly, she recalled the advertisement for Yimos agency that promised an SSS level profession card upon joining. Initially, she had thought it was merely a gimmick to attract attention, but to her surprise, it was genuine. The girl's breath quickened in anticipation. Eagerly, she opened her personal information to scrutinize it closely. Name, Dream Lee. Path, Warrior. Extraordinary profession, God-slaying demon swordsman. Level, 1. Experience, 0. Constitution, 20. Speed, 20. Strength, 20. Mentality, 20. Mana, 80-80. Skill, Ghost Shadow / Level 1. Mental method, none. Extra ability, Power of the Demon God. Deity of Faith, Annihilation Demon God. Upon seeing her Level 1 attribute panel, she fell into astonishment once more. The attributes were astonishingly overpowered. The initial attribute limit for normal professions rarely exceeded 15, with most hovering around 10 to 15. Only SSS level cards could break through the 20-point barrier in their specialized attributes. Yet, her initial attributes were uniformly at 20 points. This was simply unbelievable. Wait, it seemed that an extra ability was included right from the start? Each SSS level profession card typically came with an extra ability, but it required certain levels and conditions to awaken. However, the God-slaying demon swordsman profession had an extra ability from the outset. Did this mean there was a possibility of further awakening? With that thought, Dream Lee instinctively swallowed hard and clicked to check the details of the special ability, Power of the Demon God. Power of the Demon God. Introduction. In combat, power and constitution are augmented by 20, granting immunity to all control effects. Consumption, none. Note, automatically triggered in battle. Innately endowed with an augmentation of 20 in strength and constitution, coupled with an indomitable physique, the primary flaw of a warrior's fate lies in their short attack range, rendering them vulnerable to control effects and susceptible to being kite. However, this additional passive skill adeptly circumvents the inherent shortcomings of the warrior class. It is simply astonishingly powerful. Subsequently, Mengli opened her skill list to explore further. Ghost Shadow Slash. Skill level, 10. Consumption, 80. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Description, increases speed by 50 for 10 seconds while unleashing a horizontal slash with a power augmentation of 30. Note, each level increases speed by 5 and attack enhancement by 2. Such a formidable skill. Mengli exclaimed in awe once more. A speed augmentation of 50 is nothing short of terrifying among all classes. This undoubtedly provides her with a significant opportunity to close the distance to her target. Moreover, let us not forget her indomitable physique. The substantial acceleration granted by her indomitable state leaves no chance for rear-line classes to survive. How could Mr. Agent bestow such a precious class card upon a demi-human like me? Mengli's heart swelled with excitement and gratitude. Undoubtedly, Yemo had not deceived her. He held no prejudice against her. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such a valuable class to her. It is well known that it is exceptionally arduous for demi-humans to level up. Even so, he did not hesitate to share his resources. Mr. Agent has been so kind to me. I must not let him down. She clenched her small fist, vowing to double her efforts in future dungeon runs to help Yemo earn more money. Time flowed like water, and the night swiftly passed. Yemo yawned, quickly refreshed himself, and rode his small electric scooter toward his office. Without a doubt, with Mengli's arrival, he could finally arrange for players to venture into dungeons. As it was their first outing together, he needed to accompany her. However, it was still early, merely 8:30 in the morning. Last night, Yemo had consumed a considerable number of blue potions to elevate the heavenly demon god Thunder to level 3. It seemed he needed to find time to donate some body materials again. The blue potions he had purchased were running low, and his funds were also dwindling. The Berserker class card, still hanging in the dead fish net, had yet to be sold. After all, it was a $20,000 item, and it wouldn't sell quickly. Thus, it was time to seek some extra earnings from other factions within the Six Holy Court. Oh, that girl has arrived so early. I thought I told her she could come later. Approaching the entrance of the Mo Shao office, he spotted a petite cat-eared girl squatting at the door. The young girl hugged her knees, her head darting around in curiosity. Behind her, she bore a rough, oversized iron sword. The sheer size and weight of the sword starkly contrasted with Mengli's small frame. He was taken aback to find that she had already procured her own equipment. Yemo's expression turned to one of surprise. With the remaining 80,000, he had planned to allocate a few thousand to buy Mengli a weapon and armor. He never anticipated that she had already made her own purchases. Upon seeing Yemo's figure, Mengli immediately broke into a beaming smile. "Mr. Agent, good morning," she exclaimed, dashing to his side and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Oh no, the hilt of the massive sword nearly collided with Yemo's face, but fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time. I'm so sorry. That wasn't intentional." Realizing her faux pas, Mengli quickly apologized. "It's all right," Yemo replied, slightly flustered as he waved his hand dismissively. He then fished out his keys, inserted them into the lock, and opened the door. "By the way, how is your mother doing?" he inquired as he pushed open the office door. "Thanks to you, she has been arranged to the hospital. This morning, she was admitted for treatment," Mengli replied. "Good to hear," Yemo nodded, retrieving the dungeon strategy permit from his desk drawer. He patted Mengli's shoulder and said, "Let us go. You're still a newcomer, so I'll accompany you to the dungeon teleportation hall. New players must be accompanied by an agent when entering dungeons. Once she becomes more proficient, Mengli will be able to venture in alone." All right. Hearing they were about to enter a dungeon made Mengli feel a rush of excitement and nervousness. Would they finally be entering a dungeon? Chapter 19. Demi-human? Not even dogs would group. Yemo accompanied Mengli to the nearby dungeon teleportation hall. This facility is divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to levels 1 to 39, 40 to 69, and 70 to 99, respectively. Naturally, Mengli was headed for the beginner teleportation hall. Although it was a low-level hall, the interior was exceptionally spacious and teeming with players. A myriad of players donned various appearances, but the most striking were undoubtedly those few standing proudly in the center. They were adorned with flamboyant visual effects, evidently promoting the Six Holy Court's premium players. They held up signs proclaiming, Tiandao Alliance's Xiao Yao Sect, power leveling services. Just 5,000 for a quick upgrade. 280,000 for unlimited monthly power leveling, all materials provided. 680,000 for quarterly power leveling, unlimited times, all materials included. 280,000 for annual power leveling, unlimited times, all materials included. Wow. Yemo was at a loss for words. He never expected the Six Holy Court would even offer power leveling services. Truly, they seem to monetize everything. Attention esteemed new players. The novice dungeon will open in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the corresponding teleportation array promptly. The crisp announcement echoed throughout the dungeon hall. Simultaneously, the enormous screen in the center displayed the type of this novice dungeon. Hell's Prison. Dungeon type, large survival. Level requirement, level 1 novice. Difficulty, S-class. Mission content, survive for 1 hour against the enigmatic tree demon. Note, killing will trigger hidden task rewards. Today's novice dungeon has an S-class difficulty? What a boon. The rewards for the first kill of the boss are exceptionally generous, potentially netting tens of thousands. A boon? You must be unaware of the completion rate for S-class novice dungeons. Even graduates from the 6th Holy Court would struggle immensely. A nearby player remarked as the crowd began to murmur about the difficulty of this novice dungeon. Unlike ordinary dungeons, novice dungeons are also referred to as novice training. They refresh daily, with no choice given, and the difficulty is largely random. If a player dies in a novice dungeon, their account will be suspended for 30 days, requiring them to wait a month before attempting again until they succeed, at which point they may enter other dungeons. If they fail consecutively 4 times, they will be permanently barred from becoming a player. Mr. Agent, I'm ready to go in, Mengli said nervously after completing her dungeon entry procedures. Relax. I believe in you. Yemo reassured her with a smile as he gently ruffled her hair. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to her fluffy ears and unable to resist. I reached out and gave them a gentle tug. The soft texture was delightful. I shall not disappoint you, she exclaimed, sensing the unusual sensation at her ears. Mengli shook them, her delicate face instantly flushing a rosy hue. After a polite bow, she shyly dashed away. She hurried to the spacious teleportation array, which was now crowded with people. Mengli quickly counted. Including herself, there were 6 newcomers participating in the novice trial. Only 10 seconds remain until the novice dungeon opens. Please prepare yourselves. As she stepped into the teleportation array, the announcement echoed once more. Mengli took a deep breath, clenched her fists, though anxious. Her eyes sparkled with determination. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. With the countdown reaching 0, the array erupted in dazzling light. Mengli felt a whirl of sensations as the scenery rapidly transformed. When she regained her senses, she found herself on an expansive platform. The platform was vast, surrounded by iron railings, with 2 pathways before her. Each pathway bore a sign indicating a participant limit. 0, 5. You have entered the novice dungeon. Please choose a pathway to enter the dungeon room. Note, both pathways have the same difficulty and can be divided into groups of 3. Alternatively, one may abandon a member and proceed with 5. The clearing requirements for the dungeon appeared before Mengli. Should they split into 2 groups? Undoubtedly. Dividing the 6 individuals into 2 groups of 3 would be the fairest arrangement. However, this would significantly increase the difficulty of reaching the boss room. Of course, they could also opt to discard the weakest member and proceed with 5, thereby enhancing their chances of success in the boss room. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Ming, an A-rank tank class, the Holy Shield Knight. Is anyone interested in forming a team with me? A young man clad in silver armor, wielding a large shield, spoke up. He introduced himself as an A-rank tank, asserting his status. Whether opting for the fair 3-to-3 team strategy or the sacrifice of 1 for a 5-to-1 approach, high-tier classes wield the privilege of selecting their teammates, ensuring they do not become mere cannon fodder. Little Dove, I'm Nana, a D-rank support priest with substantial healing power. Would you like to join me? A golden-haired girl promptly raised her hand in response. D-rank? Oh dear, really? You do have quite the healing prowess, don't you? Welcome aboard. Initially intending to decline, Zhang Ming reconsidered upon noticing the priestess's stature and the soft sensation of her touch. His lower half quickly gained confidence, and he readily agreed. The remaining individuals then introduced their class levels, 2 being C-rank assassins, and 1 a B-rank tank. Hello, I am a B-rank warrior. Can I join your group? Mengli politely inquired. She refrained from revealing her SSS class status due to her demi-human identity. Even if she did, no one would likely believe her. It could even result in her being labeled a liar, diminishing her likability. A B-rank status seemed far more reasonable. A demi-human? Zhang Ming frowned, initially showing reluctance. However, upon learning she was a B-rank warrior, he eventually nodded. All right, you can join us. The other B-rank player was a tank, which made him settle for Mengli instead. You have successfully formed a team with Zhang Ming and Nana. Note, experience points and rewards gained after forming a team will be evenly distributed. With the trio formed, the system displayed the avatars of the other 2, and Mengli let out a small sigh of relief. At least this way, she would not be isolated. However, Dove, I refuse to team up with a demi-human. The smell of fox is unbearable. Nana feigned exaggeration, pinching her nose and speaking disdainfully. Her exclusion of Mengli was not without reason. After all, she was a D-rank class. Even with Zhang Ming's support, there was no guarantee he would risk his life to protect her. Moreover, this was an S-rank novice dungeon. Her final chance, if she failed, she would be forever barred from playing. A 5-member group was undoubtedly the safest option. Thus, she sought to create division and eliminate 1 member, with Mengli's demi-human identity being the most conspicuous. I am not a fox. Mengli's ears twitched as she frowned in response. Oh dear. Look at how fierce she is. If you let her stay in the group, I might just leave. Nana playfully clung to Zhang Ming's sturdy arm, shaking it incessantly while casting furtive glances at the others. Feeling the soft sensation, Zhang Ming's heart fluttered. Well, I also have a dislike for demi-humans. How about we proceed as a group of 5? More members mean greater strength. Besides, demi-humans require more experience to level up, which might actually hinder our progress. Upon hearing this, the other 2 quickly chimed in, eager to align with the stronger individuals for safety in this S-rank dungeon. That makes sense, if that is the case. You have been kicked out of the team. Staring at the system prompt before her, Meng Li's face turned pale, clenching her fists. She watched as the 5 individuals walked further away, her heart sinking into despair. If she failed this time, she would be barred from the dungeon for an entire month. This meant she would have no source of income. Her mother had just been admitted to the hospital, and the 200,000 was merely for treatment. What about the subsequent hospitalization and care? And her younger sister, what would become of her? Wait, I am actually an SSS class. Even with a 3-to-3 team, I can still. In her panic, this was the only way she could think to plead for her place. Yet all she received in return was disdain and mockery from the others. Bang! The door was mercilessly shut, the numbers displayed, 5, 5, leaving Meng Li utterly alone. Frozen in place. Indeed, everyone was filled with prejudice against demi-humans. Clenching her fists tightly, she lowered her head, her expression darkening. It felt as if an invisible weight pressed upon her chest, making it hard to breathe. The disdain and prejudice of the world suffocated her. Memories of her job search flashed through her mind, the ugly faces of those who mocked and ridiculed her. Why? Do you all look down on demi-humans? The more she pondered, the more oppressive and disheartened she became, plagued by self-doubt. What should I do? Should I withdraw? Alone, I can never clear this dungeon. After all, demi-humans need twice the experience to level up. With no teammates, it would be wiser to leave early. With that thought, her petite body unconsciously crouched down, hugging her head and curling into a corner, consumed by self-doubt. Tears of injustice welled up in her eyes. Relax, I believe in you. Suddenly, Yimo's smile flashed through her mind. His voice resonated like a beacon, piercing through the clouds of despair in Meng Li's heart. The gloom in her eyes gradually brightened. No, there is still one person who believes in me. With this thought, Meng Li felt her courage begin to swell once more. Indeed, I cannot relinquish hope just yet. At the very least, I must not disappoint Mr. Agent. He harbors immense expectations for me and has extended countless assistance. If I lack even the courage to try. What does that say? With this thought, Meng Li's gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. Since you all doubt my capabilities, I shall demonstrate my worth to each of you. The demi-human is by no means inferior to you. She took a deep breath, rising slowly, and drew the great sword from her back. Armed with her weapon, she boldly stepped into the second dungeon passage. The numbers illuminated above her head, displaying 1, 5, Chapter 20. This should surely aid Mr. Agent, right? With a resounding clang, the door behind her closed, and the scene within the passage instantaneously unfolded before Meng Li's eyes. It was dim and damp. The muddy stone walls were cloaked in a thick carpet of moss. Visibility was alarmingly low, and a glance into the abyss seemed to reveal countless eyes staring back at her from its depths. Meng Li, oh Meng Li, you can do this. Trust in yourself and in the occupational card bestowed upon you by Mr. Agent. As she surveyed the shadowy surroundings, Meng Li adjusted her breathing. The visage of Yimo flashed through her mind, his smile and silhouette, and her once timid gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Rustling sounds echoed from the darkness ahead, as if something was swiftly crawling along the walls. The noise grew closer, sharper, until it finally came into Meng Li's line of sight. Cackling, 3 goblins clad in tattered rags appeared before her, brandishing daggers with greedy eyes and drooling foul saliva. Like swift geckos, they lunged towards Meng Li from the wall. Here they come. Meng Li inhaled deeply, her petite form slightly crouched, hands firmly gripping the sword hilt, poised for action. Suddenly, Shadow Slash, the skill erupted forth. With a 50 speed boost, Meng Li felt her body become weightless. She sprang off the ground, her small frame propelling forward like a coiled spring. The heavy sword scraped against the earth, producing blinding sparks. Flash, a sweeping strike, cleaving through the air. Blood splattered. The 3 advancing goblins were severed in midair. Ding. You have successfully slain 3 wild creatures, earning 30 experience points. I am so powerful. Meng Li wore an expression of astonishment. No, to be precise, it is Yimo's bestowed profession that is exceedingly formidable. The 50 speed enhancement, combined with her already exceptional attributes and the blessing of demonic power, enabled her to accomplish the remarkable feat of instantly slaying 3 wild creatures in her initial battle. I can do this. Even alone, I can reach the boss chamber. Excitement and exhilaration flickered in Meng Li's eyes. Cackling, the shrill cries of monsters echoed once more. Countless shadows emerged from the dark depths of the passage. Having tasted blood, Meng Li felt no fear. Instead, her excitement intensified. A glint of fervor ignited in her azure eyes. The primal battle instinct hidden deep within her genes seemed to awaken at this moment. It was a talent unique to the demi-human lineage. Wildness, a penchant for conflict. Bring it on. After consuming a blue potion, Mengli swung her great sword and leaped into the fray. Her agile and lithe form darted between the monsters. The hefty sword in her grasp felt exceedingly nimble rather than cumbersome. With a strength attribute of 20, augmented by demonic power, she wielded an impressive total of 24 points in strength. In this novice dungeon, she could easily slice through foes as if they were mere vegetables. Ding. You have successfully slain one wild creature, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have successfully slain one wild creature, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have successfully slain one wild creature, earning 10 experience points. A cascade of system notifications resounded in Mengli's mind. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to level 2. Constitution, 2022. Speed, 2022. Strength, 2022. Spirit, 2022. With her level increase, Mengli's basic attribute panel was enhanced. Within the first 10 levels, players gain an attribute increase of 1 to 2 points per level. The higher the quality of the profession, the greater the attribute increase per level. Every 10 levels signifies a watershed. Post-level 10, the attribute increase per level becomes 2 to 4 points. After level 30, each level increase yields 4 to 8 points. The higher the level, the more pronounced the disparity in attributes between high-quality and low-quality professions. I leveled up. After clearing this wave of small monsters, Mengli felt a surge of joy. She could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in her physical prowess. Ding. Hidden task condition met. First to level up. Triggered dungeon reward. Diminished effort. Doubled experience. Experience points in this dungeon are doubled. I actually fulfilled the hidden task condition. Could it be that the 5 others have yet to level up? Mengli's expression reflected shock, quickly followed by realization. In a party of 5, experience points would be distributed among them. Although Mengli, as a demi-human, received double the experience points. She was soloing. The experience was entirely hers. Naturally, her leveling speed far surpassed that of the others. Perhaps, for me, not forming a party was indeed the wiser choice. Delight danced in Mengli's eyes. Gazing at the dark, winding passageways and the intricate intersections, she resolved to grind monsters and level up here. The higher her level, the more attributes she would gain within the dungeon. Upon her exit, Mr. Agent would receive even greater benefits. In that case, I am indeed assisting Mr. Agent. Imagining Yemo praising her, a smile gradually spread across her face. The fluffy white tail behind her swayed unconsciously from side to side. With her petite form hoisting the great sword, she hummed a cheerful tune, her soft cat ears bobbing as she bounced deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, on the other side. Damn it, are these goblins so resilient? Not only are they tough to kill, but their numbers are overwhelming. Zhang Ming raised his shield, gritting his teeth as he bore the brunt of the attacks alongside another tank. With 2 shields protecting them, while it was difficult to sustain injuries, their monster-clearing capabilities were surprisingly sluggish. Hey, you assassin, if you've immobilized that one, at least lend a hand. Is it really that hard to slay a goblin? For heaven's sake, my daggers are practically smoking, and you still find it slow? Am I to be treated like a warrior or a mage? Among the 5, there was only one assassin, a damage-dealing class, but the assassin specialized in single-target high-burst damage, rendering them inefficient in clearing mobs. Only against elite monsters or in one-on-one situations could they shine. As for the healer, Nana, she was truly a superfluous addition. With the 2 tanks in the front line, her healing was scarcely needed. As time wore on, a number of individuals had reached the end of the corridor, gazing upon the chamber of the dungeon's formidable boss. Yet, their chances of vanquishing it appeared lamentably low, resulting in a meager accumulation of experience points, which they had to share among 5. Among them, only the young assassin, destined for greatness, managed to elevate his level to 4. With his speed and strength attributes notably enhanced from 12 and 11 to 15 and 14, respectively. The others remained uniformly at level 3. Zhang Ming's constitution attribute also saw an improvement, rising from 14 to 17, while Nana, due to her minimal contribution, barely ascended to level 2, with her attribute increase being virtually negligible. Having finally arrived at the boss chamber, the group took a moment to rest and restore their energy. Before them stood the imposing and weighty bronze doors. Zhang Ming set down his large shield and took a swig from a small blue potion, joining his teammates as they recuperated. The area before the dungeon boss's chamber was indeed a designated resting spot, contrary to some unique dungeons that did not allow such breaks. However, this was a novice dungeon and would not trigger any special conditions. Mingge, you truly are impressive. No wonder you are an A-class profession. Leading us to the final challenge, Nana remarked, intentionally adjusting her collar to accentuate her allure, playfully linking her arm with Zhang Ming's. Undoubtedly, within the group, her utility was the least significant. To avoid provoking any discontent, flattery was essential. Moreover, anyone capable of affording an A-class profession card surely hailed from a wealthy background. I possess even more formidable skills. Once we emerge from here, we shall delve into them further, Zhang Ming replied, inhaling deeply and licking his lips, feeling a surge of thirst from her teasing. He boldly wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, grinning mischievously. "You rascal," Nana chided playfully, without acquiescing. As a seasoned coquette, she understood men all too well. That which comes too easily is oftentimes taken for granted. It was imperative to keep him intrigued while maintaining a careful balance, occasionally offering a glimpse of reward. To divert the conversation, Nana giggled, casting her gaze toward another exit of the corridor. "That little fox has probably perished within," she mused. "Of course, if the five of us are struggling, she, being but a half-breed, likely lacks the courage to even step inside." Zhang Ming scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 21. Bah? How dare you call me a fox? After a brief period of adjustment, Zhang Ming and his companions had fully restored themselves to peak condition. "It's time for action, brothers," he proclaimed, grasping his large shield and making his way to the bronze door. The five exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Together, they exerted their strength. With a resounding creak, the heavy iron door was pushed open, the shrill sound of rusted metal scraping echoed in the enclosed space, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Before them lay an expansive, forsaken temple. Towering stone pillars stood like ancient sentinels around the structure, while a grotesque tree, several meters tall, loomed ominously atop a central platform. The tree twisted unnaturally, its gnarled trunk resembling a tormented human face, with blood-like tendrils flowing from its roots, snaking up its trunk in a rhythm reminiscent of a pulsating vein. Behind this eerie arboreal figure stood a colossal angelic statue. That must be the boss. Nana swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the bizarre, contorted tree, an unsettling sense of foreboding washing over her. It was undoubtedly the source of their impending challenge. As all prepared their formation to confront it, a sudden splatter of blood echoed through the chamber. Before Zhang Ming could finish his warning, a vine shot up from beneath their feet, piercing the chest of their control-type player. Came a piercing scream of agony. As he was lifted high, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. The dark green toxin rapidly spread throughout his body, causing him to convulse violently until he succumbed to paralysis. Damn it. Everyone, be cautious. This boss's attacks inflict paralysis. Do not let yourselves be struck, or we are doomed. Zhang Ming shouted, witnessing the distress signal of his teammate on the system panel. He promptly raised his shield, stepping forward to draw the boss's attention. A sinister laughter reverberated throughout the temple as the tree demon, emboldened by its initial success, twisted its massive form. The monstrous face grinning maliciously as it fixed its gaze upon the group. "I shall offer your bodies to the great lord of the jungle." The voice, deep and raspy, echoed ominously. Upon delivering its chilling monologue, the tree demon unfurled an array of vines, launching them toward the surroundings. The projectiles zipped through the air with alarming speed, relentlessly targeting Zhang Ming and another tank player. Damn it, the range of its attacks is far too extensive. The assassin player gritted his teeth, abandoning stealth as he sought refuge behind the two tanks. The barrage of vines struck like bullets against Zhang Ming's shield, causing his arms to tingle with the force of the blows. "You worthless fool. I'm drawing the fire, and you're hiding behind us instead of attacking the boss." Zhang Ming reprimanded the assassin as he braced against the onslaught. "The coverage is too wide. With my speed, I can't evade such a dense attack." The assassin protested, his expression one of innocence. "I can't hold on any longer." Amid their exchanges, another tank player succumbed, his shield sent flying as a swarm of vines overwhelmed him, piercing through his body utterly. Is this something mere mortals can combat? This is impossible. In under a few minutes, they had lost two teammates, plunging Zhang Ming into despair. "Perhaps we should retreat. The strength of this boss requires at least 3 S-class players to contend with," a fellow assassin suggested. "Better to perish early and respawn," another murmured, recognizing the insurmountable challenge before them. "No, we cannot surrender. This is my last chance. If we fail, it will be over," Nana interjected, her voice urgent. "But what can I do? Our team lacks output, and we did not grind sufficiently in the early stages," the assassin retorted. "Look, my dagger is nearly worn out. I have truly done my best." Hearing this, Nana could no longer maintain her composure, her true nature surfacing as she pointed an accusing finger at the assassin. "It's all your fault for being useless. You can't even manage this little task." "Excuse me? You dare call me useless? What role do you play in this team?" The assassin shot back, unable to contain his fury any longer. "What do you mean? Do you think I am inferior to that half-breed? Are you joking?" Zhang Ming, positioned at the forefront, was exasperated by their quarrel. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would have delivered a sharp reprimand to both. "This is a dungeon raid. Are you two just going to bicker here?" Zhang Ming was overwhelmed, his shield violently snatched from his grasp. The 3 individuals were neatly strung together by creeping vines, resulting in a triple kill for the boss. "Ding. You have died. This dungeon raid has failed, and all experience points will be forfeited. Note: if no resurrection items are available, you will automatically exit the dungeon in 10 minutes. Wait, why must there be a 10-minute wait before exiting? Could it be?" Upon reading this notification, both Zhang Ming and Nana's pupils constricted. Logically speaking, in a novice dungeon, all players would be instantly transported to the teleportation hall upon their demise. The presence of a waiting period indicated that there were still survivors. Suddenly, The heavy bronze doors creaked open once more. A soft, adorable white-furred cat ear peeked through the gap. Huh, did they all perish? Meng Li craned her neck, exposing half her petite head as she peered inside. Her striking lake blue eyes scanned the area, quickly locking onto the 5 floating souls. Upon sighting them, a satisfied smile blossomed on her face. As she stepped into the hall, she politely closed the door behind her. She didn't die? The 5 stared, bewildered, at Meng Li's diminutive figure. Could it be that she traversed the passage all on her own? The assassin player gulped, tentatively speaking. How is that possible? There were countless monsters in the passage. Unless she possesses an SSS-class profession, it's utterly implausible. Zhang Ming suddenly choked on his words. An image flashed in his mind of Meng Li proclaiming herself as an SSS-class profession before entering the passage. Could it be? No way. Absolutely impossible. She is a demi-human, after all. Who would grant an SSS-class profession card worth millions to a demi-human? Ugh, you sly vixen. As Meng Li approached Nana's lifeless body, she couldn't help but spit disdainfully. This action sent Nana, who was drifting in the air, into a frenzy. Suddenly, a sharp vine shot up from the ground, aiming directly for Meng Li. With a resounding clang, Meng Li reacted with astonishing speed, drawing her great sword to block the attack at her chest. Such rapid reflexes and velocity. The 5 gazed in astonishment, never expecting Meng Li to evade the sudden strike. I shall offer your body to the great lord of the jungle. A familiar, piercing laughter echoed throughout the temple, followed by a multitude of vines stretching forth once more. Now, I should be capable of taking this creature on single-handedly, Meng Li thought as she gripped her great sword, her petite frame lowering in preparation. Her gaze fixed firmly on the bizarre treant, she assumed an aggressive stance. Before her, her current attributes flashed before her eyes. Name, Meng Li, path, warrior, extraordinary profession, Godslayer demon swordswoman. Level, 7, experience points, 26, constitution, 32, speed, 32, strength, 32, mental strength, 32, MP, 160, skill, phantom slash, level 2, mental method, none, additional ability, demon god S-might, deity of faith, annihilation demon god, chapter 22. Is there a second phase? She intends to challenge the boss solo? What audacity! Observing Meng Li's stance, Nana couldn't suppress a scoff. The 5 of them had barely survived a single round against the boss, let alone had the chance to strike. This demi-human now fancied a duel with the boss. It was sheer folly. It was unlikely she could withstand even a minute, much less an hour. Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines launched into the air, rapidly descending upon Meng Li's petite form, aiming to ensnare her. Meng Li took a deep breath, her body crouching low, her lake blue eyes igniting with combat fervor. Phantom slash. The skill erupted forth. With a powerful stomp, she propelled herself from the ground. Bang! Her small frame shot forth like a cannonball, leaving behind a flickering afterimage. So fast, the 5's pupils constricted, their hearts igniting with astonishment. Witnessing Meng Li skillfully evade and maneuver amidst the relentless onslaught, she resembled an agile rabbit, wildly wielding her massive sword to sever the encroaching vines. What caliber of profession is she? This speed rivals that of a level 20 assassin. The assassin player's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Yet indeed, the level 2 phantom slash granted a 55 speed bonus, elevating Meng Li's speed attribute to 50 points, comparable to certain level 20 assassin classes. In mere moments, Meng Li was upon the peculiar treant. With a sweeping strike, she cleaved toward the monstrous entity. Roar! The treant emitted a harrowing wail, a massive crack appearing along its trunk. Scarlet blood oozed from the fissure, distorting the treant's visage. She actually wounded the boss. All were once again astounded. Meng Li achieved what the 5 of them could not. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed intent not on merely surviving an hour, but on slaying the boss. Damn it. If only I could expel her from the team and coordinate my efforts with her, we might genuinely stand a chance at defeating the boss. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. His Holy Shield Knight, paired alongside Meng Li's formidable offensive capabilities, could potentially vanquish this S-class novice dungeon boss. The rewards would undoubtedly be bountiful. Alas, he had already fallen. On the battlefield, Meng Li's strike seemed to trigger the treant's emergency response. Suddenly, sharp thorns erupted from its body. Meng Li's expression turned to one of shock as she instinctively raised her sword to shield herself. Blood sprayed forth. Though her petite frame could only partially guard vital areas, her ankle and left arm were still pierced by the dense thorns. She was in peril. The boss's attacks carried a paralyzing effect, and if she were struck. Before Zhang Ming could finish his thought, he witnessed Meng Li's gaze hardening with resolve. She swung her sword once more, severing a row of thorns before taking a deep breath and wildly slashing with her great sword. Roar, roar, roar. The treant's howls reverberated throughout the temple. A flurry of strikes carved countless visible gashes into the trunk, blood spraying as branches splintered. The primal fury within Meng Li surged forth, the demon god's might enveloping her being in a radiant glow of purple and gold. Ignoring the searing pain coursing through her, she continued her relentless assault. This scene left the 5 onlookers dumbfounded. What is happening? The paralyzing effect is ineffective against her? They had all personally experienced the paralyzing effect of the boss. A mere scratch rendered one nearly immobile. Yet at this moment, Mengli seemed to disregard the control entirely. Had she consumed a potion, or was it the effect of a skill? Or perhaps it was an innate characteristic of her class. Contemplating this, Zhang Ming could not help but swallow hard. If it were the latter, it would confirm that Mengli was undoubtedly of the SSS tier class. Only those of SSS rank possess the ability to awaken additional characteristics under specific conditions. The more he thought of this, the more regretful Zhang Ming felt. With a thunderous crash, the bizarre tree demon, continuously struck, was on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, it was cleaved in half with a resounding boom. As the eerie tree fell, the statue behind it was revealed in stark clarity. Had she truly soloed the boss? Observing the fallen tree demon, everyone gasped in disbelief. Incredible. This demi-human was exceedingly powerful. In terms of speed, strength, and defense, she surpassed everyone present. Gazing at the toppled tree, Mengli exhaled deeply. The tension within her began to ease as she sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, almost immediately, she sensed something amiss. Why was there no system notification for this kill? Mengli furrowed her brow in confusion, her previously relaxed demeanor tightening once more. Suddenly, a resplendent and divine golden light emerged from the forehead of the angelic statue, directly penetrating the severed trunk of the eerie tree. Snap! The sound of breaking wood echoed repeatedly. Countless vines erupted from the roots like a multitude of writhing tendrils, converging into a singular form. Ultimately, they coalesced into a bizarre wooden half-figure. Under the illumination of the statue's holy light, this wooden half-figure began to expand at an astonishing rate, growing until it transformed into a towering female giant. Simultaneously, numerous vines unfurled behind this half-figure, merging to form a pair of colossal wings that obscured the sky. Overall, it resembled a sacred angel sculpted from wood, enveloped in brilliant divine light. This boss had a second phase. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in unison. Simultaneously, a system notification flashed before them. Successfully triggered hidden quest. The messenger descends. Dungeon difficulty elevated to SS rank. Current task, eliminate the divine servant's larva. Had a hidden quest truly been triggered? Mengli suddenly recalled that the dungeon task was merely to endure for 1 hour against the boss. However, in her fervor, she had directly slain the boss, inadvertently escalating the difficulty to SS rank. Thank you, my lord, for this blessing that has granted me a new lease on life. The female angel giant slowly opened her eyes, and a dazzling beam of light erupted forth. It surged toward Mengli with blinding speed. So swift. Mengli's pupils constricted as she scrambled to evade. Observing her movement, the female angel tilted her face, sending another beam sweeping toward Mengli. The tiles beneath her feet were scorched, leaving a long, charred mark. Everywhere the beam passed, stones and structures were cleaved in two. This cannot continue. The task requires me to slay the boss. If I keep evading, I will be worn down. Mengli darted and adjusted her distance from the boss. Now, suddenly, she seized the opportunity. She placed her massive sword beneath her and executed a sliding maneuver. Just as she evaded the beam, she charged directly in front of the boss. Ghostly shadow slash. Mengli brandished her great sword, and the skill erupted instantaneously. Her petite form leaped into the air, striking fiercely at the angel's head. Crack! In an instant, the angel's neck snapped, her eyes dimming. I did it. A smile of triumph graced Mengli's face. Yet before she could revel in her victory, the female angel suddenly swung her fist. Bang! The punch descended like a comet, sending Mengli's diminutive body flying backward. With a resounding crash, she collided with a nearby pillar. Boom! The pillar collapsed, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. Coughing, Mengli staggered from the wreckage, wiping the blood from her mouth and nose. Supporting herself with her great sword, she rose unsteadily, her pupils dilating in shock. A profound sense of despair surged within her. At that moment, the female angel's head began to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate. Her divine eyes opened once more, fixed intently upon Mengli. An ant dares to shake a tree? Chapter 23. Do not underestimate our bonds. An ant dares to shake a tree? The female angel's face twisted into a cold, contemptuous smile. Gazing at the restored boss, Mengli felt a wave of intense despair wash over her, especially under the angel's gaze, which seemed to view her as little more than an insignificant insect. Could such a being truly be defeated by a mere human? Not only Mengli, but also the 5 observers nearby could not help but swallow hard. The oppressive aura of this second-phase boss was overwhelming, akin to a deity descending upon the world. Merely witnessing it was stifling, let alone facing it directly, as Mengli was. Ants shall tremble beneath the weight of my god. The colossal wings, obscuring the sky, unfurled, scattering countless golden feathers. In an instant, these feathers transformed into radiant streaks, raining down upon Mengli like a tempest. Damn it! Mengli's pupils constricted as she quickly raised her sword to shield herself, while defending against the barrage of luminous projectiles. She sprinted, desperately evading. The attacks were too dense. She could not even approach the boss. Mengli's brow furrowed deeply as she scanned her surroundings for an opportunity to draw closer. Yet the relentless onslaught of radiant attacks made even defense a formidable challenge, let alone closing the distance. No, even if I did get close, I couldn't kill it. It possesses a terrifying regenerative ability. Decapitating it wouldn't suffice. In her musings, Mengli suddenly recalled the statue behind the divine tree. The reason the eerie tree demon had entered its second phase was entirely due to the holy light cast by the statue. If she could destroy it, perhaps she could slay the boss. In 3 seconds, my ghostly shadow slash will be ready. If I can destroy the statue then, I might still have a chance. While dodging, Mengli took the opportunity to consume a blue potion to replenish her mana. Whoosh. However, just as Mengli tilted her head back to drink the potion, the female angel's eye shot forth another beam. Oh no. Mengli's pupils contracted, instinctively raising her sword to defend. Thud. Blood splattered as the golden beam pierced through her great sword, creating a gaping hole in her chest. Mengli cried out, collapsing to the ground. The great sword fell from her hands with a clatter. Am I to fail? The earth was stained crimson as Mengli's consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Gazing at the shimmering light descending from the heavens, a profound despair enveloped her heart. An overwhelming fatigue assailed her mind, prompting her to reluctantly close her eyes. Relax. I believe you can do it. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume her entirely, the warm smile of Yi-Mo resurfaced in her thoughts. With a sudden jolt, Mengli opened her eyes, propping herself up with one hand on her sword, her petite form slowly rising from the blood-soaked ground. No, I cannot give up yet. Memories of all that Yi-Mo had bestowed upon her flooded her mind, along with images of his dilapidated office. It was evident that Mr. Agent was also in dire need of funds. Nevertheless, for her sake, Yi-Mo had generously gifted her a staggering sum of 200,000. He had even provided her an aberrant with an SSS-tier profession card of immense value. He had sacrificed so much for her, yet here she was, unable to contribute anything in return. Thus, even if it were for him, as this thought solidified, a fierce determination ignited in Mengli's eyes. Move. I must move. She relentlessly pounded the ground, once more grasping her great sword, struggling to rise. Assuming a battle stance, she unleashed a primal roar. Aya, for Mr. Agent, even if it's a god, I shall slay you. Beep. Awakening conditions met. The power of the demon god evolves into Godslayer. Godslayer. Description: activated after confronting divine beings and achieving a certain bond with the agent. In battle, all attributes increase by 100, immunity to all control effects. And attacks inflict an additional 100 true damage. Randomly inherit one of the agent's highest level abilities. Current inherited ability, Immortal Body. Consumption, none. Note: automatically triggers in combat, duration 10 minutes. As the system notification appeared, Mengli's wounds miraculously healed in an instant. Demon Shadow Slash. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her petite frame slightly, then propelled herself off the ground with a powerful leap. Bang! Her body shot forth like a cannonball, radiating with a dazzling purple-golden light. It was as if she had transformed into a brilliant beam, charging recklessly. This time, she relinquished all defenses, allowing the streams of light to pierce through her form. With the near-absurd regenerative capacity of the immortal body, even the gravest of injuries could be mended in a heartbeat. To think this insignificant creature possesses the authority of higher divinities? The boss was utterly taken aback by Mengli's formidable recuperative power, a rare moment of astonishment breaking through its divine countenance. However, this was swiftly followed by a chilling resolve. Its golden eyes glimmered ominously as it unleashed a rapid beam of light aimed directly at Mengli's head. Swoosh! In the face of this formidable strike, Mengli sprang into action, launching herself into the air like a rabbit. Break! Executing a graceful 360-degree spin in midair, she hurled her great sword forth. The blade transformed into a meteoric flash, whirling violently as it propelled forward. The female angel's pupils contracted as she hastily joined her wings to shield herself. Yet, the sword's onslaught was relentless, slicing through her wings like a scythe, before it plunged into the boss's chest with a resounding thud. Damn it, damn it! How dare an insect desecrate the creation of a deity? The female angel let out a pained, defiant scream, her form staggering as she struggled to regain her balance. As she steadied herself, Mengli's diminutive figure descended gracefully. With a slight bend of her elbow, she summoned her strength and delivered a fierce punch to the angel's face. Bang! A tempest of fury swept through the battlefield. Her slender arm unleashed immense force, sending the angel's colossal frame hurtling through the air until it crashed heavily against the statue behind it. Boom! The statue collapsed with a thunderous crash. The radiance enveloping the female angel began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. No, no, this cannot be happening. It cannot end like this. It cried in despair, helplessly watching its own form shrink and wither away until it became a charred husk of wood. Beep. You have successfully slain the dungeon boss, earning 326 experience points. Rewards received. Reward 1. Demon Godstone X5. Primary material for advanced warriors and mages. Divine Wood Grass X5. Primary material for advanced support and control. Reward 2. Pillar Wood Weapon Blueprint. Reward 3. Holy Spirit Potion X10. Beep. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10. Constitution, 3238. Speed, 3238. Strength, 3238. Mentality, 3238. Maximum mana, 160220. Detected that you have leveled up to level 10, gaining a new skill, Demon God Step. Chapter 24, a reward. A feast. I actually leveled up 3 times in one go. Meng Li beamed with joy as she glanced at the flurry of system notifications. She promptly accessed her newly acquired skill panel. Demon God Step. Skill level, level 10. Consumption, 30 per second. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Description, allows the body to become ethereal, granting immunity to all attacks, and enables passage through any object. Maximum ethereal duration of 10 seconds. Note, each level increases consumption by 2, cooldown by 1 second. Upon seeing this skill, Meng Li nodded approvingly. Undoubtedly, this ability enhanced her survivability and mobility. Subsequently, she examined her additional powers. Unfortunately, as the battle concluded, her Godslayer awakening ability reverted back to the power of the demon god. Although SSS tier cards could awaken and gain additional abilities or enhance existing ones, the conditions were exceedingly stringent. At least now, she understood the requirements for awakening her abilities. She simply needed to trust her agent completely. The powers of a high deity? She had not anticipated Mr. Agent's capabilities to be so remarkable. Reflecting on the effects of the immortal body, Meng Li could not help but marvel at its extraordinary nature, rendering her nearly immortal. It seemed that Mr. Agent was indeed held in high regard by the divine. Hee. With such bountiful rewards, surely Mr. Agent will commend me. Dreamily contemplating the items in her system inventory, Meng Li chuckled softly. Her white, fluffy cat tail swayed unconsciously, and her tuft of hair bobbed in excitement. She eagerly anticipated receiving praise from Yemo upon her return. The dungeon boss has been defeated. You will return to reality in 60 seconds. The system's announcement flashed through her mind, yet at that moment, Zhang Ming stood stupefied, gazing at Meng Li's petite figure. The battle they had just witnessed left the 5 of them in a state of shock. This little aberrant had single-handedly vanquished the boss of an SSS tier dungeon? It was simply unbelievable. No, it should be said that she was overwhelmingly powerful. There was no doubt that her profession was categorically SSS tier, and moreover, she had awakened an additional ability. Damn it, the rewards from an SSS tier dungeon must be exceptionally generous. What manner of affluent individual would bestow such a terrifying SSS-grade occupational card upon a mere subhuman? One must recognize the unparalleled rarity of an SSS-grade occupational card, which could serve as a treasured heirloom for any noble lineage. The agent of Meng Li, possessing such audacity, undoubtedly harbors a formidable background. The 5 newcomers, upon this realization, were engulfed in regret. If only they had forged a rapport with this subhuman and formed a party to tackle dungeons together. Future endeavors would have been a stroll in the park. It is all your fault, you wretched woman. Had it not been for your instigation, we could have triumphed. The assassin player, seething with frustration, launched an irate tirade against Nana. He had invested considerable resources for this dungeon run, spending over 1,000 on potions alone and even losing a piece of armor worth over 20,000. Indeed, had it not been for you, we would have succeeded. This was an S-grade dungeon boss, and the rewards were bountiful beyond imagination. The control-type player joined in the rebuke. You all. Faced with the onslaught of accusations, Nana gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Zhangge, look at them. They're inept yet they dare to threaten me. She quickly clung to Zhang Ming's arm, feigning innocence in hopes that he would defend her. You can go away. Yet, Zhang Ming, equally incensed, cast her aside. He was the most aggrieved of all, for Meng Li had already joined his team, only to have it all thwarted by this woman. He had even lost a shield worth hundreds of thousands in the process. You dare blame me? Nana's face contorted in shock, seeing Zhang Ming not on her side. She dropped the pretense and retorted with gritted teeth. A bunch of worthless fools. Was I the only one who ostracized her? Your expressions at the time were no better than mine. Now that you regret it, you place the blame on me, a mere woman? Truly, you men are all scoundrels. I'll be damned. Watch your filthy mouth. Or I'll deal with you once we're outside. You dare? Huh, we shall see if I do. As the 5 continued their heated exchange, the countdown neared its conclusion. Meanwhile, Yemo lounged in a cafe adjacent to the teleportation array, leisurely scrolling through her phone. The Six Saints Church reports live. An evil deity has appeared in a certain neighborhood, and a mysterious individual has emerged from the void to avert disaster. This enigmatic figure is suspected to be another follower of the evil deity. We urge the public to provide any information. With a gleeful grin, she swayed her fluffy white cat tail, her white tufts of hair spinning like a helicopter. Yet in the next instant, she suddenly realized her faux pas. Her previously joyful expression turned crimson as she instinctively retreated and bowed deeply, apologizing. I am terribly sorry, esteemed agent. How could I have approached someone of your high stature without your permission? I was utterly carried away. Not to worry, it's nearly mealtime. Allow me to treat you to some delectable cuisine in the upscale district as a celebratory feast. With that, Emo grasped Mengli's wrist. To the upscale district? Mengli blinked, feeling a surge of nervousness. She had never ventured to the upscale district before and felt anxious about potential discrimination as a subhuman. It was one thing for her to be pointed at, but should she bring the esteemed agent into the fray, that would be an unforgivable transgression. Fear not. I've already prepared for you. With that, Emo draped a cat-eared hoodie over Mengli. Elsewhere, Yi Xiaoxiao, recently discharged from the hospital, arrived at a well-known restaurant. This establishment had been around for quite some time, and during her childhood, she and Emo frequently dined here. Should I call him and invite him to dinner? The girl pondered, her phone cradled in her hands as she leaned on the table in contemplation. Beneath the table, a pair of slender legs clad in white stockings swung restlessly. 1. Attribute range for levels 1-10, 10 to 38, 1 to 2 points per level. 2. Attribute range for levels 10-20, 19 to 78, 2 to 4 points per level. 3. Attribute range for levels 20 to 30, 39 to 158, 4 to 8 points per level. 4. Attribute range for levels 30 to 40, 79 to 318, 8 to 16 points per level. Attributes continue in this manner. The higher the grade of the occupational card, the greater the initial attributes and the growth bonuses per level. An SSS grade card will invariably possess at least one attribute exceeding 20 points. Before reaching level 30, the growth attributes for SSS grade cards are maximized. Between levels 30 and 40, SSS grade cards offer attribute bonuses ranging from 12 to 16, while SS grade cards provide similar attribute increments. They lack the awakening characteristics of the profession. S-grade cards offer attribute bonuses between 10 and 14. As one progresses further, the disparity between high-quality and low-quality cards becomes increasingly pronounced. Players have the option to delete their characters to switch professions, but this necessitates starting from scratch. Most players in pursuit of power will save money until they can afford a high-quality occupational card, after which they will delete their character and begin anew. Chapter 25. If only my brother were this considerate. Truth be told, Yi Xiaoxiao was in a quandary. Why, you ask? Because she was once again short on funds. She was contemplating whether to borrow some money from Emo. After all, now that she had become a player, she could no longer remain in the ordinary class at school, but had to transfer to a specialized player class. However, transferring required a fee of 10,000, a sum she could not muster. The only solution that came to mind was to seek a loan from Emo. Yet, she hesitated, feeling that she had already troubled him enough in recent days and could hardly bring herself to ask again. Just as she was grappling with her dilemma, her gaze fell upon a young couple at a nearby table. The girl, clad in an oversized cat-eared hoodie, with her delicate oval face, appeared utterly adorable, embodying the essence of a charmingly cute girl. Opposite her, a male, seated with his back turned, was attentively peeling lobster for her. If only Emo could be that considerate. Reflecting on Yemo's lecturing demeanor, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. Esteemed agent, that's enough. If you keep going, I won't be able to eat anymore. Nonsense. Eat more shrimp to replenish your energy. One must be well fed to tackle dungeons. Besides, this is a buffet. The more we eat, the more we gain. I will do my best. As Yi Xiaoxiao eavesdropped on the conversation at the adjacent table, her ears perked up. That voice. Why does it sound so familiar? She furrowed her brow and slowly rose from her seat, feigning a need to fetch utensils while discreetly tilting her head to get a glimpse of the man's face. To her astonishment, she froze in disbelief. What on earth? Wasn't that her insufferable older brother? Damn it. How could someone like him possibly have a girlfriend? Yi Xiaoxiao felt a surge of indignation as she processed the scene. He could be so harsh on himself, yet act like a sycophant for others, couldn't he? Well, look at how I won't ruin this. Just as Emo was enjoying his meal, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure approaching him with a gentle smile. Yi Xiaoxiao? His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized that today was the day Yi Xiaoxiao was being discharged from the hospital. What a coincidence. They happened to arrive together. He was just about to greet her when Yi Xiaoxiao unexpectedly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes brimming with tears as she plaintively exclaimed, Emo, I'm pregnant. Yemo's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to spill his drink. What? Could it be that Yi Xiaoxiao had resorted to using her body to settle debts? And now, she had just discovered it during a checkup at the hospital. Damn it. If I catch that yellow-haired scoundrel, I swear I'll make him pay. As anger surged within him, Emo was ready to chastise the girl, but she continued. That's right, it's yours, and it's already 3 months along. With that, she took a deep breath and caressed her slightly swollen belly. Hearing this, Emo was utterly bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? He instinctively stood up, pushing Yi Xiaoxiao away. It dawned on him that she must have mistakenly thought they were in a relationship, harboring resentment and attempting to disrupt his life. This was akin to a bro being jealous of a buddy who had found a girlfriend. Jealousy could truly distort one's character. How malicious. A true scoundrel. Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities? Yi Xiaoxiao continued to cling to him with tearful eyes. Stop this nonsense. It's not what you think. Their commotion drew the attention of many onlookers, who began to stare. Mengli was equally taken aback. She looked incredulously at Yemo and then at the girl, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. The girl appeared to have just reached adulthood. Was the agent truly that capable? Suddenly, Mengli recalled her mother's warnings. Could it be that the agent had some peculiar proclivities, as her mother had suggested? No, that can't be right. The agent is certainly not that sort of person. If he wished to do something to me, he could easily leverage my mother's situation against me. Moreover, I am merely a subhuman. Even if he had some strange preferences, he wouldn't toy with an SSS-level profession card. Thus, what could this woman's true intentions be? Fraud? Malicious accusations? Did she aim to ensnare the agent? No. I must assist the agent in extricating himself from this predicament. But what role should I assume to intervene? After a brief contemplation, Mengli quickly formulated a plan. She stood up abruptly, seizing Yi Xiaoxiao's wrist and glaring at her with a feigned ferocity. Baring her teeth cutely as she declared, "Do not entangle him, for I too am carrying his child, you little mistress." The moment those words left her lips, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression froze, her entire being petrified in place. Yemo was equally stunned, left utterly speechless. What on earth is happening now? He felt an overwhelming urge to flip the table. What the heck? Can we even continue eating? After a brief explanation, the misunderstanding was finally clarified. So, this little girl is actually your player? You frightened me. I almost thought you were seducing a minor. Yi Xiaoxiao scrutinized Mengli closely, finally taking in the girl's appearance and feeling a slight sense of relief. I am actually of age. It's just that we subhumans mature slowly. Some who appear 18 might actually be 50 or 60. Mengli murmured softly, secretly sizing up Yi Xiaoxiao. Although she was the agent's sister, the two bore no resemblance whatsoever. Moreover, her earlier actions clearly did not align with what one would expect from a sister. Instead, she seemed more akin to a jealous girlfriend. Speaking of the agent, I almost forgot. In the midst of her thoughts, Mengli suddenly recalled something. She hurriedly retrieved her recent gains from the system pocket and presented them to Yemo. These are the rewards from the dungeon. Please have a look. Yemo casually accepted the items, nodding. I will tally them up when we return. I will compensate you according to our agreed commission. If there is anything specific you desire, feel free to let me know. All right, I will heed your words, agent. Mengli obediently nodded. With so many materials. What level are you at now? Yi Xiaoxiao curiously inquired about Mengli, noticing the piles of primary materials. I just completed the novice quest this morning. So I'm at level 10 now. Yemo answered for the taciturn Mengli. Level 10? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had just entered a novice dungeon and had already reached level 10? That speed was astonishing. Yi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, her competitive spirit igniting. After all, she was Yemo's first player and a student at that. How could she allow herself to be outdone by an outsider? Especially in front of Yemo. In his team, she had to be the strongest. No way. Once I return to school, I will immediately apply for dungeon qualifications. With that thought in mind, Yi Xiaoxiao hastily devoured a few more bites of her meal before preparing to head back to school. You take this money, if I'm not mistaken. Switching classes will require quite a bit of processing fees, right? Your brother is doing well at the moment. If you need funds, just let me know. After finishing his meal, Yemo discreetly pulled Yi Xiaoxiao aside and transferred her 20,000 yuan. He had long seen through her intentions, but out of consideration for Mengli's presence, he couldn't bring himself to voice it. Seeing the 20,000 yuan on her phone, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a warm glow in her heart. At the same time, her determination to surpass Mengli intensified. A woman's intuition told her that that sly cat held some special feelings for her dear older brother. Therefore, she absolutely could not be outdone. Chapter 26. This truly is blood and sweat. After their meal, Yemo returned to the office with Mengli. The little girl was incredibly diligent. As soon as they entered the office, she grabbed her sword and headed for the dungeon teleportation array. Yemo felt a wave of pride wash over him. With such an employee, what more could one ask for? With a grand gesture, he provided her with 5 bottles of blue potions. Entering a dungeon without mana would be disastrous. These were essential consumables. I'm broke again, but the rewards from this dungeon were decent. I can sell some online to make some money. He currently had a remaining balance of 60,000. Yi Xiaoxiao still lacked a suitable weapon, and the materials consumed in forging were no small expense. Therefore, he had to sell the gains from this dungeon as quickly as possible. With that in mind, Yemo opened the system backpack to begin tallying the rewards from the dungeon. First were 5 demon spirit stones and 5 divine wood herbs. These were all high-level primary materials. They could be sold quickly to the church, albeit with some tax. Calculating, selling them for over 100,000 should not be a problem. Unlike Yemo's Berserker profession card, which had been languishing in the dead fish net for almost a week without selling. After determining the selling method for the materials, Yemo began reviewing the other item rewards. Holy Spirit Potion. Effect. Restores all injuries and mana, and grants a self-healing ability for 10 seconds. This item is quite remarkable. Yemo conducted an online inquiry and discovered that a single vial is priced at 20,000. It is a rare commodity. often priced yet seldom available. Thus, 10 vials would amount to 200,000. This valuable item could be reserved for Meng Li and Xiao Xiao in case of unforeseen circumstances. Yimo resolved to hold on to the Holy Spirit potion for the time being. What remained was wood of the divine pillar, transformable equipment, staff, feather fan, necklace, bracelet. Description: a product nurtured by divine essence, an exceptionally precious equipment prototype, utilized for crafting gear. Effect: equipment shaping success rate is 50. Hiss. This is indeed a treasure. Yimo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was in need of an equipment prototype for the calamity demon bone he possessed. He could forge an extraordinary weapon for Yi Xiao Xiao. Previously, he had refrained from crafting due to concerns over the low success rate. However, with this excellent equipment prototype, it was worth a try. The market value of this item is approximately 500,000, according to Meng Li's 60 commission. It means he would need to pay that girl an additional 300,000 to acquire this prototype? Damn it, he had foolishly increased her commission. Now it seemed he owed her 100,000 instead. Yimo sighed helplessly, feeling a pang of regret. It appeared he would have to sacrifice another kidney. Yi Xiao Xiao, this extravagant little creature, had drained him financially in his endeavors for her. Ding. A notification from Q-Signal indicated a deposit of 210,000 yuan. Just then, his phone chimed with a payment alert. Yimo's heart swelled with joy. His Berserker Profession card had finally sold on the Dead Fish Network. Now, he just needed to visit Jiang Linyu to replenish his stock of mana potions. Ever since he added Jiang Linyu on Q-Signal, he had been purchasing a batch of small blue potions from her. Her quality was assured, and they were available at a 20% discount. With this in mind, he opened the chat application and composed a message to Jiang Linyu. Meanwhile, in a spacious flat, the sound of water abruptly ceased in the bathroom. Jiang Linyu, clad in a bathrobe, stepped out slowly, her long, fair legs gliding gracefully. A fiery sensation coursed through her lower abdomen as the magic pattern shimmered with a radiant glow. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her breathing quickened. She hastily leaned against the wall, instinctively bringing her legs together. Damn it, the side effects of this item have intensified again. The last time she had met Emo was 3 or 4 days ago. Since delivering a batch of blue potions that time, they had not seen each other again. Aside from a brief online exchange to assist her with a transaction on Zixawang, they had scarcely been in contact. I need to find an opportunity to invite him out. During these days without Emo, her feelings towards the magic pattern were a tumultuous mix of love and hate. Nonetheless, its efficacy had undeniably improved. In just a few days, she had leveled up by 1, reaching level 49. With another dungeon run scheduled for tomorrow, she might just break through the 50-level barrier. However, the duration of the side effects was unbearably arduous. Fortunately, the side effects seemed rather intelligent, not springing upon her unexpectedly during combat. But what excuse could I use to invite him out? To be honest, Jiang Linyu had never asked a man out before. In matters of romantic relationships, she was practically a blank slate. Ding dong. Just as she pondered over her excuses, her phone suddenly pinged with a message. She instinctively glanced at it, and found it was from Yemo. Do you have any potions left? I need 50 intermediate blue potions. The low-grade blue potion restores 100 mana, while the intermediate one recovers 200 at once. However, the price difference is astronomical. Small bottles are 300, while medium ones are 800. Jiang Linyu, you're asking for such a large quantity at once? Tonight, we are organizing a raid on a new dungeon at midnight. I still have low-grade potions, but the intermediate ones are. A raid on a new dungeon tonight? Yemo paused momentarily at the message. Goodness, are they planning to invade my territory? A group of oblivious fools. Yemo, I see, then I'll look elsewhere. If you have any stock, do let me know. Ding. Detected the demand of a destined individual, triggering a special mission. Mission content. Within 48 hours, make physical contact with the destined individual 20 times. Mission reward. 100 corruption points and 3 days of side effect immunity. Mission failure. The side effect of fiery heart will double daily. Current mission progress, 0-20. This can trigger a mission? Jiang Linyu stared blankly at the system prompt that appeared before her. The reward is 100 corruption points, plus a 3-day reprieve. This is fantastic. It would allow her to function normally for 3 days. Moreover, it would significantly boost the experience points of the magic pattern, bringing her closer to leveling up. However, the penalty for failure is far too severe, far beyond her capacity to endure. Currently, enduring every 4 to 5 days was already her limit. If it doubled, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. I must invite him out. Yet, I have no stock left. What if I mix in some private stock? It's worth noting that Jiang Linyu is a jade spirit sacred body. Her bodily fluids possess a natural mana recovery effect. They are exceedingly pure and untainted, akin to distilled water. Some of the blue potions produced by the Heavenly Tao Alliance are, in fact, processed using her bodily fluids as raw material. Thus, as long as the proportions are adjusted correctly, it could easily be indistinguishable from the genuine article. Yes, I will proceed with this plan. This time, it truly is a matter of blood and sweat. With this thought, She once again composed a message to Yi Mo Jiang Linyu. I have another batch in stock. If you need it urgently, I can provide it to you at half price. After sending the message, she fixed her gaze on the phone screen, quietly awaiting his response. This was her first time selling counterfeit goods, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Ding dong. Yi Mo, that is acceptable. I'll send you the address. Please send it over when you can. Delivery? How am I supposed to complete the mission then? Jiang Linyu, no? It must be an in-person transaction. This batch is not the same as the ordinary ones. Not the same as the ordinary ones. What could possibly be different? Upon reading this message, Yi Mo was momentarily taken aback. He eventually typed a response. Fine, you choose the time and place. Chapter 27. She is the most exceptional student I have ever taught. Kaiyang Academy. In the instructor's office. You say you have already changed your profession? Shou Minjun furrowed her brows. Her voluptuous legs crossed and arms folded across her chest. She gazed at Yi Xiao with a look of incredulity. Dressed in a crisp white blouse and a form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuated her curves, she exuded an air of sophistication. It was evident she was a woman of considerable experience. Yes, mentor. I wish to apply for the specialized class to expedite my dungeon training. Yi Xiao nodded. Hadn't you mentioned purchasing a profession card from me? Why the sudden change of heart? Shou Minjun's tone was not reprimanding, but rather tinged with concern that Yi Xiao might have fallen victim to a scam. Oh, my brother has become a proxy for the wild deity. Although he may be a wild god, he is still family, thus somewhat reliable. Consequently, I obtained a professional card from him. A wild deity? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingjuan's brow furrowed slightly. What reliability could a wild deity possibly possess? This girl? She wouldn't be falling into the trap of a relative, would she? It is known that wild deities are exceedingly rare finds among players, typically only encountered in the lower city districts by chance. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao is a renowned student, excelling academically. If only I could lend her a hand to ensure her smooth graduation, the Six Holy Church would directly assign her a proxy. A guaranteed, stable position. And now, she's working for a wild deity proxy? This situation is akin to a student from Tsinghua or Peking University attending a vocational college. It's utterly absurd. Such a brother should quite simply be cut off. I doubt he can provide a high-quality professional card. Even among relatives, one must negotiate dungeon profit shares and base salaries. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. One must not be negligent, lest one be treated like a mere beast of burden. She cautioned Yi Xiao, but after some contemplation, her concern persisted. So she added, one day, when time permits, I will arrange a meeting with your brother to discuss this matter thoroughly. Zhou Minjun primarily worries for Yi Xiao's youth and her potential shyness. Thus, she decided to handle it herself. What qualifications does she have to represent Yi Xiao? What a joke. She is a premier proxy of the Six Holy Church, endowed with certain enforcement powers. Recently, she had just achieved a breakthrough and now had an available position for a player. Initially, she had intended to reserve it for the talented Yi Xiao. Who would have thought someone would pluck the fruit right under her nose? For both public and private reasons, she is fully entitled to confront that little thief. Teacher Zhou, is this really necessary? I trust my brother's character, and he provided me with an SSS grade professional card. SSS grade? Can a wild deity proxy truly possess the authority for an SSS grade professional card? Even I, a gold standard proxy of the Six Holy Church, wouldn't dare to boast so. This girl, duped and still defending her relative? Character can only be judged upon meeting. Alright then. Seeing Zhou Minjun's resolute attitude, Yi Xiao could only sigh and acquiesce. This afternoon, I happen to be taking a group of students for practical training in the combat room for class assessments. After you complete the transfer fee at the class transfer building, come to me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Understood, Teacher Zhou. The specialized classes are also categorized into tiers: elite, advanced, and regular. Each tier has distinctly different treatment. The elite class not only includes regular courses, but also features gold standard proxies leading expedited dungeon runs. Furthermore, they even qualify to participate in national competitions. However, those who can enter the elite class are almost exclusively the creme de la creme. Not only do they possess high-quality professions, but they also exhibit formidable combat talents. In this academy, the primary focus is on competitive PK. Therefore, combat talent is of utmost importance. Some may hold high-quality professions, but if their combat talent is lacking, they cannot fulfill their character's potential. As for descending into dungeons? You're here for schooling. Why go down into dungeons? Such trivial matters can be entrusted to proxies. Only those impoverished souls from the lower city cling to survival within dungeons. True geniuses focus on PK. Before long, after completing the transfer fee, Yi Xiao sought out Zhou Minjun. This practical assessment for class transfer included not only Yi Xiao, but also 6 other students who had just transitioned their professions. Whoa. Ada. Aura. Muda. Upon entering the combat room, the students were immediately greeted by a chorus of exhilarating cheers. Looking around, they discovered that many students were already engaged in the so-called class transfer practicals on the arena. At the center of the elevated platform, 7 fixed judges observed intently, their expressions serious and brows furrowed. They fixated on the students battling below, occasionally glancing down to scribble notes in their small notebooks, recording their observations. Clearly, they had come specifically to evaluate the transitioning students. Your opponents are all level 10 training players. Scores will be based on your performance in combat and the duration of your endurance. The judges will assess these two factors to determine class placement. Zhou Minjun led the students to a nearby seating area, briefly explaining the rules. Teacher, I have a question. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail raised her hand to inquire. Speak. Zhou Minjun directed her attention to the girl. What happens if we defeat those training players? Upon hearing this, a boy chuckled and retorted, what are you thinking? The gap between level 10 players and us newly transitioned level 1 players is vast. Just the numerical difference alone would crush you. Indeed, players below level 10 see a mere 1 to 2 point increase per level, accumulating a total attribute boost of 9 to 18 points. Even the most mediocre D-grade professions typically hover around 19 points at level 10. In contrast, an S-grade profession might boast attributes soaring to 30 points. Generally, level 1 players possess attributes ranging from 10 to 15 points, a difference of nearly double. Moreover, those level 10 training players have practical combat experience. It is virtually impossible for a novice to secure a victory. Even with an SSS grade profession, defeating a trainer poses significant challenges. After all, aside from the gap in levels and attributes, there is also the matter of combat experience. Zhou Minjun surveyed the 7 students, patiently elucidating. Is it really that difficult? The ponytailed girl retracted her neck, effectively dismissing the thought. However, there have been instances where individuals have managed to defeat trainers. Noticing the students' dejection, Zhou Minjun recalled a past event and murmured. This remark instantly piqued the interest of everyone present. Who is it? So formidable? Didn't they say that even SSS grade professions struggle to secure victories? Witnessing the eager curiosity on their faces, Zhou Minjun smiled with pride. The current saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Jiang Linhua, Goddess Jiang, was she this strong during her student days? The students gazed in astonishment. As a national idol, who didn't know her? Well, Jiang Linhua, upon awakening her destiny, possessed the innate characteristic of the Jade Spirit's sacred body, which practically eliminated any mana depletion. Coupled with her SSS grade sword immortal profession, she defeated a level 10 training player during her rookie phase, and that trainer's profession quality was A grade. One could say Jiang Linhua is the most exceptional student I have ever mentored. Upon hearing this, the students were left in shock. Teacher, you once taught Goddess Jiang? I can brag about this for a year. Observing the astonishment etched on their faces, Zhou Minjun's smile widened as she continued. Thus, if any of you can achieve the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating a trainer, you will be granted immediate entry into the elite class. Single-handedly defeating, upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao quietly opened her attribute panel for inspection. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Fate, Mage. Extraordinary profession, Necromancer. Level, 1, experience points, 0, Constitution, 15, Speed, 20, Strength, 15, Spirit, 20, Mana cost, 150, 150. Skill, Skeleton Summon, Level 1. Mental Method, None. Extra Ability, Catastrophe Descends. Deity of Faith, World-Destroying Demon God, with 2 primary attributes at 20 points. And considering the bonus from the Catastrophe Descends trait, it could be elevated to 24. Furthermore, I can lower an opponent's attributes by 20 if I face an A-level trainer. I might even achieve a solo kill. She murmured to herself while simultaneously delving into the details of her skill. Skeleton Summon. Skill level. Cannot be upgraded. Cost. 10. Cooldown none. Description. Summon a skeleton minion. The minion inherits 60 of the summoner's spirit attributes. Given that my spirit power, enhanced by the domain amplification, reaches 24 points, I can summon 15 minions, each with attributes around 15. Upon realizing this, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled. It is worth noting that during PvP, the consumption of potions is permitted. Each trainee is entitled to receive 5 free potions that restore 100 mana each. This means that at level 1, I can summon 65 skeleton minions. Wouldn't that cover the entire arena? Alright, little ones, it's time to draw lots for your opponents. As time slowly passed, it finally came to Yi Xiaoxiao's group for the practical draw. Group A practical test. Yi Xiaoxiao, Chu Yuyu, Zhang Sun. Trainer, Shen Su. Level, 10. Fate, Assassin. Profession, Phantom, S-Rank. Yi Xiaoxiao located her practical grouping on the central screen. An S-Rank trainer? Is this a setup to fish for easy wins? Who in their right mind would send an S-Rank to serve as a trainer? Upon seeing the information on the screen, the other students were left dumbfounded. What incredible luck to encounter an S-Rank trainer, especially one of the assassin profession. It is well known that assassins excel in 1v1 combat, particularly against fragile classes such as mages, archers, and supports. The 3 students in Group A happen to fall into these categories, which would clearly hinder their ability to showcase their true strength. Oh dear, Teacher Zhou. It seems your luck is rather poor this time. Shinsu's methods are quite severe. Your 3 students are likely to end up in the ordinary class, remarked a graceful woman, swaying her alluring figure. She fanned herself with a feather fan, donned in a vintage crimson qipao, and with a delicate laugh. She settled in front of Zhou Minjun, exuding mock sympathy, yet her demeanor dripped with scorn. This woman was named Ji Baishi, affiliated with the Tiandao Alliance's Hawan sect, known for her affinity for engaging deeply with students and personally conducting training. Shinsu from Group A was one of her protégés. Bored, Zhou Minjun scoffed coldly, disregarding the woman's provocation. Clearly, this petty woman had bribed the judges. Such instances had occurred more than once or twice. Bored, you say? Yet, I find this exceedingly entertaining. Ji Baishi replied, playfully lifting Zhou Minjun's chin with her fan, her peach-colored eyes narrowing slightly, much like a serpent eyeing its prey. As she licked her crimson lips and lowered her voice, especially the sight of you yielding. Remove your filthy hands, Zhou Minjun retorted, slapping Ji Baishi's hand away. Her expression frosty. Well then, let us see how long you can maintain your composure. If I recall correctly, it has been quite some time since any of your students have entered the elite class. Ji Baishi continued nonchalantly, brushing her hair over her shoulder. If your performance does not improve, you may find it difficult to even gather candidates for the national competition. At this rate, it won't be long before you're advised to leave. What concern is that of yours? Of course it is. As long as you agree to my proposal and practice the mental method with me, I shall lend you a few students. What do you say? Ji Baishi gazed at her, coaxingly. Having grown weary of men, her inclinations had shifted. This was not merely to satisfy personal preferences, but also to aid her cultivation of the orange blossom canon. To be frank, Ji Baishi's primary target was Jiang Linhua. Unfortunately, being the saintess of the Tiandao Alliance, her status far surpassed Ji Baishi's. During their school years, Zhou Minjun had protected her fiercely. Thus, Ji Baishi had to settle for targeting Zhou Minjun, which would serve both as revenge and a means to enhance her strength. The exclusive mental method of the Xiaoyao sect. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra could accelerate her progress with the Orange Blossom Canon. It is essential to remember that the attributes and effects of mental methods are substantial, playing a critical role in both combat and dungeon raids. However, mental methods are proprietary and bound to factions, making them inaccessible to outsiders. This is why the tuition fees for the academy are so exorbitant. The institution teaches its students mental methods, which they can utilize upon graduation. Yet, should one drop out or leave mid-course, the rights to use the mental methods would be revoked. Huh, I believe you are dreaming, Zhou Minjun scoffed, unhesitatingly declining. Naturally, assisting Ji Baishi in her cultivation would compromise her own mental method. Only a fool would agree to such a demand. Is that so? Then we shall engage in a protracted game of attrition. Rest assured, I have plenty of means to entertain myself until I can drive you out of the Xiaoyao sect. By the time you come to beg me, the price will be quite different, Ji Baishi said, lightly caressing her fan and chuckling softly. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the A-group arena as a student was violently hurled backward, spewing a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground in complete unconsciousness. Zhang Sun. 0 points. Assigned to the ordinary class, announced the cold voice of the judge, sealing the fate of that student. Oh dear, Teacher Zhou, your student is quite weak. Taken down in an instant. Ji Baishi cackled, her words laced with taunting undertones as she observed the student being carried away on a stretcher. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Minjun's brows furrowed, her expression darkening considerably. Although she had witnessed similar events numerous times, seeing her own student treated so differently, and knowing she was implicated, was an exceedingly distressing sensation. A group second match, Yi Xiaoxiao versus Shinsu. Soon, Yi Xiaoxiao, wielding a temporary staff, ascended the arena. If I recall correctly, this young lady is named Yi Xiaoxiao, is she not? She seems to be your most cherished student. What a pity that her future is now in ruins. Ji Baishi continued to provoke Zhou Minjun, her smile blossoming even brighter. If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Zhou Minjun was evidently incensed. Yet, the more agitated she became, the more delighted and exhilarated Ji Baishi felt. Chapter 29, Competing in Numbers? TSK. Who would have thought she was such a charming little freshman? Observing the frigidly composed Yi Xiaoxiao stepping onto the stage, Shinsu's lips curled into a sinister grin. This individual exuded an aura of malevolence, with a gaunt figure, sunken eyes, and heavy dark circles beneath them. Her complexion was pale, occasionally accompanied by a severe cough. She appeared alarmingly frail. Were one to add 4 scallions beside her, she could rival the empty young master. Are you certain this is the same person as in the photograph? Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at the large screen displaying the combat image, which showcased a tall, radiant young man, an absolute contrast to the figure before her. Huh, no need to concern yourself. I fell behind on my loan repayment some time ago and was assigned by my mentor to work at the Hahuan sect for a while. Freshman, I see great potential in you. Would you be interested in a part-time position? I offer an hourly wage of 3,000. For you, I reckon it could be around 5,000. If you're a lone student, you might consider it. You could earn a year's tuition in a month. Shinsu scrutinized Yi Xiaoxiao from head to toe, convinced of her extraordinary talent, particularly her uniquely pure and ethereal demeanor, which would undoubtedly be highly sought after at the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect temp work? Well, then, that is settled, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, suddenly realizing before adding, "No thanks, let us get started, I'm pressed for time." "What a pity," Shin-Su sighed regretfully, then lowered his body, drawing a dagger from his waist. He assumed an offensive stance, his gaze and fingers sharpening. "Don't worry, I'm quite swift." Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Huh, you certainly appear to be quick," she scoffed, her expression turning serious as she took a deliberate step forward. In an instant, a torrent of ominous black energy radiated from Yi Xiaoxiao, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Domain type skill? Or perhaps a special item? Shin-Su's pupils constricted as a wave of discomfort washed over him. He felt as though he were feverish, his head spinning. He instinctively glanced at his attribute panel and discovered that all attributes had plummeted by more than 20 points, with his once-strong speed attribute dropping from 30 to 24. This woman was unusual. Shin-Su furrowed his brow, determined to conclude the fight swiftly. He stomped his foot, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Yi Xiaoxiao in an instant. Paralyzing blade. He swung his dagger downward, aiming directly at her leg. However, Yi Xiaoxiao deftly retreated, evading the strike. Did she actually dodge that? Shin-Su was taken aback, even with his attributes reduced to 24. A novice mage should not possess the skill to evade him. Could it be that her profession was of a higher caliber? Unfortunately, her lack of combat experience had left her too close to him. At this distance, he could still strike. Shin-Su flicked his wrist, hurling the dagger at her. His dagger carried a paralyzing effect. If it struck, she would lose her ability to resist. Clang! Just as the dagger was about to hit Yi Xiaoxiao, a skeletal minion emerged from the ground, intercepting the blow while brandishing its sword menacingly towards Shin-Su. Is this a summoning skill? Shin-Su pondered, bewildered that a novice would dare to set a trap for a level 10 veteran like him. He instinctively attempted to leap backwards to evade, but his ankle felt as though it were ensnared by something, preventing any movement. Looking down, he discovered a skeletal minion half emerging from the ground, its cold, bony hand gripping him tightly. Damn it, there's another one. Does this girl's summoning skill have no cooldown? Shin-Su was astonished as he activated another skill. Shadow Clone. Instantly, two shadowy figures detached from him. The clone struck, piercing through the skulls of the two skeletal minions. Freshman, your tactics are commendable, but regrettably, when it comes to numbers, you still fall short. Shin-Su smirked, eyeing Yi Xiaoxiao, who had retreated to a safe distance. He shuddered, summoning two more shadow clones, bringing the total to 5 figures of Shin-Su standing upon the arena. If I'm not mistaken, your profession must be of SS rank. Shin-Su licked his lips, drawing another dagger from his waist. But this needs to come to an end. Whoosh. He stomped his foot once more, transforming into a shadow as he charged forward. Simultaneously, the other 4 clones surrounded Yi Xiaoxiao from various angles, sealing off all her escape routes. However, just as he closed in on Yi Xiaoxiao, a series of black circles erupted from the ground, and numerous skeletal hands clawed their way up from below. A horde of skeletal minions emerged, each brandishing shields and exhaling mist, their eyes glowing with a chilling green light. They swiftly formed a wall, blocking Yi Xiaoxiao from view. In a glance, the mass of skeletal minions resembled a well-trained army. By the heavens, Shin-Su was taken aback. He hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, as he stepped back, he felt something sharp pressing against his back. Instinctively turning his head, his pupils dilated in shock. Behind him stood a throng of skeletal minions, swords drawn, pointing menacingly at him. Is this a joke? A level 1 can summon this many minions? Cold sweat drenched his back as Shin-Su and his 4 clones found themselves backed against each other, slowly being encircled by the relentless skeletal horde. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, he appeared utterly diminutive and helpless. Senior, didn't you say you wanted to compete in numbers? Yi Xiaoxiao sat with her legs crossed, perched on a throne fashioned from skeletal minions. Her eyes narrowed as she looked down upon him, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Freshman, you truly are. Shin-Su swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. With an air of pride, he sheathed his dagger. Then, with a thud, he and his 4 clones knelt upon the ground. Damn, I concede. Please don't slap my face. With such prowess, you must be from a distinguished family. Calling her mom wouldn't be a loss. Moreover, he still needed to work part-time at the Hahuan sect. If he lost face, his wages would surely decrease. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, silence enveloped the crowd as they beheld the arena teeming with skeletal minions. Even the commentators in the central box stood dumbfounded, mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. Zhou Minjun and Ji Baishi were equally bewildered, though they had encountered summoning professions before. Witnessing a level 1 conjure an army of skeletons was a first. Damn it, damn it. Zhou Minjun, to her astonishment, found herself faced with such an extraordinary student. Shin-Su was utterly defeated. Ji Baishi furrowed her delicate brows, her chest rising and falling with intense agitation. Undoubtedly, this student possessed an SSS-level professional card. No, upon closer inspection, the sheer strength exhibited could only be classified among the elite of the SSS ranks. If someone of this caliber were to enter the special class under Zhou Minjun's tutelage, her ambitions to pursue the girl would be entirely thwarted. It appears I have miscalculated. Yet my curiosity is piqued. Where on earth did you discover such a talent? Moreover, her profession is entirely unfamiliar to me. Ji Baishi took a deep breath, regaining her composure before turning to Zhou Minjun, only to be taken aback by the sheer shock etched on her face, which seemed even more pronounced than her own. Could it be that she was unaware of this before? Who exactly is this player, Yi Xiaoxiao? Not only was Ji Baishi shocked, but Zhou Minjun's emotions were also in a tumultuous state. She recalled Yi Xiaoxiao mentioning that her professional card had been bestowed upon her by her brother. At that moment, she had mockingly derided him for exploiting his sister. In hindsight, it was indeed a brother's genuine affection. Yet, that leads one to ponder, what formidable deity has Yi Xiaoxiao's brother contracted? It seems I must have a conversation with him, if possible. Ideally, I would like Yi Xiaoxiao to participate in the national competition. If she enters the special class, it signifies her eligibility for the national competition, given her professional prowess. As long as her level increases, achieving a high rank will be within reach, perhaps even claiming victory. If that were the case, I would become the champion's mentor, earning the prestigious title of gold medal instructor. Surely, many would seek my guidance. At that point, I could finally repay the substantial loans I incurred during my public service exam days. A bountiful harvest of wealth and fame. Yet, I remain uncertain as to what price her brother will demand. After all, she is another's player, and if I wish to have Yi Xiaoxiao compete in the national contest, I must pay a rental fee to YMO. Of course, many head instructors do rent players for the national competition. After all, it is a contest among various academies. As all participants are students, their levels typically range from 1 to 35. They represent the honor of their respective institutions. Chapter 30. So, you're here to poach, are you? Cough. Yi Xiaoxiao receives full marks, assigned to the special class. After a prolonged silence, the judges at the evaluation table finally regained their composure and announced the results of the practical assessment. What a thrill. An unprecedented delight. Today's assessment was extraordinarily satisfying. The professional card provided by Lao Mo is truly remarkable. As Yi Xiaoxiao descended the stage amidst the gazes of many, she walked with a calm demeanor, though her heart was tumultuously cheering. Teacher Zhou, I'm back. Upon returning to the audience, Yi Xiaoxiao greeted Zhou Minjun. Yes, you performed splendidly. Please take a seat and rest for a moment. I will handle your paperwork, and you can attend classes in the special class starting tomorrow. At that moment, Zhou Minjun was utterly unconcerned about the achievements of other students. Eagerly, she rushed to complete Yi Xiaoxiao's paperwork, as if fearing she might flee. Is this the sensation of being in the limelight? How exhilarating. I must remember to give Lao Mo a massage as a reward. During her childhood, Yi Mo had always enjoyed having her massages back. Next time, I must arrange that for him. Having tasted the benefits of the professional card, her trust in Yi Mo has only deepened. With her delicate, fair legs swaying, she looked toward the future with great anticipation. Excuse me, may I inquire as to who your agent is? A sultry voice chimed in from her side. Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head to see a graceful and mature woman sitting beside her, smiling as she appraised her. This woman appeared to be another mentor at the academy. It's my brother. May I ask what the matter is? Your brother? Ah, the newly appointed wild god agent, thus not very well known. Upon hearing this, Ji Baishi's expression turned to one of disbelief. A newly appointed wild god agent could produce such an extraordinary professional card? It was almost beyond belief. Could it be that this individual, like Jiang Linyue, possesses some rare constitution that endears them to the deities? Deities are often inclined to bless those with exceptional talents. With this thought, Ji Baishi's eyes gleamed with avarice. A newcomer with a unique constitution, she had never experienced such a thing. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to him? Sensing the greed and fervor in Ji Baishi's gaze, Yi Xiaoxiao instinctively frowned, becoming immediately alert. This woman appeared far too alluring. She seemed untrustworthy, and now she suddenly wished to meet Lao Mo. It felt suspicious. You can tell me what you need to say, and I will relay it to him. Noticing Yi Xiaoxiao's wariness, Ji Baishi gently smiled and replied, it concerns your academic matters. I wish to discuss them in detail with him, particularly regarding the national competition. The national competition? Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her interest piqued. Observing the girl's reaction, Ji Baishi's smile widened as she continued. Indeed, I have previously led students to secure the title of national competition runner-up twice. Therefore, I wish to converse with your agent about the possibility of renting you to represent the academy in the competition. You are a promising candidate, and I possess extensive experience in competitions. Together, we might just clinch the championship title. Ji Baishi surmised that Zhou Minjun would undoubtedly discuss this matter with Yi Xiaoxiao, so she preemptively sought to undermine her by presenting her advantageous terms. This strategy would not only undermine Zhou Minjun, but also allow her to draw closer to the newcomer agent. An absolute win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao fell into contemplation. Frankly, she was intrigued. With her newfound prowess, she felt quite inflated with confidence, believing that with the profession Yi Mo had bestowed upon her, achieving victory was highly plausible. If she had the guidance of an experienced mentor providing advice, it would be almost a certainty. Just then, as Yi Xiaoxiao hesitated, a long sword suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself between Ji Baishi and Yi Xiaoxiao, the blade trembling ominously. Ji Baishi, are you a thief? To steal men is one thing, but now you wish to poach my student as well? Zhou Minjun's voice was tinged with a frosty edge. Yi Xiaoxiao turned to see her mentor, Zhou, glaring icily at the enchanting woman. Oh dear Zhou, why are you so irate? I merely wish to ensure such a promising talent does not falter in your care, which is why I intended to cultivate her properly. Facing Zhou Minjun's fury, Ji Baishi laughed nonchalantly. If you are unwilling, then I shall take my leave. With that, Ji Baishi dusted herself off and slowly rose to her feet. Before departing, she couldn't resist advising Yi Xiaoxiao, little girl, I have high hopes for you. Should you wish, you can always find me at teaching building number 4. Furthermore, I can offer a rental price exceeding the market rate by 5 times. With that, she sashayed away, her alluring figure swaying as she departed. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The quintuple rental fee? That indeed amounts to a substantial sum, capable of alleviating a significant portion of her debt burden with old Mo. That woman spins a web of deceit. Her true intention likely transcends the national competition, so do not be easily swayed by her words. Zhou Minjun sheathed her longsword and took a seat beside Yi Xiaoxiao, simultaneously presenting her with the completed transfer permit. Not a national competition? Then what could her ulterior motive be? Yi Xiaoxiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. She is a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Hahuan sect and has witnessed your professional prowess. Rather than the national competition, she yearns for the agency rights of an SSS-grade occupational card. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao instantly comprehended the situation. Goodness, so she intends to poach someone, does she? How audacious. To acquiesce would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold. Not a chance. Initially, Yi Xiaoxiao had hesitated, but now she resolutely dismissed the thought. On another note, the night deepened. Observing the pitch-black sky outside the office, Yi Mo glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. Meng Li had yet to return, likely engrossed in a dungeon run. To be honest, as the boss, he was eager to clock out. Yet his employees displayed such fervor that it compelled him to work overtime alongside them. The pinnacle of being overworked is not merely to toil oneself, but to induce one's employer to partake in the same. Tomorrow, he must provide Meng Li with a key. With a resigned sigh, Yi Mo accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yi Mo. Agent level, Tier 1. Experience points, 36, shared with contract players. Constitution, 19. Speed, 18. Strength, 22. Mentality, 17. Mana consumption, 160, 160. Contract players, 2. Abilities, Life Link, Exclusive, Heavenly Demon Thunder, S-Grade. Immortal Body, Divine Grade. Current blessable occupational cards, Godslayer Demon Swordsman, SSS Grade Warrior Path, Necromancer, SSS Grade Mage Path, Timespace Creator, SSS Grade Control Path, Berserker, a Grade Warrior Path. Deity of Faith, World-Destroying Demon God. In merely 1 day's time, all his attributes had increased by 7 points. His experience points surged from 0 to 36. An impressive feat indeed. Of course, the majority of this gain stemmed from that S-Grade Novice dungeon. Subsequently, Meng Li likely completed 4 more dungeons. Yi Mo's system indicated that Meng Li had cleared 4 dungeons. 5 dungeons in 1 day? One must admit, that girl is truly dedicated. The average individual might manage to complete 2 dungeons in a day, while 3 would classify one as a gaming aficionado. Yet this girl accomplished 5. What relentless determination. My apologies for keeping you waiting, dear agent. Meng Li rushed back into the office, her demeanor radiating guilt as she stood before Yi Mo, her white, fluffy cat ears drooping slightly. Bowing her head, she offered a timid apology. Here is today's harvest. Please take a look. She resembled a contrite child, nervously presenting a bag she had packed. She indeed had lost track of time today. Upon reaching the 3rd dungeon, she noticed the clock read 4:50. Determined not to squander the last 10 minutes of her workday, she decided to tackle another dungeon. Upon returning, she found it was nearly 7 o'clock. Having already worked overtime, why not continue a little longer? And thus, here she stood now. Had she not suddenly remembered that Yi Mo was waiting for her, she might have even pulled an all-nighter. Well done. Take this key. You may work as late as you wish. Yi Mo affectionately ruffled Meng Li's hair, uttering the most nefarious words of a capitalist. Really? Thank you so much. I promise I will strive to do my best. Chapter 31. To defy me? A bunch of reckless fools. After leaving the office, Yi Mo visited the trading post affiliated with the 6 Holy Church. He sold all the materials he possessed. Since the trading post operates around the clock, he harbored no worries about closing time. In total, he sold items for just over 120,000. And after deducting Meng Li's share of 60, his personal earnings amounted to just over 50,000, a decent sum. After all, the last 4 dungeons completed by Meng Li were not of particularly high grade. The majority of the loot consisted of low-tier common materials, which could be sold for approximately 3,000 in total. Among newcomers, this already qualifies as a commendable daily income. In fact, this represents a standard yield. Dungeons are randomized, and one cannot expect to face S-grade difficulty every time. In truth, encountering even A-grade dungeons is quite challenging. Hence, most low-level players in the 1 to 30 range typically see daily earnings ranging from 500 to 2,000. Excluding the earnings from the S-grade dungeon, achieving 3,000 in a single day is already remarkable for Meng Li. Among ordinary individuals, this is undoubtedly a high income, considering the rarity of S-grade dungeons. The probability of an average person encountering and clearing one is likely less than 5%, with even the risk of incurring losses. Thus, high-grade dungeons resemble high-risk investment projects. A successful run yields significant profits, while failure results in total loss. Conversely, low-grade dungeons are akin to small orders. Their returns may not be substantial, but they are virtually guaranteed profits. My total assets now stand at over 400,000, of which 170,000 belongs to Meng Li. Reflecting on his overall finances, Yi Mo sighed in resignation. The reason Meng Li's 170,000 is included is due to the 70,000 from material sales and the proceeds from the divine pillar wood, which holds a market value of approximately 500,000. According to the commission structure, Meng Li could receive 300,000. To craft equipment for Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Mo had intended to dig into his own pockets. Subsequently, after deducting the 200,000 he previously lent to Meng Li, he still owed her 170,000. Fortunately, he had successfully sold that Berserker occupational card. Otherwise, he would have had to contribute more materials. Donating too many materials is not advisable, as it can attract unwanted attention from higher-ups, so moderation is essential. Earning money is no easy task. Yi Mo sighed in exasperation. After deducting Meng Li's 170,000, he was left with 230,000. Moreover, he needed to procure a batch of blue potions from Jiang Linyue, which would likely set him back several thousand more. I recall that the Heavenly Tao Alliance has a major operation tonight, Yi Mo thought, glancing at the time. It was already 11:30. After a brief wash, he lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Slowly, he entered the realm of dreams. Upon awakening, the familiar palace came into view. At this moment, he reclined upon the throne, propping his chin with one hand, in a posture reminiscent of a light slumber. While in idle mode, he often fell into a deep sleep. Should a crisis or threat arise, he would automatically enter combat mode. Your deities, ID 001. Followers contributed 55 points of divine value today. Gazing at the notification in the upper right corner of the system, Yi Mo discerned that this information had been updated at midnight. This indicated that the divine value accrued from completing dungeons in the real world is calculated on a daily basis. Yi Mo recalled that Meng Li had slain a divine creature. The system notification revealed that the dreamlike self had acquired 50 divine points. The subsequent 5 points were obtained from successfully clearing dungeons. Dreamly had completed a total of 5 dungeons, each yielding merely 1 point. It appears that low-level dungeons at levels 1 to 30 provide minimal divine value. It is far more lucrative to vanquish divine beings. Name: World-Destroying Demon God. Divinity level 2. Divine points: 3055, 2500. Followers can increase your divine points by conquering dungeons of other deities or slaying divine beings. Number of divine envoys: 1. Number of followers: 2. Current blessing career cards available: God-slaying Demon Swordsman, SSS level Warrior Fate, Necromancer, SSS level Mage Fate, Time-Space Creator, SSS level Control Fate, Berserker, a level Warrior Fate. Hint: the higher the divinity level, the greater the variety of career cards that can be blessed. Note: Divinity level 3 unlocks equipment blessing and dungeon territory expansion functions. As Yi Mo opened the attributes panel, he hesitated over whether to elevate his divinity level. In reality, it would take him several days to reach the second tier. However, with his current divine points, ascending to level 3 would leave him insufficient to bestow his innate divine capabilities. Esteemed Lord Demon God, a large group of peculiar bipedal creatures has been spotted 3 kilometers from the Demon Goddess Palace, lingering as if preparing to invade your territory. Should we dispatch forces to eliminate them? Just as Yi Mo was deliberating, his maid Lilith appeared at the temple in trance, gracefully approaching and respectfully curtsying. It seemed she had sensed the intruders, and this time, she refrained from her usual sharp tongue, instead wearing a serious expression as she awaited Yi Mo's command. How many are there? What is their strength? Approximately 100, though they are merely a rabble. Compared to you, it would be an exaggeration to even label them as ants, Lilith continued, her voice tinged with a hint of indignation. How dare such a motley crew invade the palace of the Lord Demon God? Who do they think they are? Can you eradicate them all? With ease. Then entertain them. Would you? Shall I capture them alive? There are quite a few attractive female bipeds among them, Lilith inquired, considering the Lord Demon God's known affinity for bipedal beings. Yi Mo hesitated for a fleeting moment before waving his hand dismissively. No need. Eliminate them all. At present, he was in a crucial phase of his development. How could he allow women to hinder his progress? 100 or so players, including many high-level ones, could potentially yield a significant amount of divine points. Your will shall be done. Upon hearing the command to show no mercy, Lilith bowed deeply, a flicker of excitement and madness flashing in her pink eyes. Meanwhile, outside the Demon Goddess Palace, A throng of players clad in the attire of the Heavenly Path Alliance had gathered. Figures descended from beams of light, landing at the assembly point, adorned in robes of red, purple, and blue, distinguished by their levels. Elderly, we have gathered over 50 intermediate players and more than 30 high-level players, totaling 98. Among them, there are 9 at level 80 and 5 at level 90. The assembly is complete. Among the throng, a man in a purple robe rushed to report to a figure in red, who stood as the only notable presence, Li Changkong, a member of the Elder Council of the Heavenly Path Alliance, boasting an impressive level of 102. Players of such caliber were referred to as demigods and were the leaders of this operation. Excellent, we may proceed. Li Changkong nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he formed a hand gesture, holding a feather duster aloft, and waved it toward the sky. In an instant, a wisp of azure cloud rapidly coalesced, transforming into a colossal azure dragon that descended before the crowd. This was the advanced exclusive skill of the SSS level mage fate career card, Heavenly Path Sorcerer, capable of summoning a dragon to aid in battle or to transport individuals through the air, ideal for group combat. Everyone, follow me into battle. As all mounted the azure dragon, he gestured grandly. The dragon let out a resounding roar, shaking the very air around them, as it led the players forth towards the demon god's palace. Chapter 32, you call this a maid? Roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, its massive form weaving through the dense storm clouds amidst the tumultuous sea of thunder. Li Changkong, a true demigod player, commanded the scene with finesse. With his leadership, this world dungeon quest was assuredly secured. Of course, it was only because a demigod player was leading that I spent so much to secure this precious slot in the dungeon. You have no idea how stringent the selection for this world dungeon was. As a 67 level player with A-grade profession, I had to pay a hefty price just to gain entry. Such remarks were shared among the throngs of players, all of whom had invested considerable sums to participate. They perched atop the Azure Dragon, engaging in fervent conversation, having heard of Li Changkong's leadership, which drove them to vie for a position in this prestigious dungeon. World dungeons offered exceedingly generous rewards. Mere participation granted each successful challenger a 50 probability of acquiring legendary materials or equipment, an opportunity second only to divine artifacts. Who wouldn't be tempted? The 6 holy teachings provided these slots not only to quickly gather expendable players, but also to reap financial gains. After all, there was no cap on participant numbers in world dungeons, yet the first kill rewards were limited to a single prize. The various factions competed fiercely to assemble their forces in the shortest time possible. Silence. We are nearing our destination. A high-level player clad in a purple robe interrupted the chatter of the expendables. The group quickly realized their proximity to the demon goddess palace, swallowing nervously as they gazed upon the awe-inspiring structure. The scale of the demon goddess palace surpassed their wildest imaginations. Its walls were a majestic blend of ancient bronze and dark purple marble, faintly shimmering with magical light, towering high above. In comparison, the Azure Dragon appeared as insignificant as a worm before this grand edifice. Was this truly a world dungeon? It was utterly breathtaking. If it were transformed into a tourist attraction, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. World dungeons were exceedingly rare, with only 2 typically discovered each year. Factions would go to great lengths to seize such opportunities, as ordinary individuals would scarcely even catch a glimpse of them. Descend. With Li Changkong's command, the Azure Dragon twisted its massive form, gently landing on a spacious platform of the demon god's palace. 189 colossal stone pillars stood proudly on the platform, arranged in perfect alignment, extending toward the grand entrance of the palace. Upon the stone pillar, there are intricately carved creatures, each exhibiting a unique form, yet all embodying expressions of agony, terror, and ferocity. It is as if they are indelibly marked by their unwillingness to succumb to death amidst the chaos of battle. Beyond this door lies the instance. Everyone must restore their state and consume any available enhancement potions. Standing before the towering bronze door, Li Changkong immediately instructed the group behind him, concurrently downing 5 or 6 high-quality enhancement potions himself, according to prior reports from players who accompanied the Saintess for investigation. Opening the bronze door would lead to an immediate confrontation with the boss. This boss, a humanoid entity, had annihilated the 10 or so players present with a mere glance, leaving only the Saintess to be captured alive. At that time, the investigation team lacked high-level players. Yet the boss's ability to dispatch a dozen intermediate players in a single encounter indicated that it possessed at least demigod-level strength. Alas, the Saintess had consistently refrained from divulging further information, which might have facilitated a more manageable encounter. Li Changkong scrutinized the towering bronze door with a furrowed brow, contemplating the strength of the instance's boss. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the door he was fixated on began to slowly shift, gradually opening from the outside in. The door is opening, but I did not trigger it. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Changkong swiftly commanded, alerting everyone to their readiness. Following his orders, the group swiftly fell into formation like a well-trained army. Over 20 high-level tank players arranged themselves in 2 orderly lines, brandishing large shields to protect all players in the front. Behind them stood 4 rows of high-output mages and control-type players, while warriors and assassins awaited on either side. The final row consisted of support players, ensuring all 98 players stood poised, their gazes fixed intently upon the bronze door ahead. The crisp sound of footsteps resonated rhythmically from within the bronze door. As the footsteps drew closer, the heartbeat of the assembled players quickened, their breaths tightening with tension, leaving no room for complacency. Some had even begun to envision the formidable and grotesque boss that might emerge. "Oh my, what a grand display. It has me quite exhilarated." A sultry voice chimed. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows, her smile captivating all present. A maid? Every player present wore expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated a fearsome boss, yet instead, a maid appeared, a maid of striking stature and beauty. Save for the black goat horns adorning her head and her slender, peach-shaped tail, she was indistinguishable from a human. Or perhaps, she represented a new type of subhuman? This world does not recognize succubi. Thus, she could only be defined as a subhuman, known as Lilith. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lilith, the head maid of the Demon Lord's palace and one of its administrators. Lilith elegantly curtsied, her demeanor poised. As she raised her head, she instinctively licked her crimson lips, a wicked smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I come at the behest of the king of the gods, the great annihilation demon lord, to host you all. Fear not. I shall delight in crushing you wretched, lowly worms in the most straightforward and brutal manner." With a smile lingering on her lips, she delivered the most impolite message with the utmost courtesy. The king of the gods? Such audacity. Li Changkong scoffed, his eyes narrowing. As a senior elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he worshipped the boundless immortal sovereign among the 6 holy deities. To him, only the boundless immortal sovereign held the right to be called the king of gods. Now, a mere instance boss dared to lay claim to such a title? Truly, they were a bunch of ignorant worms. Lilith shook her head in mockery, as if to flaunt her superiority, and pointed to the nearby stone pillars. "Do you see the creatures carved upon these pillars? They once proclaimed themselves deities from another world. Yet, they were effortlessly vanquished and devoured by my master. Their souls forever imprinted upon these pillars as trophies." At this juncture, Lilith's gaze suddenly fell upon Li Changkong, her tone dripping with playful derision. "Of course, one such as you, a mere worm, is not even worthy of display." "Enough." Li Changkong waved his wand, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike down upon Lilith's crown. The resounding thunder erupted, a cataclysmic explosion rousing clouds of dust and debris, shaking the very platform beneath them. This insignificant elite creature truly overestimates itself. "Giggle, you are quite impatient," Lilith's sultry voice interrupted as an alluring fragrance wafted from behind him. Realizing too late, Li Changkong spun around, only to be met with the horrifying sight of Lilith, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. A piercing scream erupted as a level 70 mage had his skull crushed in her grip, blood spraying onto the faces of those nearby. "Ah, what a long-forgotten delicacy." Lilith purred, elegantly licking the blood from her hands, a deranged smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Chapter 33, Despair. An unprecedented despair. The sudden turn of events left every individual present in stunned silence. With a single strike, a level 70 player had been obliterated? What jest is this? This was merely an elite creature. What are you all standing around for? Awaiting death. Li Changkong bellowed, simultaneously forming a hand gesture. Change the world. As his skill activated, an invisible force yanked the players surrounding Lilith apart. Summon thunder. After ensuring the players were at a safe distance, countless bolts of lightning rained down, striking the ground with ferocity. Boom. The ground trembled violently, enveloped in clouds of dust that obscured all vision. Psychic enchanters, establish a mental network and share our information. Scouts, lock onto her position and report back immediately. Tank players, draw her aggro and prevent her from flanking us. Li Changkong, a seasoned player, promptly reacted, issuing commands with precision. The previous attack not only served to restrain, but also created a visual blind spot. I've locked onto her. In no time, the scout auxiliary players pinpointed Lilith's location amid the swirling dust, efficiently relaying her position through the S-rank class psychic network established. Hold the aggro. Fortify our defenses. With the tank players having secured Lilith's position, they swiftly unleashed their skills, raising their shields to form an impenetrable wall, golden light radiating from their bodies. The tank players gathered together, standing resolutely like a towering mountain. Before them, a visible golden shield was formed, a testament to their combined defensive prowess. When tank players unite in formation, their defenses can indeed be amplified. For instance, if one player's defense is 40 and they team up with another player of equal strength, their combined defense would surge to 80. Due to the aggro mechanics, Lilith suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to strike these tank players. In an instant, she flashed before them and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. The golden shield forged by the tank players visibly dimmed. Puffed. A wave of dizziness swept over numerous tank players, their arms tingling. Some of the lower-level players even found themselves on the verge of vomiting blood, their nostrils bleeding. What kind of monster is this? With just a single punch, she nearly shattered the defenses of over 20 players? Shock was etched on their faces. Mages, obliterated, commanded a tank player, drawing the fire away as numerous mages began to charge their spells. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless fireballs and bolts of lightning soared into the sky, a relentless barrage hurtling toward Lilith. Simultaneously, a swirling azure dragon in the air unleashed a torrent of dragon flames. In mere moments, Lilith was completely engulfed. The sounds of explosions and rumbling continued unabated. Mushroom clouds quietly rose. The ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Mages replenished their mana and awaited cooldowns. Warriors and assassins stood ready to engage. After the relentless cannonade, Li Changkong continued to issue commands. The mage's high-output spells had lengthy cooldowns and considerable mana consumption, far beyond what could be replenished with just 1 or 2 potions. There would be intervals of several seconds, even tens of seconds. During this time, the roles of warriors and assassins came into play. In grand world-class dungeons, mages served as the primary damage dealers, while tanks absorbed the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, warriors and assassins were relegated to the role of crowd control. How intriguing. You are truly fascinating. A shrill and frenzied laugh suddenly echoed. Abruptly, a shadow burst forth from the swirling smoke. This was the first time Lilith had witnessed such a combat style. She had to admit, these worms momentarily exhilarated her. The sight of that figure made everyone's hearts tighten, their pupils dilating in disbelief. What a joke. After enduring such intense attacks, she hadn't even torn her clothing? Could this individual's defense be over 1,000,000? Damn it. This is infuriating. What kind of monster is this? In that moment, despair swept over everyone present. Even Li Changkong could not help but feel moved. Suppressing his emotions as he continued to command loudly, warriors, assassins, quickly restrain her and protect the backline. If the backline is annihilated, we will have no means to attack. Upon hearing Li Changkong's voice, over 30 warriors and assassins stifled their emotions, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Lilith. Among them were 3 level 90 players. Against the onslaught of players rushing toward her, Lilith was like a tiger among sheep. Laughing maniacally, she delivered a punch to each one. Countless players' heads exploded. The cries of anguish and the sound of breaking bones echoed continuously. Blood soaked the ground. Dismembered limbs scattered across the battlefield. Even the 2 level 90 players could not withstand a single encounter with her. Excellent. Just like that. It should be like this. Come, delight me to your fullest. Demonstrate the value of your worm-like existence. Lilith danced through the throng of players like a rose amidst carnage. The rich scent of blood invigorated her adrenaline. Her eyes sparkled with endless madness, her hands framing her face in excitement, her complexion flushed. With each step forward, a player fell lifelessly. Even the azure dragon that soared toward her was crushed beneath her feet, its neck twisted violently. Could we really contend with such a monster? Watching Lilith, like a ragdoll, snap the neck of the last level 90 warrior player and toss him aside, as if he were refuse, despair engulfed everyone. Their pupils constricted sharply, breaths quickened. As they beheld the encroaching Lilith, their legs trembled uncontrollably. This was a primal fear, a terror etched deep within their bones. How could they possibly combat such a creature? And this was merely the elite monster of this dungeon. It was unfathomable to consider how powerful the dungeon's boss might be. What is the matter? If you do not resist, it will be exceedingly dull. Seeing the remaining players completely devoid of fighting spirit, Lilith sighed in disappointment. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the blood from her hands and face. Worms that do not struggle are utterly uninteresting. Since you are so tedious, let me grant you a final journey. Lilith shook her head in resignation, utterly disinterested now, and took a gentle step forward, her body gradually lifting into the air. Boom. In an instant, a violent aura of death swept across the battlefield. The sky darkened, and a vast black mist rapidly spread from Lilith's very being. 12 jet-black wings unfurled slowly from her back, extending endlessly, obscuring the heavens. A dark crescent moon gradually rose behind her, radiating a dazzling, inky glow. The hem of her maid's dress transformed into alluring black armor, accentuating her perfect form. At that moment, she resembled a fallen angel, a demon embodying both sanctity and seduction. This monster actually has a second phase? At this point, even Li Changkong sank into despair. They had not even managed to breach the defenses of this elite monster before learning it had a second phase? Despair. An unprecedented despair. This was the most hopeless moment he had experienced in all his time tackling dungeons. He had not even laid eyes on the dungeon boss. Chapter 34. Sister, you must strive. Gasping for breath, Li Changkong abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively sitting up from the sleep pod, panting heavily. His back was soaked with sweat. How terrifying. This world-class dungeon is utterly terrifying. I must report this to the higher-ups. He hurriedly exited the sleep pod, not even pausing to check how much experience he had lost. He made a beeline for the entrance, donned his coat, and rushed toward the headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The difficulty of this world-class dungeon might very well be another insurmountable challenge. Grandpa, are you going out so late? At that moment, a young girl clad in pink dinosaur pajamas, her eyes still heavy with sleep, yawned and rubbed her eyes as she approached. She had likely come out to check on the noise. Ah, Sharo, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Grandpa has some matters to attend to. There's breakfast in the refrigerator. And be sure to give it your all during tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Soon, it was 3 a.m. at the Heavenly Tao Alliance headquarters. What did you say? So many individuals could be eliminated by a single elite creature? A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe gazed in astonishment at Li Changkong. His name was Su Lingji, the current leader of the Celestial Alliance, a high-ranking agent who inherited the legacies and players of the former leader, including the very Li Changkong before him. Indeed, as the leader, I believe we can classify this instance as an insurmountable dungeon. Li Changkong nodded solemnly. In this world, there have emerged a total of 9 insurmountable world-class dungeons. Including Yimo's current one, it amounts to 10. What are our losses? We have yet to assess, but it is likely to be quite severe, as we are dealing with the elite of the elite. The failure to conquer a world-class dungeon generally places most players at risk of demotion. Even Li Changkong experienced a drop from level 102 to 99, falling from semi-divine status to that of a high-level player. This was undeniably a catastrophic blow to the Celestial Alliance. Upon hearing this, Su Lingji furrowed his brows deeply. After pacing within his office for a moment, he spoke slowly. First, we must contain the news and announce externally that we have made significant gains within this world-class dungeon. We are but a step away from vanquishing the dungeon's boss and shall rise again in 3 days. At this, Li Changkong was momentarily taken aback. But soon his eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the suffering we endured will be reciprocated upon them. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Su Lingji's eyes. Meanwhile, a notification appeared. Detecting player deaths within your dungeon territory, earning divine value, 2,545. Current divine value, 5,600, 2,500. Observing this system prompt, Yimo nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, players who perish in dungeons created by deities can accrue divine value. This also reaffirmed his previous judgment. The so-called deities, including the 6 members of the Sacred Six, were merely formidable wild monsters endowed with systems. The divine agents function similarly to management, while players represent the frontline workforce. The competition among deities revolves around territory, or more aptly, dungeons. Higher difficulty dungeons can yield a continuous influx of divine value for the deities. However, should their dungeons be conquered by players from rival factions, they may incur losses instead. If my assumptions hold true, those lower-tier dungeons exist in a state of neglect, essentially designed to nurture players. Fattened players entering high-difficulty dungeons risk losing experience points and equipment upon failure, which may then transform into divine value. Viewed in this light, players are, in essence, mere fodder for the deities. Of course, formidable players can also become weapons for the deities. Respected Lord of Demons, all external pests have been expelled. Lilith reported respectfully to Yimo. Well done, you may withdraw now. Yimo nodded, preparing to dismiss Lilith. With sufficient divine value at hand, he intended to enhance his divine rank and explore the new features of equipment blessings and dungeon territory expansion. However, Lilith hesitated before continuing. Esteemed Demon Lord, I sustained injuries during this battle and seek your assistance. Yimo lifted his gaze slightly. Lilith had been injured? It was somewhat surprising that players could inflict harm upon her. Where are you hurt? Lilith extended her delicate hand to touch the seductive mark just below her abdomen, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Yimo. The extensive consumption has depleted my magical energy, requiring your power to replenish it. Oh, so you have come to seek tributes from me, Yimo replied, somewhat speechless. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Since Jiang Lin Yu's arrival, he hadn't replenished Lilith's magical energy. I am currently occupied. Come to me once I have fallen asleep. He waved his hand impatiently, wishing to focus on his entrepreneurial endeavors rather than engage in such trivial matters. After all, he had already indulged in such pursuits in his dreams and had grown weary of them. Reality was far more exhilarating. Understood, my inept demon lord. May you enjoy a pleasant dream, preferably one from which you never awaken, Lilith remarked with a smile, though her address was far from respectful. Clearly, her frustration with the demon lord's inability to meet her needs was palpable. Congratulations, your divine rank has increased to level 3. You have acquired a new job card, Demon Sovereign, SSS level Tank Destiny. The divine panel has unlocked equipment blessings and dungeon territory expansion features. Once Lilith departed, Yimo promptly elevated his divine rank. Name, World-Ending Demon. Divine rank, 3. Divine value, 3,100. 9,000. Followers conquering other deities' dungeons or slaying deities can augment your divine value. Number of divine envoys, 1. Number of followers, 2. Dungeon territory, 2. Current blessable job cards, God-slaying Demon Swordsman, SSS level Warrior Destiny. Necromancer, SSS level Mage Destiny. Time-Space Creator, SSS level Control Destiny. Demon Sovereign, SSS level Tank. Berserker, a level Warrior Destiny. Current blessable equipment traits, Goddess Lock, Blink. Chance to acquire upon slaying deities or divine beings. Note: Divine rank 4 unlocks divine blessings for the church. Curious about the utility of equipment blessings, YMO clicked on the option. Goddess Lock, equipment blessing. Cost: 1,000 spirit value. Description: prevents the risk of equipment loss upon dungeon failure, limited to 10 uses. Blink, equipment blessing. Cost: 500 spirit value. Description: teleports to any location within a 20-meter radius, cooldown of 30 seconds. Friendly reminder: each increase in divine rank unlocks 1 equipment blessing. Note: a single piece of equipment can possess a maximum of 2 blessings. Relics are not restricted, but after 2 uses, double divine value is required. In simple terms, this grants a piece of equipment additional skills, akin to summoner abilities. YMO quickly grasped the purpose of equipment blessings. However, the cost in divine value was exorbitant, especially for the Goddess Lock blessing, which was nearly essential for equipment. Otherwise, should he enter the next dungeon and lose equipment to rival deities, it would all be for naught. He was just about to forge a relic for Yi Xiao Xiao and could bestow 2 blessings upon it. Sigh. Sister, you must strive to preserve your dignity. I have invested tremendous effort in you. Chapter 35. Bear with me. I will be ready soon. After reviewing the equipment blessings, YMO then opened the newly emerged option for dungeon territory. Detected that you have an unconfigured dungeon, Minotaur Lair. Would you like to configure this dungeon? Yes. No. YMO promptly chose yes. A vast topographic map, akin to a projection, instantaneously materialized in his mind. At that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in a creative game. The upper right corner of the map displayed the quantities of wild monsters at various locations, along with the boss room, and so forth. This dungeon has become your territory. The death of players from other factions will grant you divine value, daily settlement. Minotaur Nest. Dungeon type, Conquest. Level restriction, 20 to 30. Difficulty, A rank. Player completion probability, 40. By consuming 500 divine value, you can enhance divine power to elevate the dungeon's difficulty to S rank. Player completion probability, 15. By consuming 1,000 divine value, you can implant a divine servant larva to guard, increasing the dungeon's difficulty to SS rank. Player completion probability, 6. Note: once the divine servant matures, the dungeon's difficulty escalates to SSS rank. Player completion probability, 5. Could it be that this dungeon even requires divine value to augment its difficulty? YMO was rendered speechless. However, as long as players failed to conquer it, he would be rewarded with divine value, effectively a steady daily income, akin to earning money while reclining. He decided to first ascertain the potential earnings from this dungeon before contemplating any upgrades. He also intended to reserve 2,000 divine value for his ascension to a second-tier divine blessing ability. After a brief exploration, YMO assigned a new class card to his main body. Upon returning to reality, he opened the equipment crafting option on the agent interface. A furnace appeared before him in an instant. Simultaneously, personal information regarding forging materialized in the upper right corner. Current forging level, 1. The higher the level, the greater the success rate and attribute increase. Experience, 0. Forging divine technique, none. Note: successfully crafting a divine artifact allows you to comprehend a forging divine technique. Due to the systematized nature of the process, crafting was exceedingly simple. One merely needed to toss in the corresponding materials. Ding. Detected that your current primary material can forge the following weapons: Cataclysmic Divine Scepter, Abyssal Magic Sword, and Phantasmal Cold Shield. YMO, considering Yi Xiao Xiao's class, clicked on the staff-type weapon. The primary attribute of staff-type weapons is Spirit, which is undoubtedly the most beneficial for Yi Xiao Xiao. Cataclysmic Divine Scepter, Divine Artifact. Primary material, Cataclysmic Demon Bone, Divine Level. Secondary materials, 16 Heavenly Dao Enigmatic Stones, 16 External Dao Demon Abyss Grasses. Success rate, 30. Equipment base extra bonus, 50. Divine Pillar Wood. Attribute range, 30 to 60. Detected that your secondary materials are insufficient. Crafting is temporarily impossible. Universal materials can substitute for any secondary materials. YMO glanced briefly at the prices of the secondary materials, noting that one was priced around 200,000. Moreover, they were the type that were available but scarce. Currently, there were only 2 for sale on Taodao Network. Even with his 30 universal materials added, he still lacked sufficient funds. He checked his balance, a total of 400,000, and after deducting Meng Li's 170,000, he was left with 230,000. 2 secondary materials were certainly insufficient. However, it was to be expected. Typically, the price for a finished divine artifact is around 1 billion. This is comparable to the value of an SSS class card. Even a level 90 veteran might not possess a single divine artifact. Alas, money flows like water. How impoverished I am. Since becoming an agent, although his income had significantly increased, so had his expenses, especially with his desire to focus on cultivating Yi Xiao Xiao. That extravagant girl, it was utterly draining. Silently closing the system interface, YMO sighed in resignation. The matter of crafting equipment would have to wait. At the very least, he would need to secure more funds first. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was already nearing dawn. After a quick wash, he prepared to meet Jiang Linyue as scheduled. Time flowed like water, and the hours whisked by swiftly. At the Dodo Cafe, within a private room, Jiang Linyue held a coffee cup, nervously taking deep breaths. The task assigned by the magic runes was to touch Yi Imo 20 times. To be candid, this was exceedingly challenging for Jiang Linyue. Her experience with the opposite sex was as blank as a fresh sheet of paper. Since childhood, she had been burdened with high expectations from her master. She was either studying or on the path of learning. After graduation, she directly joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, training tirelessly and delving into dungeons. As for romance, what on earth is that? She had never even heard of it. Stay calm, stay calm. He has had 2 kidneys removed. Strictly speaking, he hardly qualifies as a man. She took a deep breath to reassure herself, adjusting her mindset. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a soft knock echoed from the private room door. Miss Jiang, I'm coming in. As he spoke, Yemo pushed the door open. At a glance, he noticed Jiang Linyue seated gracefully on the sofa. Today, she had adopted a sporty look, wearing a white athletic tank top draped with a white sheer jacket. Her skin was smooth and luminous, and her legs beneath the athletic shorts were toned and powerful. From Yemo's angle, he could even see the elegant outline of her abs on her slender waist. Hello, please take a seat. She lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing sideways at Yemo, her breath inadvertently quickening, heart racing. The soft, supple thighs beneath the table instinctively drew together. This is the product you requested. Once Yemo took his seat, Jiang Linyue inhaled deeply. Adjusting her demeanor, she revealed a professional smile and retrieved several large bags of small blue potion bottles from her system backpack. Upon seeing the rudimentary packaging, Yemo's brow furrowed slightly. These blue bottles were markedly different from those on the market. They appeared as if they were hastily assembled. May I check the goods first? Yes. Of course. Jiang Linyue's voice faltered slightly, her resolve wavering. After all, it was her first time selling counterfeit goods. Although these illicit items were nearly indistinguishable from market offerings, the psychological burden of wrongdoing lingered. Yemo casually picked up a small blue bottle and drank it down. Blue value 108. Observing the system notification, Yemo paused momentarily. How could it yield 8 points? Whatever. At least the quality is acceptable. It seems to be a half-finished product hastily made, resulting in inconsistencies in purity. Yet, it matters little as long as the effects are largely comparable. Moreover, this batch was reasonably priced, only around 80 of the market value. The goods are confirmed. Here S44,000 in cash. Please count it. Yemo pulled out the cash from his briefcase and slid it forward. No need to count. I trust you. With that, Jiang Linyue promptly stuffed the cash into her handbag. Since the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. Yemo collected the large bags of small blue bottles and prepared to rise. Wait a moment. Seeing Yemo about to depart, Jiang Linyue became anxious. She had yet to complete her task. How could she allow him to leave just like that? Is there anything else? Yemo halted his steps, casting a skeptical glance over his shoulder at her. You still haven't confirmed the quantity of the goods. How about counting them? Oh, it's trivial. I have faith in your integrity, Saintess. With that, Yemo turned away once more. No, you stop right there. Jiang Linyue's voice suddenly rose, and in a moment of desperation, she reached out and seized Yemo's wrist. A jolt surged through her as their skin made contact, leaving her breathless and her heart racing. An indescribable reaction was instantaneously unleashed, causing Jiang Linyue to lose control of her strength and pull Yemo toward her. What the? Yemo leaned back, unexpectedly falling into Jiang Linyue's embrace. They found themselves in a position of one sitting and the other lying, their gazes locking. Jiang Linyue sat upright, while Yemo lay nestled against her like a delicate bird. As Jiang Linyue regained her composure, the intensity of the moment washed over her, and a blush crept across her fair face. Damn it, since it has come to this, I might as well. With a determined bite of her lip, she boldly proceeded to search Yemo. Magic energy value 1. Magic energy value 1. Magic energy value 1. Task progress 120. Task progress 220. Ding. Critical hit triggered. Magic energy value 10. Excellent. The task was nearly complete. Jiang Linyue's eyes sparkled as she quickened her pace. What the? Yemo was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief at this seemingly pure saintess before him. Was this truly the Jiang Linyue he knew? In his dreams, she had certainly not behaved in this manner. Chapter 36. Am I being sponsored? No. If I continue to be so passive, will I still be a man? Yemo's mind raced, tinged with a sense of humiliation. However, just as he prepared to resist, Jiang Linyue abruptly pushed him away. All right, I'm done, she stated coldly, her words dousing Yemo's burgeoning impulse like a bucket of cold water. 3 large question marks appeared above his head. This is the end? Yemo was left bewildered. Yet before he could process it, Jiang Linyue produced a bundle of cash exceeding 40,000 from her bag and tossed it onto the table with a thud. This is your compensation. With that, She dashed from the room, her ears and neck already flushed crimson. Guillermo stood there, still dumbfounded. As he stared at the stack of money on the table, the corners of his mouth twitched. Have I just been solicited? Gasping for breath, Jiang Linyue fled into the women's restroom, bracing herself against the sink as her chest heaved. Jiang Linyue, you have truly fallen, haven't you? Even if he isn't a man, you are being too. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she recalled the audacity of her actions. Strangely enough, despite the embarrassment, a thrill and delight surged within her as she remembered how she had forcibly restrained him, rendering his struggles futile. Congratulations on exceeding the task. Receiving an additional reward. All attributes 20. The more you exceed, the more generous the reward. Friendly reminder. The next task will be released 3 days after the immunity period ends. Additional rewards? Jiang Linyue's expression turned to one of astonishment as she hurriedly opened her attribute panel. Name, Jiang Linyue. Fate, Assassin. Extraordinary profession, Sword Immortal. Level, 49. Experience, 72. Constitution, 426. Speed, 453. Strength, 421. Spirit, 456. Mana consumption, 3,200. Skills, Sword Control, Level 5. Sword Spirit Protection, Level 5. Celestial Sword Technique, Level 5. 10,000 Sword Art, Level 3. Mental Techniques, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Level 3. Tranquil Focus Technique, Level 3. Extra Abilities, Jade Spirit Body, Demon God Mark, Indelible. Deity of Faith, Infinite Immortal Lord. It truly has increased. An enhancement of 20 points to all attributes is equivalent to a direct level up. Moreover, her level remains unchanged. This essentially boosts her innate attributes. It's well known that as one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly difficult, thus the enhancement of attributes is limited. Yet she could augment her attributes through tasks, signifying that her future capabilities would vastly surpass others of the same level. She might even challenge higher-level players as an intermediate player. Reflecting on her promising future, Jiang Linyue dismissed the earlier embarrassment as trivial. She promptly opened the magic pattern page to inspect it further. Demon Godmark, Level 1. Magic Energy Value, 188, 500. Description, an indelible mark left on you by ancient demons, cannot be removed, cannot be erased. Effect 130 experience gain upon completion. Additional 10 points to attributes upon leveling up. Effect 2. All attributes increase by 20. Effect 3. When with the destined individual. Skills and mental techniques training effects are enhanced by 200, with all other effects doubled. Side effect. Desire increases daily, only alleviated in the presence of the destined individual. Excellent. The experience for the magic pattern is nearing 2/5. She eagerly anticipated the enhancements that would come with its upgrade. Clearly, she needed more frequent interactions with Guillermo. However, how could she ensure prolonged contact with him? If she could remain in close quarters with Guillermo, the growth rate of her mental techniques and skills could achieve a terrifying 200. She remembered that he seemed to be in desperate need of money. Jiang Linyue's mind raced as she recalled her connections that had allowed her to investigate Guillermo's personal information. After 3 unsuccessful attempts at civil service exams, he had accrued a debt of 280,000. The pressure had likely driven him to contract with the Wild God, forcing him to donate bodily materials and open a business in dungeons. Such impoverished individuals possess an intense yearning for wealth. Perhaps I could exploit this. With that thought, Jiang Linyue took out her phone, pondering for a moment before typing out a message to Guillermo. Meanwhile, Guillermo returned home. Collapsing onto his soft bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly perplexed. What on earth had happened today? He truly struggled to comprehend Jiang Linyue's train of thought. Was she lusting after his body? Yet, she hadn't done anything overtly inappropriate. To claim that one is not tempted would be disingenuous, especially when one is engaged in self-indulgent behavior, leaving him in a state of indecision. Alas, in reality, the disparity between their abilities and statuses is stark. It is akin to the affluent individuals in the upper city attempting to exert influence over the subhumans, a scenario where they bear no legal repercussions. Garlic bird, he mused. Since the potion was already acquired, and at no cost, the priority now was to amass wealth and enhance his strength. Discarding the chaotic thoughts, Guillermo resolved to head to the office and earnestly pursue his financial goals. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Jiang Linyue. Could I hire you as a companion? A large question mark appeared above Guillermo's head. What does she mean? Is she insinuating that I am not a man? Has she lost her mind? After toying with me, is she now intent on humiliating me? It's merely a handful of money. What's so remarkable about that? Guillermo furiously typed. What do you mean? Ding dong. His phone vibrated once more. Jiang Linyue replied. I simply wish to pay you to accompany me for meals, movies, training, and dungeon runs. Is she suggesting that I become her playmate? Upon reading this message, Guillermo fell into silence. First, she mocked me. And now she seeks to entice me? As a man of stature, how could I possibly accept such terms? His fingers flew across the screen as he typed. How much are you offering? Jiang Linyue responded, 100,000 per week. 100,000 per week. As he gazed at the message on his screen, Yemo's breath quickened. Striving to regain his composure, he hesitated before continuing to type with a sense of restraint. However, I must work at the office daily. And I have players to support. I cannot be at your beck and call. Jiang Linua countered, I can provide you with an office in the upper city, along with accommodation, and right next door is the dungeon teleportation hall. What on earth? An office in the upper city? And the dungeon teleportation hall is right next door. This location must cost no less than $1 million in rent annually. This is simply too perfect. To be honest, Yemo was thoroughly tempted. Not only would this eliminate his office rental expenses, but it would also help him settle his debts with Yi Xiaoxiao. While he could resort to selling body materials for cash, that is hardly a sustainable solution. Too much exposure could attract the attention of powerful families and the 6 holy orders. Such actions should only be taken during extraordinary times. Wait, suddenly, Yemo felt that something was amiss. Offering both money and accommodation goodness. Is this not a clear case of being kept? Chapter 37. The Battle of the Left and Right Brain. Gazing at the messages on his phone, Yemo was engulfed in silence, as if 2 voices were clashing within him. Accept her offer. Such favorable conditions could save you years of hardship. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Yet, Yemo, remember you are a man. How can you embark on the path of dependency? Consider that 660,000 in loans. The cost of forging a divine artifact. Her support could resolve all of these issues. This is not merely for your sake, but also for Yi Xiaoxiao. She is at school, and if she lacks decent equipment, she will be looked down upon. Do you wish for her to face scorn? To be ostracized and bullied, leading to severe bullying in school? Utter nonsense. If you proceed with this, Yi Xiaoxiao will truly look down upon you. Can she still regard you as her brother? She will likely cast you disdainful glances, trampling you beneath her feet in white stockings, grinding her foot relentlessly on your face. Humiliation, resentment. You will never be able to hold your head high in her presence again. The 2 voices in his mind continued to clash, leaving Yemo in a quandary. Buzzing. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated again. The caller ID read, Yi Xiaoxiao. Yemo decided to answer the call. Soon, Yi Xiaoxiao's light and melodious voice reached his ears. Old Mo, my homeroom teacher wants to meet you. She wishes to discuss something regarding me. Something regarding you? Yemo paused, suddenly realizing what this meant. Isn't this akin to a parent-teacher conference? Hey, you haven't caused any trouble at school, have you? His tone shifted to one of seriousness. How could I? I'm a model student. Oh, I can't chat right now. Today is the new student enrollment for the special class. And I have to get busy. This afternoon at 2 o'clock at Dodo Cafe. Don't be late. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao hung up. Yemo sighed in resignation. He decided to first visit the office to inform Meng Li. Since Meng Li didn't have a phone, he would buy her one on the way. It would be convenient for future communication. Time passed swiftly. Hours flew by. Meow? Do you have plans today, agent? Meng Li asked with surprise, her lake blue eyes sparkling. Yes. My sister's homeroom teacher is looking for me. I'm not sure what it's about. Oh, I see. Upon hearing that Yemo would not be at the office that afternoon, Meng Li appeared somewhat disappointed. The white furry cat ears atop her head drooped unconsciously. Here, this is for you. I've left my number on it. It will be easier to contact me in the future. Yemo handed a package box to Meng Li before departing the office. The young girl opened the box, and her eyes brightened instantly. A blue and white phone adorned with a cat pattern came into view. Is this the agent's number? She exclaimed, treasure in hand, joyfully gazing at the string of numbers. Having seen Yi Xiaoxiao on the phone with Yemo previously, she had contemplated getting a phone herself. Initially, she intended to seek a cheap secondhand one, but Yemo had gifted her a brand new device. Now, I can chat with the agent anytime. With this thought, Meng Li's white furry cat tail began to sway behind her once more. On the other side, after leaving the lower city, Yemo hailed a cab. He returned once more to the Dodo Cafe. Not having met at school, but at a cafe. Could this imply a personal matter? Yet, he was not particularly familiar with his sister's homeroom teacher. Following the room number given by Yi Xiaoxiao, he swiftly located the designated area. He knocked politely before pushing the door open. What greeted him was a plump lady in black-rimmed glasses. She sat gracefully on the sofa, a coffee cup cradled in her hands, gazing out the window. Today, Zhou Minjun was impeccably dressed. Her simple white blouse paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her alluring curves. Hello, I am Yi Xiaoxiao's guardian. May I ask if you are teacher Zhou? Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Minjun turned her attention to the door, her face instantly lighting up with a smile as she rose warmly to greet him. Hello, I am Zhou Minjun, the homeroom teacher of your sister. After a friendly handshake, she invited Yemo to take a seat and presented him with a menu. What would you like to drink? Feel free to order. Today, it's my treat. As she was the one seeking assistance, it was only fitting that she took the initiative to host. Feel free to proceed. May I inquire about the purpose of your summons, teacher Zhou? Yemo delved directly into the matter, seeking clarity on the reason for the other's visit. Having frequently been called to the principal's office during his youth, he could now empathize with the sentiment of those summoned. Oh, it's not a significant issue. I'm merely curious if Mr. Yi has heard of the national competition? The national competition? Yemo was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that the event broadcast annually on television, particularly on sports channels? It bore a resemblance to the Olympiad competitions from his previous life. Recently, he had watched videos discussing the prizes for this year's national competition, which included a legendary grade material, second only to divine artifacts. Such enticing rewards had stirred a multitude of factions and even scions of noble families to eagerly enlist. Indeed, this year's national competition promised to be fiercely competitive. Here's the matter at hand. I wish to employ Yi Xiaoxiao as her recommender and coach, enabling her to represent the academy in the competition, Zhou Minjun stated, sipping her coffee with an air of calmness as she regarded Yi Mo. However, beneath the table, her palms clenched slightly, betraying a hint of tension. Every year, prior to the national competition, teachers would vie for the opportunity to recommend top-ranking students. Should a student achieve commendable results, their recommender would reap both monetary rewards and prestige. Therefore, for a prodigious talent like Yi Xiaoxiao, an SSS grade player, any teacher would see this as a golden opportunity for recognition. The individual who secured her rental rights first would undoubtedly become her recommender. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao was still relatively unknown, having just transitioned to her new class. Once she gained prominence within the academy, numerous individuals would undoubtedly flock to Yi Mo to discuss rental agreements. I recall that most participants in the national competition are third-year players. Is Yi Xiaoxiao eligible to compete in her first year? Yi Mo furrowed his brow, questioning. Of course. She is currently a student in the elite class and can compete without restrictions. Even if she doesn't secure a top placement this time, it serves as an excellent foundation, providing her with valuable experience. When she reaches her third year, she can compete again. Zhou Minjun explained her strategy. Elite class students are granted 2 opportunities to compete, so she did not expect Yi Xiaoxiao to achieve remarkable results in her first year. Instead, she aimed for a championship in the third year. After all, most competitors in the national competition are indeed third-year students, possessing a significant advantage in levels over first-year students. Moreover, given the heightened competition this year, her long-term plan was to accumulate experience this time around and secure victory in the next. Chapter 38. So, I have indeed embarked on this path. Listening to Zhou Minjun's exposition, Yi Mo fell into a brief contemplation. Truth be told, allowing Yi Xiaoxiao to participate in the national competition would also benefit him immensely. It would serve as a form of publicity for him. Consequently, when he ascended to the second tier, he would not have to exhaust himself searching for new players. If he could establish a reputation, both his credibility and capabilities would be assured. At that point, the value of his cards would rise significantly, creating a buzz that would attract numerous players seeking to purchase career cards, leading to a bidding war. Without a doubt, this presented a highly lucrative opportunity. However, the prerequisite was clear. Yi Xiaoxiao must secure a commendable placement in the competition, preferably the championship. Only a victory would leave a lasting impression. What price are you prepared to offer? Yi Mo inquired, contemplating Zhou Minjun's potential offer before hastily agreeing. 100,000 for the rental of 2 competition slots, this year and next. Zhou Minjun proposed a one-time rental for both competition opportunities. As she was strategizing for the long term, this approach would safeguard against the possibility of Yi Mo renting for this year only to have someone else snatch the second opportunity. 100,000, is it? Yi Mo feigned deep thought, delaying his agreement while internally marveling. Goodness, is that extravagant item truly worth so much? Unbeknownst to Yi Mo, should Yi Xiaoxiao place in the top 3, the recommender would receive a reward of 500,000. Thus, the price of 100,000 for 2 competition slots was indeed reasonable, contingent upon Yi Xiaoxiao achieving a top 3 finish. Mr. Yi finds the amount insufficient? How about this? I will personally increase it by 30,000. This is already the maximum I can offer. I hope you can understand. With players to support, 13,000 was the utmost Zhou Minjun could afford. Typically, the rental price for SSS grade players competing in the competition hovered around this figure. The price is agreeable. However, I have a request, Yi Mo stated. What request? Zhou Minjun's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. I would like to rent out another player under my guidance as well. Yi Mo's reasoning was straightforward. Relying solely on Yi Xiaoxiao to clinch the championship was somewhat precarious. To mitigate risks, it was prudent to include Meng Li as well. If both players achieved commendable placements, entering the top 3, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. Are you suggesting a bundled rental? Zhou Minjun paused, then asked. Is your additional player a current student? A recommender could only hold 3 competition slots. Zhou Minjun had already selected her 2 candidates, both of whom were her own players. If Yi Mo's second player lacked capability, it would adversely impact her interests. Not exactly. However, I have heard that the academy does allow the rental of external students. Such cases do exist, but they require passing an assessment to obtain a slot for an external student. The difficulty of this qualification is considerable, as it necessitates defeating another player already secured for the competition. In essence, this was a measure to prevent teachers from maliciously selling competition slots. Very well. When shall we conduct the assessment? Yi Mo readily agreed. Tomorrow, have her come to the school to meet me, Zhou Minjun said, adding Yi Mo on her QQ before preparing to transfer the funds. By the way, my player, she lacks legal status. That shouldn't pose a problem, should it? Yi Mo suddenly recalled a pertinent issue. Mengli was a subhuman and did not possess citizenship. Without legal status? Zhou Minjun paused, her expression one of confusion. Is she someone with a criminal record? If she has a record, that would complicate matters. She is a subhuman. A subhuman? Zhou Minjun was momentarily struck dumb. To be candid, no subhuman had ever participated in the national competition since its inception. Given the considerable difficulty in leveling up for subhumans, they rarely possessed quality classes. Renting such individuals for the competition would surely tarnish one's reputation. Well, Zhou Minjun sighed, candidly stating, as long as there is no criminal record. Even a subhuman may participate in the competition. However, there has yet to be a precedent for recommending a subhuman. She displayed an expression of perplexity. What if I were to say that the profession of that demi-human is also of SSS class quality? Observing Zhou Mingjun's discomfort, Yi Mo spoke slowly. An SSS class profession. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minjun's breath quickened. To possess even a single SSS class profession card is already remarkable. Yet this individual possesses two? What kind of deity could be so indulgent? Furthermore, he even granted one to a demi-human. It's simply unbelievable. It seems you hold that demi-human in high regard. Zhou Mingjun feigned composure, suppressing his emotions. He trembled as he raised his hand to sip his coffee, his gaze toward Yi Mo growing more intricate. Having become her agent, he felt the weight of responsibility. Yi Mo chuckled softly, dismissing the gravity of the situation. I have numerous SSS class profession cards, but what I lack is renown. Only with a stellar reputation can we attract affluent players willing to invest. You truly are an extraordinary individual, Zhou Mingjun replied with a faint smile, followed by a sigh. Very well, I accept your terms. Logically speaking, for two SSS class professions, I should offer you additional compensation. Unfortunately, my funds are depleted. If you don't mind, I can pay you once I receive the prize money from the national competition. Deal. The transaction was swiftly concluded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Mo excused himself under the pretext of office matters. As Zhou Minjun watched Yi Mo's retreating figure, he took a deep breath and sighed with a sense of resignation. He then retrieved the pocket watch hanging from his neck and slowly opened it. Inside was a photograph. In the picture, a kindly-faced demi-human cradled a small infant, beaming at the camera. Grandmother, if only you had encountered such an agent back then, perhaps you would still be alive. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. You have received 130,000 yuan. Yi Mo's expression brightened at the message. He opened his phone to check his balance, which had now surpassed 300,000. Alas, he still fell short of the funds necessary to forge the divine artifact. The total cost for the two auxiliary materials for the cataclysmic divine staff amounted to 420,000, leaving him with a considerable deficit. With only a few days remaining until the preliminary rounds of the national competition, he needed to significantly enhance the abilities of Yi Xiaoxiao and Mengli. The most expedient route would be to equip them thoroughly. As for Mengli, she required rapid level advancement. No matter how hard she fought solo, it would be insufficient. Ideally, he should find a power leveling service to assist her. Only then could they keep pace. After all, this year's national competition, due to the legendary main materials, had attracted the attention of various factions and clans, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Among them were undoubtedly other SSS class professionals. Thus, for the two novices, Yi Xiaoxiao and Mengli, achieving a top 3 finish would be no small feat. They must elevate their levels and gear to have any hope. However, all of this required substantial funds. With a resigned sigh, Yi Mo opened his phone and scrolled through his contacts, typing swiftly. Yi Mo, I have agreed. Moments later, his phone chimed again. Jiang Linyue, all right. I'm preparing to move. You can relocate in a week's time. Ding. You have received 100,000 yuan. As he glanced at the incoming funds, a wave of humiliation washed over Yi Mo. Alas. It's all because I'm too handsome. At such a young age, I've been forced onto the path of relying on others. Chapter 39, she seems quite alluring. Just as Yi Mo was about to hail a cab back to the office, a sultry voice called out from behind him. Turning, he beheld a young woman clad in a red hanfu, her feather fan elegantly obscuring her smile. She swayed her enchanting figure, revealing a pair of delicate, porcelain-like legs from the slit of her skirt, gracefully approaching him with a radiant smile. Excuse me, sir, may I have a word with you? Yi Mo stared in astonishment. When had he become so captivating? A beautiful woman was approaching him, yet there was something decidedly bewitching about her. Though he might be a novice in reality, he had encountered countless women in his dreams, particularly those of this type, and could easily discern her intentions. My name is Ji Baishi. May I ask if we could converse for a moment? Ji Baishi lightly exhaled, her alluring eyes locking onto Yi Mo as she closed the distance. Her delicate hand unconsciously rested on his shoulder, gently kneading it. The soft touch was accompanied by a waft of fragrant smoke that brushed against Yi Mo's cheek. Oh! Ji Baishi gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she noticed a series of astonishing numbers displayed above Yi Mo's head. As a member of the Heian sect, she possessed the ability to assess males. The greater the vitality, the more beneficial it was for cultivating her techniques. Indeed, this fellow possessed a unique constitution. No wonder he had garnered divine favor. If only she could make him her furnace, how inexhaustible would that be? Baishi instinctively licked her ruby lips, her eyes gleaming with insatiable desire, her breath quickening. Her soft, delicate hand yearned to explore further, ignited by a surge of heat and hunger. With Mo's indomitable physique, he possessed, in a sense, an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. I'm afraid I have prior commitments and cannot indulge you right now. Observing Baishi's barely concealed greed, Mo promptly shrugged off her restless hand. What kind of joke is this? Your intentions are practically written all over your face. Do you think I would go off alone with you? Indeed, a young man should remain vigilant while out in the world. Who knows when he might be dragged into a secluded alley? During his more naive days, he might have been intrigued by such predatory women. But after indulging too much in dreams, he had grown weary of them. Please, don't go. I merely wish to discuss the rental of Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Mo's intent to leave, Baishi's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she quickly revealed her purpose for approaching him. I never anticipated you to be so reserved and aloof. A fine man like you has successfully ignited my hunting instincts. She relished the thought of watching such a man gradually succumb, relishing the challenge, while simultaneously feeding her desire for conquest. Moreover, dealing with such a man required a slow and steady approach. Haste would only ruin the thrill. Are you also here for the national competition? Mo inquired, taken aback. Indeed, I am a distinguished teacher at Kaiyang High School, with experience in securing several third-place finishes in national competitions. If you would agree to rent Yi Xiaoxiao to me, I assure you she will secure a top 3 position in this competition. As she spoke, Baishi produced a credential from her waist, confirming her identity. Name, Baishi. Position, distinguished mentor at Kaiyang High School. Number, 321 x times x times x times 552. Affiliated power, Hehuan sect. No wonder she is so enchanting. Observing the woman's work, Mo instantly understood. Previously, whatever price you discussed with that Ms. Zhou, I can offer you 10 times more. I assure you, in this competition, she will surely secure a place in the top 3. 10 times the price. Upon hearing this, Mo's breath quickened. Ms. Zhou's bid was 130,000. If it's 10 times that, it totals 3 million? If so, not only could I clear my debts in one fell swoop, but I could also forge the artifact for Yi Xiaoxiao directly. I would even have a substantial sum left over. To be honest, such a considerable amount is indeed tempting. Your offer is undeniably enticing. However, may I propose a request? Even if it means adjusting the price, I would be amenable. Mo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Go ahead, Ms. Zhou replied, gracefully fanning herself. Mo promptly reiterated the conditions established with Ms. Zhou. It was quite simple. He hoped that Meng Li could also participate in the competition. Furthermore, if she were to be coached by a gold medal mentor, it might lend her more authority. You wish for a subhuman to participate in a national competition? Upon hearing Mo's request, Baishi was initially taken aback. Then, she shook her head in resignation and said, Young master, please abandon this unrealistic notion. Setting aside the social repercussions of a subhuman's participation, my reputation would suffer a severe blow. Moreover, the 2 other slots I possess are already reserved for aristocratic youth. Are you certain a subhuman can compete with them? We could conduct a pre-competition test to vie for the slots. Your institution has such regulations, does it not? Mo sought to continue advocating for Meng Li. Yet, before he could finish, Baishi interrupted him. Young master, you may not fully grasp the situation. No one will extend favors to a subhuman, especially not those aristocratic youths. In order to support Jiang Xiaoxiao, Baishi had already resolved to forego one of the aristocratic slots. Naturally, adding Yi Xiaoxiao was not solely due to her talent, but also to undermine Ms. Zhou. But now, Mo was requesting she relinquish another slot, particularly for a subhuman? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Accepting a subhuman into the team would subject her to the risks of public scrutiny. It was, without question, a venture rife with peril and no benefit. One option was a stable, valuable aristocratic youth, while the other posed a potential reputational risk with a lowly subhuman. It was evident which path to choose. Young master, I advise you to relinquish this request. Distance yourself from those contemptible subhumans to avoid being tainted by their foulness. As compensation, I can elevate the funding to 2 million. Of course, if you are agreeable, we could also spend the evening at my residence, enjoying the sight of cats performing acrobatics. I could even add another million then, totaling 3 million. What do you say? Baishi leaned closer, her soft and fragrant form brushing against Mo as she cradled his head, her voice sultry and her gaze enticing. For the impoverished, money is undoubtedly the greatest temptation. Should Mo succumb tonight, she was confident he would become addicted to her allure, ultimately compelling Ms. Zhou to capitulate. Perhaps the 3 of them could even frolic together in the end. Apologies, but I must decline. Mo pushed her away, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Baishi was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. Do you find the offer insufficient? If it is lacking, I can. It is not a matter of money. Our paths diverge fundamentally. I admit my avarice, yet I will not allow my players to be insulted by others. Upon witnessing Mo's sudden change in demeanor, Baishi was instantly incensed. After all her flattery, he dared to reject her? How ungrateful. With a cold laugh, she brushed off the dust from her attire, her eyes sharpening. Very well, since you refuse, we shall meet on the competition stage. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. Rest assured, you will find out. Yi-Mo responded with a smile, locking eyes with her. Chapter 40. He aims to challenge the authority of the church? Meow? Did I hear correctly? Mr. Agent? I can actually become a student of the academy? I can even represent them in the competition. Upon receiving this news, Ming Li was astonished. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi-Mo, her tail already agitatedly spinning behind her like a propeller. As a subhuman, she had never held a legitimate identity. Now, to be told she could possess the status of a student? This was indeed her fervent desire. Attending school, making friends, these were her dreams. Though it was merely a nominal role, a test awaited them tomorrow, and only by defeating her opponent could she qualify for the competition. Yi-Mo nodded. Observing the radiant smile on the little girl's face, his heart felt less burdened. After all, he had turned down a full 3 million from Ming Li. Little Ming, this opportunity is rare. If you can achieve good results in the competition, perhaps it could alter perceptions of subhumans. This endeavor is not merely for you and me. It is for all subhumans. I need you to demonstrate to them that all beings are equal in this world. Even subhumans are not inferior. Yi-Mo patted Ming Li's shoulder, his expression earnest as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the little girl was indeed thrilled. Her eyes ignited with fervent determination as she clenched her small fists, resolutely declaring, I will definitely strive to succeed. Seeing this, Yi-Mo smiled with satisfaction. If that is the case, then you should stay and work late. To succeed, one must first embrace the madness. Train vigorously over these next few days. Practice relentlessly. Understood, Mr. Agent. Meng Li responded with spirited enthusiasm. Thankfully, Yi Xiaoxiao was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly exclaim, Old Mo, you truly are the most outstanding. Night swiftly descended. Meng Li, dragging her weary body, hung her head low as she staggered back home. Meow, the serious Mr. Agent is truly terrifying. Today, Yi-Mo hired a substitute for her. It was as if she had been injected with adrenaline, compelling her to grind through levels. At 5,000 per session, Yi-Mo spent 50,000 in just half a day. The substitute nearly collapsed from exhaustion before he finally allowed Meng Li to return home. Even though she was a subhuman with far greater stamina and endurance than the average person, such relentless training could lead to exhaustion. However, it must be said that the results were exceptionally promising. Meng Li rose from level 11 directly to level 12, her attributes soaring to 46 points. This level of attributes was already comparable to some ordinary players at level 20. In preparation for tomorrow's test, Meng Li gritted her teeth and invested heavily, spending 60,000 on a superior greatsword. Let that old, tattered companion retire ahead of schedule. However, the young girl did not discard her formidable sword. Instead, she cherished it as a keepsake, for it was her very first. Sister, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight today, Meng Yao remarked with concern, observing her weary sister as she returned to the hospital in the lower district. As she spoke, she offered her a bowl of withered dried fish. Due to Mengji's hospitalization, the two sisters had moved in to provide companionship. It's nothing. Today, the agent was particularly relentless, which caused me to be a bit late, Meng Li mumbled. Reclining on the sofa, she then picked up a piece of dried fish, her eyes squinting in bliss. There is nothing that a piece of dried fish cannot resolve. If there is, then two will do. Since the arrival of the agent, my life has indeed improved significantly. During these days of dungeon diving, she had accumulated quite a fortune, leading to a considerable enhancement in her living conditions. It was difficult to imagine that without the agent, she might not even have enough to eat. Perhaps her mother felt the same. Xiaoli has returned, hasn't she? What could have happened today to leave you so exhausted? Mengji, hearing the commotion, slightly turned her head from the bed, her gaze filled with worry and helplessness. Especially upon hearing the words, the agent was particularly relentless today. She couldn't help but wonder if that initial ascent had indeed taken a toll on her daughter. Mom, I was just about to tell you. The agent is preparing me for. She recounted to Mengji everything concerning the upcoming test and the national competition. Let a subhuman participate in the national competition? Mengji was taken aback by this revelation. Such a notion was something she had never even heard of before. The reason I returned so late today was that the agent wanted to intensify my training. He spent a whopping 50,000 just on hiring a substitute trainer for half a day. Hearing this, Mengji was astounded once more. If Yi-Mo had merely given Meng Li money, it was likely for amusement. However, hiring a substitute trainer for her was undoubtedly an investment in her growth. Perhaps I have truly misunderstood that man. Is it possible that there exists someone in this world who does not discriminate against subhumans? Mengji mused internally, overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, the agent also mentioned that this national competition presents an excellent opportunity to alter perceptions regarding subhumans. He wishes for me to demonstrate to everyone that all beings are equal in this world. Even subhumans are not inferior to anyone. Upon hearing this, Mengji trembled, her breath quickening with excitement. Subhumans are not inferior to them? This statement detonated within Mengji's heart like a powerful bomb. Did that man truly express such sentiments? With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Mengji gazed at Mengli, her voice quaking. If he truly said this, then without a doubt, that person not only harbors no prejudice against subhumans, but is also earnestly striving to create opportunities for them to prove their worth. He seeks to impart to everyone the truth of equality among all beings. How foreign and rebellious such a concept is in this world, one that defies the very gods. Suddenly, Mingji's breath quickened as she realized something. Could it be that the boy named Yi Mo aspires to create a world of equality? He wishes to challenge the order established by the Holy Six Court. Yes, that is precisely the agent's wording. Mengli nodded with a smile. Upon receiving affirmation, Mengji grasped Mengli's hand tightly, her expression turning grave. Xiaoli, you may not comprehend what it means for a subhuman to participate in this competition, nor how arduous the journey is. Although I initially had my doubts about him, it is evident that he has made numerous sacrifices to secure this opportunity for you. You must not betray his expectations. Hearing this, Mengli's beautiful eyes widened slightly. The agent has made significant sacrifices for me. The thought filled her heart with immense gratitude. Instinctively, she clenched her fists and resolutely nodded. I will not disappoint him. Without a doubt, the agent was the most precious gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. To avoid disappointing him and to repay his kindness, she vowed to double her efforts. With determination, she bit her lip, feeling the fatigue dissipate as if she could plunge into several more dungeons. Meanwhile, Yi Mo, after finishing his shower and scrolling through his phone, prepared to retire for the night. During this time, he had watched numerous matches from recent national competitions. Most finalists were around level 30, and many were players of S and SS quality. Their equipment was nearly all of extraordinary quality. Alas, it seems I must intensify Mengli's training. Her level still falls short. He mused, knowing that Yi Xiaoxiao had assistants at school and would likely have someone helping her level up, with Zhou Minjun also lending support. So her levels were not a concern. Once her divine artifact was completed, entering the finals should pose no issue for her. But Mengli required additional attention. If possible, it would be ideal to place both of them in the top 3. Alas, I am in need of funds. Ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. Mengli. Agent, I will strive to do my best. I will not let you down. That girl certainly possesses a great deal of enthusiasm. Yi Mo chuckled, typing a response. Yi Mo, I have always believed in you. Chapter 41. She appears weak and delicate, yet fights with such ferocity? Time flows like water. And days pass swiftly. Ugh. Yi Mo stretched lazily, rising from bed with sleepy eyes. Shaking his heavy head, he approached the wash basin. Through the mirror, he beheld his haggard reflection. Last night in his dreams, Lilith seemed to reach her limit. Ever since his last return to reality, she had taken to physically confronting him. Hee, my dear demon lord, you have finally awakened. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Surveying the chaotic battlefield surrounding him, Yi Mo sighed in resignation. All right, let us play for a while. In the meantime, he took a moment to review his system page, noticing an increase of 60 divine points, likely accrued from the Minotaur's Nest dungeon. Such fixed gains were indeed quite substantial. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the intense pressure Lilith had endured truly did yield results. He resolved to employ this method more frequently to train her, enhancing her practical experience alongside his own. After a simple breakfast, Yi Mo hailed a taxi to the office. The door isn't locked? Upon arriving at the office, Yi Mo was surprised to find the door ajar. His brows furrowed in concern as he stepped inside. However, he soon spotted a white furry tail draped over the sofa. A glance upward revealed a seemingly melted Mengli. The little girl curled up softly on the sofa, her delicate, fair legs wrapped around a pillow, dark circles adorning her eyes. She murmured to herself, I will work hard, I won't let you down. This child must have stayed up all night, burning the midnight oil. Yi Mo paused for a moment, then took a blanket and draped it over Mengli. Subsequently, he stepped aside to make a phone call to Zhou Minjun. Is it possible for me to come a bit later today for the test? Oh, all right. Thank you. After hanging up, Yi Mo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Mengli and shook his head in resignation. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was 3 in the afternoon. Yi Mo, accompanied by Mengli, arrived at Kaiyang Academy. Is this the school? How magnificent. Mengli, wearing a hooded cloak adorned with cat ears, gazed in awe at the sign at the entrance of Kaiyang Academy, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and longing. One cannot deny that Kaiyang Academy is indeed the largest institution in Kaiyang City. The expansive architectural landscape and the towering skyscrapers within seemed to touch the heavens. Even the entrance and the sign appeared remarkably grand. What are you doing here? No outsiders or elementary students are allowed. If you want to hand out flyers, go elsewhere. A security guard warned as he waved his electric baton upon noticing the two lingering at the entrance. Oh, we have an invitation from teacher Zhou Minjun, Yi Mo replied, producing an electronic QR code. Beep. Welcome. The machine scanned the QR code, and the adjacent manual passage opened. Only then did Yi Mo and Mengli enter the academy. It feels just like scanning a ticket, Yi Mo lamented, following the directions with Mengli in tow. Before long, they located the sign for Zhou Minjun's classroom. Hello. I am the parent of Yi Xiaoxiao. Yemo politely knocked on the door before gently pushing it open. The office was modest in size, where, apart from Zhou Minjun, several other teachers were sternly reprimanding students. Look at this. How did your ranking drop so much this time? Can't you put in some effort? You must obtain supplies from the teacher, not those pirated versions from outside. How can your PK scores not plummet? I told you not to lose focus during the dungeon runs, not to fumble around. And now, you've dragged the entire class down. Damn it, my year-end bonus. Stand straight. How could you lose to the students from the neighboring class again? What a disgrace. Watching the teachers, their faces flushed with anger as they chastised students. Yemo raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is the competition at this school truly that fierce? Meng Li, feeling nervous, shrank her neck and hid behind Yemo. Her ideal image of the school shattered in an instant. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Upon seeing Yemo, Zhou Minjun approached enthusiastically and shook his hand, then turned her gaze to Meng Li. You must be Meng Li. She smiled and extended her hand, ready to greet Meng Li warmly. This gesture took Meng Li by surprise. Hesitantly, she extended her petite palm and timidly replied, You hello. Soon, Zhou Minjun led the two to the gymnasium, accompanied by a long-haired youth, evidently Meng Li's opponent. This is Chun Yi, your competitor, an A-level ice and fire sorcerer. Zhou Minjun pointed to the long-haired boy on the arena. He held a black spell book, clad in a voluminous robe, topped with a long wizard's hat. Clearly a fully equipped mage player. Meow. As expected of a student from the upper district, such complete gear. Meng Li inhaled deeply, feeling the pressure. The only equipment visible on her was the large sword in her hand, capable of enhancing her strength attribute by 7 points. There's no need to be anxious. Just perform as you normally would, Yemo reassured, gently patting her head. MHM. The little girl nodded, then removed her hood, revealing her pair of fluffy white cat ears. As she confidently stepped onto the stage. Hello, I am Meng Li, a level 12 warrior. Announcing her identity before a duel is a fundamental courtesy. Only level 12? Zhou Minjun, seated beside Yemo, frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Meng Li to be merely level 12. This was far below her expectations. It seems that due to her half-breed heritage, leveling up is indeed challenging. At such a level, she would hardly qualify for the national competition. You're a half-breed? Chen Yi on the stage also appeared taken aback, surprised that his contender for the competition spot was a half-breed. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Minjun, who remained silent. Her brow slightly furrowed. How could a level 12 half-breed dare vie for a spot against him? I am a level 20 mage, Chen Yi, he stated impatiently, then readied himself. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown on the large screen concluded with a decisive beep, Chen Yi wasted no time and swiftly cast a spell. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed 3 rapid-fire fireballs aimed directly at Meng Li. Confronted with the fierce onslaught, Meng Li gripped her large sword and took a deep breath. Her petite frame slightly lowering as her eyes sharpened. Ghostly Step. Phantom Slash. She executed 2 skills in quick succession, her body momentarily phasing out of existence. The 3 fireballs passed through her ethereal form, crashing into the backdrop and sending waves of energy rippling outward. Suddenly, Meng Li planted 1 foot firmly on the ground. Her body transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging straight towards Chun Yi. So fast, Zhou Minjun's pupils dilated in astonishment. Damn it, stay away. Realizing the imminent threat, Chun Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He attempted to retreat while hurling fireballs and ice spikes as barriers, but Meng Li moved like a wraith, evading all his attacks effortlessly. This is bad. Her speed is too much. I can't create distance. Chun Yi gritted his teeth, hastily invoking his 3rd skill, Elemental Shield. He cast a protective barrier around himself to fend off the impending assault, a skill every level 20 mage learns for close-quarters combat. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Meng Li swung her sword, slicing through the shield. She broke my shield in 1 blow. How could a level 12 have such power? Chun Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could react, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. Meng Li seized his neck with her slender arm, unleashing an astonishing strength that propelled him away. Chapter 42. Preparing for battle for 14 days. Holy cow. The tremendous force sent Chun Yi soaring like a cannonball, hurtling out of the arena. Bang. He collided directly with the audience, the sheer power rendering him dizzy and disoriented. Oh my goodness, I truly apologize. I had no idea you had reached level 20 and yet remained so fragile. Meng Li's face turned pale with fear as she hurried to Chun Yi, repeatedly bowing in apology, expressing the most heartfelt words that pierced through the heart. Chun Yi, consumed by rage, cursed midway through his expletives. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing straight to the ground. Zhou Minjun could only stare blankly at this scene, her breath quickening and her heart unable to calm down. Though mages are known for their frailty, Meng Li was merely level 12. To dispatch a fully equipped level 20 mage in a single blow? Moreover, this mage possessed an A-grade profession. It was utterly unbelievable. What is the name of the profession of the player before you? Zhou Minjun instinctively swallowed hard and slowly turned her head to glance at Yemo, asking tentatively. This level of power surpassed anyone of SSS grade she had ever encountered, capable of rivaling the prestigious SSS grade of the 6th Holy See, the God-slaying ghost swordsman. Yi-Mo replied with a smile, explaining that it features continuous invulnerability and acceleration, alongside an invincible ability that allows for phasing. Meng Li's strength attribute stands at a staggering 46 points. With the additional 20 from the power of the ghost god and the 7 from her weapon, that totals 62. Furthermore, when combined with the skill damage bonus from the ghost shadow slash of 30, that single strike delivered an astounding 81 points of power damage. It was utterly effortless to obliterate a fragile mage with a maximum constitution of 40 or 50 points. With such invulnerability, explosive acceleration, and invincibility, Zhou Minjun's breath quickened at Yi-Mo's explanation. This was nothing short of extraordinary. If she were to grow and participate in the next agent tournament, she could potentially match the elite agents of the 6th Holy See. Zhou Minjun pondered, recognizing the terrifying nature of Yi-Mo's talent. The agent tournament differs significantly from the national competition. It is a contest among top agents, featuring arena matches, team battles, and personal duels. The arena matches are straightforward, allowing players to compete in succession until none are left. Team battles require players to form teams for collective combat, emphasizing faction synergy and cooperation. As for personal matches, they measure the individual combat prowess of the agents. You truly spare no expense for the demi-humans, providing such a formidable SSS-grade profession card to her, Zhou Minjun remarked, admiring Yi-Mo's character. If she possessed such an SSS-grade card, she would certainly hesitate to give it to a demi-human. This is not discrimination. Rather, it is common knowledge that leveling up for demi-humans is notoriously arduous. This shortcoming only intensifies over time. Perhaps you all do not fully understand demi-humans. Yi-Mo chuckled softly before continuing. Do you have any idea how high Meng Li's overall attributes are now? Zhou Minjun looked at him in confusion. A total of 46 points across all attributes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minjun's breath caught in her throat, and her astonishment nearly overflowed. What a joke. Her own attributes combined barely surpassed those of some ordinary players in their 20s. Indeed, this is the advantage of demi-humans. Recently, I have discovered that although demi-humans level up slowly, each time they do, their attribute bonuses are nearly maximized. In simpler terms, the higher the ceiling of a profession card, the stronger the demi-human becomes. When players level up, the range of attribute increases varies. The disparity may be minimal in the early stages, but it becomes markedly more pronounced later on. For instance, at levels 70 or 80, the increase per attribute can reach 128 or 256 points. For S-grade professions, the increase is approximately 190 or 220 points. For SS and SSS grades, it ranges around 210 to 256 points. However, demi-humans can maximize their proficient attributes directly. For example, if an S-grade mage specializes in mental attributes, then each level's increase in mental attributes must be 220. And for SS and SSS grades, it must be 256 points. This means that the higher the quality of the profession card, the higher the attribute ceiling for demi-humans. Under equal conditions, demi-humans will always have superior attributes compared to ordinary individuals. So that is how it is? Zhou Minjun realized, but then quickly posed another question. Yet, there are quite a few demi-human players. How come no one has noticed this until now? Heh. Yi-Mo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Discrimination against demi-humans has led to a reluctance in granting them high-quality profession cards. Naturally, their talents remain hidden. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minjun understood. Indeed, few are willing to bestow high-quality profession cards upon demi-humans, making it challenging to uncover their unique characteristics. Only those who possess no bias against demi-humans and are willing to provide them with high-quality profession cards can discover this trait. Yet, in reality, how many such people exist? Wait. Suddenly, Zhou Minjun seemed to grasp something. Even so, Meng Li's total attribute of 46 is still rather exaggerated. Furthermore, wasn't it stated that they can only maximize the attribute they specialize in? Does that mean the profession card Yi-Mo gave Meng Li is a super versatile hexagonal profession? A profession with maximum potential across all attributes. Such a terrifying class. Combined with the innate talent of a demi-human, if they were to grow to their fullest potential, it would be akin to that of a deity. The more Zhou Minjun contemplated, the more chills ran down her spine. Even the SSS-grade professions of the 6th Holy See do not possess such a monstrous growth potential. In other words, the deity that this person venerates must be even more powerful than the 6 holy gods. Zhou Minjun gazed at Yi-Mo, gasping in shock. Hours swiftly passed. Undoubtedly, this time, Meng Li effortlessly secured her qualification for the national competition. Zhou Minjun and Yi-Mo discussed matters concerning the participants of the national competition. As of now, the two of them had formed a partnership. I believe what they currently lack are equipment and levels. After all, this national competition is exceptionally fierce, featuring not only scions of aristocratic families, but also seed players from the 6 Holy See. Their equipment, profession quality, and levels will be nothing short of impressive. Zhou Minjun was correct. While Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao exhibited great talent, their levels and equipment were significant shortcomings. Compared to those from noble families and seed players from the Six Holy See, they still lagged considerably. The reason Meng Li was able to eliminate Shun Yi so effortlessly today was primarily due to her professional advantage. Had she faced a tank, warrior, or assassin of the same level instead of a mage, victory would not have come so easily. Moreover, the national competition would undoubtedly feature pay-to-win players, most of whom possess SS or even SSS-grade professions. Their equipment would be top-tier. Against such prodigies, the professional advantages of Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao would vanish entirely. You are absolutely right. I will find a way to elevate Meng Li's level and improve their equipment, Zhou Minjun resolved, particularly regarding Yi Xiaoxiao. Leave her level to me. I will personally assign someone to guide her through the dungeon these days. We shall strive to elevate her level to above 20 by the day of the grand competition. The two glanced at the schedule, realizing that only 14 days remained until the national competition. Chapter 43, The School Life of Yi Xiaoxiao. Time flows like water, and the years pass swiftly. A week slipped by unnoticed. Standing before the gates of Kaiyang Academy, Yi Xiaoxiao summoned her attribute panel. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao, Path, Mage, Extraordinary Profession, Necromancer, Level, 15, Experience, 67, Constitution, 53, Speed, 58, Strength, 53, Mental, 58, Blue Consumption, 460. Skills, Skeleton Summon, cannot upgrade. Breath of Death, Level 1. Mental Technique, Purification Method, Level 1. Additional ability, Cataclysm Descends, Deity of Faith, World Destruction Demon God. After joining the elite class, she embarked on multiple dungeon expeditions, and thanks to the guidance she received, her level progressed remarkably in the early stages. Although her advancement was swift, the atmosphere shifted entirely once she entered the specialized curriculum. It was then that she truly comprehended the disparity in treatment between the academically gifted and the underperformers. Here, everything revolved around combat rankings. The evaluation of combat prowess hinged upon one's profession quality, equipment, base statistics, mental technique level, and real-world performance. The academically superior, with high combat power, could easily dominate those of lesser strength, even imposing outrageous demands such as fetching tea or paying protection fees. In fact, it was commonplace for the elite students to treat underperformers as mere footstools. The institution even encouraged such behavior, fostering a competitive environment. This resulted in an atmosphere of intense rivalry. To what extent, you may ask? For instance, at the entrance, 3 students adorned with elite class insignias loomed menacingly over a frail student from a regular class, cornering him. So, you dare to peek at my notes? As punishment, you shall complete our homework today. Upon hearing this, the regular student trembled, desperately grasping the lead student's pants leg, pleading in terror, "No, please, beat me if you must. Even to death, but spare me from doing your homework. Oh, keep it up, and you won't even have tomorrow's assignment." Observing the bullied boy, Yi Xiaoxiao sighed resignedly and stepped forward. "You lot, step aside. Who is this little girl? I am among the top 30 of the elite class's first year. Do you dare to confront me?" Without further ado, Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly revealed her 2 rows of titles above her head. Combat Power Index, 1588. Combat Power Ranking, 3, First Year. Upon witnessing this, the leading boy's expression shifted dramatically, his legs trembling in fear as he instinctively lowered his gaze. Unable to meet her eyes, this was the typical reaction of an underperformer when faced with an academic elite. Only those within the top 10 could even think of meeting the gaze of someone ranked among the top 3. A boy ranked in the 30s had no right to stare down a top 3 scholar. Scram. Yes, yes. The 3 scurried away in a flurry. You should hurry to class as well. After sending them off, Yi Xiaoxiao turned her attention to the frail boy, her tone icy. The weak boy stood frozen for a moment before suddenly lunging forward, tearfully clutching Yi Xiaoxiao's ankle, urgently imploring, "Senior, no, please. Let me be your dog. I no longer wish to be an underperformer, nor do I want to be bullied any longer. I will pay my protection fees on time. I beg you." At Kaiyang Academy, those with low combat power were universally referred to as seniors or elder brothers by those of higher standing, particularly among these students from regular classes. They were akin to livestock. Only by paying their protection fees punctually could they receive the safeguarding of elite students. Thus, it was customary for an elite student to have 3 or 4 sycophants at their disposal. "Apologies, but I have no interest in a lowly dog like you." Yi Xiaoxiao coldly dismissed him and walked directly toward the academic building. Inside the academic building, in the first-year elite class 3, the morning commenced shortly after Yi Xiaoxiao returned to class. A bespectacled mathematics teacher entered, carrying a stack of papers. "I must say, you are the worst class I have ever taught. I went over the exam questions so many times, yet so many of you still got them wrong. Today, I shall." Before he could finish, a tall physical education teacher strode in, casting a dispassionate glance at the math teacher. "You're ill." The math teacher recoiled, his face pale, and fled. After dismissing the ailing math teacher, the PE teacher, Zhao Dachuan, turned to the students, grinning widely. "This class is officially changed to physical education. By the way, your Chinese and English teachers are also on leave today. This means that aside from your mental technique class in the afternoon, We will engage in practical combat training for the entire morning. Soon, Zhao Dachuan led the students to the sports field, initiating an exhilarating session of combat training. At one point, he approached Yi Xiaoxiao, eyeing the practice staff in her hands with a frown. Yi Xiaoxiao, while your combat score is indeed the highest in the class, your equipment is woefully inadequate. You may still dominate others with your high-quality profession for now, but it won't be long before those students level up and surpass you once they attain the standard for equipment. With that, Zhao Dachuan produced a resplendent golden staff from his bag. Take a look at this staff, crafted entirely of gold, with a minimum usage level of only 10. Officially produced by the Merchants Guild, this is high-end equipment reserved for the progeny of aristocratic families. In battle, it will enhance your mental attribute by 10 points and reduce blue consumption by 5. Such quality will serve you well until level 30 without needing a replacement. It originally costs 100,000. However, as a gesture between teacher and student, I can offer it to you at a discounted price of 80,000. What do you say? In Kaiyang Academy, the significance of equipment to combat power is unquestionable. Possessing good equipment is akin to driving a fine automobile. Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at the staff Zhao Dachuan held, instinctively swallowing hard. Truth be told, she yearned for it. Alas, her funds were insufficient. The steep price of 80,000 was far beyond her means. By the time she reached level 10, her classmates had already begun acquiring their own weapons and gear, while she remained reliant on the practice staff provided by the school. After the morning physical education class, the afternoon mental technique class commenced. The mental technique taught at Kaiyang Academy was the purification method, which granted a 20 chance to negate an attack when struck, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Enhancing one's mental cultivation level can augment immunity probability and diminish cooldown periods. For those wishing to enroll in the official divine cult ritual, please approach the teacher after class for registration. This will accelerate the mental cultivation process by 20 at a cost of merely 50,000 per month. Students lacking sufficient funds may also seek the teacher for a mental cultivation loan, characterized by low interest rates and swift disbursement. Observing the throng of students encircling the mental cultivation instructor, eager to sign up for the divine cult ritual, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh in resignation. School truly demands a considerable financial outlay. It is only after becoming a player that she comprehended the depths of the school's complexities. Presently, she can still leverage the SSS grade profession card bestowed by Yi-Mo to outperform her peers. Yet, as other students ascend in levels and gain access to an increasing repertoire of equipment, the disparity between her and her classmates will only widen, potentially leading to a decline in her rankings and, ultimately, a risk of being ousted from the elite class. In such a scenario, her fate might mirror that of the frail boy she witnessed earlier that morning. The mere thought of this fills Yi Xiaoxiao with anxiety and trepidation. She certainly does not wish to be expelled from the elite class and reduced to a mere subordinate to others. Buzzing. Just as Yi Xiaoxiao wallowed in her dismay, her phone suddenly chimed. Lao-Mo? Upon glancing at the caller ID, she recognized it was Yi-Mo clearing her throat. She answered the call. Hello? Oh, really? You crafted equipment for me. I'll swing by your place tonight. What? Your office has moved to the city center? Right near the school? No way. Lao-Mo, did you rob a bank? Where did you acquire such funds? Chapter 44. Regarding the matter of me living off others, it shouldn't be discovered, right? Oh wow. Agent sir, are we truly going to reside here? Meng Li exclaimed, her hands laden with an assortment of bags that nearly squashed her. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the dormitory environment before her. A quaint villa covering nearly 300 square meters, complemented by a 100 square meter charming garden. It is hard to fathom that this will be her future player dormitory. Having lived in the lower district, Meng Li had never encountered such opulence in her life. Indeed, this must be it. Yi-Mo paused momentarily before pushing open the villa's grand entrance. What greeted him was a soaring hall imbued with French elegance. The chandelier suspended from the ceiling sparkled brilliantly, while the luxurious leather sofas exuded an air of grandeur. The villa boasts 4 levels, with the basement area designed for leisure, featuring a gym, a bar, and a cinema. The second floor comprises staff dormitories, consisting of 5 or 6 rooms of various sizes. The third floor contains a master bedroom and 2 guest bedrooms. After inspecting the accommodations, Yi-Mo was taken aback by Jiang Linyue's generous gesture. She had arranged for him to have an exquisite mansion, although Yi-Mo was reluctant to admit it. He could not deny that this living off others was indeed quite delightful. After a brief tidying up, Meng Li eagerly dashed about, energetically exploring every room, while Yi-Mo reclined wearily on the plush bed. The master bedroom is so soft, so spacious. It's south the kind of place where 2 people can roll around freely. Agent sir, may I move next door to you? Meng Li peeked her adorable half-head around the doorframe, her large, sparkling eyes looking at Yi-Mo with a hint of shyness as she made her request. Next door to me? Yi-Mo pondered for a moment. According to Jiang Linyue's stipulations, while the master bedroom was indeed his, the 2 guest bedrooms were strictly off-limits to anyone else. Yi-Mo understood her reasoning. It was merely a desire for privacy, as per the landlord's requirements. Players were permitted only on the second floor. Oh, Meng Li's ears drooped slightly. Disappointment evident in her voice as she returned to the second floor to organize her own room. After sending Meng Li on her way, Yimo shook his head in resignation and opened his personal panel. Name, Yimo. Agent level, first stage. Experience points, 96, shared with contracted players. Constitution, 45. Speed, 34. Strength, 37. Mental power, 33. Blue consumption, 260, 260. Contracted players, 2. Abilities, shared existence, exclusive, heavenly demon thunder, S grade. Indestructible body, divine grade. Current blessing cards available. Godslaying Ghost Swordsman, SSS grade warrior path. Necromancer, SSS grade mage path. Time-space creator, SSS grade control path. Heavenly demon monarch, SSS grade tank. Berserker, a grade warrior path. Deity of faith, world-destroying demon god. Thanks to Meng Li's efforts in recent days, Yimo is nearing the second stage of agent level. Just 4 experience points shy. With a couple more days in dungeons, he should ascend to the second stage. Once he acquires the ability of heaven and earth returning origin, he will no longer need to worry about blue consumption. At that point, he can easily elevate Heavenly Demon Thunder to level 10, resulting in a geometric increase in his combat prowess. Meng Li's recent performance has also been commendable. Through her diligent efforts, she has risen from level 12 to level 18, with all attributes reaching 70 points. Zhou Minjun has also lived up to expectations, assisting Yi Xiaoxiao in reaching level 15. However, what astonishes Yimo the most is his divine value, which has surged from 4,100, 9,007 days ago to 9,880, 9,000. Were it not for the consideration of his impending advancement to the second stage and the divine value required for blessing artifacts, Yimo's divine value could have directly elevated his divine rank to level 4. As for the reason behind such a significant increase in divine value over the past few days, it is certainly not due to the trashy A-grade dungeon, the Minotaur's Nest. Rather, it is because Yimo opened a video app on his phone and casually scrolled through 2 videos to discover the official Heavenly Path Alliance, the Goddess Grave, a world-class dungeon, offers remarkably generous rewards. We were so close to achieving the first kill of the boss. The Martial Deity Hall's official comment. Indeed, we didn't even need to hire a demigod, and we were on the brink of the first kill. It was incredibly simple. The Buddhist sect's official comment. Ba. You 2 fools above, I curse your ancestors. Evidently, the 3 most powerful factions in Daxia have begun to squabble amongst themselves, particularly the Buddhist sect, which has managed to provoke an honest faction to the point of verbal outrage, attesting to their significant losses. 3 demigod players fell to the ranks of high-level players, contributing substantially to Yimo's divine value. This short video has recently surged in popularity, making its way to the trending lists. As for the other 3 major factions, such as the Holy Knight Alliance, the Shamanic Church, and the Holy Mother's Sanctuary, although they have a presence in Daxia, their main bases reside abroad, rendering them less formidable. Thus, they were unable to arrive in time. Yimo's Goddess Grave Dungeon has undoubtedly been classified as one of the top 10 unsolvable dungeons. The ranking of unsolvable dungeons is determined by player casualties and the scale of the assault. Consequently, the Goddess Grave Dungeon is provisionally classified as 7th among the top 10. As for whether the subsequent rankings will rise, that will depend on whether any reckless individuals dare to enter. Alas, the most pressing issue at present remains the lack of funds. With a sigh, Yimo turned off the video on his phone and glanced at his account. Over the past 7 days, thanks to the sale of 2 Berserker Profession cards and the income from dungeon material drops, his funds had reached an unprecedented 780,000. Unfortunately, he ultimately spent 420,000 to purchase the only 2 divine crafting materials available online. He then expended another 300,000 to hire a power leveling service for Meng Li. Consequently, his funds dwindled down to a mere 60,000. Truly, money flowed like water. Currently, he still had the potential to create 7 more Berserker Profession cards for sale, implying there was an unaccounted potential profit of 1 million. With only a week remaining before the national competition, he could not afford to wait for those 7 profession cards to sell before nurturing them. He must seek other opportunities to generate income. Given the current pace, reaching the target of elevating both individuals to level 20 or above before the national competition should pose no issue. The only headache remained in terms of equipment and potions. It is worth noting that the consumption of legal potions is permitted during the national competition, especially those that enhance attributes. In this regard, Yimo could provide the 2 women with affordable options, but he could not afford to be without them. Otherwise, the gap would widen considerably. As for the avenue of profiting from bodily materials, Yimo was truly reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had already traded various body parts with the 3 major factions. If he were to sell the same parts again, it would attract undue attention, leading to complications. One might say that with each sale of materials, Yimo was effectively reducing his own safety net. Perhaps I should ask Zhang Linhua for some assistance? Yemo rubbed his temples, suddenly struck by this notion. After all, tomorrow evening, our esteemed Jiang Saintis would be coming to see him. If he were to perform well, he might be able to ask for a bit more. Yemo, oh Yemo, how far you have fallen. How could you entertain such thoughts? Alas, he pounded his chest in frustration, feeling ashamed for harboring such ideas. Excuse me, Mr. Agent, it seems you have a package downstairs. Just as Yemo was engaged in self-reproach, Meng Li's gentle voice suddenly drifted in from outside the door. It was likely the divine crafting materials he had ordered online had arrived. Once the artifact was completed, he would invite Yi Xiaoxiao over as well. After all, Jiang Linhua wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, so surely she wouldn't discover that he was living off her generosity. Chapter 45. Brother, I have a small request. After signing for the package, Yemo eagerly opened the parcel. 2 flowers, adorned with sharp teeth and as dark as a human face, quickly came into view. These were the outer Dao demon abyss grasses, essential materials for crafting the divine artifact. Yemo had only been able to procure these 2 online. After all, materials associated with artifacts are exceedingly rare, primarily surfacing at auctions. Only those in dire need of money would sell them online, rendering their availability significantly limited, to the point of being priceless yet unavailable. Yemo was indeed fortunate to have acquired these supplementary materials. As he opened the equipment crafting interface, a small cauldron materialized before him. Calamity Divine Radiant Staff, Artifact. Main material, Calamity Demon Bone Divine. Supplementary materials, Heavenly Dao Deceptive Stone X16, Outer Dao Demon Abyss Grass X16. Success rate, 30. Additional equipment bonus, 50, Divine Pillar Wood. Attribute range, 30, 60. Detected that you have all materials, would you like to forge? Includes Universal Materials X30. Note, if forging fails, main materials will be returned, while all other materials will be destroyed. Soon, the options for crafting equipment appeared before him, and Yemo clicked to confirm without hesitation. With a swish, countless materials transformed into streams of light and flew out of his backpack, lingering briefly in the air before rushing into the small cauldron. With a soft whoosh, orange flames ignited at the base of the cauldron, continuously roasting its body. Forging in progress, please wait. Estimated wait time, 3 hours. A system prompt appeared before Yemo, complete with a countdown timer. By the time it was finished, his sister would likely be getting out of school. He planned to have her come over to witness the birth of his precious artifact firsthand. Yemo nodded, finding this idea quite agreeable. He then called Yi Xiaoxiao. Sis, come over for dinner. I've just crafted a weapon for you. By the way, my office has moved. I'm now residing in the dormitory, just. Yemo provided her with the address before hanging up. Meanwhile, in a spacious high-rise apartment, soft, melodic moans echoed through the bedroom. Jiang Linua's brows furrowed as she gently bit her rosy lips. Lying on the plush bed, her lithe form curled up, sweat dampening her Pikachu pajamas, her slender hand pressed against her glowing abdomen, seemingly enduring an unfathomable torment. Task content: stay at least 30 meters away from the Fated One for 24 hours and endure 5-fold side effects. After 24 hours, contact the Fated One 30 times to eliminate side effects. Task reward: 200 fallen value. Immunity to side effects for 10 days. Task failure: Infernal Fire Heart side effects increase 20-fold, lasting 1 month. Current 24-hour time limit remaining, 0:28. Current task progress, 0:30. After comfortably enjoying 3 days off from her last task, Jiang Linhua received a new magical rune task 3 days later. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of this task was unprecedented. Jiang Linhua had even ceased running dungeons, spending her days languishing at home, enduring the interminable 24 hours. In her current state, she was trembling even while standing, let alone tackling a dungeon. In just 20 seconds, I can seek him out to relieve the side effects. A faint blush graced Jiang Linhua's delicate face, and her forehead hair became slightly damp. Breathing out white mist, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the countdown timer displayed by the system. 20, 19, 18. The 5-fold side effects made each passing second feel like an eternity. When the countdown reached the final 15 seconds, she tremblingly retrieved her phone and quickly typed a message to Yemo. Jiang Linhua, where are you now? Ding. Moments later, her phone chimed with a reply. Yemo, I'm at the employee dormitory you arranged. What is up? Swish. Upon seeing the response, Jiang Linhua waved her hand. Sword summoning technique. The long sword resting in her living room swiftly flew toward her. Jiang Linhua stepped onto it, using her true energy to push the window open, soaring into the sky like a shooting star. At that moment, she could not afford to heed any flight bans. If worst came to worst, she would simply incur a fine and a few penalty points. Compared to her physical condition, such consequences were trivial. In the new Mo Zio office dormitory's kitchen, Yemo, wearing an apron, looked at his phone with a bewildered expression. Seeing that Jiang Linhua had gone silent, he decided to disregard it and continued to focus on simmering his pork ribs. As a celebration for moving into the new dormitory, it was only fitting to organize a team-building event for the staff. At present, the only one missing from their agency was Yi Xiaoxiao. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mengli, could you please check on the pot and taste the salinity of the ribs? I'll go answer the door. With that, Yemo removed his apron and strode towards the living room. Oh, all right, Mr. Agent, Mengli replied promptly, setting aside her vegetable washing duties and eagerly bringing over a small stool to stand on. She then grabbed a ladle, barely reaching the broth in the pot, and took a simple taste. The delightful and savory flavors filled her mouth, causing the little girl to squint her eyes in pure enjoyment. To her surprise, Mr. Agent's culinary skills were quite impressive. Meanwhile, Yemo approached the entrance and opened the door with a satisfying click. Soon, a familiar graceful figure stood elegantly before him. Here I am. Come on in and take a good look at your brother's grand mansion, Yemo said with pride, pulling the door wide open. Wow, old Emo, you're incredible. At first, I thought I had the wrong place and didn't even dare to knock, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, stepping in with her long, slender legs and a look of astonishment. After surveying the dormitory environment, she turned her gaze back to Yemo, her expression filled with skepticism. Where on earth did you get this money? You haven't resorted to some shady deal or attached yourself to a wealthy lady, have you? Yemo was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his nose nervously. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I simply found an investor who recognized my exceptional talent. They not only secured the best location for the office and dormitory, but also provided a weekly funding of 100,000. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was left speechless for a moment. What? 100,000 a week? In such a prime location? Has Big Brother managed to cling onto the leg of some big shot? Realizing this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately broke into a flattering smile. Well, brother, I've always known you were clever. You were bound to succeed. See, I was right. Just get to the point and spare me the build-up, Yemo replied, smacking his lips. He knew Yi Xiaoxiao all too well. It was easy to guess what she was after. Hee, since you've made it big, could you spare me a bit of living expenses next month? Yi Xiaoxiao asked, rubbing her hands together shyly, twisting her body as she made the small request. Living expenses? But I still need to pay off your debts. Yemo feigned difficulty. Oh, come on, brother. I'll come over every day to give you massages and pamper you, Yi Xiaoxiao said, pulling him down onto the sofa and playfully kneading his shoulders, her demeanor dripping with flattery. All right then, I suppose I can manage that, Yemo relented, waving his hand. I'll grant you a weekly allowance of 1,000. Brother, you're the best. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and her ministrations on Yemo's shoulders became even more attentive. Mr. Agent, I believe it's time for dinner, Mengli announced as she emerged from the kitchen, wearing her little apron. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoxiao massaging Yemo's shoulders in a rather intimate manner, Mengli paused for a moment, her brows furrowing as she transformed into a protective feline, glaring at Yi Xiaoxiao with displeasure. The moment she spotted Mengli, Yi Xiaoxiao's smile froze, her expression darkening as she clicked her tongue in annoyance. Old Emo, why is she here? Chapter 46. Hurry, I need you now. Why is she here? Yi Xiaoxiao had no fondness for this homewrecker named Mengli. It wasn't he out of prejudice, but rather a belief that this girl harbored ulterior motives towards her brother. She's an employee, so naturally, she has to live here, Yemo responded matter-of-factly. What nonsense. So you two are living together? You intend to cohabitate with her? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her annoyance intensifying. Hearing this, Mengli's face flushed red with embarrassment, as if steam were erupting from her head. No way, I don't agree to this. Witnessing Mengli's shy demeanor only solidified Yi Xiaoxiao's suspicions. This little potato undoubtedly had her eyes on her brother, with most impure intentions. She lives in the lower district, so it's quite a hassle for her to commute every day. Besides, she's my only player who can tackle dungeons. If she wastes time, it affects the agency's profits. Who's going to pay for your schooling then? What about next year's tuition? Yemo laid the harsh reality before Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily silenced. Indeed, even if she worked 3 jobs, it was impossible to save enough for next year's tuition. Moreover, everything Yemo did was for her benefit. He not only bore her debts, but also sought to earn money for her education. Previously, he had mentioned crafting equipment for her, though he never said it outright. Every action he took was for her sake. How could she be so ungrateful? It was one thing to be unable to help him, but how could she create more trouble for him? I get it now, old Emo. I was too willful. There's no need to apologize. Let us just eat. Yemo exclaimed, slightly taken aback as he ruffled Yi Xiaoxiao's hair, chuckling as he went to serve the pork rib soup. Mr. Agent, let me help you with that. Mengli exclaimed, ready to assist, her petite frame practically buzzing with energy. But then, she suddenly froze, her fur standing on end as she instinctively turned to see Yi Xiaoxiao tugging at her tail, her expression darkening as she warned in a hushed tone, I warn you. Don't get any ideas about my brother. Everyone can see through your little schemes. Mengli was momentarily stunned, furrowing her brows as she pulled her tail away from Yi Xiaoxiao's grasp, her face adorably fierce as she retorted, compared to me, you, the younger sister, are the one who is acting strangely. Do you have feelings for your brother? Yi Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as if someone had struck a nerve, and she defensively shot back. What are you talking about? I just find you annoying. The two girls soon engaged in a heated argument. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang again. As Yemo placed the pork rib soup on the table, he couldn't help but feel a slight surprise. Who could that be at this hour? His brow furrowed slightly, suddenly realizing something. Oh no, could it be Jiang Linyue returning? Didn't she say she would come tomorrow? A chill ran down Yi Mo's spine. With both Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li present, if they found out about his financial situation, he would be utterly humiliated. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Yi Mo contemplated his next move, the doorbell rang with increasing urgency. Oldemo, do you have a friend? Yi Xiaoxiao, breaking off her quarrel with Meng Li, prepared to go open the door. Don't move, I'll handle it. Yi Mo quickly called out. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and approached the entrance, peering through the peephole. Sure enough, standing outside was Jiang Linyue, clad in nothing but her pajamas, her figure damp and her expression fraught with urgency. Could it be that she had just emerged from a shower and was seeking her share of the spoils? This simply would not do. I had to inform her that today was not a suitable time. My employees were present after all. Yi Mo reached for the doorknob. But before he could utter a word, Jiang Linyue lunged at him. Hurry, I need you now. What audacity. Such directness. A little lead up would have been appreciated. Today was simply impossible, especially with others in the vicinity. If they were to witness this, it would be quite scandalous. Yi Mo furrowed his brow, attempting to evade her advances. How could he possibly engage with Jiang Linyue in front of his two employees? Fine, let us retreat to the bedroom, she declared, disregarding his objections as she seized the nape of his neck, dragging him toward the bedroom on the third floor. Wait, that's not what I meant, he protested. But Jiang Linyue's overwhelming physical presence rendered his struggles futile. Did a woman just pull my brother upstairs? One of the girls mused. Indeed, it seems so, the other replied, exchanging glances that swiftly quelled their previous hostilities. Let us go check it out, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, her temper flaring. How dare she snatch someone right before her eyes? It was as though she had no regard for her at all. With that, she and Meng Li dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, a heavy thud echoed as the master bedroom door was locked. Jiang Linyue tossed Yi Mo onto the bed, her cheeks flushed with fervor, her gaze burning with intensity, as if she intended to consume him whole. No. Perhaps we should consider a helmet? Yi Mo stammered, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Engaging in such reckless abandon could lead to dire consequences. Silence. Jiang Linyue snapped, her brow furrowing as she pinned him down. In a swift motion, she tore at his shirt and pressed her hand against his chest. Yi Mo's heart raced as Jiang Linyue's pupils dilated in shock. The quintuple effects of her earlier actions surged through her, akin to being struck by lightning. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden mission, Jealous Night Raid. Please complete the task within 1 minute, or your destined partner may be sent to orthopedics by their family. Additional reward, 20 points to all attributes. A flurry of system notifications flooded Jiang Linyue's mind, yet she remained oblivious to them, gritting her teeth against the encroaching side effects. It was imperative to make contact 30 times to fully dispel the adverse effects. With this thought in mind, she hastened her efforts. Magic energy value, 1. Task progress, 130. Goodness, what on earth? Yi Mo exclaimed inwardly, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and astonishment. Should he truly engage in a struggle with Jiang Linyue, especially with Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li still present? Damn it. He resolved to disregard the consequences. If he had to face social death, so be it. Just as he steeled himself for action, the warmth that enveloped him abruptly dissipated. He glanced down to find Jiang Linyue had distanced herself, her eyes now icy as she uttered, I'm done. Those words extinguished the flicker of hope igniting within Yi Mo, leaving him utterly bewildered. Are you serious? He thought, almost bursting forth with expletives. Is this woman out of her mind? Does she possess some peculiar proclivity? It's always this awkwardness. Ugh, earning money is truly a Sisyphean task. Chapter 47. My brother has been blackmailed? You have successfully completed the hidden task, receiving an additional reward, 20 points to all attributes. Congratulations for exceeding the task requirements. Earning an additional reward, 10 points to all attributes. The more you exceed, the more substantial the rewards. As the system notifications rang in her ears, Jiang Linyue snapped back to reality, her heart racing as she regarded the pitiful, frightened Yi Mo. A wave of guilt washed over her, prompting her to rise. I'm done, she reiterated. Wait, do you have some peculiar fetish? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can. I will pay more, she interjected, causing Yi Mo to falter momentarily. Ding dong. A notification chimed as 10,000 yuan was transferred to him. Let us not make a habit of this. While I may be taking your money, I do have principles, he replied, rubbing his nose and clearing his throat, feigning a sense of propriety. Since the payment is made and your apology is sincere, it would be unreasonable for me to object, wouldn't it? Then, if a similar situation arises in the future, I will send you extra money, Jiang Linyue inquired, her eyes shining with anticipation. As she posed this question, a hint of anxiety flickered within her. What if Yi Mo declined? After all, her initial intent was simply to draw him closer to enhance her skills and expedite her cultivation process, without any notion of intimate contact involved. Yi Mo pondered, taken aback. So, there hadn't been such an arrangement in their previous dealings? She had merely wished for a companion? Discovering this new avenue had prompted her to propose a new arrangement? That could work, but you must notify me in advance, he replied. After all, I have employees present. What if we're busy next time? No problem. I'll ensure to approach you when your employees are absent, or we can go out together, Jiang Linyu assured him. Her relief palpable. This way, her future magic rune tasks could proceed without hindrance. Are you crafting equipment? She queried, her attention drawn to the small furnace beside the door. In her earlier haste, she had completely overlooked it. Bubbling and boiling, the furnace resembled a hot pot, its lid trembling with anticipation. It should be nearly finished, Yemo said, donning a t-shirt as he approached the small furnace. From outside, he could faintly hear Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li conspiring. Just kick the door down, and I'll hold that little third party while you handle her face. Isn't that a bit extreme? What is wrong with that? Didn't you hear the commotion earlier? If we don't act soon, your agent could be turned into a dried corpse. But what if your agent is also willing? Then we'll send your agent for sterilization. Suddenly, the door burst open as Yemo stormed in. What are you two whispering about outside? He furrowed his brow and admonished them with a commanding tone. The furtive actions have been discovered, the two women shrieked, clinging to each other in fright. Meng Li's hair stood on end, her small tuft rising sharply as she lowered her head in a guilty manner. What? I'm here to catch cheating. Why should I feel guilty? Upon realizing the situation, Yi Xiaoxiao raised her brows defiantly, brushing the dust off her skirt and fixing her gaze on Yemo. I demand to know, who is the woman in your room? Oh, the one you refer to? Allow me to introduce her, Yemo replied, maintaining his composure, unperturbed. He brought Jiang Linyu forward, saying, she is our landlord and also the investor I mentioned to you. The reason for her visit is primarily to offer me guidance, particularly regarding forging. After all, this is my first time. I must seek advice from someone experienced, since they had not witnessed the actual circumstances inside. He felt free to fabricate any story as long as he concealed the fact that he was living off her support. Yes, indeed, that is correct, Jiang Linyu replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement, clearly understanding that Yemo wished to keep their arrangement secret from the two women. Oldemo, are you trying to deceive me? I heard her scream just now, and it's not like I didn't notice you changed your clothes. Yi Xiaoxiao retorted sharply, exposing Yemo's deceit without mercy. I also think lying is wrong, Meng Li timidly added, shrinking back again. Jiang Linyu blushed at the recollection of the sound she had made. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her delicate toes instinctively curling. And what do you both think we were just doing? Yemo stepped forward, calmly countering the two women. Upon hearing this, Meng Li's ears turned crimson with shyness, struggling to find an appropriate response. Well, it goes without saying, you were. Yi Xiaoxiao stammered, defiantly attempting to chastise him. Filthy, indecent. How could I have a sister with such impure thoughts? In response, Yemo shot back. From the moment we went upstairs, only 5 minutes have passed. What could possibly happen in such a short span? Do you think so little of my capabilities? His voice was laced with exasperation. If you channeled that imaginative energy into your studies, you would have undoubtedly topped the entire school by now. I have painstakingly supported your education, helped you with your loans, and crafted gear for you. Is it so easy for you to question my character now that our living conditions have finally improved? Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback, recognizing the validity in Yemo's argument. Perhaps she had been the one to think impurely. I had no idea. What if you had? She murmured, her voice diminishing with shame. Indeed, as long as they had not witnessed the specific details, it was quite easy to mislead them. As for Meng Li, she was even more susceptible. Her bashfulness made her shy away from any probing questions. Then, were you really discussing forging equipment just now? Yemo asked, his tone earnest. Of course, little sister. Everything I do is for you, he reassured her. Yi Xiaoxiao remained skeptical, sensing that Yemo was hiding something from her. Yet the sincerity in his gaze made it hard to dismiss his claims. Her attention then shifted to Jiang Linyu, a nagging confusion resurfacing in her mind. Would a respectable person wear pajamas at night to discuss equipment forging with a man? Moreover, this woman. Why did she seem so familiar? As she searched her memory, her eyes widened in realization. Wait, she looks exactly like the holy maiden from the Heavenly Tao Alliance on television. No, this must be the real person. Her mind raced with questions. Why would such a significant figure know her brother? Suddenly, a thought struck her. I recall that the Heavenly Tao Alliance has a harmony sect. She pieced together fragments of information. She provides money and housing. Drags my brother into the bedroom at night while wearing pajamas. Could it be the Holy Maiden is actually from the Harmony sect? Perhaps in pursuit of cultivating her inner methods, she intends to use my brother as a vessel? It was well known that many from the Harmony sect kept vessels for their cultivation, treating them like cattle. If Jiang Linyu belonged to the Harmony sect, it would indeed explain a great deal. And Yemo, burdened by his debts and the desire to support her education, might be enduring this predicament in silence. If that were the case, all the clues aligned perfectly. That would explain why he had suddenly become affluent. As she contemplated this, her gaze toward Yemo shifted, now tinged with emotion and sympathy. What? Although I managed to navigate through this, why do I feel as if this fellow is looking at me strangely? Could it be that she has sensed my reliance on her support? Yemo, feeling a twinge of unease, scratched his nose, sensing the unusual intensity in Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze. Just as he contemplated probing her further, suddenly, a magnificent burst of 7-colored light erupted towards the heavens. Everyone turned their attention to the small cauldron nearby, now uncovered, from which the radiant light emanated. Chapter 48. The Emergence of the Divine Artifact. 7-colored divine light. This is an artifact. Jiang Linyue gazed at the dazzling brilliance spilling forth from the small cauldron, astonished. I remember he became an agent just a month ago. How has he managed to forge an artifact so soon? Is it divine favor, or has he fortuitously cleared an SSS-level beginner dungeon? If it's the latter, then he must have at least one SSS-level player under his command. It appeared that the divinity backing him was formidable, certainly stronger than an ordinary wild god. It is common knowledge that only SSS-level dungeons yield the primary materials for artifacts. Regardless, the notion of crafting an artifact at the first tier seemed utterly implausible. As a seasoned player, she understood the immense value of an agent forging an artifact. Once an artifact is successfully crafted, the forger randomly acquires a forging divine skill, significantly elevating their worth. Even within the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the number of agents possessing forging divine skills is unlikely to exceed 10, underscoring its rarity. Congratulations! You have successfully forged the artifact, Calamity Divine Radiant Staff. Forging experience gained, 122. Comprehended divine level skill, Divine Purity Forging Method. Congratulations! Your forging level has risen to level 2. Current forging level, level 2. The higher the level, the greater the success rate and attribute enhancement. Experience points, 22. Forging divine skill, Divine Purity. Note, each time an artifact is successfully forged, one divine forging skill can be comprehended. In a moment, a series of forging notifications flashed before Yimo's eyes. Did it work? He was elated, hastening to the small cauldron. Soon, he beheld a dark, nearly black staff, resembling wood yet akin to iron. Calamity Divine Radiant Staff. Grade, 7-colored divine artifact. Level restriction, none. Primary attribute, Spirit 30, 60, undetermined. Secondary attribute, Speed 30. Effect, halves mana consumption, halves cooldown, and provides 3 instances of damage immunity, refreshes every hour, maximum of 3. Divine Blessing, none. Number of blessings, unlimited. Additional ability, Cataclysm Descends. Cataclysm Descends. Description, grants the wielder and their summon units a 10 boost to all attributes. Note, this equipment has not yet been shaped. Please forge it into your ideal form as soon as possible. Current shaping and forging success rate, 80. Failure retains only the primary material. Tip, if forging fails 3 times, the primary material will also be destroyed. How formidable. Is this truly a divine artifact? Gazing at the attributes of the cataclysmic divine staff, Yimo could not help but draw a sharp breath. To be candid, the benefits are simply overwhelming. Cooldown, mana consumption, and vulnerability. These 3 aspects represent a mage's most fatal weaknesses. Yet this piece of equipment compensates for all of a mage's shortcomings. Furthermore, the numerical benefits are presented as percentage increases rather than mere numerical values. This implies that this equipment will not become obsolete even in the later stages of the game. The only lament is the spirit value's forging range, which stands at 30, 60. Due to Yimo's insufficient forging level, it is highly unlikely he will exceed 35. Is it because of the divine pillar's wood that the shaping success rate is elevated to 80? Throughout the entire equipment crafting process, shaping is the true key. Surviving this stage signifies that the forging is genuinely complete. I have also comprehended the divine forging technique. Let us see what it entails. With that thought, Yimo opened the skill description for the Divine Essence Forging Method. Divine Essence Forging Method. Description, transforms the divine hammer, creating optimal attributes. Effect 1, equipment success rate 10. Effect 2, can perform a single divine essence enhancement on already shaped equipment. Each enhancement can elevate the primary attribute by 5 to 10, up to the maximum value of the equipment's primary attribute. Cooldown time, 15 days. Regrettably, it does not increase the success rate of shaping, but can compensate for the primary attribute range. Yimo's divine forging technique is better suited for modifying already completed equipment. Tip, please complete shaping within 10 minutes, or it will be considered a failure. The system once again prompted, urging Yimo to expedite the shaping of this equipment. Hammer time. Yimo waved his hand. The forging table slowly rose. A rune-imbued iron hammer appeared in his grasp. Grasping the tongs from the forging table, he secured the raw form of the cataclysmic divine staff before placing it on the forging table. Bang, bang, bang. He then raised the hammer and brought it down with tremendous force. Each strike sent forth a shower of sparks. The dazzling 7-colored divine light erupted wildly, stirring up gusts of wind. The water cup and decorative items on the desk in the bedroom trembled as a result. Forging experience points 1. Forging experience points 1. Forging experience points 1. After every 4 to 5 strikes, a system notification would pop up before Yimo's eyes. What the heck? Yi Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at the radiant staff being gradually shaped in Yimo's hands. When she scrolled through videos, she had seen agents live streaming the forging of equipment. but never with such commotion. Old Mo, what kind of equipment are you crafting? This is quite an exaggeration. Shoo, do not distract him. He is currently shaping a divine artifact, a critical moment. Zhang Linhua gestured for silence to Yi Xiaoxiao. A divine artifact? This is indeed a divine artifact. Old Mo is actually forging a divine artifact for himself? Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. She felt as though she were in a dream, the situation too surreal. A divine artifact, something that not even high-level players may possess. How could Old Mo? At that moment, she suddenly recalled Yi Mo's earlier words to her. Of course, little sister, everything I do is for you. Could it be? He agreed to be the furnace for the Saintess to forge a divine artifact for me? How else could he have obtained the primary materials for such an artifact? Only a figure as significant as the Saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance could provide such resources. Upon realizing this, she felt immense shame for her previous attitude. Old Mo sacrificed so much for my journey as a player, while I, over trivial matters, raised my voice against him. Truly, I am appalling. Fear not, Old Mo. Once I grow stronger, I will surely help you escape this plight. Yi Xiaoxiao silently vowed within her heart. The agent is truly remarkable, capable of forging even divine artifacts. Meng Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. A divine artifact. Such treasures are mere legends to demi-humans. To even lay eyes upon one is a luxury. Such an extraordinary item. And Yi Mo can create it? Indeed, my agent is the most formidable in the universe. Bang bang bang. As time passed, the resplendent seven-colored light within the room gradually dimmed. The black iron staff, under the relentless hammering, was steadily perfected. At this moment, Yi Mo was drenched in sweat, even shedding his clothing to reveal a sculpted physique. Ding! Congratulations, the cataclysmic divine staff has been successfully forged. Your forging level has risen to level 3. Finally, with the last crisp sound of the hammer striking, the luminous aura surrounding the black iron staff vanished, its form solidifying entirely. It transformed into a staff entirely black, intricately etched with various runes. The top of the staff curled into the shape of a dragon's head, with a crystal emitting an arcane black light held delicately in its jaws. It was evident that this was no ordinary item, radiating an aura of mystery and the fantastical. Alas, my forging level is too low. Although successful, the primary attribute is only 33. The cataclysmic divine staff has a primary attribute range of 30 to 60. Due to Yi Mo's inadequate forging level, he could only refine it to 33. However, I can utilize my divine forging technique to compensate for this deficiency in primary attributes. With that thought, Yi Mo grasped the hammer once more. Bang bang bang. He resumed the forging process with fervor. This time, however, his strikes were rapid, as if fueled by adrenaline, leaving behind trails of afterimages. With each strike, the cataclysmic divine staff shimmered even more brilliantly. Is this the divine essence forging method? He has actually comprehended such a divine forging technique. Zhang Linhua inhaled deeply. The divine essence forging method is undoubtedly the most potent and practical of all forging techniques. The higher the equipment's upper limit, the greater its effectiveness. Once shaped, an equipment's primary attribute becomes fixed, and no further enhancements can be made. For instance, Yi Mo's cataclysmic divine staff has a primary attribute of spirit enhancement at 33. The divine essence forging method allows each use to elevate it by an additional 5 to 10, ultimately reaching a full attribute increase of 60. Even an agent with a forging level of 10 would find it exceedingly difficult to forge an item with fully maxed attributes. Therefore, the art of forging, as exemplified by Yi Mo, is most aptly suited for amassing wealth. Assisting others in refining their divine essences can yield profits ranging from hundreds of thousands to even higher. The only drawback is the excessively long cooldown period. Chapter 49 is this truly genuine? Time flows like water, and days slip by like a shuttle. 3 fleeting days have passed. With just 4 days remaining until the national competition, Yi Xiaoxiao is in high spirits today, for the coveted divine artifact she has longed for has finally arrived. After 2 days of meticulous refinement by Yi Mo, the Calamity Divine Scepter has been embellished with 2 blessings. Calamity Divine Scepter, Grade, 7 colored artifact, Level Requirement, None, Primary Attribute, Spirit 40, Secondary Attribute, Speed 30, Effects, halves mana consumption, halves cooldown, absorbs damage 3 times, refreshes once per hour, maximum 3 times, Divine Blessing, Divine Lock. Blink, number of blessings, unlimited. Additional ability, Cataclysm Descending, Description, enhances all attributes of the wielder and their summoned units by 10. Thanks to the divine essence forging technique, the primary attribute has increased from 33 to 40, a significant enhancement indeed. After 3 days of intensive dungeon runs with Zhou Minjun, Yi Xiaoxiao has now reached level 17, with her spirit power soaring to 66 points. When factoring in the 40-point spirit boost from the Calamity Divine Scepter, her spirit power can be elevated to an impressive 92 points. Consequently, her maximum mana has escalated to a staggering 470 points. This means that while wielding the Calamity Divine Scepter, with the halved mana consumption effect, she can summon an astounding 94 skeleton warriors in one go. Coupled with her inherent trait of calamity descending and the artifact's unique property of cataclysm descending, each skeleton warrior boasts an extraordinary total attribute value of 77 points. A horde of 94 skeletons, each with 77 points in all attributes, would be capable of overwhelming any battlefield. It can be said that, with the boon of the divine artifact, should Yi Xiaoxiao elevate her level to 20 or higher, she would be virtually guaranteed a top 3 finish in the national competition. The potential for devastation is unfathomable. In the homeroom teacher's office, Zhou Minjun entered holding an exquisite rectangular box, prepared to surprise Yi Xiaoxiao. Inside this elegant box lay an extraordinary wand, a remnant from a former player. The reason it was a remnant is simple, due to certain circumstances. That player unilaterally tore up their contract and switched allegiance to a family agent. This player had once been nurtured to prominence by Zhou Minjun, only to betray her upon gaining fame. Meteorite Wand. Grade, Extraordinary. Level Requirement, 20. Primary Attribute, Spirit, 12. Effect, regains 2 mana per second. Divine Blessing, none. Number of blessings, 2. This should significantly enhance that child's chances of success. Gazing at the wand, which was entirely gilded and exquisitely crafted in blue, Zhou Minjun felt a smile creep across her face. She could already envision the look of astonishment on Yi Xiaoxiao's face upon receiving this gear. In this world, equipment quality is categorized into 7 tiers: ordinary, outstanding, extraordinary, inheritable, epic, legendary, and divine artifact. Among these, extraordinary represents the pinnacle for ordinary individuals. However, within the circles of the affluent, it is merely considered standard. Those who wield equipment of lesser quality than extraordinary are often looked down upon. Equipment of inheritable grade may garner a slight nod of respect, while epic gear elicits exclamations of admiration. Legendary gear prompts awe, and divine artifacts invoke reverence. Teacher Zhou, I heard you were looking for me. The office door swung open, and Yi Xiaoxiao entered, her long, delicate legs clad in a blue and white JK uniform that accentuated her youthful, pristine beauty. Her mood was buoyant after acquiring her new weapon, and she wore a sweet smile, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. I have a surprise for you, Zhou Minjun said with a smile, only to notice the wand in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Its design was relatively refined, even featuring some special effects. However, its entirely dark appearance rendered it somewhat inconspicuous. Have you acquired a new weapon? Zhou Minjun frowned slightly. Typically, items boasting special effects are likely to be mere marketing gimmicks, rather than genuinely high-quality gear. After all, equipment with inherent effects is almost always of epic quality or higher. This situation is reminiscent of Yi Mo's past life, where many, driven by vanity, donned fake gold chains to feign wealth or purchased high-quality replicas of jewelry, bags, or modified vehicles. They appeared extravagant, but were fundamentally poorly crafted. Zhou Minjun was well aware of Yi Xiaoxiao's family circumstances, leading her to conclude that this special effect-laden equipment was undoubtedly a high-quality imitation. My brother personally crafted this divine artifact for me. Yi Xiaoxiao proudly waved the wand, her face brimming with joy. Your brother? A divine artifact? Zhou Minjun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yi Xiaoxiao's brother possessed such an inflated sense of vanity. You could have simply claimed it was an epic-grade item. Why go so far as to assert it's a divine artifact? Can such artifacts really be mere trinkets? Even she, a member of the Six Holy Court, had never encountered one, let alone forged one. Would you mind letting me take a look? Not wishing to dampen Yi Xiaoxiao's spirits, Zhou Minjun opted for a more tactful approach. However, before proceeding, she needed to examine the properties of the equipment. Of course, I wouldn't miss the chance to showcase my new treasure. Yi Xiaoxiao eagerly handed the Calamity Divine Scepter to Zhou Minjun. The feel, weight, and appearance are all commendable. This imitation is quite convincing, Zhou Minjun remarked, praising Yi Mo's adept imitation skills. Yet, she thought to herself, even if the appearance is striking, the attributes. Zhou Minjun opened the wand's information, and upon reading the impressive attributes, she was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. These attributes. Dual blessings. A 40-point boost to spirit power, and a 30-point boost to speed, not to mention damage absorption, have mana consumption, and have cooldowns. This is incredibly overpowered. No, wait, what is this additional ability? She gasped in disbelief. This is genuinely authentic? Zhou Minjun's hand trembled, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity. Is this truly crafted by your brother? She asked, instinctively swallowing hard as she glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yes. It was just forged 3 days ago. Witnessing Zhou Minjun's shocked expression, Yi Xiaoxiao's vanity soared, and she couldn't help but smile with delight. In an instant, Zhou Minjun felt as if struck by lightning. Successfully forging a divine artifact meant that the fellow had comprehended the art of divine craftsmanship. A novice agent, astonishingly, had grasped something that this seasoned agent yearned for yet could not attain. Truly, the competition among individuals can be quite lethal. By the way, Teacher Zhou, you just mentioned wanting to surprise me. What was that about? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her bright, expressive eyes, gazing expectantly at Zhou Minjun. At this moment, the teacher felt it prudent to reveal the answer only after the national competition concluded. She chuckled awkwardly, discreetly tucking away the exquisite small box on the table. Chapter 50. Ascension to Tier 2. In the spacious combat training room of the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter agency, Yemo sat cross-legged in a loose-fitting white practice uniform. At this moment, his black hair stood on end, surrounded by a tempest of dark lightning, forming a violent cyclone that continuously swirled around him. He appeared as a meditating deity of thunder, his aura restrained, yet exuding an overwhelming pressure. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the training room. The dark lightning surged relentlessly, becoming increasingly ferocious. However, just as this tempest of thunder was about to reach its zenith, Yemo suddenly exhaled deeply. As he slowly opened his eyes, the dark lightning enveloping him began to dissipate. Congratulations. You have elevated the Heavenly Demon Thunder to level 10. Heavenly Demon Thunder S-Class. Ability level, level 10. Consumption, 50 points per second. Cooldown none. Description, manipulate thunder, command lightning, and devour the storm. Each attack inflicts additional lightning elemental damage, amplifying its power by 48. During its manifestation, it can consume all lightning attribute attacks, doubling damage against malevolent entities. Skill phrase, with thunder, shatter the darkness. Not bad. Today marks the achievement of maxing out this ability. After slightly restraining his aura, Yemo nodded in satisfaction and opened his attribute panel. Name, Yemo. Agent level, Tier 2. Experience points, 3, shared with contracted players. Constitution, 78. Speed, 75. Strength, 82. Mentality, 76. Mana. Contracted players, 2, 3. Abilities, Unity of Life, Exclusive, Heavenly Demon Thunder, S-Class. Immortal Body, Divine. Return to Heaven and Earth, Divine. Current Blessing Profession cards available. Godslayer Phantom Swordsman, SSS Class Warrior Path. Necromancer, SSS Class Mage Path. Timespace Creator, SSS Class Control Path. Heavenly Demon Overlord, SSS Class Tank. Berserker, A-Class Warrior Path. Deity of Faith, World-Destroying Demon God. In recent days, due to Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li's relentless leveling, he too had successfully ascended to Tier 2. He expended 2,000 divine points to bestow upon himself the ability, Return to Heaven and Earth. Now he possessed unlimited mana. The usage count of his exclusive ability, Unity of Life, had also increased. He now had half an hour of invincibility at his disposal. The cooldown period for its use was reduced from 365 days to 320 days, lessening by a month and a half. Over the past 3 days, due to the infinite mana consumption, he had maintained the Heavenly Demon Thunder almost continuously, even while eating and sleeping. This led to considerable trouble for his housemates, Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao. For instance, during meals, they would implore him, not again, Mo. I beg you to tone it down. It's too electrifying to eat properly. Or during personal hygiene routines, one careless moment resulted in an inadvertent flick of the switch, causing the entire dormitory's lights to extinguish, followed by Yi Xiaoxiao's frustrated outcry, Mo. Did you electrify the shower again? This has happened too many times. At least try to control it. Such blunders occurred with notable frequency, compelling Yemo to confine himself to the training room for seclusion and cultivation until today, when he finally maxed out the Heavenly Demon Thunder. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap. With the immortal body granting him near invincibility, he felt undaunted even against opponents of higher levels. His offensive capability lay in the Heavenly Demon Thunder. His only vulnerability was his susceptibility to control and mental attacks. Thus, Yemo found himself contemplating his next choice of divine ability. The options were immunity to all laws and heaven and earth connection. The former would grant him immunity to control, negative effects, magical damage, and mental attacks, while the latter would allow him to continuously expend a certain amount of mana during combat, enhancing all attributes by 1 per second, without limit. When his attributes reached 100, he could trigger the divine ability law of heaven and earth for both offense and defense. In theory, when combined with the immortal body and return to heaven and earth, he could achieve an infinite level of superiority. With such capabilities in both offense and defense, while also possessing an aura of invincibility, he wrestled with the decision of which ability to choose next. The former would mitigate his weaknesses, while the latter focused on offensive prowess. However, facing mental attacks would immediately place him at a disadvantage. Naturally, should he ascend to Tier 4, he could select both abilities and no longer be troubled by this dilemma. At that point, he would have no qualms, essentially striding unhindered beneath the divine. Meng Li, the little girl, was likely still engaged in dungeon runs. Leaving the training room, Yemo settled into the black leather office chair and began to check his account balance, currently standing at just over 80,000. In the past 3 days, selling a Berserker Profession card had increased his funds by 220,000. He allocated all of this to assist Meng Li in leveling up. And with her diligent efforts, sleeping scarcely 4 hours a night, she had either been running dungeons or en route to them. The results were promising. Her level had risen from 18 to 20, achieving the goal ahead of schedule. Her attributes had also surged to 78 points, and she had mastered a new skill. Crescent Moon Demon Slash. Crescent Moon Demon Slash. Skill level, 118. Consumption, 100. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description, unleashes a strike that generates a wide range of sword chi, amplifying effects by 60. Note, each level increases cooldown by 0.5 seconds and attack amplification by 10. This skill is a mid-range, area of effect burst damage technique. When coupled with Meng Li's divine power, a single strike could achieve a formidable 140, effortlessly dispatching any fragile opponent below level 25. Furthermore, the skill's level-up attributes are generously rewarding. Each level grants a 10-point increase in power, culminating in a terrifying amplification of 150 at max level. The shortcomings are quite apparent, particularly the excessive consumption of mana. In a state devoid of mana potions, Meng Li can unleash her abilities a maximum of 2 times. This can be utilized as a decisive strike. At present, I possess 10 bottles of holy elixirs, which, if sold, would yield a total value of over 200,000. This sum could either be used to procure an extraordinary piece of equipment for Meng Li, or alternatively, I could acquire raw materials at half the cost and forge the equipment myself. Purchasing raw materials is indeed more economical than buying finished products. However, it carries inherent risks. Should the forging process fail, both primary and auxiliary materials would be rendered useless, resulting in a total loss. While forging equipment is a lucrative venture, it also requires substantial initial investment. The probability of me crafting extraordinary grade equipment stands at around 60%, which could be elevated to 70% with the incorporation of the divine forging technique. After a moment of contemplation, Yemo concluded that it was worth attempting. Not only could this remedy Meng Li's equipment deficiencies, but it would also enhance my forging experience. With this in mind, Yemo promptly accessed the Taotao website and listed the 10 bottles of holy elixirs for sale. While awaiting the profits, he browsed various warrior equipment attributes online, identifying several primary materials that offered excellent value and suited Meng Li's profession. 2 hours later, a notification chimed. 220,000 yuan had been credited. Due to its scarcity and high demand, the sale proceeded rapidly. Upon receiving the funds, Yemo reopened the Taotao website to place orders for the primary materials he had previously selected. Excellent. Everything is now prepared. I eagerly await our meeting in the arena. The attribute ranges for levels are as follows. 1. Level 10. Attributes range from 10 to 38, with each level increasing attributes by 2 points. 2. Level 20. Attributes range from 19 to 78, each level increasing attributes by 4 points. 3. Level 30. Attributes range from 39 to 158, each level increasing attributes by 8 points. 4. Level 40. Attributes range from 79 to 318, each level increasing attributes by 16 points. The attributes follow this pattern. The higher the quality of the profession card, the greater the initial attributes and the higher the growth bonuses per level. An SSS grade attribute card will invariably have at least one attribute at 20 points. Prior to level 30, SSS grade cards enjoy maximum growth at each level. From level 30 to 40, the attribute bonuses for SSS grade cards range from 12 to 16 points per level. SS grade cards share the same growth range as SSS grade cards, but lack the awakened class characteristics. S grade cards have per level attribute bonuses ranging from 10 to 14 points. As high-quality profession cards progress into the later stages, the disparity between them and lower-quality cards becomes increasingly pronounced. Players have the option to delete their accounts and change professions, albeit at the cost of having to level up anew. Chapter 51. Let the betting begin. Time flows like water, and 4 days have swiftly passed. This national competition is being held in Tianju City, at the Tianjin Sports Center. The spacious, irregularly shaped oval stadium stands majestically in the heart of the city. The most striking feature is the towering edifice at the center of the arena, resembling a colossal sword. The overall design exudes a profound sense of artistry. Atop this building lies an open VIP box, providing a panoramic view of the event through drones that circle the arena, delivering real-time coverage of the competition. Within this open box, seats of various specifications are arranged. The 6 front-row seats are occupied by the presidents of the 6 major academies in Daxia. Below them sit representatives from prestigious families, along with senior agents and young prodigies from the 6 holy teachings. Master Ji, I have heard you have invited a remarkable talent for our academy. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance, remarked an elderly man, over 50 years of age, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Ji Baishi, a smile gracing his lips. He is Chun Weiming, the current president of Kaiyang High School. Although Ji Baishi is a mentor for the competition, she is exempt from participating in the qualifiers due to her status as the previous season's 3rd-place winner, which grants her a direct entry. Thus, she occupies a seat in the VIP area as a guest. Indeed, he is a scion of the Chu family, known as Chu Tianhe, an SSS-grade warrior with the profession of Flame Warrior. His current level is 35, and he is present at the venue, Ji Baishi said. hastily recommending a young and talented individual beside her. President Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and I must say, you remain as imposing as ever. Chu Tianhe bowed respectfully to the elder, completely disregarding the old man's gleaming bald head as he spoke words of flattery. Haha, you young man, have a bright future ahead. Chun Weiming chuckled heartily, relishing such compliments, especially regarding his looks. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that this year's champion will undoubtedly be from our academy. He cast a sidelong glance at the representatives of the other 5 academies. His intention in highlighting Ji Baishi was to showcase their strength to the other institutions. It is a traditional virtue of the VIP box to flex one's muscles before the competition begins, akin to betting on a match in the past. Naturally, placing bets incurs a fee to be paid to each academy, hence the need to display strength to attract the guests' wagers. Cut it out. As if no one else has talents in their ranks, grumbled the president of Tianju Academy, furrowing his brow. With a wave of his hand, the large display screen instantly showcased their academy's star student. Name, Cheng Shi. Profession, tank. Level, 36. Betting number, 13,281. Behold, an SSS grade tank profession, the Indomitable Diamond Buddha. A trainee of the Buddhist Diamond Sect, level 36. Show's over. Now it's my turn. Name, Lu Muxiao. Profession, control. Level, 35. Betting number, 10,102. Known as the Little Saintess of the Heavenly Path Alliance, an SSS grade control profession, the Celestial Array Immortal. Each academy showcased its distinguished disciples in hopes of securing greater profits from the betting fees. Simultaneously, a small tablet appeared in front of each VIP seat, allowing guests to access the information of all participating players and place bets based on their assigned numbers. Lin Yu, would you like to join in the betting fun? Su Qingfeng, as a representative of the Heavenly Path Alliance, naturally had the qualifications to attend. He grinned at his prized disciple, Jiang Linyue, encouraging her to make a wager for amusement. After all, she was far too serious, consumed solely by her training, devoid of any understanding of enjoying life's pleasures. Well, all right. Jiang Linyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed, proceeding to search for names on the tablet. This girl is quite rare. I've never seen her show such interest before. Su Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar as he leaned forward, curious about Jiang Linyue's choice. The result was as follows. Are you certain you wish to place bets of 2 million each on the competitors Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li to enter the top 8? Betting content, enter the top 8. Current odds, 150, peak. Yes, no? Then, Su Qingfeng witnessed Jiang Linyue click yes without hesitation. Yi Xiaoxiao, Meng Li? These two names sounded quite unfamiliar. Curiously, Su Qingfeng opened his tablet and searched for the names of these contestants, accessing their information. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Class, Mage. Level, 19. Betting number, 181,866. Name, Meng Li. Class, Warrior. Level, 22. Betting number, 181,883. Upon reading this information, Su Qingfeng's expression darkened. Really? Judging solely by their superficial data, these two were exceedingly unremarkable. It was doubtful whether they could even qualify for the preliminaries. After all, contestants who made it to the selections typically boasted levels around 24. Soon, as everyone completed their bets, the large screen displayed the list of the contestants. Top 8 predictions. In 01, Lu Muxiao, odds 112. In 02, Chu Tianhe, odds 112. In 03, Cheng Shi, odds 112. A total of 15 participants were recorded on the grand screen. These individuals were the seed contestants of this competition, renowned figures whose names were well known among the masses. Until, unexpectedly, 2 unfamiliar and discordant names emerged. In 014, Yi Xiaoxiao, odds 150. In 015, Meng Li, odds 150. Upon seeing these names, a large question mark appeared in everyone's minds. Who on earth are they? Soon, someone searched for their competition information on their tablet. Contestants from Kaiyang Academy? One at level 19, the other at level 22? Were they merely here to serve as fodder? Who would even bet on them? Yi Xiaoxiao. Isn't she a student of Zhou Minjun? Staring at the familiar names on the big screen, Ji Baishi furrowed her brows slightly, quickly connecting the dots. This was a vivid memory for her. After all, the agent of Yi Xiaoxiao was that absurd man who had once rejected her. He had willingly sacrificed 3 million and the chance to spend a delightful night with her for the sake of a subhuman. Meanwhile, in the preliminary competition preparation room. Are you two ready? Yi Mo twisted open a bottle of water, looking back at the two girls. Absolutely. I will do my best. Yi Xiaoxiao confidently swung her staff, her expression radiating self-assurance. Meng Li, however, took a deep breath, nervously gripping the great sword behind her. Very well. Then let this world remember your names. With that, Yi Mo patted the shoulders of the two girls and gently pushed them forward. The two stepped ahead, gazing at the competition corridor before them. Taking a deep breath, they strode forth with determination. Chapter 52. Have you ever heard of a mage known as the Melee Mage? The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the competition corridor. Yi Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply and slowly emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the stage. Due to their school affiliation, she was assigned to Zone A, while Meng Li was placed in Zone B, effectively avoiding an early internal rivalry. This arrangement was a deliberate mechanism established by the competition organizers. With her emergence from the corridor, a wave of cheers erupted. Glancing up, she noticed the stands surrounding the gymnasium were already packed with spectators. Although today was merely the preliminary round, the turnout was still overwhelming. Oh, little beauty. You must be a student from the first-year elite class. How about I give you a little leeway to help you last a few more minutes? That way, your academy can grant you some extra combat credits? Yi Xiaoxiao's opponent was an unremarkable youth, considerably older than her. He licked his red lips, grinning at Yi Xiaoxiao, his gaze lingering on her fair, slender legs for an unsettling length of time. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a soft whistle. Those legs look so soft and fair, it must feel delightful to step on them. Humph, trash. Yi Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful glance, her voice cold. Ah, yes, yes. It's precisely that look of disdain that I adore. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaoxiao's contemptuous gaze, the contestants' excitement only intensified. Ding. Zone A preliminary match 1. Kaiyang Academy. Yi Xiaoxiao versus Tianzhu Academy. Longsheng. With the two contestants taking the stage, their information quickly appeared on the central big screen. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Class, Mage. Level, 19. Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy. Betting number, 181,866. Name, Longsheng. Class, Assassin. Level, 24. Affiliated Academy, Tianzhu Academy. Betting number, 171,326. Next to the audience seating in each competition zone, there were betting buttons corresponding to the contestants on stage. Naturally, placing bets involved a fee. A level 19 mage against a level 24 assassin? Good grief. How could a level 19 even participate? With such a class disadvantage compounded by level disparity? I bet everything that Yi Xiaoxiao won't last 3 minutes. Huh, 3 minutes? I wager she'll be down in just one blow. She must be a special class student here to accumulate experience. Her class quality should be no lower than S rank. Observing the comparative information of Yi Xiaoxiao and Longsheng on the big screen, the audience buzzed with discussion. The match is about to commence. Please prepare, contestants. As the announcement sounded, Longsheng immediately assumed a stance, drawing the dagger from his waist with one hand. 10, 9, 8. Junior, I'm coming for you. Longsheng licked his lips, bending slightly in readiness, exuding an air of anticipation. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Whoosh. As the countdown reached 0, Longsheng propelled himself off the ground like a bolt from the blue, dashing toward Yi Xiaoxiao. When he closed in on her, just 10 meters away, a sinister smile crept across his face. At this distance, she wouldn't be able to evade him. His gaze scrutinized Yi Xiaoxiao, assessing her possible escape routes. With his impressive agility score of 92, he was confident he could eliminate a level 19 mage effortlessly. However, the next moment left Longsheng bewildered. Yi Xiaoxiao did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward, charging directly at him. Had she lost her mind? Shocked yet quick to react, Longsheng thrust his dagger towards her neck. In this arena, there was no concern for the opponent's life. The entire venue was rigged with formations to ensure contestants sustained injuries without being fatal. They would simply receive treatment afterward. Just as Longsheng's dagger was about to pierce Yi Xiaoxiao's fair neck, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body feeling unbearably heavy, as though he were suffering from a fever. The next second, splatter, blood erupted. Still reeling from the shocking turn of events, he felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness. His vision seemed to ascend into the ether until, at last, he beheld his other half, as well as Yi Xiaoxiao, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, wielding a pitch-black scythe. In an instant, silence fell over the arena. Everyone stared in wide-eyed astonishment, mouths agape. What is this? A mage? What have I just witnessed? A level 19 mage has just eliminated a level 24 assassin in close quarters. Just moments ago, as Longsheng approached Yi Xiaoxiao, an ominous wave of dark energy surged around her, and her staff instantly transformed into a sinister scythe. With a swift motion, she cleaved Longsheng in two. This was a skill she had mastered upon reaching level 10, Breath of Death. Skill level 2. Cost 100. Cooldown 15 seconds. Description: surrounded by death energy. Damage taken is reduced by 23, and the weapon transforms into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Each attack inflicts an additional 12 mental damage for 10 seconds. Using the skill initiates cooldown. Each level increase grants an additional 3 damage immunity and 2 mental damage. This skill granted Yi Xiaoxiao formidable melee capabilities, and the 23 damage reduction liberated her from the burdens of being fragile. It completely compensated for her previous shortcomings. Coupled with the halved cooldown and mana cost effects of the Plague Goddess Scepter, the cooldown of this skill was reduced to a mere 75 seconds, with a mana cost of only 50 points. In other words, as long as her mana was sufficient, Yi Xiaoxiao could maintain the Breath of Death state nearly indefinitely. Quick! What are you all standing there for? Hurry and summon the healing team. If you keep dawdling, the player's body will go cold. The referee at the edge of the arena quickly snapped out of his daze and shouted towards the healing team. A few auxiliary players clad in white robes finally came to their senses and rushed over to help reattach Lung Sheng's upper body. Sir, would you prefer free treatment or self-pay treatment? Given your severe injuries, free treatment may leave scars, and we cannot guarantee the integrity of your lower body. Given my condition, do you think I care about scars? Of course I'll pay. Very well, please scan this QR code. The total cost is $39,800. After Lung Sheng scanned the QR code, the medical personnel began tending to his wounds before transporting him for emergency treatment. I hereby declare the winner of this match to be Yi Xiaoxiao of Kaiyang Academy. As Lung Sheng was carried away, the referee prepared to announce Yi Xiaoxiao's victory. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao called for a halt. She then produced 2 banners from her pocket and raised them triumphantly above her head. They read, "Do you aspire to stand atop the world and become the ultimate player? If so, come to the Mo Xiao Agency, where high-intensity SSS-grade career cards await your selection. This is not a scam. This is not a scam. This is not a scam. Interested players, bring your bids. First come, first served, limited spots available." Rather than being reprimanded for this blatant advertisement, the referee seemed to appreciate the audacity. Perhaps this was the demeanor expected of a true victor. The prevailing sentiment in this world's competitions is clear. If you don't even promote yourself, what significance does winning hold? Chapter 53. I've heard you're quite the controller. You. How could you be eliminated by a level 19 mage? You've brought disgrace upon my face. A burly physical education teacher, fuming, slapped his own face, directing a torrent of invective at the recently revived Lung Sheng. Faced with the teacher's stern rebuke, Lung Sheng knelt on the ground like a scolded child, hands resting on his knees, head bowed in shame. Ugh, you infuriate me. The teacher took a few sips of water, gasping as he reclined on the couch. With a sidelong glance at Lung Sheng, he continued coldly, "As punishment for your failure, I've decided to grant you a 7-day vacation. If you dare step foot in this school during that time, I will break your legs." Upon hearing this, Lung Sheng's body tensed. He immediately rolled over and clung to the teacher's sturdy leg, pleading, "No, please, teacher. 7 days without studying will be the end of me. I beg you, find another way to punish me. Just don't give me a vacation." The competition at Tianju Academy was no less fierce than at Kaiyang Academy. 7 days away from school and practical training would cause his combat power index to plummet by at least several hundred points. His ranking would fall drastically, and not only would his best friends scorn him, but even the dog he once cared for would urinate on him in mockery. Huh, keep it up, and I'll extend your vacation to a month. At this, Lung Sheng's face turned ashen, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Despair. An unprecedented despair. In another competition zone, Meng Li steadied her breath with a hand over her chest, inhaling deeply before opening her eyes. Dressed in her oversized cat-eared hoodie, she strode confidently toward the arena. To be frank, she felt more anxious than any other contestant. After all, she bore the identity of a demi-human. Ding. Group B Preliminary Match 1, Kaiyang Academy, Meng Li vs. Baiyu Academy, Zhang Tingting. As the 2 contestants entered the arena, the referee announced with a booming voice, while the central electronic screen displayed their information. Name, Meng Li. Class, Warrior. Level, 22. Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy. Bet number, 181,883. Name, Zhang Tingting. Class, Controller. Level, 29. Affiliated Academy, Baiyu Academy. Bet number, 151,773. Gasp. Zhang Tingting is quite renowned. I've heard she was a student in the last elite class. An SS-grade career sorceress, boasting a staggering mental stat of 128 points, capable of controlling her opponents to death. She is essentially the absolute nemesis of warriors and tanks. Bet. Zhang Tingting is a dark horse who could make it into the top 10. I must place my bet on her. Players with control classes are undoubtedly the most formidable in one-on-one battles. Once struck by one of their skills, the opponent is bound to be controlled to death. Only assassins or mages, with their high speed and long range, stand a chance against them. Hey, don't you think this Meng Li from Kaiyang Academy is a bit short? No way she's underage, right? As the audience's attention focused on the stage, many began to murmur. At that moment, Meng Li pulled down her hoodie, revealing her fluffy white cat ears and tail. Upon seeing this, the audience, the referee, and even Zhang Tingting across from her were momentarily taken aback. Then, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Wait, a demi-human is competing? Is there truly no one else in Kaiyang Academy? As expected, there were numerous voices questioning her demi-human identity. Meng Li, don't mind the outside noise. Just focus on yourself. Meng Li gently patted her chest, calming her emotions. She had anticipated this reaction, so she remained indifferent. However, hey, the diminutive figure sneered. What peculiar inclinations does your agent possess? I can imagine it must have cost quite a fortune to bring you here. Perhaps he is just a wretched lowly enthusiast. Zhang Tingting's disdainful gaze swept over Meng Li, her eyes brimming with arrogance and contempt for the agent standing behind her. At these words, Meng Li's delicate brows knitted together in displeasure. Her agent was certainly not of such a character. While she could tolerate criticisms aimed at herself, she could not abide anyone disparaging Yemo. Noticing Meng Li's agitation, Zhang Tingting's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Inciting her opponent's fury and driving them to lose their composure was her preferred tactic. It appears I've struck a chord. However, someone of your humble caliber must have never feasted upon anything substantial. How about I borrow your agent for a few days? I assure you, he will be utterly captivated, unable to tear himself away. By then, you would surely find yourself unceremoniously discarded. Zhang Tingting mocked with a teasing laugh, intensifying Meng Li's ire. Phantom slash. Bang. The moment the countdown on the large screen reached its conclusion, Meng Li surged forward with astonishing speed. Zhang Tingting's expression shifted to one of astonishment, swiftly replaced by a victorious smirk. An enraged opponent's movements are quite predictable. Thorny earth. She swiftly summoned her skill, and in an instant, 2 tendrils erupted from the ground, snaking towards Meng Li's ankles. Yet, just as the tendrils were about to ensnare her, a surge of purple-black energy erupted from Meng Li, effortlessly repelling them. What? Zhang Tingting stared, bewildered, but her reflexes were quick. Retreating to create distance, she executed another skill. Gravitational pull. A pitch-black sphere, approximately 3 meters in diameter, materialized before Meng Li. The terrifying gravitational force emanating from the sphere expanded like a miniature black hole, drawing everything in its vicinity, tiles, dirt, and even the very air, into its abyss, distorting reality itself. Still not retreating? Then she is doomed. Observing Meng Li's unwavering advance, Zhang Tingting's lips curled into a defiant sneer. Yet, the very next second, Meng Li disregarded the miniature black hole entirely, wielding her massive sword with terrifying might, and dashed straight past it. In a leap that brought her within mere meters of Zhang Tingting, her petite form transformed into a streak of light, sweeping forward with tremendous force. What nonsense! Zhang Tingting's pupils dilated as her wrist bracelet flickered. Pseudo-blink. The one-time equipment skill activated, and Zhang Tingting vanished from her original position. Bang! Simultaneously, Meng Li's petite figure descended like a hammer. The ground fractured instantly, debris scattering in all directions. Has she gone mad? Why do my skills have no effect on her? Zhang Tingting's brow furrowed in confusion, her heart racing with trepidation as she instinctively swallowed hard. She aimed several fireballs at Meng Li, hoping to hinder her advance. However, Meng Li paid no heed to the incoming projectiles. Phantom step. Her form became ethereal, the fireballs passing harmlessly through her as she appeared right in front of Zhang Tingting. Is she a ghost? Zhang Tingting thought, panic rising within her, reminiscent of a startled rabbit seeking escape. Yet, she was soon met with an overwhelming sense of suffocation as Meng Li seized her delicate neck with a firm grip, executing a brutal throat throw. Bang! The floor erupted in a web of cracks as Zhang Tingting was struck hard, blood spilling from her mouth as she struggled to rise and evade. Yet Meng Li mounted her, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Her small fists fell like a tempest upon Zhang Tingting. Bang, bang, bang. The ground sank beneath the onslaught, debris flying everywhere. I concede. Zhang Tingting attempted to voice her surrender, but Meng Li silenced her with a hand over her mouth, her grip tightening with ferocity. Zhang Tingting whimpered, her face bruised and tearful. If you wish to concede, then apologize to my agent. Meng Li glared with fierce, innocent eyes, delivering her ultimatum. Muffled cries of agreement escaped Zhang Tingting as she nodded frantically, tears streaming down her face. The onlookers, utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle, fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 54. Whose subordinate is this? In the VIP box. What on earth? Who eliminated my bet for the top 8 during the qualifiers? With a thud, the icon for N08, Zhang Tingting faded from the grand screen. This news left the audience momentarily speechless. Who would have thought one of the most favored contenders would falter in the preliminary rounds? Was it merely bad luck to face another top seed? Zhang Tingting was considered a dark horse in this competition. Her level wasn't particularly remarkable, yet her SS-level control character was formidable. It is well known that in one-on-one combat, control and assassin roles dominate. While assassins can be somewhat countered by tanks, control characters possess virtually no weaknesses in solitary confrontations. Their skills boast wide ranges and low cooldowns. As long as they can ensnare their opponent, the outcome is almost a foregone conclusion. Everyone was eager to discover the identity of her opponent. This was the first unexpected twist in the tournament, and curiosity buzzed in the air. Soon, the grand screen displayed a name. Name: Meng Li. Role: Warrior. Level: 22. Affiliated Academy: Kaiyang Academy. Bet number: 181,883. Meng Li? That name rings a bell, but not much. From Kaiyang Academy? The crowd turned their gazes toward the principal of Kaiyang Academy, Chen Weiming. Feeling the intense scrutiny, Chen Weiming appeared bewildered, wearing an expression that conveyed, I have no idea either. As the footage of their battle replayed, Chen Weiming furrowed his brows and instructed a staff member beside him. The grand screen gradually revealed the recorded footage. The first sight that greeted viewers was Zhang Tingting being pinned down by a diminutive figure, frantically struggling. Is that a demi-human? Zhang Tingting displayed remarkable resilience, refusing to surrender even while battered and bruised. Her tenacity was commendable, a true pride of my Bayou Academy. Huh. Open your eyes wide. Is she refusing to surrender? She can't even voice her submission. As the footage shifted, more details emerged. The audience clearly witnessed Zhang Tingting's desperate attempts to yield. Yet Meng Li offered her no opportunity. What should have been a brief skirmish stretched into 20 minutes, with 15 of those minutes showcasing Zhang Tingting's relentless beating. After viewing the complete combat footage, the crowd was left in a state of shock and disbelief. What on earth is this grudge about? The young girl appeared delicate and fragile, yet to everyone's astonishment, she exhibited such cruelty and brutality. Huh. A course subhuman. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, particularly those ordinary folk hailing from illustrious families. Their narrow-mindedness was coupled with a degree of prejudice against subhumans. Only a select few professional agents and players could discern the underlying nuances. Could she truly disregard control? Has she comprehended some form of overpowering capability? For warriors, this undoubtedly represents a formidable weapon. It is highly probable, yet such skills are often ephemeral, lasting at most 2 to 3 seconds. If Zhang Tingting were to exercise caution and maintain distance, prolonging the engagement until the duration of the overpowering ability expired, victory would likely be within her grasp. However, this subhuman possesses a commendable occupational grade, with foundational attributes that are notably high, at least SS grade. To cultivate a subhuman to such an extent, TSK. The agent behind her is certainly no ordinary figure, albeit with somewhat peculiar inclinations. The multitude of principals deliberated, assessing Meng Li's occupational grade and prowess, while simultaneously marveling at the capabilities of her agent. Would an ordinary individual bestow a professional card of at least SS grade upon a subhuman? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. This must signify a profound background or perhaps immense favor and blessings from the divine. Regardless of whether it is the former or the latter, this is undoubtedly a rare talent. Hey, old Chun, whose subordinate is this within your academy? How come I have never heard of them before? At that moment, the principal of the Diamond Academy turned, wearing a beaming smile as he gazed at Chen Weiming. To cultivate a subhuman to such formidable strength is indicative of the agent's exceptional caliber. If we could entice them to join our academy as a mentor, I believe we could host an exchange event between our institutions. Please ensure that this player's agent is represented to come to our academy for discussions. Chen Weiming cast a sidelong glance at the principal of Bayou Academy, inwardly scoffing. You, a female school funded by the Hawan sect, expect me to invite someone over for discussions? I fear none would return unscathed. How audacious to attempt to poach from me. Your intentions are all too transparent. While he feigned indifference verbally, he was internally puzzled. Don't think you're the only ones curious. I, too, wish to meet this individual. With that thought, he swiftly picked up his phone and began typing a message to Ji Baishi. Chen Weiming. Mentor Ji, are you acquainted with the agent behind Meng Li? If so, please do invite them to meet with me. Ding dong. Upon receiving the message from Principal Chen, Ji Baishi was momentarily taken aback. The image of Yi Mo flashed in her mind, for he alone had mentioned the intent to bring a subhuman to compete. However, at that time, she had declined due to concerns about public gossip tarnishing her reputation, as well as her own quota being pre-allocated. Who could have anticipated that this subhuman would perform so exceptionally, even managing to defeat a dark horse in the top 10? Yet, even if he is remarkable, what of it? My team boasts Chu Tian'e, a stable contender for the top 3, alongside 2 SS-grade science. Their talents, levels, and equipment are not inferior to Zhang Tingting's, and may even surpass them. She furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself. She could not fathom how a mere level 22 subhuman could outpace her 3 companions. With this in mind, she typed a response with purpose. Ji Baishi, I have no recollection, but I shall investigate for you. Meanwhile, listening to the accolades and praises from the various principals, Su Qingfeng looked at Jiang Linyue in astonishment. Hey, my precious disciple, your discernment is impressive. Could it be that you are acquainted with this player's agent? He gazed at Jiang Linyue with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, we have engaged in meaningful discussions on several occasions. He is a remarkably understanding person. Even when I have acted excessively, he has never held it against me. Jiang Linyue replied earnestly. Oh, Su Qingfeng expressed surprise. This was the first time his cherished disciple had praised someone in his presence. How do you perceive his endeavor to nurture subhumans? To cultivate a subhuman to such heights? Su Qingfeng found it hard to believe it could be achieved without a certain proclivity. Subhumans are delightful. They are small and quite endearing. And I do not believe he embodies the nature you suspect, Jiang Linyue asserted. Nonsense. He has long since lost such inclinations. How could he possibly possess that sort of proclivity? Moreover, due to her recent focus on refining her skills and techniques, she often spent time in the dormitory, enjoying a harmonious rapport with that little girl, Meng Li, though it was true that Yi Xiaoxiao harbored a strong animosity towards her. As for her current skill levels, most had already reached level 6. 2 of her techniques had even risen to level 4, and this had only transpired over the course of half a month. After all, as skill and technique levels progress, the difficulty of improvement intensifies, often requiring several months or even years to attain a single level. Yet, with EMO, her training speed had tripled. Chapter 55. Is there a chance of encountering an evil god? Here I come again. Everyone, let us celebrate. With 3 bursts of celebratory fireworks. Meng Li, Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhou Minjun, and Yi Emo cheered in unison. They were reveling in the fact that the 2 girls had successfully advanced through the preliminaries and secured a spot in the top 16. The next event for the top 16 will commence in 2 days. Yi Xiaoxiao's journey had been remarkably smooth, as she had never exposed her skeleton summoning abilities. Bolstered by the high attributes of the Calamity Divine Staff and Breath of Death, she had decisively carved her name in the preliminaries of Zone A, establishing the formidable reputation of a melee mage. As for Meng Li, aside from encountering the Dark Horse Li Tingting, she had not faced any formidable opponents thereafter. Her high-damage secret technique, Evil Moon Demon Slash, remained concealed. Concealing one's strength is also a tactic. When the top 16 commences in 2 days, the opponents they face will not be as manageable as those in the preliminaries. This is what I had my eye on first. How can you snatch it from my bowl? TCH, what good is your interest? It's only worth something once it's in your mouth. Besides, this little fish snack was originally mine. At the dining table, Yi Xiaoxiao snatched a prized fish snack from Meng Li's bowl, infuriating Meng Li to the point of baring her teeth in frustration. Pouting adorably, she emitted a series of playful threats. During their cohabitation, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li often bickered and argued. They had long held a mutual disdain for one another. Mr. Yi, I heard you have been promoted to the 2nd tier. When do you plan to contract the next player? Zhou Minjun inquired, sipping red wine. Her gaze slightly tipsy as it rested on Yi Mo. Thanks to Yi Xiaoxiao's outstanding performance and effective publicity, numerous players had approached Yi Mo during this period to inquire about employment opportunities. However, the majority remained merely inquisitive and were still in a state of observation. Some players had even made offers to purchase Yi Mo's SSS-grade professional card. Unfortunately, the prices did not meet Yi Mo's expectations. Those who did offer satisfactory prices began to hesitate upon learning that the professional card was tied to the agent. The prevailing mindset among most individuals in this world remained that they aspired to join the ranks of the 6 Holy Court. This situation bears a resemblance to the dichotomy between private and state enterprises. For the average individual, the distinction between these two may not hold much significance, as long as financial gain is attainable. However, for certain scions of prestigious families, the stakes are markedly different. The competition among these families extends beyond mere wealth. It encompasses connections and networks as well. The agents of the 6 Holy See wield considerable authority, with those of higher rank possessing even greater enforcement power. For the offspring of noble houses, this undoubtedly serves as a formidable logistical advantage in their contests for family leadership. This creates an unfortunate phenomenon where those willing to pay a premium for a Yi Mo professional card are particularly concerned about Yi Mo's status as an agent of the wild god. Conversely, those indifferent to Yi Mo's identity are often unable to offer substantial bids. I plan to wait until the national competition concludes and my reputation is firmly established before seeking to attract new players. In this regard, Yi Mo is not anxious. He fully understands that as the fame of Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li rises, the number of prospective bidders will only increase, and consequently, the price will naturally escalate, especially when the 2 ascend to the top 3 and stand upon the podium. At that moment, the true value of his professional card will be revealed. By then, the number of players seeking his services is likely to multiply, and their offers will be even more generous. Of course, if he were affiliated with the 6 Holy See, the price of an SSS-grade card could potentially soar into the hundreds of millions, even billions. Here's a piece of advice. If you wish to sell at a high price, without a doubt, targeting the offspring of noble families is the optimal choice. However, it is best not to enter into a contract with such individuals. Signing a player contract with them signifies choosing sides. The rivalries among these families can be exceedingly fierce. Such entanglements could easily implicate your family and even other players under your command. Entering into a player contract with the scions of noble houses is far from merely facilitating dungeon runs. The myriad of interests involved is too vast. Zhou Minjun's intent is quite clear. She is cautioning Yi Mo that while he may sell professional cards to the offspring of noble families, he must refrain from signing contracts with them, as this would bind him to their faction. Such a move could render him vulnerable to oppression and targeting from rival factions. If Yi Mo were a member of the 6 Holy See, these concerns would be moot. Yet, as a wild god, he lacks substantial backing. Although the offspring of noble families must adhere to the law, they possess connections. When overt methods fail, they can resort to covert ones, provided they leave no evidence to be traced. Thank you for the warning. I will remain vigilant. Yi Mo acknowledged with a nod, though internally he sighed in resignation. His SSS-grade professional card is bound to the divine faction. While this ensures that his players do not defect, it simultaneously precludes him from independent trading opportunities. Unlike the Berserker professional card, which can be freely sold even without a player contract, it appears that I must swiftly elevate my own strength. Once I attain the 3rd tier and bestow upon myself the ability of invulnerability, few will be able to vanquish me. Upon reaching the 4th tier, I would be virtually unstoppable. Even the mightiest adversaries, if I cannot defeat them head-on, would find themselves worn down over time. By the way, I should mention, your hopes of placing them in the top 3 might be dashed. Upon noticing that Yemo was already aware, Zhou Minjun shifted the topic. Why? Yemo inquired, puzzled by her statement. I have utilized my authority to examine the information of the competitors in this tournament. Zhou Minjun took a deep breath and continued. I can confidently say they are all anomalies, particularly the dark horses in the top 3, who boast levels around 35, and all possess SSS-grade professions. By the finals, I estimate they will likely advance to level 36. Even if I were to exert myself fully to help Yi Xiaoxiao level up, she might only reach level 22 by the finals, and Mingli would likely max out at 24. The disparity in levels is nearly 13. Moreover, the quality of the opponent's professions will not be inferior to those of the 2 women. Their equipment predominantly exceeds extraordinary quality. Yes, I am aware of this, Yemo nodded, taking a sip of red wine before continuing. But I still have confidence that I can place them in the top 3. Zhou Minjun expressed curiosity upon hearing this, tilting her head to scrutinize Yemo. I have just advanced to the 2nd tier and have yet to utilize a trial in the secret realm. So I plan to venture into the secret realm. The so-called secret realm trial is a special dungeon accessible only to agents. Moreover, one can only enter it upon advancing a tier. For each complete hour spent inside, one can acquire an evolution crystal with a maximum of 10. This item allows players to bypass experience requirements and directly level up by 1. However, it is a locked item, exclusively usable by the current contracted player and cannot be traded or sold. You wish to enter the secret realm trial? Zhou Minjun's brow furrowed. Although she is currently a 4th-tier agent, she has only utilized her opportunity for the trial once. Because, if an agent dies within the secret realm, it signifies true death. Furthermore, it is rumored that the realm may be inhabited by the minions of evil gods, or even the evil gods themselves. Many agents have met their demise upon entering the secret realm. Her sole experience within the realm was merely lingering at its periphery. She never dared to venture deeper. Even so, this nearly cost her life. Since then, she has refrained from using her opportunity to enter the secret realm. Consequently, no agent has ever successfully cleared the secret realm. Most only endure for a few hours, gathering a few evolution crystals before emerging. Do not worry. It is exceedingly difficult to kill me, Yemo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. With his indomitable body, enduring 10 hours in the secret realm is certainly within his capabilities. As for encountering an evil god, that would be nothing short of a boon. Chapter 56. Is this not invincibility? At midnight, precisely 3 o'clock, in the teleportation hall of Tianzhu City, there are few teleportation arrays leading to the secret realm. Among them, the most renowned are the 345 secret realms, famously known for their relatively harmonious dreamscape, boasting a survival rate of 42. This is considered quite high compared to other realms. In front of room 202 of the Tianzhu Hotel, where are you planning to go at this late hour? Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against the door frame, arms crossed over her chest, her long, fair legs blocking Yemo's exit. Her gaze was icy, preventing him from leaving. Surely you haven't been standing guard at the door since I arrived? Yemo had stealthily attempted to slip out in the dead of night to avoid alerting the 2 women. Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not that idle. Yi Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, her previously established aloof demeanor evaporating. She was already aware of the conversation between Yemo and Zhou Minjun during dinner. Unlike Mingli, who had been too busy competing with her for snacks. Please trust in your elder brother's abilities. Nothing will go awry. Yemo reassured her with a pat on the shoulder and a smile. I have never doubted your capabilities. But even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of risk, I do not wish for you to take any chances. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao's tone gradually softened, taking a step closer to meet Yemo's gaze. Old Emo, I can forego the first 3, but I cannot bear to lose you. Upon hearing this, Yemo was momentarily taken aback. He sighed in resignation and shrugged. Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't. Just hurry back and rest. However, Yi Xiaoxiao did not leave. Do you think I am that easily deceived? With that, she decisively closed the door and locked it. Striding into the room, she sat on Yemo's bed. Today, I shall keep watch over you. Given her understanding of Yemo, she recognized that his earlier tone was clearly an attempt to brush her off. After all, they had grown up together, intimately familiar with one another. Yemo was left speechless. What happened to the trust we agreed upon? He pursed his lips and helplessly sat down beside Yi Xiaoxiao. This bed is so small. It won't accommodate both of us. As he spoke, Yemo draped his arm over Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Who said anything about sleeping together? I'm just sitting here. With a flurry of indignation, Yi Xiaoxiao was about to retort, but in the next moment, a sharp pain and numbness surged through her. Old Amoyu. Yi Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her consciousness began to blur, and as she tried to resist, her strength of 70 was utterly insufficient against Yemo's 82. Moreover, at that moment, he was also empowered by the divine force of the heavenly demon thunder. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the bed. Fortunately, it was not Mengli who had come. Otherwise, she might not have been able to maintain control. After incapacitating Yi Xiao, he reached out to encircle her slender waist and the cool smoothness of her ankle. In a princess carry, he gently lifted her and laid her down on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. He then exited and hailed a cab. In merely 10 minutes, he arrived at the teleportation hall. "Good day, may I assist you with entering a dungeon or trading items?" Despite it being 3 in the morning, there were still staff on duty in the teleportation hall. The service desk attendant greeted Yemo with a professional smile, courteously attending to him. "I wish to enter the 345th secret realm. Could you please assist me?" As he spoke, Yemo handed over the 100-unit teleportation fee. Entering a secret realm? The attendant was taken aback for a moment, then continued, "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment." She swiftly typed on the computer and then handed him a ticket. "The processing fee has been completed. The teleportation array for the secret realm is in Teleportation Hall 206. You may enter with this ticket." Following the directional signs, Yemo quickly located Teleportation Hall 206. After presenting his ticket to the inspector, he stepped onto the teleportation platform. "Sir, since this is your first entry into a secret realm, I would like to offer you a warm reminder. Upon entering the realm, your body will undergo subtle changes. This is a normal occurrence, so please do not be alarmed. Additionally, the risks within the realm are significant, and there is a high probability of not returning. I must confirm once more, do you wish to proceed with the teleportation?" "Absolutely." Yemo nodded firmly. With a hum, the teleportation array began to activate, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Whoosh! As a beam of light descended, Yemo felt a dizzying sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, everything around him had transformed. Desolation surrounded him. The ground was parched and cracked, littered with the remains of colossal creatures embedded in the earth. Only a few cacti and similar greenery punctuated the barren landscape. Secret realm name, Deserted Land. Task, survive for 2 hours in this world. Base reward, for each hour survived, receive 1 bottle of evolution crystal. Note, unlike dungeons, death in a secret realm does not return you to the real world. Please proceed with caution. Is this a desert? Yemo gazed around. Although he stood on yellowed earth, just 3 or 4 miles ahead lay an endless desert, dotted with various pyramid structures. The most striking of them towered hundreds of meters high, with 2 colossal wolf beast statues standing at its entrance, wielding iron halberds as if guarding it. How curious! Upon entering the secret realm, I inexplicably feel an inexhaustible vigor, almost as if I am dreaming. Observing the scene before him, Yemo quickly sensed something unusual about his body. Frowning, he opened his personal panel for inspection. However, upon seeing his information, his pupils dilated in shock. Name, world-destroying demon god, level. Constitution, 999,999, unmeasurable. Speed, 999,999, unmeasurable. Strength, 999,999, unmeasurable. Mentality, 999,999, unmeasurable. Mana, description, unrivaled beneath the gods. A 1v99999 above them. You have become the demon god that devours heaven and earth, the supreme ruler of this world. What the hell? Have I switched to my main form? Yemo was astonished. He never expected that upon entering the secret realm, he would directly assume his true form. Is this not invincibility? Meanwhile, within the resplendent pyramid, a woman with a snake-like body, clad in gold and silver, her skin a warm bronze, suddenly opened her aggressive golden slit eyes. Reclining on a golden bed, she languidly stretched her alluring curves, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. It seems yet another little mouse has entered the domain set by my master. She turned her gaze toward a hunched, decaying figure of a black-robed mage beside her, her sultry voice echoing through the hall. "Oh man, go entertain that little mouse. And remember to ensure the integrity of its corpse. I wish to refine several more corpse slaves to enhance my achievements. At your command, High Priestess." Ah Man bowed respectfully, licking his purplish lips, his expression one of wild excitement as he descended with his pitch-black staff. Chapter 57. Me? Eliminate him? Could it be that every time I enter a secret realm or dungeon, I switch to my main form? While pondering this, Yemo unleashed his terrifying divine sense, which rapidly enveloped the entire expanse. In an instant, he could see the interior of the pyramid and lock onto the boss's silhouette. If I were to strike down that little worm inside with a single punch, would I complete the secret realm immediately? He considered the possibility of inadvertently defeating the boss and prematurely clearing the realm, potentially forfeiting the reward of 10 evolution crystals. After all, the standard task in a secret realm was to survive for an hour to claim a crystal. To play it safe, he decided to wait a moment longer. He conveniently settled down in front of the largest pyramid, sitting cross-legged. However, at that moment, a tempest of swirling sand erupted, and a torrent of black mist surged toward him. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the black mist was composed of countless bizarre, pitch-black insects. They swarmed relentlessly, enveloping the area. Within that endless tide of insects, a stooped old servant, shrouded in a black cloak with a decayed visage, approached with deliberate steps, wielding a pitch-black staff and treading upon the void. A mocking smile played upon his lips as he spoke. "Cuckoo, little one. If you can endure an hour in the presence of my treasures, I may consider sparing your life. Begone. The thundering command resonated through the heavens, akin to thunder itself. A myriad of black mist and insects instantly lost vitality, cascading from the air like a dark waterfall. Amon's pupils constricted in terror as he gazed at Yemo. What? What have you done? The moment their eyes met, Amon was struck as if by lightning. Blood streamed from his eyes as he clutched his head, howling in anguish and struggling violently. Suddenly, he erupted in midair, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the sky. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a divine servant, earning 200 divine points. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1. 5 universal materials, 2 evolution crystals. Reward 2. 20 Holy Spirit potions. Reward 3. Insect demon bones, epic level remains, usable by players to craft equipment. Meanwhile, within the pyramid palace, a short-legged mummy, wrapped in white cloth, stumbled in. Great priest, it's terrible. The beautiful queen furrowed her brows, annoyed, as she opened her enchanting eyes. Propping herself up with her supple waist, she glared fiercely at the unruly mummy. Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me unless it was urgent? But Lord Amon has sacrificed himself. The little mummy stammered, akin to an ant on a hot stove. What? The queen was momentarily taken aback, her first reaction being disbelief. Hadn't that fellow just departed? It had scarcely been a moment. She had been guarding this place for so long, and such an event had never transpired before. How did he die? The queen inhaled deeply, her languor dissipating. Lord Amon was killed by that little white mouse you mentioned. The mummy's voice dwindled to a whisper, finding the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. 3 large question marks appeared above the queen's head. This is the scene from outside the palace. Please take a look. The little mummy promptly presented a stone tablet, which soon displayed the moment of Amon's demise. What a farce. The queen's pupils dilated as she beheld the image. Without a doubt, Amon had indeed exploded upon locking eyes with that intruder. The glaring reality forced her to confront this ludicrous truth. Regardless of Amon's prowess, being slain by a mere gaze could only imply the presence of a formidable entity. As the thought crossed her mind, the queen's breath quickened. The Lord God. This intruder is a deity from another realm? Moreover, is he a being of immense power, perhaps even comparable to the Lord himself? Hadn't the Lord stated that the war of the gods had yet to commence? Why was there an outside god intervening here? As this realization dawned upon her, a chill ran down her spine. My lady, should we launch a full-scale offensive against this intruder? The little mummy, sensing the queen's distress, recognized the gravity of the situation. That figure squatting at their doorstep was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Even a powerful priest like her could not contend with him. An offensive? With 800 divine points a month. You expect me to risk my life against him? The queen ground her teeth in frustration. Preposterous. Asking me to confront a deity is tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, she had long harbored resentment towards her current position. Resolving her thoughts, she swiftly leaped from her bed, her supple form gliding gracefully towards the door. By the way, that being has legs, correct? Just as she reached the door, the queen suddenly turned to the little mummy. Ah, yes, indeed. The little mummy blinked its large eyes, nodding in confusion. All right, I understand. The queen nodded, her elongated serpentine form transforming into 2 slender, supple, golden-hued legs. Faced with such a terrifying presence, escape was undoubtedly futile. The most prudent course of action was to engage sincerely, dispelling any misunderstandings. Thus, transforming into a creature resembling the intruder would enhance familiarity. After all, what if he harbored a disdain for snakes? On the other side, Yemo sat poised outside the pyramid, his divine consciousness continuously probing this world. He began to discern the distinction between a secret realm and a dungeon. The secret realm resembled a complete world, inhabited by various creatures and civilizations, somewhat akin to a world-level dungeon. Conversely, a typical dungeon was merely a simplistic reincarnation microcosm, where the monsters and NPCs lacked subjective awareness. In essence, the secret realm was akin to a world-level dungeon designated solely for agents. Naturally, Yemo held another hypothesis. The secret realm might be the nascent form of a world-level dungeon. However, the nature of the catalyst for its transformation remained unclear. Perhaps it required the birth of at least one deity-level being? Just then, as Yemo pondered, the massive stone door at the center of the pyramid creaked open. A graceful figure, barefoot and flustered, hurriedly emerged from within. I wasn't seeking you, yet you chose to appear? Yemo's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. As he prepared to make a gesture, the queen unexpectedly performed a smooth slide, kneeling before him with remarkable grace, her forehead touching the ground in reverence. The posture was impeccably executed, indicating that she had engaged in such acts frequently before. Divine Lord, I apologize for my tardiness in welcoming you. I hope you will not hold it against me. Yemo was rendered speechless. Was this truly the manner in which the boss made an entrance? The first time I laid eyes on you, I perceived your might and nobility, the queen exclaimed with feigned adoration, her golden eyes blinking coyly. I implore you to accept me and grant me the opportunity to serve you, offering my humble existence in your service. In a bid to preserve her life, She had resolved to switch allegiances. Chapter 58. So this is how it is? The Queen's master had sought her out during her childhood. At that time, she was a lowly slave of a certain tribe in this world, her status utterly insignificant. The master bestowed upon her abilities, demanding that she rule this realm and mold it into his desired form. In truth, this ruling was akin to that of a ranch manager, with all beings in this world serving as cattle and sheep. Initially, she paid little heed. As the world had always been governed by the strong preying upon the weak, there was nothing inherently wrong with that. It was only when the sacrificial offerings became her friends and family that the gravity of her situation struck her. At the moment the blade fell, she realized that so-called deities were merely a band of self-serving demons. Even if she refrained from participation, others would gladly take her place, often with even greater cruelty. Should one take matters into their own hands, it would at least ensure a less agonizing demise for them and provide closure for their family. This is the essence of the servant, now entrusted to the Lord God for judgment. The fate of this servant lies entirely within your will. Returning to the present reality. A sycophantic smile graced her face as her trembling hands extended a piece of yellow jade towards Emo, born of humble origins. She had learned the art of flattery and cunning from a young age. In her desperate quest for survival, she knew she must offer her leverage and worth. You are quite perceptive, Emo remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he accepted the yellow jade. Its translucent body shimmered in an orange hue, revealing what appeared to be flickering flames within. Beep. The boss of the secret realm is captivated by your persona and offers you its utmost loyalty. You have acquired the divine artifact, Helenir's Soulstone. Helenir's Soulstone, agent exclusive. Quality, 6-colored divine artifact. Description, this item houses the soul of the serpent goddess Helenir, allowing for her summoning. Mana cost, 2,000 per second. Cooldown none. Note, Helenir cannot harm the possessor of this item. Tip, click on the item to view Helenir's attributes. What a remarkable treasure. Does this not imply that I have gained a formidable ally in the real world? Upon reading the information about the artifact, Emo inhaled deeply. The designation of a 6-colored divine artifact likely stemmed from the immense mana consumption. With a drain of 2,000 mana per second, even a semi-divine being at level 100 would struggle to endure for 10 seconds. But what does it matter? I am not lacking in mana. Having swiftly perused the item description, Emo proceeded to examine Helenir's attributes. Name, Helenir. Level, 128. Vitality, 79128. Speed, 83162. Strength, 69165. Mentality, 83222. Mana, 18,000. Overview. Ruler of another world. Formerly a divine servant of the celestial sorcerer among the 6 sacred gods. A survivor of the last divine war, chosen to manage this realm. A top-tier semi-divine being. Emo's expression turned to one of astonishment upon reviewing Helenir's attributes. Players classified as semi-divine are typically those within the level range of 100 to 130. However, there exists a distinction among them. Those between levels 120 and 130 are referred to as top-tier semi-divines. Globally, only a mere 12 top-tier semi-divines are known, and nations boasting one are considered superpowers. Such entities are akin to nuclear weapons in Emo's past life, truly formidable threats that can reshape the world's balance. At this moment, he could genuinely rise to prominence. Wait, whom did she once serve? Emo swiftly discerned 4 conspicuous characters in Helenir's introduction. Celestial sorcerer? Those 4 characters were strikingly familiar to him. Were they not the deities worshipped by the witch god sect, a branch of the 6 sacred court? And what did this so-called divine war entail? Emo's curiosity was piqued. Tell me about the divine war, and do so in as much detail as possible. Helenir hesitated, her voice tinged with reluctance. I am bound by shackles. Revealing such information would incur divine retribution. Is this fellow truly the Lord God? How could they be unaware of the divine war? Emo interjected, a hint of impatience in his tone. With me here, there is no need for concern. Very well, my lord. Reluctantly compelled by the threat to her life, Helenir began her narrative. The divine war is a conflict over territorial invasions and dominion among the deities. During this time, all deities of level 6 and above could traverse the vast worlds at will, even dispatching their servants and divine slaves to conquer other realms and plunder resources. After all, resources are finite in every world, and deities seek to enhance their power through territory and resources. In essence, it is about expanding one's dominion and seizing resources. However, during the last divine war, an unforeseen event led to the fall of numerous deities, abruptly concluding the conflict. An unforeseen event? What sort of event? Emo furrowed his brow in inquiry. Helenir sighed before continuing. Initially, a certain deity discovered a world rich in resources. This prompted a multitude of deities to rush forth in an attempt to claim it. However, the ruler of that realm was quite formidable, effortlessly slaying them and even annihilating their very essence through the laws of the universe. Yet, after a certain period, this ruler resurrected in full strength, growing increasingly powerful and capable of devouring deities. At first, this ruler was not particularly strong. Yet, as they continued to possess the ability of invulnerability and the number of devoured deities grew, their command over laws, divine authority, and powers escalated to a terrifying extent. It was not until a Lord God fell at their hands that the pantheon deemed that realm forbidden and ceased their incursions. Upon hearing this, Yemo was momentarily taken aback, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Could it be? Is this entity referring to me? Yemo recalled the years spent ruling the world in his dreams, during which a few self-proclaimed deities attempted to challenge him. Initially, he was unable to defeat them, having been slain on several occasions. Yet, each time he entered the dream, he revived fully. Frustrated, he fought back, akin to a game where he was repeatedly killed, only to resurrect and retaliate. Fortunately, he could fall asleep instantly whenever he wished. However, the timeline for each resurrection had lengthened considerably. For instance, his first revival occurred in the year 1200, while the second took place in 1300. Utilizing his infinite revival ability, he had gradually outlasted a number of deities. After consuming these deities, his own power surged. The subsequent invaders proved less challenging, until one fateful occasion when those outsiders banded together to confront him. That time, Yemo faced numerous deaths, yet relying on his infinite respawn, he systematically eliminated them, growing stronger with each kill. Eventually, he eradicated all invaders. So, it turned out that he had been slaying actual gods back then. Yemo could not help but lament, his emotions a tangle of complexities. Boom. Just as Yemo pondered, a terrifying thunderclap reverberated through the air. The sky darkened ominously, and torrents of thunder cascaded from the storm clouds like a waterfall. It resembled an apocalyptic scene. Amidst the raging tempest, a colossal figure emerged, brandishing thunder and lightning, its upper body bared, its eyes and hair enveloped in crackling energy. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Zeus from Yemo's previous life. My lord, he has arrived. Chapter 59, The World-Destroying Demon God Versus. The Six Sacred Celestials. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. The vast torrents of thunder descended like a severed celestial chain, unleashing a cacophony of deafening roars. A figure of immense stature loomed amidst the tumultuous sea of lightning, its gaze icy and condescending as it fixed upon Helenia. A terrifying pressure enveloped the atmosphere, engendering a profound sense of dread that engulfed the mind. Helenia gasped, her head splitting with pain, instinctively trembling as she struggled against the overwhelming force. She felt as fragile as a porcelain doll on the brink of shattering, fissures creeping across her form. Who dares to disturb my domain? Get out! Yemo bellowed furiously, and an overwhelming demonic aura erupted forth. A beam of purple-gold light shot skyward. In that instant, as the purple-gold radiance enveloped Helenia, the cracks upon her body began to mend. She gasped for breath, her back drenched in sweat, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Boom. At that moment, the violent demonic force clashed repeatedly with the vast torrents of thunder, wreaking havoc. Yemo slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the humanoid manifestation in the heavens. This realm may be surrendered to you, but she must perish. The authoritative voice of the celestial law god echoed through the cosmos, reverberating like thunder in the hearts of all beings. For this insubstantial pasture, he could choose to relinquish it to avoid a divine conflict, yet he could not tolerate the survival of a traitor. Helenia trembled at his words, her breath quickening. She instinctively clenched her palms, her expression tense as she glanced at Yemo. To exchange an entire realm for her life seemed exceedingly advantageous. Yemo's eyes narrowed in contemplation. It appeared he regarded me as an extraneous deity intruding upon his territory. Regrettably, my divine rank is insufficient, lacking the capacity to proactively seize the domains of other deities. Rather than this, acquiring a reliable ally in the physical realm is of greater importance. Forgive me, but I do not relish making choices. I desire it all. Yemo smirked defiantly, his overwhelming demonic might surging anew. He stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Truth be told, he too wished to ascertain the true strength of this celestial law god among the six sacred deities. Pathetic. With negotiations failing, the celestial law god decisively raised his hand. Boom. The ferocious thunder cascaded down like a brutal tide, crashing towards Yemo and Helenia. Is that all? Yemo scoffed, the surging demonic energy coalescing around his arm. With a casual motion, he unleashed a punch into the heavens. Bang! This strike was earth-shattering. Dust swirled, and the ground shattered in an instant. The violent energy stirred up tumultuous waves of sand, rampaging forth. The sheer force collided with the furious thunder, causing the sky to resonate with a constant hum, the earth quaking beneath. Snap! Yemo snapped his fingers, invoking the laws of space. His form vanished from the spot, reappearing instantly behind the celestial law god. With his elbow bent, he unleashed a powerful blow straight toward the deity's head. The tempestuous airflow surged once more, scattering the dark clouds with incredible force. Does he also command the laws of space? Yemo pondered, observing the celestial law god's sudden disappearance. His punch had missed its mark. Through his formidable divine sense, he discerned that his opponent had already teleported miles away. Undoubtedly, a foe who wielded the laws of space was exceedingly elusive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, profound and intricate formations emerged around Yi-Mo. They ascended like a cage, forming a crimson triangular barrier that ensnared him within. This directly sealed off the laws of space in the vicinity, rendering him incapable of teleportation. Roar. At the same time, countless colossal thunder dragons, forged from pure lightning, tore through the void. They descended with a deafening roar, charging ferociously towards Yi-Mo. Boom. Confronted by the onslaught of thunder dragons, Yi-Mo's purple-gold radiance intensified. With a swift motion, he grasped one, crushing it while simultaneously kicking another that had lunged at him away. Roar. The anguished cries of the dragons echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Yi-Mo's combat prowess was unparalleled, as if he had entered a state of transcendence. With each punch and kick, a thunder dragon soared into the air. He even wielded one by its tail, creating a tornado that obliterated the parking lot. A desperate struggle. Miles away, the celestial law god coldly observed the scene through his divine sense. At the same time, his thoughts surged. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the void tore apart. Countless ferocious lightning bolts, flames, and blades of air surged through the rift, cascading toward Yi-Mo within the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying elemental assaults engulfed Yi-Mo in an instant. Within the crimson triangular barrier, massive mushroom clouds erupted. The sky trembled, and the earth quaked repeatedly. Waves of force surged violently, spilling forth. That fellow, could he possibly be defeated? As Helenia braved the oncoming tempest and swirling sands, her breath caught in her throat. The battle between deities was far too terrifying. Each move could directly alter the environment and terrain. Did he intend to exhaust me through long-range assaults? Surrounded by demonic light, Yi-Mo resisted the tempestuous onslaught while narrowing his eyes slightly. He mused that it was no surprise the representative of the mage class preferred to engage in cunning tactics. Unfortunately, he slowly extended a finger, aiming at a specific point, his gaze sharpening. Annihilate. Uft. A robust beam of pitch-black light erupted from his fingertip. This beam possessed immense penetrating power and astonishing speed, directly piercing through the barrier that had confined him, soaring toward the heavens. The celestial law god, miles away, felt his pupils constrict suddenly. Before he could react, the coarse pitch-black beam pierced through his body, severing half of his right side. How could this be? The celestial law god was taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief and shock. This strike had completely bypassed divine perception and even defied spatial laws. From the moment it was unleashed, it had already struck true. Fortunately, he possessed an indestructible form. His injured body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. I forgot to mention, I once hailed from a lineage of mages. However, before the celestial law god could fully recover, an eerie, demonic voice echoed from behind him. Without turning his head, he instantly invoked the laws of space, vanishing once more to a distance of miles. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged forth. Did he think he could escape after being marked by me? The eerie demonic voice resounded again from behind. Yi-Mo's annihilation not only possessed a guaranteed hit effect, but also marked its target. Even if his opponent utilized the laws of space, Yi-Mo could follow in an instant, forcing the adversary into close combat, with no retreat. Bang! Yi-Mo unleashed a sudden, explosive punch. The ferocious force struck the celestial law god's chest directly. Uft! The celestial law god coughed up a torrent of golden divine blood. The terrifying force violently hurled his entire divine form into the sky, soaring straight into the heavens, until he was far removed from this planet, entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. Boom. With a resounding crash, the celestial law god was pinned to a nearby small asteroid. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze gradually turned fierce. Excellent. Very well. You are truly remarkable. After suffering severe injuries, the expression of the celestial law god became grotesque. Since you wish to protect her, then I shall send you to the grave alongside this world. With that, he clapped his hands together, forming a seal. Buzzing. In an instant, countless nearby stars seemed to be drawn by a tremendous force, trembling uncontrollably. Crush them for me. The celestial law god's eyes burned crimson as he willed it. Countless stars transformed into streams of meteor showers, fierce and formidable. They descended upon the yellow planet where Yi-Mo resided with overwhelming force. Is this the end of the world? Helenia stared blankly at the sky. With a thud, she sank to the ground in despair, her expression vacant as she beheld the scene. In the sky, innumerable stars fractured and fell, their fiery tails staining the heavens. The deafening sound of breaking air echoed through the sky, casting a shadow over the earth. It felt as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 60, The Hall of the Gods. Is this the end of the world? As she watched the countless stars drawing ever closer, their exaggerated forms growing larger, Helenia's breath quickened. In the presence of such divine might, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Intense fear and despair surged within her heart. You enjoy making such a grand spectacle, do you? Facing the torrent of stars approaching, Emo stood firm in the void, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Bang! Suddenly, he brought his hands together to form a seal, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Demon God. In that moment, a violent demonic aura surged skyward. Countless purple-golden energies frantically coalesced and assembled, until they transformed into a towering statue of a purple-golden demon god, entirely formed of energy. This imposing figure stood solemnly behind Emo. As the energy continued to gather, the demon statue grew ever larger. From initially mere dozens of meters, it gradually expanded to hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of meters. Ultimately, it broke through the atmosphere. In a fleeting moment, it grew to the size of a planet. Crush him for me, Emo commanded coldly. Roar! The demon statue unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging its colossal fists, akin to comets, crashing down upon the celestial law god. Bang! With a single punch, the asteroid shattered into pieces. Arg! The celestial law god was sent reeling from the blow, his eyes rolling back in his head. Fortunately, his formidable consciousness quickly recovered. Who is this fellow? And why have I never heard of him before? He gritted his teeth and continued to retreat. His indestructible body and purifying holy light were pushed to their utmost limits. While repairing his injured form, he also sought to eradicate the annihilation mark that Emo had inscribed upon him. At that moment, he no longer harbored any desire to continue fighting. He merely wished to distance himself from this harbinger of death. Trying to flee? I have yet to finish warming up. A devilish voice echoed once again from behind the celestial law god. Damn it! Has the mark not been cleared yet? The celestial law god gritted his teeth, swiftly turning around while crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Golden lightning instantly enveloped his body, forming a shimmering golden shield. Bang! Emo's fist struck the golden shield. The celestial law god was sent flying like a shooting star once more. The golden lightning shield bore a prominent, spiderweb-like crack. Quite resilient, but it's time to end this. Observing the celestial law god being flung away, Emo willed it. The demon statue below extended its comet-like hand, gripping the celestial law god as if it were an egg. Simultaneously, Emo descended, bringing his foot down heavily upon the celestial law god's chest. Bang! The golden shield shattered in an instant. The celestial law god spewed forth a copious amount of blood. His ribcage caved in, accompanied by the crisp sound of fracturing bones. Hee. Even so, you cannot kill me. The celestial law god glared at Emo, his expression twisted in rage. Possessing an indestructible body and being a supreme god-level powerhouse himself, coupled with his numerous means of survival, he was indeed difficult to kill. Or rather, every supreme god is inherently hard to slay, particularly those with indestructible bodies. As long as a piece of flesh is left elsewhere, even if the main body perishes, they can resurrect from the remaining flesh. Heh, who said I intend to kill you? Emo smirked mischievously, slowly leaning down, looking down upon him with disdain. Guess how I obtained my indestructible body? What do you mean? The celestial law god furrowed his brow, perplexed. The next moment, Emo opened his serrated teeth, biting down on the celestial law god's neck. The celestial law god froze for a moment, but then his eyes turned a deep crimson, roaring in fury. Damn you! How dare you! This fiend actually intends to devour him alive. He saw himself as mere food upon the table. Undoubtedly, this was a profound humiliation. After all, he possessed an indestructible body. No matter how much he was consumed, it should be impossible. Wait. No, something is not right. Suddenly, the celestial law god's pupils contracted, his expression turning to one of terror. For under Emo's devouring, his indestructible body was failing. At that moment, a rumor among the gods echoed in his mind. Damn, you are the creature from the graveyard of the gods. And you have also gained the qualification for divine battle. The celestial law god realized, instantly understanding Emo's identity. In that moment, he could no longer care about his losses, directly opening the divine page, depleting a massive amount of his divine power. Boom. With a flash of white light descending, the celestial law god's body erupted, instantly transforming into ruins and vanishing from sight. What? And it self-destructs too. Gazing at the half-eaten arm left in his hand, Emo was left speechless. This half-eaten meal didn't even suffice to fill him. On the other side, the Hall of the Gods. The dome of the hall was embedded with starlight, towering above a platform of white feathers, suspended above the sea of clouds. 12 thrones of the gods, forged from dark crystal, formed a circle around the space. Upon these thrones sat 12 statues of gods. These statues were solemn, majestic, and varied in form. Some were bare-chested and lazily reclined, while others stood like kings, swords in hand. Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared on one of the thrones. This crack gradually spread until it became spiderweb-like, and with a bang, it shattered. The celestial law god emerged as if reborn, bursting forth from the stone statue. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back, his expression exceedingly disheveled. Ah, isn't that the esteemed law god? Unexpectedly, you have met your demise, indeed. It is a rare occurrence. I wonder which Eastern deity has obliterated you? The martial god? Or perhaps, the infinite celestial sovereign? After exhausting your privileges this time, You might not even possess sufficient divine essence to partake in the divine war. A voice, laced with a hint of mockery and seductive charm, emanated from a statue situated opposite the celestial law god. It depicted a woman, languidly reclining on a throne, her form graceful and enchanting. Despite merely being a statue, it could not conceal her resplendent maternal radiance, especially accentuated by the two prominent mounds that resembled heavy peaks before her. Paired with her elegantly crossed legs and elongated elfin ears, even a mere stone would stir the heart. That entity from the divine graveyard has acquired the qualifications for the divine conflict. However, it appears that the current level of divine rank is rather low. Otherwise, I might not have returned. If Yemo's divine rank were higher, he could have consumed divine essence to prevent the teleportation. That seemingly indestructible monster? The speaker was the statue wielding a sword with both hands, his voice rough and authoritative, imbued with a tyrannical ferocity. Indeed, his power has grown. He must have thoroughly assimilated the principles and powers of plunder. I even suspect that he did not exert his full strength during our battle. To slay him, at least 3 to 4 primary deities would need to be summoned. The celestial law god reminisced about the fierce clash with Yemo, unable to suppress a swallow. Hearing this, the entire hall of gods fell into a moment of silence. Fortunately, this fellow belongs to the neutral faction and has not allied with any divine power. An aged and hoarse voice broke the silence, evidently belonging to another statue. I hope this divine war does not encounter any complications like the last. If we can seize control of the central region of the main world, then the eastern deities will have no chance of resurgence. Chapter 61. I wish to remain low-key, yet my power does not permit it. Noble. I humbly greet your return, Master, and extend my congratulations. Master is unparalleled. Master is valiant and invincible. Helenir knelt devoutly before Yemo, her forehead touching the ground as she lavished praise upon her new master, articulating every compliment she could conceive. Her head bobbed fervently, akin to a pestle pounding garlic, causing the very earth to tremble in eager affirmation of her loyalty, fearful of inciting even the slightest doubt from the opposite side. Of course, the image of him effortlessly crushing stars with his bare hands was still vividly etched in her memory. This master may possess a relatively low divine rank, yet his power is nothing short of extraordinary. She had previously survived the divine war by sheer luck, but had never witnessed a primary deity so effortlessly overpowering another. After all, the disparity between primary deities is typically minimal, with each excelling in different domains. Most engage in combat by utilizing their respective powers and principles. Yet, from Yemo's recent battle, it was evident that he exhibited virtually no weaknesses. Ding. Helenir has been thoroughly captivated by your personal charisma. Loyalty value, 999. She has reached the threshold of a sub-NPC and can be placed within your territory. Note, capturing a divine servant requires a level 5 divine rank. However, due to her eagerness for advancement, she can be captured early. Please select the teleportation instance. Current options, Divine Graveyard, Minotaur Lair. If I were to directly teleport Helenir away, I would likely clear the secret realm immediately. Observing the system prompt before him and the sight of Helenir prostrated at his feet, Yemo resolved to remain here for a while, savoring the foundational rewards before proceeding. Subsequently, he planned to teleport Helenir to the Divine Graveyard, to preempt any suspicion from the overseers of the Divine Graveyard regarding Helenir as an intruder. Yemo took this opportunity to enter her chambers and thoughtfully inscribe his mark upon her, branding her waist with a purple-gold magical pattern. I will entrust your divine essence to my divine envoy. Your task will be to assist him wholeheartedly. Treat him as you would treat me. As you command, my lord. She respectfully knelt before Yemo, fervently accepting her orders. Yemo was thoroughly pleased with this. During the waiting period, he scrutinized his system interface, furrowing his brow in contemplation. There were no system rewards, indicating that the celestial law god had not perished. My status is rather peculiar. It seems I possess 2 distinct sets of system permissions. Indeed, Yemo's current permissions are quite strange, resembling a glitch. Logically, given his divine rank, he should not be able to trespass into the territories of other deities. Yet, he can intervene with the authority of an agent in reality. It is as if one person possesses 2 sets of system permissions, the divine system and the agent system. It is certain that as long as I enter a secret realm or set foot in another world, I can seamlessly switch back to my primary account. He resolved that with each elevation in rank, he would venture into a secret realm, favoring those with lower survival rates. After all, in the secret realm, he is invincible. Time flowed slowly, and soon, 10 hours had elapsed. Would you like to exit the secret realm trial? This prompt had appeared 2 hours after his entry. The minimum exploration duration for this secret trial is 2 hours, with the system adjusting survival time according to the difficulty of the realm. After teleporting Helenir to the Divine Graveyard, the original system prompt underwent a transformation. Congratulations. The secret realm boss has vanished, and you have successfully cleared this secret realm. In 10 seconds, you will be automatically teleported to the present world. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 0, Yemo was enveloped in a blinding white light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, the scenery around him transformed in an instant. When he regained his bearings, he found himself back at the teleportation array. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the secret realm of the Desert Lands, and the following rewards await. Basic reward, Essence Crystal X10. First completion reward, Desert Terminator. Desert Terminator, title. Effect 1, all attributes 20 during combat. Effect 2, experience points of subordinate players 20. Effect 3, proficiency of subordinate players' skills and techniques 20. Special effect, a tool of prestige. Announcing to all players worldwide that you are an agent. This can also be displayed above your head to warn all players within 100 meters. Can be toggled on and off at will. Note, the special effects of the title can be upgraded upon first completion of the secret realm, 3 enhancements of special effects evolution, along with additional effects. The moment Emo returned, a series of system prompts flooded his mind. Before he could react, a sudden burst of dazzling red light illuminated above him, displaying the 5 words Desert Terminator with exaggerated effects. Congratulations on your return, my lord. Just as the receptionist was about to rush over to offer her congratulations, a brilliant crimson light suddenly flashed before her eyes, blinding her momentarily. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes, only to realize that, despite its dazzling brightness, this red glow did not hinder her vision in the slightest. The unique title Desert Terminator has been acquired and is now within your line of sight. Please be mindful of your attitude towards the esteemed individual. A system notification resonated in the receptionist's mind. Simultaneously, as Emo attained this title, an eye-catching system announcement materialized before all agents and players across the globe. Congratulations to player Emo for conquering the 345th secret realm and earning the title Desert Terminator. Note, click on the title to preview the effects of the esteemed title. Goodness, so completing a secret realm triggers a global announcement? Emo was utterly baffled by this revelation. Throughout history, no agent had ever completed the secret realm trial. Without a doubt, Emo was the first. He had never anticipated that the reward for being the first to conquer the secret realm would manifest in such a manner. Although he wished to maintain a low profile, his prowess simply would not allow it. With this thought, Emo hastily concealed the radiant title hovering above his head. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the receptionist, he hurriedly left the teleportation room, covering his face. Soon after exiting the teleportation hall, Emo was met by the familiar figures of Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li, who rushed toward him. Clearly, the two had been waiting anxiously due to their concerns. However, that worry was now replaced by a complex mix of emotions. Goodness, old Emo. I don't know what's going on, but I just received a strange announcement. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her bewildered eyes, seeking confirmation from Emo. Me too. And this announcement says it won't disappear for another 2 hours. Meng Li chimed in, her large eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Emo. In a spacious and opulent villa, Jiang Linyue, clad in a Squirtle pajama, was sprawled on her bed, scrolling through her phone. The Squirtle on her chest was squished and deformed due to her position. The system notification that echoed in her mind caused the girl to pause. Her expression shifted from initial shock to skepticism, and then to sheer astonishment. Someone had completed the secret realm? Could it possibly be Emo? Jiang Linyue murmured to herself, her expression becoming increasingly intricate. The significance of conquering the secret realm was on par with defeating an insurmountable dungeon. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Zhou Mingjun, who was busy grading students' assignments online, suddenly froze. His pupils dilated, and his breath hitched as he stared at the system notification, stunned for quite some time. That guy actually completed the secret realm trial. Chapter 62, Do I Stand a Chance? Back at the hotel, Emo began to assess the spoils from the secret realm. It could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. Among the treasures, the most valuable was undoubtedly the Soul Stone of Haraniel. This artifact effectively granted him a demigod-level companion, marking it as the most significant gain from this venture. Next in line was the title Desert Terminator, which undoubtedly boasted commendable attributes. Not only did it enhance his combat prowess, but it also facilitated the leveling up of players. The only drawback was its ostentatious nature, so conspicuous that it directly issued announcements to all players and agents. Furthermore, clicking on the title allowed one to view its specific effects. This inadvertently served as a form of self-promotion. After all, a 20 experience gain for players, alongside a 20 boost in skills and techniques, was simply irresistible, should he wish to attract new players in the future. Brandishing this title would likely draw a throng of eager individuals. At that point, his promotional tagline could transform into, the world's only agent with a title. Positions are limited. The highest bidder wins. By then, he could expect his reputation to soar, potentially rivaling even the most renowned wild god agents among the 6 holy orders. The only shortfall was the absence of legal authority. But what did that matter? He had a demigod-level bodyguard at his disposal. Worst case, he could have Haraniel negotiate legal matters on his behalf. With this in mind, Emo continued to tally his next rewards. Insect Demon Skeleton. Material quality, epic. Equipment slot, weapon, armor. Description, an epic grade material, possessing percentage-based enhancements and sub-attributes. Equipment above the legacy level has its attributes converted into percentage bonuses, far exceeding the base numerical enhancements. The higher the level, the more pronounced this effect becomes. Moreover, equipment of epic quality or above comes with an additional sub-attribute. Yemo decided to check the preview of this material for crafting. As he spoke, Yemo opened the equipment crafting page. Before him appeared a familiar little furnace. Having crafted a divine artifact once, Yemo's current forging level stood at level 3. The once dull bronze furnace now faintly emitted a ghostly green glow. Detected that the current primary material is insect demon skeleton. With a thought, Yemo clicked on the insect demon skeleton. Insect demon skeleton can be crafted into demon-devouring great sword, thorn armor, demon ascension boots, foe demon sword. Yemo clicked on the demon-devouring great sword and foe demon sword to examine them. Compared to other equipment, weapons were undoubtedly prioritized. In terms of finished gear, the value of weapons often far surpassed that of armor. Demon-devouring great sword, epic. Primary material, insect demon skeleton, epic. Secondary materials, Tian Kue insect specimen x10, bloodstone x15. Success rate, 50. Base equipment additional bonus, none. Attribute range, 15 to 30. Detected that your materials are incomplete, unable to manufacture. After reviewing the attributes of the demon-devouring great sword, Yemo proceeded to check the other weapons preview. Foe demon sword, epic. Primary material, insect demon skeleton, epic. Tian Xin bone body, epic. Demigod demon body. Secondary materials, Xianyuan stone x10, phantom demon spike x10. Success rate, 50. Base equipment additional bonus, none. Attribute range, 12 to 34. Detected that your materials are incomplete, unable to manufacture. This demon sword seemed rather unique, appearing to possess multiple crafting pathways. Moreover, the secondary materials even included those required for divine artifacts. Could it be that the true form of this weapon was, in fact, a divine artifact? Yemo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he searched online for detailed information regarding this weapon. Before long, he uncovered a wealth of information. The true form of this weapon was of legendary grade, known as the Shadowless Demon Sword. It was categorized into 3 versions, Remnant, Foe, and True. Regardless of which version of the equipment one obtained, as long as the primary materials were completed, it could be upgraded through forging. From the humble origins of its heritage, this equipment has gradually ascended to the legendary tier. Naturally, there are whispers online suggesting that it ought to be capable of advancing to divine quality, given that its crafting materials include components of such celestial caliber. Unfortunately, no one has yet uncovered any comparable primary materials. Could this be an item with the potential for further enhancement? This notion piqued Yemo's interest. Regrettably, his current financial resources were rather meager. He could hardly afford even the auxiliary materials, let alone the foundational equipment itself. Following that, his rewards included 20 vials of Holy Spirit Potion and 12 Evolution Crystals. Evolution Crystal, 2nd tier. Enhancement range, 1, level 30. Description, allows a player to directly increase their level by 1. Note, the higher the tier of the agent entering the secret realm, the better the quality of the evolution crystals obtained. This implies that if I were to enter the secret realm at a 3rd tier, the enhancement range of the evolution crystals would also increase. Looking at the description of the evolution crystals, Yemo nodded slightly. He possessed a total of 12. If he were to divide them equally with Yi Xiaoxiao and Ming Li, each would receive 6. This means his younger sister could rise from level 19 to 25, while Ming Li would reach level 28. With this in mind, Yemo felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. The disadvantage in levels for the 2 women in the national competition would soon vanish. Now, he merely needed to anticipate their performance. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to summon Helenia to introduce her to his true self. After tallying his spoils, Yemo toyed with the yellow jade in his hand. And then with a mere thought, a pure white mist erupted from the jade. The mist gradually thickened and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a curvaceous and enchanting figure. As Helenia materialized, half woman, half serpent, she languidly stretched her body. Her supple waist, combined with the elegant contours of her abdomen, rendered her exceedingly alluring. Due to the brand imprinted by Yemo, Helenia was promptly settled into the divine graveyard under Lilith's direction. Initially, she felt both apprehensive and astonished. For even the maids in Yemo's palace possessed demigod strength, and most of them were quite striking in appearance. Upon inquiring further, she learned that these maids had all engaged in profound discussions with the demon god. The maid attending to her had even gossiped about it. When delving into scholarly discussions with the demon god, one's strength would be significantly enhanced, and this enhancement was not bound by level restrictions. Regardless of one's level, there would be a fixed increase post-discussion. For example, a level 100 individual would gain 1 level, just as a level 10 individual would also gain 1 level. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. Since all the maids here had conversed with their master about life, did that not imply she too had a chance? Recalling the moment when Yemo had stood before her, confronting Tianzhou, with his imposing stature and strikingly rugged features, Helenia felt her heart flutter. unable to suppress a peculiar giggle. Eventually, she succumbed to a blend of bashful laughter and daydreams, gradually drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she fulfilled her desires, energetically advancing alongside her master, breathless as she pushed the cart. Yet, it was not long before Yemo summoned her once more, much to her displeasure. Chapter 63. I still prefer your former defiant self. What do you wish for me to do? Helenia pouted, casting an impatient glance at Yemo. Disturbed from her delightful dream, she was decidedly irked. With a frosty expression, she scrutinized him from her elevated position. Nothing much, merely a brief introduction, Yemo replied, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Helenia's demeanor to be so frosty. What has become of your previous flattery? This change of face is quite surprising. Are you summoning me for no reason? Upon hearing this, Helenia's expression darkened, her resentment growing. Silly serpent, I am leaving. She clicked her tongue and vanished into mist with a swift motion. This girl is rather serpentine, Yemo muttered, feeling a surge of irritation as he turned to his bed and closed his eyes. 3 hours later, Yemo summoned Helenia again. Oh dear, how could you report me? She exclaimed. If you have any grievances, simply tell me directly next time, and we shall avoid troubling our esteemed master. Helenia instantly adopted a different demeanor, twisting her supple waist as she approached Yemo with a beaming smile. She extended her delicate hand to massage his shoulders, embodying utmost servility. I still prefer your previous defiant self, Yemo retorted with a cold chuckle, lifting his chin in mockery. Do not speak such harsh words. I was previously blind to your greatness, but now I come to appease you, she said, her pace of massage noticeably quickening. Through their physical interaction, Helenia could distinctly feel the magical patterns branded on her back stirring with an indescribable sensation. It was a tingling feeling that inexplicably drew her to the man before her. A blend of admiration and intimacy. As their contact continued, this sensation intensified, akin to that of a pet yearning for closeness with its owner, adoring yet affectionate. Ultimately, she found herself nearly pressing against Yemo. This is peculiar. These magical patterns are essentially a blessing bestowed upon me by my master. Logically, I should only experience this sensation when in contact with him, she mused, her mind wandering. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Previously, when her master had hung her up and disciplined her in a dream, she had experienced a similar interference from the magical patterns. Despite the pain and anxiety of the punishment, she had felt an inexplicable thrill. Was it possible that this person was, in fact, an incarnation of her master in the central world? Yet, this was not the time of the divine wars. The various realms had long been sealed off from one another. Logically, incarnations could not be projected, nor could they possess independent consciousness. Having experienced the divine wars, Helenia was well versed in the restrictions and methods of the deities. However, she had never encountered a situation like Yemo's. No deity would grant their followers powers equal to their own unless this individual were truly the master himself. But how could that be? This person was clearly just a human. Regardless, there must be some intricate connection between him and her master. Henceforth, she could not afford to treat him with the same indifference as before. Helenia resolved internally, her smile growing ever more radiant. Time flowed slowly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the national competition's top 16, in the Tianjin sports arena, a sea of people gathered. In the VIP section of the central tower, discussions were rife. Today marked the event to narrow the 16 contenders down to the top 8. Those who remained were predominantly dark horse competitors, making the stakes far more thrilling than the preliminary rounds. After all, today marks the moment they bear witness to the outcome of the previous quarterfinal betting. Ladies and gentlemen, let us adhere to our customary practice. Place your bets decisively. Betting prior to the commencement of the match is an age-old tradition established by our forebears. Soon, the grand screen in the VIP room displayed the list of participants for betting. The predictions for the final four were as follows. In 01, Lu Muxiao, odds 111. In 02, Chu Tianhe, odds 111. In 03, Cheng Shi, odds 111. In 04, Zhao Mingyi, odds 125. In 05, Ing Xiaocheng, odds 128. At this moment, the roster had already been narrowed down to 9 contenders. The top 3 rankings remained unchanged, albeit with reduced odds. After all, these 3 are the favorites to clinch the championship. Their advancement to the final 4 seemed almost assured, hence the low odds for betting on them, resulting in minimal profit after deducting fees. Of course, those who wager significant amounts might still find some return, although it would still be paltry. If one seeks substantial profit, the 4th to 6th positions undoubtedly present the most intrigue. My dear disciple, are you still intent on betting on those 2 individuals? Noticing Zhang Linyue persistently placing her bets on Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao, Su Qingfeng could not help but interject. Although these 2 had made it into the top 16, their levels were somewhat lacking. In just 2 days, to advance by 1 or 2 levels would be quite the feat. Entering the top 8 is already a considerable challenge, and the prospects for the final 4 seem even bleaker. Your money could very well go to waste. It's merely for amusement, Zhang Linyue replied with a slight smile. Seemingly unperturbed, She had already confirmed that the Yi Imo mentioned in the announcement was indeed the destined person she was collaborating with. Yesterday, she had taken the initiative to converse with Yi Imo and had learned the specific levels of the two women. Yi Xiaoxiao, at level 25 with the enhancement of a divine artifact, was certainly a strong contender for the top 4. Amusement? You're betting a staggering 10 million without batting an eye. Su Qingfeng was astonished. Even as senior members of the Six Saints Academy, such a sum was not insignificant. He certainly would not dare to engage in such reckless wagering. Teacher Ji, who are you placing your bets on this time? Chen Weiming, the president of Kaiyang Academy, inquired with a smile, noticing that Ji Baishi had also entered the betting fray with a considerable investment. Oh, it's my own contestant, Ing Xiaoqing, an SS-ranked assassin with a level of 32. I am confident he will reach the final 4, which is why I also bet on him in the last quarterfinals. Ji Baishi answered, her smile radiating confidence. While Chu Tianhe was among the favorites to win the championship, the low odds deterred her from betting on him. Instead, she placed her wager on another contestant in her stable, having similarly wagered on him in the previous round. So much confidence. I must extend my early congratulations. Chen Weiming chuckled, offering his well wishes. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the private room. National Competition Top 16 First Match, Kaiyang Academy. Ing Xiaoqing versus Kaiyang Academy. Meng Li. Meng Li? Upon hearing the announcement, Ji Baishi furrowed her brows. Wasn't that the hybrid? Excellent, splendid. Now, you have truly fallen into my grasp. The mention of this name brought a smirk of triumph to Ji Baishi's lips. The thought of personally bringing an end to Zhou Mingjun's aspirations filled her with a sense of exhilaration. This provided yet another opportunity to suppress and ridicule her. Chapter 64. Oh, what a coincidence, everyone. An internal match at Kaiyang Academy? I recall this Meng Li had previously defeated the dark horse Zhang Tingting in the top 10. Yes, she performed commendably then, but if I remember correctly, she was only at level 22 last time. A 10-level disparity? That seems rather extreme, the onlookers remarked, shaking their heads in disbelief. However, the very next moment, the central screen rapidly displayed the detailed information of Meng Li and Ing Xiaoqing. Name: Meng Li, Destiny, Warrior, Level, 28, Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy, Bet number, 181,883. Name: Ing Xiaoqing, Destiny, Assassin, Level, 32, Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy, Bet number, 132212. Wait a moment. Level 28? Wasn't she just at level 22 2 days ago? The crowd was taken aback upon seeing Meng Li's current level. To ascend from level 22 to 28 in just 2 days? A leap of 6 levels? Even with relentless grinding for 48 hours, such a rapid increase seemed implausible. It was utterly unbelievable. The only method that sprang to mind for such swift advancement was the mystic trial. Could it be that the Yi Imo mentioned in the system announcement was indeed Meng Li's agent? Chen Weiming's mind raced, his breath quickening with excitement. The sole agent capable of clearing the mystic dungeon was the representative from his own academy? This revelation filled him with a sense of glee reminiscent of discovering a hidden stash of money as a child. Even if he were to secretly use it, he would not dare to utter a word. Find out the name of the agent behind Meng Li. If it turns out to be someone named Yi Imo, be sure to secure an appointment with him. Remember, do so discreetly through the back entrance. Chen Weiming immediately summoned his secretary, whispering urgent instructions. Such talent was essential to recruit, setting aside the innate prowess and the strategies for clearing the mystic dungeon. The mere title of being the only one in the world to achieve such a feat held immense commercial value. If he could have this individual serve as a mentor at his academy, coupled with some advertising, the influx of students would be unimaginable. This could translate into a veritable windfall of wealth. In this world, money equates to opportunity. Spending lavishly is always the way to success. Understood, President. The formally attired male secretary nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to use a restroom break as an excuse to discreetly exit through the back door. However, just as he feigned his way towards the restroom, he inexplicably noticed 5 familiar figures trailing behind him. Turning around in surprise, he was taken aback to find the secretaries from the other 5 academies. The 6 stood at the restroom entrance, exchanging awkward yet graceful smiles. Oh, what a coincidence. You all are here for the restroom as well. Yes, hee. Shall we go together? Together it is. The 6 shared an awkward laugh as they entered the restroom in succession. Meanwhile, Meng Li took a deep breath and opened her attributes panel. Name: Meng Li, Destiny, Warrior, Extraordinary Profession, Godslayer Ghost Swordsman. Level, 28. Experience points, 12. Constitution, 142. Speed, 142. Strength, 142. Mentality, 142. Mana, 330. Skills, Ghost Shadow / Level 2. Ghostly Steps, Level 2. Evil Moon Ghost / Level 1. Mindset, none. Additional ability, Divine Power of the Demon God. Deity of Faith, Annihilation Demon God. This constitutes her current attribute panel, with all values reaching 142. When factoring in the divine power, her strength and defense attributes soar to an impressive 170. At this moment, I should be on par with any competitor. Meng Li clenched her small fists, brimming with confidence. With a massive sword slung across her back, she ascended the arena steps with measured grace. Her opponent was a petite girl clad in fitted black attire. Ying Xiaocheng possessed a slender and delicate frame, complemented by a striking bob of short hair that exuded an air of confidence. Instead of a dagger, she sported a compact pouch at her waist. Wrapped around the roots of her fair thighs was a black leg band, from which 3 dark kunai were suspended. My instructor has tasked me with defeating you within 3 minutes, so I must apologize. Ying Xiaocheng coldly regarded Meng Li, who stood half a head shorter than herself. Her succinct words conveyed her thoughts. To be honest, she had a rather favorable first impression of Meng Li, as she was the only contestant shorter than her among all those she had encountered. This pleased her immensely. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As the countdown on the large screen reached its conclusion, whoosh, 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 Ying Xiaocheng swiftly retrieved 2 shurikens from her pouch and hurled them at Meng Li with remarkable speed. Clang! Meng Li instinctively drew her sword, raising it defensively in front of her chest to swiftly intercept the incoming attack. Accelerate. Shadow clone. Simultaneously, Ying Xiaocheng bent low, darting around Meng Li in rapid circles while throwing shurikens and forming hand seals with one hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A swirling white mist enveloped her, and Ying Xiaocheng summoned 7 clones. Each clone shimmered with a faint blue light, their speed dramatically increasing. Drawing the kunai from her thigh, she charged swiftly towards Meng Li. With a base speed of 175, bolstered by her acceleration skill, her velocity surged to an astonishing 200. So fast. Meng Li's face reflected shock. It was her first time marveling at an opponent's speed, her brows furrowing slightly. Shadow Slash. With a serious expression, she executed the Shadow Slash. The 55 speed boost catapulted her speed attribute from 142 to 220. Bang! She stomped down forcefully. Meng Li swung her hefty sword, utterly unperturbed by the 6 Ying Xiaochengs before her. She charged forward, delivering a sweeping strike. The 2 Ying Xiaochengs directly facing her drew their daggers in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the massive sword cleaved through the daggers, slicing the 2 clones in half, which dissipated into white mist. Simultaneously, Meng Li seized another clone by the neck, slamming it into the ground with tremendous force. Whoosh! The 3rd clone followed suit, vanishing in a puff of mist. Such incredible strength. Ying Xiaocheng displayed a look of disbelief, her main body retreating swiftly, while the remaining clones continued to unleash a relentless barrage of shurikens. Only 2 clones remained to engage Meng Li in close combat. Clang! Clang! Meng Li gritted her teeth, parrying with her sword as she dodged the attacks of the other 2 clones. This adversary is bothersome, capable of both close-range assaults and distant harassment. I must devise a way to discern which is her true self. The presence of shadow clones rendered Meng Li unable to identify Ying Xiaocheng's true form. You perform admirably, managing to withstand 2 minutes against me. However, I have promised my instructor to conclude this within 3 minutes, so it is time to end this. The 6 Ying Xiaochengs spoke in unison, commending Meng Li's performance, their gazes sharpening. Shadow binding technique. From a distance, 1 Ying Xiaocheng formed hand seals. Casting her skill once more, her shadow rapidly twisted and elongated, lunging towards Meng Li's shadow until it enveloped it completely. Excellent. I have her restrained. Ying Xiaocheng's expression brightened. With a thought, she commanded the nearest 2 clones to attack Meng Li. However, bang! Meng Li stomped down hard. Her form remained utterly unaffected. Found you. Meng Li's eyes gleamed with determination as she swung her great sword in a powerful leap, descending from above. She aimed to strike Ying Xiaocheng with a colossal blow. Chapter 65. Next time, the price may not be the same. Bang! Meng Li descended from the sky, delivering a horizontal strike. The arena's tiles shattered instantaneously. Whoosh! Yet, the Ying Xiaocheng struck by the blow abruptly dissipated into white mist. A decoy? Meng Li's face registered disbelief. Huh. I've reviewed your match footage and am aware of your brief immunity skill. By the way, each of my clones can unleash the abilities of the main body. Ying Xiaocheng wore a triumphant smile. Her class was SS-level Destiny Ninja. Although her initial skills had relatively long cooldowns, each clone could utilize skills independently, and their cooldowns did not synchronize. She intentionally exposed a flaw to compel Meng Li into activating her invulnerability skill, aiming to eliminate her during the cooldown period. The so-called instructor's task, to resolve this within 3 minutes, was merely a ruse, a deliberate trap laid for Meng Li. Competitors capable of ranking in the top 5 are no ordinary foes. They all possess formidable combat strategies and techniques, competing in a game of hidden cards. Fire release, wildfire. 4 Ying Xiaochengs inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals. Their flat abdomens grotesquely inflated before they released a torrent of roaring flames that surged forth. Demon God Step. Observing the approaching inferno from all directions, Meng Li's brows knitted slightly. She immediately activated the Demon God Step, rendering her form ethereal. Excellent. Another skill forced out of her. Upon witnessing Meng Li perform the Demon God Step, Ying Xiaocheng's lips curled upward slightly. However, before she could revel in her triumph, A massive sword suddenly pierced through the blazing flames, hurtling directly toward her. With a resounding crash, another clone was obliterated into white mist. Now, only 3 clones remained on the field. Damn, did she use the flames as cover to hurl her sword? Ing Xiaocheng frowned, quickly retreating. She must retrieve her weapon, and then I will utilize the shadow binding technique to control her. Just as Ing Xiaocheng pondered this, a petite figure suddenly emerged through the flames. Leaping directly in front of her, with elbow bent, she swung her small arm powerfully towards Ing Xiaocheng's chest. Bang! The overwhelming force sent Ing Xiaocheng careening backward. Whoosh! Another clone dissipated into mist. With a 50 chance, I still failed to predict? Meng Li furrowed her brow, dismayed by her poor fortune. Upon dispatching the clone, she gracefully backflipped to retrieve her great sword. Shadow binding technique. Simultaneously, Ing Xiaocheng reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to cast her skill alongside her last remaining clone. Whoosh! 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 2 slender shadows swiftly dashed towards Meng Li, directly enveloping her own shadow. Suddenly, her body froze, her hand poised in midair, just about to grasp the great sword. Excellent, I've got you now. A surge of joy filled Ing Xiaocheng's heart. However, to be on the safe side, she summoned her final clone to launch a close-range assault on Meng Li. Yet, just as this clone was about to slice through Meng Li's throat, she abruptly seized the great sword, channeling her strength into one hand. Bang! With a powerful swing, she executed a sweeping motion, severing Ing Xiaocheng's last clone in twain, dispersing it into white mist. How could this be? Has your body-dominant skill cooled down so quickly? Ing Xiaocheng was utterly astonished. Ghostly slash. Without pausing, Meng Li dispatched the clone and unleashed yet another skill. She stomped the ground with one foot. With a resounding crash, she transformed into an afterimage, wielding the great sword as she charged ferociously towards Ing Xiaocheng's true form. Damn it! Ing Xiaocheng gritted her teeth in frustration, activating her acceleration skill to retreat swiftly. At that moment, all 4 of her skills were on cooldown. Engaging Meng Li head-on would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. Fortunately, my speed is not inferior to hers. As long as I maintain my distance and wait for my skills to recharge, I will prevail. She plotted her next strategy in her mind. However, at this instant, Meng Li, still 10 meters away, was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling black light. Evil Moon Ghost Slash. Simultaneously, Meng Li swung her great sword with one hand, slashing through the air. A horizontal wave of dark sword energy erupted, transforming into a wide, crescent-shaped black moon that barreled forward. Its speed was astonishing, its force formidable. The ground cracked beneath its path. A large-scale ranged attack? Ing Xiaocheng's pupils constricted. Before she could react, her body was already cleaved in half by the terrifying sword energy. Damn it, hadn't she already unleashed 3 skills? Ing Xiaocheng gazed at Meng Li in disbelief. Ghostly steps, ghostly slash, plus a body-dominant skill. A mere level 28 Meng Li should not have been able to execute a 4th skill. Could it be? She has awakened the SSS class trait? Body dominance is merely a passive skill. The agent behind her is indeed extravagant. Ing Xiaocheng took a deep breath. It was hard to fathom that someone would bestow such a powerful SSS class job card upon a subhuman. With the opponent incapacitated, Meng Li of Kaiyang Academy emerged victorious. After a brief moment of shock, the host promptly announced the result. Meanwhile, in the VIP box. Holy moly, 2 million of my hard-earned money. Damn it. This subhuman turned out to be an awakened SSS class job? Who could have anticipated this? I have never heard of such an SSS class job. It's likely a new category. The audience erupted in an uproar. SSS class jobs are indeed rare, and to awaken an SSS class trait before level 50 is exceptionally rare. At that moment, Ji Bai she was equally stunned, rising to her feet in excitement. Her delicate lips pressed tightly, the 2 peaks of her chest heaving with emotion. Damn it. Aside from the heartache of losing over 10 million in bets, she felt a burning shame on her cheeks. Watching Ing Xiaocheng being carried away by the rescue team on the large screen, she felt a weight in her chest. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to calm herself slightly. It's all right. I still have Chu Tian. His words will surely not disappoint me. She settled back down, gently caressing her chest, continuously reassuring herself. Oh my precious disciple, you've struck it rich this time. Su Qingfeng beamed at Meng Li, who had successfully entered the top 8. His excitement causing his beard to bristle. He kept slapping the armrest beside him. Last time, Jiang Linyue bet 2 million, at a multiplier of 50. That amounts to 100 million. In just one day, 2 million has transformed into 100 million? This money comes too swiftly. Alas, the maximum multiplier for the top 4 is only 10 times. Jiang Linyue was not surprised by this outcome. With the funds I currently possess, even if the next magic rune task is excessively demanding, I should be able to persuade him with money. As Yemo's reputation gradually rises, his value will undoubtedly soar as well. By then, a weekly price of 100,000 may no longer suffice. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to invest more while his value is still low. Otherwise, the next offer may not be as favorable. With this thought, Jiang Linyue opened the magic rune imprint system. Demon God imprint, level 1. Magic energy value, 416, 500. Description, an imprint left on you by ancient demon gods. Indelible and unerasable. Effect 130 experience bonus for clearing dungeons. Additional 10 attribute enhancement upon leveling up. Effect 220 increase to all attributes. Effect 3, when alongside the Destined One, skill training effects are enhanced by 200, with all other effects doubled. Side effect, desire increases daily. Only alleviated when in contact with the Destined One. Just a little more to upgrade. Perhaps I should seek him out tonight. Jiang Linyue gazed at the system before her, lost in brief contemplation. Chapter 66. You performed admirably tonight. The national competition's top 16 events gradually approached their conclusion. On Yi Xiaoxiao's side, the battle was far smoother. She was matched against a level 28 S-class quality mage, making the victory almost certain. She directly pummeled the female mage until she wept. What was initially expected to be a visual feast of magical duels turned into a one-sided brawl. You disgrace of mages. Who agreed to a magic duel? Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly severed the small mage's staff with several scythe-like strikes. Then, mounting her, she unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving her opponent teary-eyed and begging for mercy. Up until now, Yi Xiaoxiao had not used her other two skills aside from Death's Breath. This sparked considerable discussion online. In short, Yi Xiaoxiao had become famous. Her name as a melee mage resonated throughout the internet. Recently, Yimo's phone had been ringing off the hook, with most calls inquiring about player positions. Among them, a nouveau riche family offered a staggering 5 million to become one of Yimo's players, even agreeing to a 10 share of dungeon profits and working unpaid overtime. As for the scions of noble families, their offers surpassed 10 million and even approached 30 million. It was a pity that he wasn't part of the Sixth Sacred Church. Otherwise, prices exceeding $1 billion, or even tens of billions, would not be an issue. Now, it was up to Yimo to make his choice. Civilian players would yield significantly lower profits, but aligning with noble families would entangle him in their rivalries. Yimo was confident in himself, but he feared for his family's safety. He was still deliberating on the matter. Old Mo, look at the private video I sent you. We're trending. Yi Xiaoxiao cradled her phone while donning a delightful pink dinosaur dress. A comical-faced plush pillow nestled against her chest as she lay sprawled on the soft, expansive bed. Her exquisitely beautiful oval face peeked out from the neckline of her whimsical attire. Her rounded little legs, clad in white stockings, dangled in midair, joyfully swaying and accentuating the graceful curve of her calves. The stockings slipped slightly down with her movements, revealing a small section of tender skin and the faint imprint left behind. Could you possibly return to your own room? Or perhaps take a page from Meng Li's book and run a few more dungeons to improve your skills? Yimo remarked, slightly furrowing his brows as he kicked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who lay at the foot of his bed, chastising her with a tone of frustrated disappointment. Ouch! Can't you be gentler? Yi Xiaoxiao complained, patting her plush dinosaur behind in a petulant manner. Besides, I am not a subhuman who can operate nonstop for 24 hours. One must understand the importance of balancing work and rest. Huh, merely a lazy excuse, Yimo scoffed, then opened the video that Yi Xiaoxiao had shared with him. It showcased the battle replay and commentary from the national competition. The commentator noted that Yi Xiaoxiao was the biggest dark horse of this event and, to date, the player who had concealed the most of her true strength. They even remarked on the weapon she wielded, which, judging by its quality, appeared to be an epic-grade item. TCH, what a wooden block. Observing Yimo's indifferent demeanor, Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, raising her delicate foot to deliver a series of playful kicks to his backside. Just then, a crisp knock echoed from the door. Could it be that sneaky cat returning? The thought made Yi Xiaoxiao perk up like a proud rooster, her eyes sharpening with anticipation. I'll go open the door, she declared, leaping off the bed and scampering across the hotel room in her disposable slippers. With a decisive click, she swung the door open. Before her stood Jiang Linyue, swathed in a round-neck knitted sweater that accentuated her ample figure, the sight of which took Yi Xiaoxiao by surprise. Jiang Linyue, what brings you to my brother's room? Yi Xiaoxiao stammered, her confidence dwindling in the face of Jiang Linyue's imposing presence. Oh, I've come to practice some techniques with him. You can wait outside like always until we finish. Jiang Linyue replied nonchalantly. Techniques? Isn't that the method from the Hawan sect? Yi Xiaoxiao's heart sank as she processed the implications. Though Jiang Linyue frequently sought Yimo for training, the mere mention of it struck a chord of humiliation and helplessness within her. With a resigned sigh, she reluctantly stepped aside, resembling a defeated dog as she shuffled out of the room. Oh, and could you please shut the door behind you? With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Yimo, sensing the commotion, turned to the door in surprise. What brings you here? He asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded Jiang Linyue, who was dressed simply in a U-neck knitted top paired with denim shorts, carrying 2 small black suitcases. Here, this is for you. Let us make this quick, Jiang Linyue said, promptly opening the suitcases to reveal a bounty of local delicacies, which she tossed onto Yimo's bed. She then kicked off her sneakers and, with her long, fair legs, climbed onto the bed. According to their agreement, As long as she contributed financially, she could engage in some rather audacious activities with Yimo. Wait, what? Yimo's mind momentarily short-circuited, instinctively sitting upright in shock at her boldness. Minutes later, Jiang Linyue, looking refreshed and satisfied, straightened her outfit before descending from the bed. You did well this time. I'll transfer you 50,000 later. For reasons unknown, she now found herself increasingly unresistant to such encounters, even relishing in the thrill of it all, especially when observing Yimo's vexed expression under her control. Congratulations. Your magical energy has reached its limit, and the Demon God Mark has been upgraded to level 2. Demon God Mark, level 2. Magical energy, 122, 500. Description: an indelible mark left by ancient deities upon you, undissolvable and everlasting. Effect 1. Experience gained from clearing dungeons increased by 30-40, with additional stat boosts of 1012 upon leveling up. Effect 2. All attributes increased by 20-25. Effect 3. When alongside the Fated One, skill training effects are amplified by 200 to 250, with all other effects doubled. Side effect: desire continues to escalate daily. Only by interacting with the Fated One can it be alleviated. Note: upon reaching level 3, new effects will be unlocked. Glancing at her magical rune system, she couldn't help but acknowledge the substantial increase in her power. Let us leave it at that for today, Jiang Linyue stated, nodding in satisfaction before opening the door, only to find Yi Xiaoxiao curled up at the threshold. Upon hearing the door creak open, Yi Xiaoxiao slowly lifted her weary head from her knees, her expression one of exhaustion as she gazed at the now-finished Jiang Linyue. Your brother is quite impressive. I'll send you a red envelope as well, Jiang Linyue remarked, flashing Yi Xiaoxiao an appreciative smile. She then pulled out 1,000 yuan from her bag and stuffed it into Yi Xiaoxiao's pink dinosaur pocket. Watching Jiang Linyue depart, Yi Xiaoxiao's feelings of humiliation surged as she glanced at the money in her pocket. A wave of intense shame washed over her, making her feel utterly deflated. How utterly disgraceful. She gritted her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes as she tossed the 1,000 yuan onto the floor in indignation.